Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4IU Chapter 111. This time, you have no way to escape. Six paths Madara flew into the air, but his arms were wrapped in cold air. From the outside, there was nothing strange, but he was the only one who knew that the blood in his arms had been frozen by the cold air. In that case, in an instant, a circular aperture lit up on his right arm, and the cold air was slowly being absorbed into it. After a while, it was completely absorbed by the Rinnegan. Tohsaka 6 Styles hyphenation point shaving, Iron Body. Tohsaka Tsukishita knew that Six Paths Madara could not be defeated so easily, so he flew straight towards Komi. His body flew to an altitude of more than 10 meters in almost 1 second and fell above Six Paths Madara. Due to the speed, his whole body rotated like a lead ball. Grave of Wheels. Six Paths Madara glared at Rinnegan. Tohsaka Yushitoshi stopped moving and found that his body was pulled by something. But obviously I can't feel anything. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Flames burst out from underneath. The temperature is so high that it almost melts the air. Ice escape 4 directions barrier. Tohsaka's moon was not falling at all, summoning a line of ice that seemed to have been frozen for thousands of years. Even the high temperature fire did not melt any ice. What was that just now? It seems that this Rinnegan still has something, but despite this, his expression is still relaxed. Six Paths Madara, on the other hand, started to feel complacent. HMPH, it seems that even you can't do anything about the wheel tomb. Come on, let me see your powerful ability. Tohsaka Uexia closed her eyes, and then opened them suddenly. Directly to the devil's eyes, countless wavy lines gradually appeared in front of my eyes. Sure enough, although I couldn't see anything, there was a deep crack beside me, which was the death line of that thing. No matter what it is, I'll kill it for you. Cut it off with one knife. This knife was carefully crafted by Orochimaru. Its hardness even surpassed that of the pheasant sword. The dead line was cut open in an instant. What? Even the wheeled tomb? Six Paths Madara was extremely surprised when he saw that his wheel tomb and border prison was easily cracked. Sure enough, I am more handy than before, and the new weapons are extremely tough. Looking at Tohsaka Tsukishita in front of him, Six Paths Madara was filled with rage. He must kill Tohsaka Tsukishita. He swore an oath. Advertisement. You kid from Konoha? Uchiha Madara walked out of Konoha. Only then did he learn about Senju Hashirama's death. In order to better study Hashirama's cells, he returned to High Village. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave the Land of Fire, he was stopped by a boy wearing a mask and a Konoha forehead protector. Sharingan? Are you from Konoha? The Uchiha clan? The young man's voice was clear, but with a hint of coldness. Madara smiled. Uchiha? Uchiha doesn't belong to Konoha, don't be ridiculous. Stupid people, the only ones left in Konoha are the cowards of the Uchiha family. Since you said that, you are a traitorous ninja of Konoha. I am affiliated with Konoha's Anbu and have the obligation to deal with you. Anbu? Tobirama? Just do some boring stuff. When Madara thought of Tobirama, her heart was filled with hatred. But he was not ready yet. In just a moment, Tohsaka Uexia teleported to his side. So fast, Flying Thunder God? You are Tobirama's disciple? But the Flying Thunder God needs a mark. Although this teleportation technique is not as fast as the Flying Thunder God, it can move so quickly and over such a long distance. This is Tohsaka 6 Styles Moonwalk. As the young man finished speaking, ice cubes emitted from his hand, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was about to swallow him. Sharingan. Blue bones burst out in the air, like devil's claws, repelling Tohsaka Yushita's attack. Ice escape. Madara stepped back and narrowed her eyes. An illusion? No, that thing is not an illusion. Tohsaka Tsukishita was surprised when she saw Susanoo for the first time, but the mask cracked and fell off. This was a real attack, and it shattered his mask. The man in front of him was no ordinary person. It's very powerful, just enough for me to try new tricks. You are not a descendant of Konoha Village, are you? You have such a rare ability, the man asked. Ice World. The young Tohsaka Tsukishita didn't answer and directly touched the ground with his hand. No mercy at all? In just a split second, it started to spread from his hands, and the ice instantly eroded the ground. Nani? Okay, let me take your body back to claim credit. I am Tohsaka Tsukishita, the ice of Konoha, and you are not worthy of being my opponent. The sound gradually reached my ears, and the young man's vigorous figure was already flying in the air. All the ice froze directly into Madara's clothes and made him dirty. However, the next moment, a figure appeared not far away. Hey, Tohsaka Tsukishita? Is this your name? Clone. No. How could it be? Tohsaka Tsukishita was extremely surprised. Advertisement directly to the devil's eyes. Looking at Madara who was killed by him, he saw. There is no death line, Madara explained with a smile. This is Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. He sacrifices the light of his eyes to transform the facts he sees into dreams. I dug this eye out of the corpse of the Uchiha clan and discarded it. It doesn't matter. Sacrificing the technique to activate the eyes. It really goes against the scope of ordinary people's understanding. It's really disgusting. I never expected that Konoha Village is full of talented people. When Hashirama and I were your age, Hisato would be defeated by you. Tohsaka saw that although there was no deathline in Izunagi's illusion, there was a deathline in this person. At worst, if he activates Izanagi again, he can still kill him. If you just kill like this, you can't bring back the body, but it doesn't matter, this is the first time he has met someone who can hold on to him for such a long time. It doesn't matter, the next move will be your end. He was ready for a fight. I just came to Konoha to pick up a few things. One day we will meet again, wait for me. Madara stepped back, and behind him was the outside of the land of fire. Ice escape thrust. Susanoo Yusaka Magatama. Countless ice spikes flew away, but they were all smashed into pieces by a Magatama-shaped chakra and shattered. The figure disappeared, only a faint voice came. Tohsaka Uexia. I remember you. Next time we meet, I, Uchiha Madara, will definitely kill you with my own hands. Uchiha Madara. Tohsaka Tsukishita was surprised and said, is that ninja god Senju Hashirama also a difficult opponent, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan? It's really exciting. I really hope you come back soon, I will also personally terminate you. After all, you are the first person I have seen who can escape from my hands. From that time on, he also wanted to make up for the time when Uchiha Madara escaped and killed him himself. This time, you have no way to escape. Ice escape big thrust. He looked down at Six Paths Madara who was surprised by him. Then the ice summoned by the four-sided barrier turned into huge ice spikes, which were shot down crazily in an instant. Stabs were struck one after another, although they were resisted by the black barrier transformed by Six Paths Madara. But after a while, all the yin and yang escape materials were broken, and Six Paths Madara was pushed back to the ground. Complete head-to-head confrontation, power suppression. What? You can actually do it. That. Uchiha Madara, who was close to the power of Six Paths, was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Tohsaka Senpai. Kakashi in the distance was stunned, so surprised that he hesitated to speak. Rock Lee also expressed belatedly, it's really surprising. This is the eternal ice of Konoha that surpassed Sannin in the World War II era, Tohsaka under the moon. Strength. Chapter 112. Will of Fire. The frozen ground was devastated by huge ice spikes. After the thick ice cracked, there was still barren land underneath. Even this huge impact, together with the ice and land, formed a huge pit with bursts of smoke. Is that the only extent? Humph. Six Paths Madara shoots away the smoke around her. Her eyes are extremely scary. The corners of his mouth tightened, and then he suddenly vomited blood. Even the yin-yang escape chakra couldn't resist it and was completely at a disadvantage. At this time, Uchiha Madara clearly understood that the ice release used by Tohsaka Tsutsumi in front of him was no longer the pure blood inheritance limit. Although it still looks like ice escape on the outside, the entire nature has been completely upgraded by more than one level. Is the blood succession eliminated? I'm afraid it is above that and has the same level of ability as yin-yang done. You are indeed not an ordinary kid, Tohsaka Tsukishita. Six Paths Madara gritted her teeth, reluctantly stood up, and looked up at the sky, only to see Tohsaka Yusaka's cold face, and Shide did not respond. Mean. The war seems to be about to break out. Sage Art Land Dungwangya. A thin ray of purple light came from below, and Tohsaka Tsukishita quickly avoided it. I saw the ice cubes still floating in the air and still falling. In an instant, 510 was cut open and turned into thin ice chips. Flying Thunder God. With Tosakasuki's next thought, he formed a seal and instantly appeared behind Six Paths Madara. So fast, Six Paths Madara turned around and was about to take defensive measures. He didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him now. He might really kill himself due to his negligence. Phew. Freeze it. I saw Tohsaka Yusaka just stretched out his palm and pointed it at him, and cracked icicles began to curl up from the ground, surrounding him layer by layer and blocking his mobility. But it didn't work. All the broken ice came out in endless streams, but they were all absorbed by the bright barrier around Six Paths Madara. Advertisement: the Rinnegan absorbed it completely, and randomly delivered the chakra contained in it to Six Paths Madara. The damage sustained from the previous battle with 8-Gate Guy immediately speeds up recovery. Far away from the battlefield between the two, Kakashi said to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, let's move back a little more and leave this place to Tohsaka Senpai. There will be no problem. He looked at Tsunade. Although this woman looked pretty, it would be difficult for people who didn't know to tell that she was nearly 50 years old. But even so, her appearance and personality are the same as that of the young girl more than 20 years ago. But, idiot woman, you know how to hold me back. Yi Kang crossed his hands on his chest, feeling very disgusted, although he couldn't help but glance over there, paying great attention to the direction of the battle situation between Six Paths Madara and Tohsaka. Kakashi was helpless and quickly explained. We are also needed on other battlefields. Besides, I don't know what's going on with Naruto, and I don't know what's going on with Sasuke. Sasuke's breath gradually recovered. A gentle voice suddenly appeared. Everyone saw only a few blue and white soft worms squirming, slowly gathering together on the ice and turning into a slightly larger Katsuyu. Everyone was a little confused. Katsuyu explained. Sasuke-kun was stabbed in the vital part by Uchiha Madara and fell to the ground. What? Katsuyu. Treat him quickly. Tsunade's expression suddenly became very serious. But don't worry, you don't need me anymore, he has been saved. Tsunade was startled, frowned and asked, are you saved? She was stabbed in the vital part and could still be saved. Apart from the ninja art. Meiotic regeneration activated by the chakra she saved in her 100 healings mark. Who else could do it? She couldn't think of it. At this time, an eerie and hoarse voice slowly sneered. Hee. No matter who it is, as long as Madara-sama activates infinite Tsukuyomi, he will fall into a dream. You don't have to struggle anymore. The space twisted, and Obito's body appeared not far in front of everyone. Black Zetsu. You guys are still attached to Obito's body. Hitaki Kakashi seemed to have a lot of objections to this, and there seemed to be nothing he could do without Sharingan. Obito's eyes are closed at this moment, only the left eye that is possessed by Black Zetsu is open, and its voice seems terrifying. What's wrong? After seeing the depravity of your companion, you still care so much about him? This person killed your teacher and made your students orphans. To put it simply, the death of the third generation, Jiraiya, and the Uchiha clan, it all has something to do with him. Faced with Black Zetsu's verbal attack, Kakashi retorted resolutely. Obito just met Madara to save me and was used by him. Do you really think that's the case? Advertisement? If there was no darkness in his heart, how could he be in this situation? Black Zetsu looked confident. His tone suddenly became firm and serious. In the final analysis, you Konoha ninjas just want to clear the names of your own people. It is you Konoha who say you want peace. But it's all because of you Konoha that the ninja world has become disordered and started wars one after another. Because of Konoha? Tsunade clenched his fists. Nonsense. From his grandfather Senju Hashirama, second grandfather Senju Tobarama, to his fiancée Tohsaka Tsutsumi, teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, companion Jiraiya, Jiraiya's apprentice Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Minato's student Hitaki Kakashi, all the way to Uzumaki Naruto, Konohamaru. There are many more, including herself, Nawaki, and Guy. They are all people with a kind of spirit. Everyone fights for peace and to protect important people, and even dies. This spirit is called the Will of Fire. This war is about to end with us in Konoha. Tsukishita will completely defeat Madara. Tsunade clenched his fists and looked at the battlefield between Madara and Tohsaka Tsukishita in the distance with firm eyes. Fortitude. Black Zetsu watched and pondered for a moment. Then, he chuckled again. Soon he won't be able to hold it anymore. What did you say? He shook his head slowly and said decisively, he can't beat Madara. The two Rinnegan are invincible in the ninja world. Only the Sage of Six Paths has reached this point since ancient times. Now Madara is invincible. Sounds like you've seen Sage of Six Paths. Tsunade scoffed. Black Zetsu was silent, and immediately showed a treacherous smile. Hey, then, we will wait and see, but you can't leave here unless you want me to kill Obito immediately. It's really disgusting to use your former companions as hostages. However, everyone has no idea of fighting Black Zetsu again. Capture the thief first. No matter how they win or lose in this war, it depends on the victory or defeat of Six Paths Madara and Tohsaka Tsukishita. The absorption of Rinnegan is really troublesome. Tohsaka Uchiha couldn't help but feel a little impatient as she thought about it. If we continue to absorb it like this, I'm afraid it will be endless. Ice escape. He stretched out his hand and was about to take action. Shenra Tenjung. Madara's voice seemed to echo in the ears in the empty space. It seemed like it was really like a god. Tohsaka Tsukishita felt a strong repulsive force, which pushed him away from Six Paths Madara. There was no warning, but suddenly, he was pushed away by an invisible force, and the range was very large. The surrounding rocks and ice cubes are forced to explode at any time by the strong repulsive force, flying all over the sky. Chapter 113. You are really troublesome, powerful repulsion. Tohsaka elementalized her body to prevent herself from physical damage. After all, she no longer had an Impure World Reincarnation body, so it would be better not to be so willful. But before he could think of his next move, there were echoes of sound coming from over there again. God Universal Pull. Is it gravity this time? A strong gravitational force attracted Tohsaka's body at an extremely fast speed. He stretched out his hand and immediately summoned an ice wall. The ice wall emerged from the ground, heavily blocking the trajectory he was attracted to. Come here. Six Paths Madara curled her lips and Haki shouted. I saw the ice block passing directly by, and was also attracted directly by the strong gravity. Even the huge ice wall shattered directly, so powerful. If that's the case, let's just go ahead. Tsunade and the others should be far away by now. Tohsaka Yu's hand became elemental and inserted directly into the ground, fixing his body so as not to be sucked in. Then the other hand gently touches the ground. A trace of cold air came out of his mouth, and he said softly, Ice Age. In an instant, a small area on the ground was completely frozen. Then it grew and spread wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the difficult virus eroded over and over again in an instant. As expected, the gravity disappeared, and he jumped into the air. Looking down, it is majestic. The lowlands have been frozen into silent ice blocks over a large area. This time, the area is not too large. Instead, they are all concentrated in this area, and countless Kongbingkong cases have been sealed. No one can break it anymore. He stood in the air, his figure aloof, with the cold wind blowing by. God! Planetary devastation. A voice pierced the night sky. A black ball with a very strong chakra in the middle broke through the layers of ice at a high speed and flew directly into the air. Tohsaka Uchiha ducked away, but the black ball continued to fly upward until it was very high in the sky. The ice and rocks on the ground slowly reacted and began to fall apart. They were attracted by the inexplicable power and ascended to the sky one after another. What's this? Advertisement. Tohsaka Tsukishita immediately elementalized her body. But no matter what kind of movements you make, the rhythm of the past is still absorbed. How about this? Under the moon. Six Paths Madara had escaped from the ice at this time, taking a breath with a sinister smile on her face. Sage of Six Paths used this technique to create the moon. I have tried to be as merciful as possible. You are the one who has no way to escape after all. Come on, let me kill you with my own hands. Tohsaka Tsukishita glanced up, frowned and murmured, planetary devastation, and is it a more powerful version than Nagato? According to what they said, it is a chakra that mixes yin and yang attributes. Ordinary elemental attacks cannot have an effect on yin-yang escape, but attacks after awakening can be as good as yin-yang escape. According to what Uchiha Itachi said, ice release, big thrust. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and all the ice blocks absorbed by gravity instantly turned into huge ice spikes, and they all attacked the black ball with the help of the huge gravity. Boom. Six Paths Madara sneered softly. It's useless. But just in case, I will strengthen the restraint. This is a treatment that even Senju Hashirama has not received. Tsukishita-kun. He said, making a seal with his hands. The next moment, the attraction of the sphere increased several times. There is no other way, although it will consume life force. Tohsaka Uchiha frowned, and then his eyes widened. Directly to the devil's eyes. In his eyes with blue eyes, he could see those lines lingering on everything. Seeing the dead line, he still sucked himself in by gravity, then took out his blade and slashed away instantly. Six Paths Madara looked at it with a sneer on his face. Has it finally appeared? That strange pupil technique, but even that technique can never be stronger than yin-yang done, and this is the Sage of Six Paths. But the next moment, the gravity of the black sphere stopped. Then it slowly shattered and began to dissipate. Dissipate bit by bit, no longer meaning to exist. Nani? All the ice blocks fell downwards one after another, and the stones with greater mass also began to fall. The speed was much faster. It actually consumed such a huge amount of life force. Tohsaka fell to the ground. Breathed calmly. Sure enough, it is extremely difficult to kill this kind of existence with the current ability of 20% direct death of the demonic eye. Fortunately, the blade is easy to use, otherwise it would have to consume a lot of mental power and vitality to fill the space required to use this ability. Impact. Gradually, the cold air gathered around again. Advertisement. You are really troublesome, Uchiha. If you don't get rid of people like you completely, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Six Paths Madara looked at Tohsaka Tsutsumi with excitement on her face. Sasuke. Sasuke. Xiangling ran excitedly. Libra Jugo asked. Is there no Sasuke's aura at all? Xiangling? No. Gui Dang Shui Yu also frowned, very impatiently. After all, why do we have to come back? I don't want to fight. Those monsters are really more dangerous than the last. Please give me flowers, especially Tohsaka Tsukishita. Fighting with that kind of person, even as a teammate, is scary enough. Orochimaru replied with a hoarse voice. There is nothing we can do about it. If Madara realizes Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan, everyone will go to the dreamland created by Tsukuyomi. By then everyone will be dead, so what? We can talk about death or not. Also, Uchiha-kun, you. There's a battle ahead, Xiangling suddenly shouted. What happened? In front of the Ninja Alliance, the giant wood-style Buddha statue with its ringed head was taunting him. Is it true that none of you can answer me? What does it feel like to have S**X? It's so boring. Then he made a seal, and the giant statue of wood style stretched out 5 hands and gathered 5 kinds of chakra form change aggregates. -0. These are 5 escape techniques. Shadow clone technique. The third Hokage formed a seal, and then rushed forward. Fire style, wind style, water style, earth style, lightning style. The same 5 escape techniques cancel each other out, but produce strong shockwaves. It's amazing, worthy of being the third Hokage. It seems that I am still going strong, old man. Don't believe Tohsaka Tsukishita's nonsense. Third generation landed, his eyes filled with pride. Orochimaru walked to the side and said with a smile. A thing like this is entangling you here, and you still have the nerve to talk about it. You are the real one. Orochimaru. Why are you here? At this time, Jiraiya came over and said, don't underestimate this guy, Orochimaru. This guy has a wood style that is not inferior to that of the ninja technique Senju Hashirama. He also has 5 escape techniques and a steady stream of chakra, which can make everyone has a headache. Is Senju Hashirama's wood style so worthless? I don't think you have ever seen the god of ninja. Where is the legendary power of Senju Hashirama? Orochimaru said, remembering the feeling he felt when he transferred Hashirama. Chakra couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. That's a ninja on the same level as Tohsaka Tsukishita. I don't care. Don't stop me from seeing Sasuke. That dangerous chakra is getting closer and closer to Sasuke. Ah, Xiangling said, rushing forward, but the guy who could use wood style seemed to be trying to stop her. Then I saw her roaring, being pierced by wood style, and still running away, her body covered with red chakra. Xiangling. So scary. Shui Yu looked at it, shocked. Chapter 114. Beat up Uchiha Madara. As Xiangling ran, the body that had just been pierced by wood style recovered at an alarming speed. Even the wounds outside the flesh healed quickly, leaving only some bloodline. And the circle head seemed very unhappy that he had let someone go, and immediately used magic to pursue him. And the next moment, the golden chains exploded directly. It extends to a very large area, but it grows crazily from Xiangling's thin back. It's like a chain released by Geto statue. But it has a golden light and looks faintly sacred. What is this? Shu Wei looked at it and hid quietly behind everyone, feeling that the power was a bit scary. The chain instantly broke wood style, and quickly tied up the enemy. The ring head was unable to struggle. This. Sasuke, after Xiangling finished this series, she ran away directly into the distance without looking back. HMPH, does the Uzumaki clan have a strength of 860? After waiting for so long, it finally exploded. Girls and other things, the most important thing is to fall in love. Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly, and he was very interested. Look like. Who is that girl? So scary, everyone was in an uproar. Jiraiya, third Hokage and a group of ninja allies fought against the enemy for a long time without being able to deal with it, but the girl roared and killed him instantly. But the people actually didn't even look back and didn't even want to take a look. Master, really a master. Fighting between gods, and speaking of gods fighting, this is the real fight between gods. Shinra Tenjung, Ice Escape, Universal Pull. Ice Escape. Damn it. Six Pads Madara watched helplessly as her abilities no longer had much effect on Tohsaka Tsukishita. No matter what he did, Tohsaka Tsukiyoshi only used Ice Escape ability for a moment, which made him even more angry, thinking that Tohsaka Tsukikoshi looked down on him and was only willing to use Ice Escape to fight him. How? Didn't you say Yu Sha would lose? Tsunade looked at the battle in the distance and finally looked at Black Zetsu with some caution. The look in her eyes seemed to tell everyone, look, this is my fiancé. Tohsaka Tsukishita. Such a strong man, in the end, he has to kneel down under my pomegranate skirt. Looking at it like this, even Six Pads Madara is no match for Tohsaka Senpai. Rock Lee looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that hard work can't defeat talent after all. Might Guy opened Six Pads Madara, which could only seriously injure the 8 gates, but he was easily pinned to the ground by Tohsaka Tsutsumi and rubbed. Grave of Wheels. Advertisement. Six Pads Madara looked embarrassed and stepped back. Yusaka Tosaka didn't even bother to look at him, she just turned her head disdainfully, and her eyes suddenly glowed with blue light. Said, are you doing this again? But this time there are 4. He couldn't see what was summoned by the so-called wheel tomb, but he could see 4 deadlines appearing out of thin air in the air. System prompts. Congratulations to host 001 Tohsaka Tsukishita for obtaining the achievement, beating a god-level ninja, becoming a legendary level ninja, and the ability to kill the evil eye has been increased to 30%. The demonic eye of death has reached 30%. No wonder. The death lines on those so-called wheel tombs seem to have become more obvious. With a curl of his lips, he had already solved the 4 tombs very quickly. One knife at a time, no mercy. Is there nothing you can do now? He put away his precious little dagger, his eyes proud and proud. He just looked at Six Pads Madara, who was stunned and cornered. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu looked into the distance and clearly felt that Six Pads Madara was retreating steadily, losing the momentum it had at the beginning. Tsunade even felt that Six Pads Madara's defeat was certain, and said proudly, the Madara-sama you are talking about will be defeated soon. If you say something so powerful, you're not going to be hammered under the moon. Yi Kang said and snorted coldly. Black Zetsu was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. It was only at this time that Tsunade and Yi Kang unexpectedly had no internal strife and were unanimous in dealing with the outside world. What on earth is going on? How can this kid have such power? Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and looked at Tohsaka Uexia in the distance with trembling eyes. That cold and intimidating figure, in so many years, there has never been such a person. Regardless of that era, the power of Indra and Ashura are the 2 strongest forces in the ninja world, restraining each other. Why on earth? Tohsaka Tsukishita. After he died in 5 Tails Jinchuriki Tanaka Atsushi's tailed beast bomb, I stole a part of his body. I specifically gave Kabuto a way to resurrect him using Impure World Reincarnation. I thought he would be a powerful force in our first battlefield, but I didn't expect that he would be able to break free from the shackles of Impure World Reincarnation. In addition, things have become more and more exaggerated at this point. We have to find a way to resurrect my mother quickly. There is not much time left for Madara to perform. He thought silently in his heart, with a serious look on his face. Kakashi on the side kept staring at Black Zetsu. He observed and thought, what on earth is this guy thinking about? No matter what, this world will eventually become a sacrifice to infinite Tsukuyomi, Black Zetsu said. Sacrifice? Sakura looked away from the battlefield, and her attention was attracted. And Black Zetsu just took a step back. Cherish your last time, hee. The voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Advertisement. What is it? Your ability. Six Pads Madara gasped, feeling very frustrated. Tohsaka Uexia's expression remained indifferent. It has nothing to do with you. You are just a traitor I accidentally let go, and I have to make up for this mistake today. What's going on? That look in his eyes, it's so hateful, it makes me even more angry than Hashirama. Madara's eyes widened, anger coming from her heart. He is Uchiha Madara, and he was beaten by this junior in front of him. Then his eyes burned with unyielding fire, and he immediately put his hands together to condense chakra. Wood-style god tree realm is born. Rumble. With a huge noise, huge tree roots grew out of the ground. But Tohsaka's figure under the moon suddenly disappeared. Gone? The next second, Tohsaka Uexia appeared behind him, and the Japanese waterthorn attacked. Rinnegan. The ice element was gradually absorbed. Directly to the devil's eyes. Only then did Madara realize that Tohsaka Uexia's eyes had turned blue and she was holding the tough knife in her hand. But he hadn't made any 1.0 action yet. Tohsaka Tsutsumi, who had just appeared, disappeared again in just an instant. I didn't expect that even the second part of Flying Thunder God can be used so skillfully. This was the only sentence that passed through his mind at that moment. It's over. Following Tohsaka Usaka's cold voice, he rode hard from above the deadline, but in the end, he was forced to stand up and shrink back. Even if it can't kill Madara, this knife will definitely seriously hurt Madara. Six pads. Madara roared in pain. I saw the black substance with yin-yang escape properties blooming instantly, as if it was mud exploded by a nuclear bomb, scattering in all directions. Tohsaka tried her best to avoid being knocked down by this thing. Immediately, the death eye was instantly closed. The next second, there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 115. Unknown power. Sure enough, it is no longer an ordinary existence. There is such a huge chakra in the body. Tohsaka Uexia sighed, and her eyes began to lose focus. Still can't use the death eye. But now that Six Pads Madara was seriously injured by him, he had to continue the offensive no matter what, without giving him a chance to recover and fight back. He suddenly remembered that when he rescued Sasuke, he saw Second Hokage Senju Tobirama being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Madara. In this case, let's use the second generation jutsu. After all, it is also the ninjutsu that I have practiced hard in my childhood. If I don't use it anymore, it will be really useless. Anyway, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama once taught me. He used moonwalk to teleport to not far from Six Pads Madara, his eyes sharp. Let me avenge the humiliation he suffered. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his dagger and crossed Six Pads Madara's body in an instant. So fast. Ice Flying Thunder God slash. The human eye can see the afterimage of the face change, but the human has already hit Madara's back. The afterimage traces a trajectory. Tobirama's technique? No, it also adds ice escape. 13 inches. Six Pads Madara's eyes widened, feeling a chill come over her. Cough. This time, his blood even flowed out of his nose, and his body was scratched and injured by the stabbing ice chips. Sage art. One of his hands was sealed by ice, and he only used one hand to form a seal. Ice illusion darkness technique. Tohsaka's movements were very fast and she was completely above him at this moment. The surroundings suddenly became dark, and bursts of cold air came from the surroundings. He snorted coldly. In front of my pair of Rinnegan, casting illusions is useless. Water style hard vortex water blade. This is Senju Tobirama's most powerful water style. It can summon a water style like the ocean at will without a drop of water. It's all Tobirama's art. A huge water column suddenly burst out from the air. The water blade seemed to be a huge energy column, impacting around Six Pads Madara. The action was sealed. I see. Was the illusion just now meant to release this? Although it is a terrifying technique, a chakra of this nature cannot hurt me. Freeze. I saw the water column freezing instantly. Six Pads Madara is completely unable to move. Advertisement. The next moment, he suddenly found a detonating talisman embedded in his body. He smiled coldly. Oh, I have Hashirama cells. Trivial tricks are of no use. It seems that Tohsaka Tsutsumi really wants to kill herself, but... Shadow clone. Tandem paper bombs. Tohsaka Tsukishita said, forming the last seal. Nani? This is, one detonating talisman instantly transformed into more than 20, densely covering Six Pads Madara's body. CC. Boom. Then each one will summon the next one to explode when it explodes, with crazy fixed point continuous explosions. Bang. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Looking at the spectacular explosion scene in front of him, Tohsaka took a step back. I originally thought that I would never have a chance to use these ninjutsu that I had secretly hidden in my possession, but they are surprisingly effective against disgusting things like you. The impact of the constant explosions caused the ice cubes to shatter, but the icicles continued to grow, sealing Six Pads Madara again and again. Madara. What are you thinking about? Black Zetsu in the distance couldn't stand it anymore. He originally regarded Six Pads Madara as his only bet, but he was finally panicked by Tohsaka Tsukishita. Seeing Black Zetsu take a few steps back, Kakashi got ready. Do you want to run? He gritted his teeth and used Kamui to shift after starting. The transfer speed is relatively slow. Kakashi knows this very well and is about to rush forward to stop it. But was stopped by Tsunade. Kakashi, let him go. The situation here is the most important right now. I'm afraid that he will. Tsunade is most worried about Tohsaka Tsukishita's situation. Although on the surface Six Pads Madara has no power to fight back. Obito's body. Kakashi looked confused. Tsunade shook his head helplessly. Stop struggling pointlessly. Obito. I have already used the Rinne Tensai technique, and the chakra of all the tailed beasts has been extracted. There is nothing I can do. I have been doing medicine for decades. Ninja, I still have this bit of vision. The wind blows, Kakashi-sensei, little Sakura sighed. On the other side, 10 people from Haruya finally arrived at the place where Sasuke fell to the ground. Who are you? Suigetsu narrowed his eyes and looked at the strange man in front of him who looked exactly like Orochimaru. He was even more disgusting than Orochimaru. There was a huge umbilical cord connected to his abdomen. It was more like a snake body than an umbilical cord, and it was connected to Sasuke's body. Kabuto, why are you here? Orochimaru smiled happily. You guy, what do you want to do to Sasuke? Shanling clenched her fists and roared. Advertisement, huh? This is Kabuto? Shuei couldn't believe it. Kabuto glanced at Sasuke and replied slowly, don't worry, I'm here to save him. When I arrived, he was already dying. I will pass on the magic chakra in my body to him, and I should be able to save him. Life. Shanling. Changwu shouted. Shanling sighed, pushed up her glasses and said, well, Sasuke's chakra is indeed slowly recovering. On the other side, Gaara stood aside, with golden light reflected on his face. Naruto. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto lying on the sand with a serious expression. He glanced at Gaara and thought to himself, you now have good friends who value you. The good friends you cherish are getting closer to you. Kakashi is good enough as your teacher. Teacher Jiraiya it also points the way for you. Of course, all of this is inseparable from your efforts, Naruto. This is the last thing I can do for you as a father. With the blooming light, Nine Tails Chakra 867 was integrated into Naruto's body bit by bit. Spirit Realm. Naruto and Sasuke stood up in the murky water at the same time. Looking forward, a majestic and sacred figure faced them respectively. The boy who saves the world, my name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. What does this feel like? Tohsaka was startled, and then he noticed a very strange power. Directly to the devil's eyes, he looked around with his eyes, but there was nothing unusual. But I seem to feel the existence of a very weak force, but I am not good at perception. Why can I sense it? Could it be that? This is an extraordinary power. Just like him, it does not belong to the current world. I'm afraid it's an ability that surpasses the six paths Madara in front of me. Ding. Resurrection system. Why did you bother me? Are you sick? Discover unknown powers. Tohsaka was stunned and immediately became concerned. Unknown power? What area? Sage of Six Paths Chakra. Huh? Six Paths. Sage? He didn't quite believe it. Although he knew that Sage of Six Paths did exist, it made no sense to appear at this moment. In Spiritual Realm. Collect the remaining power of Sage of Six Paths to obtain the treasure, the Box of Bliss. What is that? After listening to it, Tohsaka Tsukishita remembered the news from the system and fell into deep thought. Chapter 116. Infinite Tsukuyomi, still not working? Six Paths Madara lay on the ground, and after being hammered by Tohsaka Tsutsumi, he finally had doubts about his ability. This hockey, who can say, do you also want to dance? And, it's just gravel, not even half as good as me, actually caused a generation of heroes to start to have self-doubt. Hashirama, I have spent a lifetime of energy and finally have the strength to surpass you. I still can't defeat that Tohsaka Tsukishita. Konoha is really a person. A talented ninja village. He stretched out his hand and looked at the palms of his hands, and two Rinnegan actually dropped 2 streams of liquid. It's not tears, it's actually 2 streaks of bright red blood. That Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke really look like us in this era. Da. Faintly, there was a roar in the darkness. Absorb. Who? Six Paths Madara frowned. Absorb. This sound is extremely unpleasant, but it seems to be very charming to people's hearts. What sound? Absorb the sacred tree. The voice became increasingly turbid, as if it was vibrating in the ears so hard that the eardrums would bleed. Six Paths Madara was startled, and her eyes immediately widened. Is that so? Absorbing the sacred tree, he suddenly understood something and jumped into the air. After taking a look at the sacred tree that was as tall as a skyscraper, he immediately flew into the air. At this time, Tohsaka Uchiha came back to his senses and came out of his thoughts. Where is the person? He ran away. He looked down and found nothing. Rumble. A burst of movement attracted his attention, and he looked over to God. I saw that the sacred tree was slowly getting smaller. Shrinking little by little, all absorbed by Six Paths Madara. Have you absorbed the entire sacred tree into your body? Tohsaka Uchiha felt disgusted. No matter what Six Paths Madara does, his strength still cannot reach that of himself who has a resurrection system. I see. The divine tree is 10 tails itself. Absorbing the divine tree means possessing all the chakra. Ha, ha 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 ha. Now I can feel. My power is already invincible. He laughed loudly, showing a very scary face. Directly to the devil's eye, Tohsaka looked under the moon, and he vaguely felt that the upgraded death eye required more power. The whole body can no longer bear the high-intensity pressure, so it must be resolved quickly. Under the moon, BWGB, he was startled, but found that the Six Paths Madara in front of him had no fatal thread. His existence can no longer be destroyed, advertisement. He instantly transformed into an elemental attack, but Six Paths Madara stretched out a hand to block all ice escapes. What's going on? His strength is fully restored, no, stronger than before. What's going on with this endless chakra? 10 tails is chakra itself. All natural energy is at my disposal. Suddenly, Six Paths Madara curled her lips, stretched out her hand, and a truth-seeking ball flew forward and slowly expanded. Tohsaka Tsukishita remembered the scene when she was killed by the tailed beast bomb. I will never make the same mistake again. He immediately distanced himself and walked away in an instant. That thing looks more powerful than the tailed beast bomb, so don't act rashly until you figure it out. This time, you are doomed. Following a voice, Tohsaka Tsukishita realized that Six Paths Madara had appeared behind him. Come again? Will there be a resurrection system next time? Even if I die, why don't you give me the same death method twice? He was prepared. Even if he died, he would die with Six Paths Madara, so he slowly opened his blue eyes. Tohsaka-senpai. A familiar voice appeared, and then a golden light flashed out, leading Yusaka Tohsaka to escape instantly. Susanoo. The huge purple form Susan wielded the giant sword that transformed into the Chidori form, and slashed directly with the expanded ball pressure. Boom. Completely destroyed, Six Paths Madara waved away the smoke, frowned and murmured. This is Sasuke? No, it feels completely different. That's Rinnegan. Senior, are you okay? Naruto asked. Of course I'm fine. If you want to worry, you should worry more about your good friend. He can't deal with Madara alone. At this time, it was as if Sasuke had always existed, and he appeared directly next to Tohsaka Tsukishita. Instead of being hit by Six Paths Madara, it was a piece of ice. What is that? So fast as the Flying Thunder God. No, above the Flying Thunder God. Six Paths Madara wondered. Don't worry, Sasuke is not that weak. Who was killed just now? Tohsaka Tsukishita especially wanted to complain. If it wasn't for him, Sasuke would have died long ago. Ding! The power of Sage of Six Paths has been detected. Sage of Six Paths? Six Paths? Sage? Tohsaka Uchiha frowned, and his heart suddenly moved. Naruto was startled and very surprised. What, senior, you? Why do you know this? Sasuke also asked. Tohsaka Tsukishita immediately explained. I mean, this Six Paths Madara already has the power equivalent to Sage of Six Paths. You may not be his opponent. Hiss. Advertisement. Suddenly, he felt severe pain in his head. Ding. The Death Eye and Frozen Fruit pseudo-awakening abilities have been used too much. The cheat ability will be closed, otherwise 50% of the vitality will be consumed. 50%? Are you kidding? Shut down. Anyway, now that these two young men are here, I can just watch for a while. He then landed. At this moment, all the ice cubes melted instantly and dissipated. Shout. What is this black Zetsu guy doing? He actually disturbed my mood. Six Paths Madara was very unhappy. Just now he was clearly about to kill the person he wanted to kill in his dreams. Tohsaka Tsukishita. Madara, from now on, we will be your opponents. Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward and took a closer look. Six fairway presses also appeared behind Naruto. Extremely boring. Six Paths Madara looked at them coldly, not seeming to be very interested. I didn't expect that the sacred tree is the key, if that's the case. He thought to himself and slowly raised his head to look at the moon. Suddenly, as if he figured something out, a clever idea came to his mind. I almost understand. I can feel a steady stream of power attracting me. Then without any hesitation, he flew straight up. Sure enough. The blood-red moon echoed the chakra within him. It's almost time to start the illusion. He formed a seal, and the horns on his forehead slowly began to grow, becoming more and more like a slaughtering demon. Naruto. What does he want to do? Sasuke realized something was wrong. I don't know. Has the infinite Tsukuyomi plan been launched? At this time, two figures suddenly approached. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, and little Sakura. Get Jiao Jiao. I'm here to provide you with information about Madara, and little Sakura will assist you in the battle. But the Six Paths Madara in the sky paid no attention to it and just condensed chakra. God Infinite Tsukuyomi. Let's enter the dream I created for you. A winter smile finally appeared on his lips. A bright light shines on the world from under the moon. This light is Naruto, don't leave my side, Sasuke shouted. I saw sequel Nengu's wings coming closer and closing them to block the light. What kind of light is this? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Tohsaka Uchiha was puzzled, as his power was temporarily turned off again, and he had no choice but to close his eyes. Then he felt a warm force reaching his ice-like heart. He murmured slowly, I was attacked. I can't resist it if I close my eyes. Ding. Entering the dreamland, the resurrection system is disabled. Lost host, lost host, lost host, host has fallen into Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 117. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. What does it feel like? Am I under an illusion? Untie. Tohsaka tried to untie it, but it didn't work. After all, it is a technique that Uchiha Madara spent his whole life completing. It is really a dream to crack it so easily. What kind of dream is it? He couldn't help but have some expectations. It was just an illusion anyway, and no one would die. Even if he died, it would not be the first time he died. A strong feeling hit my mind. Konoha's eternal ice. I won it, ha 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 ha. Tohsaka frowned, feeling like he had heard this rough and thick voice somewhere before. But he was exhausted and physically tired. Tanaka who was wearing a tailed beast's coat, opened his eyes wide and fired a black-tailed beast bomb. Go to hell. Tohsaka suddenly remembered that she died here last time. Are you going to die just after being resurrected? What's the situation? But the next second, there was sudden movement underground. Summoning technique triple Rashomon. Bang, bang, bang. Tohsaka Tsutsumi's tired body was blasted away by the huge force, and a rapidly rising Rashomon blocked the tailed beast bomb. Although the last 093 Rashomon was almost smashed to pieces, the explosion of the tailed beast bomb did not hurt Tohsaka Tsukishita after all. Summoning technique. A huge shadow in the sky pressed down directly, and those who didn't know thought it was an earthquake. Fire-style toad oil firebomb. A voice came, and firebombs mixed with oil quickly spread throughout the forest. Jiraiya. And Orochimaru was here too? Tohsaka Uexia fell to the ground, panting and wondering in his heart. Strange, shouldn't I die here? Advertisement, under the moon? He turned around with a surprised look on his face. Tsunade. A-hole. You worry me to death. Tsunade's face was slightly blushed, and his words were misty. After all, the surrounding area has become extremely cold due to his own glacial world, and even the leaves of the trees in the forest have frozen. What's going on? Didn't you go to the battlefield at Rain Shinobi Village with Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Tsunade explained. The battle over there ended early. I saw that you hadn't come back yet. I was really worried, so I stole the information privately and found. What did you find? Tsunade's thoughts are actually very delicate, and Tohsaka Tsukishita can't help but wonder. But after just 1 second, she immediately said, You are still fighting here, BDFE. I really can't worry about you. Come on. The battlefield here is extremely dangerous. Even I can't resist it. What should you do if you get injured? But people are so worried about you, Tsunade said, his eyes watery. How can you, Tohsaka, the steely straight man, endure this? Okay, be good, I'm fine. He gently stroked Tsunade's hair. He said it's okay, it's already like this, I'm here to heal you. Tsunade. Now that the legendary 3 people have gathered, even 5 Tails Jinchuriki can't fight against it, right? He felt that his body had recovered a little, but he was really exhausted from the 10 days and 10 nights of fighting. Wait a minute, Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya about to kill the dying Tanaka Atsushi in front of him, Orochimaru stopped him. What's wrong? As for Jinchuriki, just let him live, capture him alive and let me study it. Maybe I can gain something. Orochimaru smiled, but there was no very sinister feeling on his face. You guys are still the same. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. There is no other way, I'll leave it to you. Tanaka looked at Orochimaru who was walking slowly, with blood still in his mouth. He held his collar with his hands, as if he was about to launch some life-threatening ninjutsu. You guy, I don't. But Orochimaru only frowned and glared at him. Tanaka seemed to see endless darkness in front of his eyes. Tens of thousands of snake eyes were ready to move in the darkness, he could no longer move at all. Orochimaru smiled. As expected, Tanaka the 5 Tails Jinchuriki who is very good at physical arts, although he can use the tailed beast form, he still cannot achieve perfection. Jinchuriki's earth medicine technique is his weakness. You've done quite a thorough research, Jiraiya teased. Orochimaru raised his head and said as if he was saying something noble, of course, because we Sannin. And Tsukishita-kun, of course we have to make adequate preparations to achieve our goal, right? Dominance Ninja World. After hearing this, Jiraiya was very dismissive. Advertisement. Are you kidding? Your research is too forced, right? But if it's under the moon, it's not impossible. He lowered his head with a solemn expression. Inside the Hokage office. Tsunade. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked to be in his 40s at this time. 3rd generation. Tsunade looked a little embarrassed. But 3rd Hokage's eyes were very sharp. How can you steal high-level information privately? Instead of his usual gentleness, he became stern. Tsunade gritted his teeth and explained innocently, but if we hadn't gone, let alone him, he might have died in Iwagakure. The 3rd Hokage snorted coldly. Then this is not the reason for you to steal high-level information. You are just a jonin. The village has its rules. Even if your reputation spreads because of your achievements in battle, you should not ignore the rules. We are currently in the middle of a battle, and Konoha is no longer as strong as it once was. If this happens, I'm afraid there will be disunity, and we will soon become the defeated Party 3. After hearing this, Tsunade lowered his head helplessly. After a long while, she said, I'm sorry, but why does the teacher have such close contact with Danzo in private? Many of his main battle ideas are not in line with our village. Danzo and I were elite ninjas at the same time. We recently established Konoha Zenbu team. General naturally, I want to pay more attention to it. 3rd generation said and stood up. He looked back suspiciously, but there was nothing there, only a hint of coldness. Tsunade. Where is Uexia? Jiraiya asked downstairs of the Konoha Hokage building. Tsunade looked in a daze. He is recuperating in Konoha Hospital. This battle has really exhausted him and he needs to recover well. So, why did you summon us here? Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice. Tsunade thought for a long time before replying. I want to say something. I dare not tell Uexia about this matter. I just want to discuss it with you first. Say it. On a tree not far away, a burst of cold air drifted over, and Tohsaka stood on the tree under the moonlight. Don't you dare tell me, He frowned, confused. Tsunade bit his lip and looked very confused. Actually, this time, in addition to stealing information from the upper-level intelligence department, I also learned about the traveling seats of Onbugen, who belongs to Danzo. How? Their latest large-scale operation. Tsunade said, putting his hands on his chest and looking downcast. It turned out to be helping Tsunagakure and Kirigakure to assassinate Konoha's eternal ice, Tohsaka Tsukishita. The wind blows and the leaves rustle. Tohsaka's eyes widened and she looked shocked. Was his death a conspiracy from the beginning? Chapter 118, 4th Hokage, Tohsaka Uexia. Waves of ice chips slowly fell on the leaves, making a very subtle sound, but this subtle sound was immediately covered up by the rustling sound of the wind. Looking at Sannin, who was discussing the no way out not far away, Tohsaka Uexia's eyes were deep and he was thinking about something. His hand trembled slightly and he wanted to interrupt. He must ask about such a shocking thing personally. But this is a dream, this is not the real world. However, even if it is a dream, it should not be much different from what happened at the beginning. He wants to investigate clearly. Under the moon of Tohsaka, the eternal ice of Konoha, how could he die so mysteriously? At least in the dream world, the cause of his death must be investigated. Anbu. Route. In the dark interior, on the long walkway, Shimura Danzo stands. Although he is only in his 40s or 50s and has not yet entered old age, he is still hanging on a crutch and his right eye is tightly tied with gauze, making him look like a dying old man. I understand. The two masked and tattooed ninjas in front of them lowered their heads and raised their fists to the ground. Yoshi, go ahead. Yes. Then, the two figures disappeared quickly like ghosts. If the swift figure seems to be a subordinate specially used for assassination, Danzo's route is to do such shady things. Shimura Danzo turned his head and was suddenly stunned. Because he saw some ice chips slowly falling in front of his eyes, and a figure flashed in front of him. This face is clean and handsome, but the bone-cutting chill makes people's hair stand on end. You are Tohsaka Uexia, why do you appear here? Shimura Danzo was very calm. Tohsaka raised her head and slowly called out, Danzo. Shimura Danzo closed his eyes and said faintly, are you still like this with no one in your eyes? Although you are indeed strong enough. Seeing that Danzo's right hand was tightly wrapped in cloth, Tohsaka Tsukishita frowned. It took you a lot of effort to collect so many Sharingans, right? Shimura Danzo was startled, as if he didn't expect Wanchung Uexia to know the secrets he had buried here. Don't be too arrogant. Arrogant? Tohsaka Tsukishita snorted coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Then the act of secretly sending his men to collude with Kirigakure and Tsunagakure to kill me. Is that considered more arrogant? After saying that, huge pieces of ice began to appear in a spiral shape from the ice element's body. Advertisement. As soon as Danzo reacted, he saw that the sharp point of the icicle directly passed through his body, and then spread rapidly from the body. Dozens of thin ice spikes stabbed out of the body. The smell of death suddenly filled the air. Danzo's head dropped and he lost his breath. Tohsaka Uexia seemed to have vented something, then calmed down and exhaled. Come out, I know you are not weak to this extent. However, he also confirmed Danzo's attitude, which must be because he was unhappy. In this case, if Gen really wants to get rid of himself, this is indeed Danzo's purpose. As this Izanagi? He looked back and saw that Danzo was indeed unharmed. You know a lot. Danzo looked a little more serious at this moment. After all, he realized that Tohsaka Tsukiko had bad intentions and also knew a lot of things. But he suddenly felt something, narrowed his eyes randomly and said, no, it's different from the previous feeling. Uexia, such a good person should be used by me. Ice Shield. Tohsaka Tsutsumi was about to leave, but he realized that on the other side, Danzo's clone had already launched an attack. Wind-style vacuum sphere. He dodged, but was still hit by the wind blade. The clothes were scratched, but the exposed flesh had become elemental. Won't let you use your tricky abilities, Danzo said, and a dozen ninjas suddenly jumped out from all around. All of them were ninjas from Anbu's core. Tohsaka Uexia looked around, but he didn't want to kill anyone else. He considered his true purpose. The next moment, he was suddenly startled. I saw Danzo undoing the bandage on his right eye at some point and looking directly at him. This is an illusion. His body was controlled and he was unable to move. Then several Anbu ninjas came over and put their knives on his neck. You could have done more for Konoha, but unfortunately you are still addicted to your growing strength. I have long wanted to take away your ability. Ever since Second Hokage died. Danzo said, turning around slowly and confidently. Take him away and put him in a dungeon. Next, he will go to see the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He will spread the news of Tohsaka Tsukishita's defection and pretend to send out manpower to arrest him. Tohsaka Tsukishita realized later, it turned out that he had thought of taking his body and pretending that they had caught the traitorous Nin, but instead they would have meritorious service. Is this Danzo's method? Inside the dungeon. Have you set up a barrier? Tohsaka watched under the moonlight. Advertisement. Please give me flowers, directly to the devil's eyes. He took out the ice blade and killed the barrier. If it weren't for this ability, I'm afraid I would really be locked up here by him. He found the empty house at the root as quickly as possible. There is also the most confidential mission action book among the pile of documents. Iwagakure. Is there too? Cloud Shinobi Village is also there. Takigakure Village. Kusagakure Village. Almost the entire ninja world has been planted by Danzo. Is there a spy pocket in it? Humph, Jen, it's really a good thing. Looking at the piles of confidential information besides the mission statement, Tohsaka Tsukishita was stunned. By the time Danzo came back, a long time had passed. Speaking of it, letting you die in this battle was just a bad idea. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send me to my door. As he spoke, he untied the barrier, only to find that the barrier had disappeared. But before he had time to realize that something was wrong, his body was already pierced by ice spikes, but the wound cleverly avoided the vital point. You guy, when did it happen? He looked back and saw Tosaka's expression was extremely cold. Where did Hashirama's cells come from? I asked Orochimaru. You can't get them from him. Tohsaka Tsukishita asked. He still knew that Izanagi could only activate the ability with the power of Senju and Uchiha. It's too late to open Izanagi. Damn it. Danzo gritted his teeth. Since you don't want to say anything, I can only make you suffer a little. As soon as Tohsaka Uexia said this, she asked for a march. Danzo died immediately after a period of convulsions and groans. Died. He threw away Danzo's body impatiently, frowned and murmured, don't you want me to know the truth of the matter? Tsunade, Jiraiya, because of persistence. My injuries are almost healed now, according to my current strength, plus the three of you, it is enough to solve this ninja war. Standing in front of Konoha's door, the four people were in high spirits. In the next few days, Tohsaka Tsutsumi and Sannin quickly put down the war, and all Sengoku surrendered to Konoha, and Tohsaka Tsutsumi cleared the door and put Orochimaru in charge. Because of his merits, he was elected as the fourth Hokage of the Konoha Shinobi village. Although it was a dream, this feeling, I have to say, made playing Seiko Shida very exciting. This is the life he should live, because he is now the true fourth Hokage, Tohsaka Tsukiyoshichi. Chapter 119. Who is secretly there? Konoha Anbu's secret room. This is. Orochimaru blankly flipped through pages of densely packed information books. Tohsaka Tsukishita stood with his hands behind his hands, a smile worth pondering on his lips. Orochimaru, you know, with these spies, the entire ninja world is almost under our control. In this case, now we lack all we have to do is take action. He sneered. Although it is a dream, in this kind of dream, why not try a path that you have not taken before? Now that I have become a Hokage, the next step is to marry Tsunade and pacify the ninja world. Surpassing the name of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, let the entire ninja world truly usher in peace. By the way, how many more children should I have with Tsunade and what would they be called? Tohsaka. What? Well, let's just let Jiraiya choose it. People who can write books will always get a good name. Time flies, and under the management of Yu Sha Tohsaka, in 10 years, the entire ninja world has been peaceful. Sannin's reputation gradually spread throughout the ninja world, and Konoha's eternal ice has always maintained his unshakable dignity. In the past 10 years, the other four major countries had to surrender in front of Konoha's powerful strength. Because of this, the pressure exerted by Konoha has become smaller and smaller. Finally, Iwagakure was still worried about the fact that Five Tails Jinchuriki Tanaka-hu was captured alive and brought to Orochimaru for study. They deployed a large number of troops on every defense line, about 1,000 ninjas, and raided Konoha through the grass ninja village. The third ninja war broke out. Obito. Kakashi. Let's go, I can't survive anymore. The right side of my body has been crushed. The boy Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and half of his body was pressed under the big stone. Lin. He held Nohara Lin's hand tightly and gritted his teeth with his last strength. The enemy is coming, he reminded. Hitaki Kakashi jumped away and jumped on the rocks. Yes, I know. There were tears in his eyes, and above the scar where someone had cut him was a Sharingan. With tears in his eyes, Kakashi rushed directly into the crowd. There was a burst of shouting and thunder and lightning, and the sound was like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Not long after, Kakashi appeared and looked down. Lin, it's time to go. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from showing an ugly expression, but he looked very indifferent. After all, his entire face was covered by a mask, except for his very sad eyes. Obito. Nohara Rin reluctantly left. Lin, you must live a good life with Kakashi. Kakashi, you must promise me to use my eyes to see the day when the ninja world is peaceful, and to become a Hokage. Obito ordered. Advertisement, if possible. I really want to stay with you all, W. Nohara Rin was pulled up by Kakashi, and the rocks collapsed. They buried Obito's body. But suddenly, an icicle appeared in the air. I saw countless icicles holding up the huge fallen rock. Lin, be careful. We have to find a way to leave quickly. Enemy support is coming. Kakashi looked around. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Don't worry, I have taken care of all the support troops. Then, Tohsaka Yukinoshita appeared behind the two of them with an icy chill. Just in a moment. You are becoming more and more skilled in ice escape, Uexia, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. I told you, it's not just an ordinary ice escape. Tsunade, how's it going? Tsunade was already beside Obito at this moment, using medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding and said, this child's body is crushed. Is it hopeless? Tohsaka Uexia sighed. No, leave it to me. Take it back and stop his bleeding first. Orochimaru suddenly said. Orochimaru. What can you do? Orochimaru smiled gloomily. Maybe we can try it with Hashirama cells. My research over the years has not been in vain. Lin. Be careful. Who? I saw a man F********************* G Earth Styles body, and his rocky fist was about to hit Kakashi's eyes. Are you from Iwagakure? As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the man was already trapped in the air. His body was penetrated by countless ice thorns. He was already dying. Tohsaka frowned and said, no, he is different from the troops I wiped out just now. What's going on? Do you have to attack these children no matter what? The purpose is Sharingan, right? Orochimaru's eyes were very sharp. Bring them back alive. Ah, well. Suddenly, Tohsaka Tsukishita was surprised. This was the exact same way of death as Danzo. Tohsaka Uexia frowned. What happened? How did you kill him? Orochimaru asked him. His cold eyes showed no complicated expression. He just turned his head and said, it's okay, let's go back. He must find out who is behind this Hokage building inside the office. Advertisement. A few days ago, someone sneaked into the secret room of the Konoha Root organization. Orochimaru leaned against the wall with a strange look in his eyes. Who? I don't know yet. I've calculated that when he comes, he has a strong body and will come every few days, stealing only part of the information at a time. Orochimaru glanced out the window casually. I should be here today. I know. Tohsaka Tsukishita looked at the various documents on the desk, then sighed, and raised his head firmly, with a terrifying chill in his eyes. In the darkness, Tohsaka stared carefully under the moon. The cold air spreads out in waves, in this most secret room of Anbu roots. But that figure had no intention of running away. Interesting, openly challenging his eternal ice. When he used the mooncloth to get closer, a candlelight appeared, but it was an old face with wrinkles. 3. Third generation. Oh. It turns out to be under the moon. The third Hokage smiled and coughed twice. What's wrong? Tohsaka put away her offensive, took a breath and asked, why are you here? He was a little lucky that because he had been busy with political affairs all year round and had experienced a long period of peace, he didn't have the quick killing methods before. Otherwise, the third Hokage would have died in his hands. The third Hokage smiled dissatisfiedly. This is not Konoha's problem. You are busy with work, and there is nothing I can do to help. Although they say they want me to retire now that I am old, in fact I still have some energy to share with you. So I just wanted to come to Anbu-gen to check the current situation in the route and see if I should investigate some manpower from my direct troops here. Tohsaka was very suspicious and frowned. Total 2.1 feels that the third generation project is related to the previous events. Because the murderer has not been caught, he no longer wants to trust anyone. After all, this person must be a mole. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure appeared beside him. Under the moon. There's that person's shadow outside. Uexia was stunned, no longer paying attention to third generation, and the figure disappeared directly. This was the flying thunder god technique. It was so fast that before the fugitive left Gen's building, he was caught by a burst of icicles, restraining all his movements. Tohsaka slowly moved under the moon, and before he could say anything, another strange sight appeared. I saw the man hesitantly making some strange noises and rolling his eyes. Dead again. Who is behind the scenes? Tohsaka is getting more and more curious under the moonlight. This is really an interesting dream. Maybe if you catch this strange person, you can get out of the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 120. The mole is nearby, Konoha Anbu conference room. The candle began to sway slightly amidst the sighs, and then began to sway violently. The reflected light also began to flicker, and then gradually returned to calm. Is there no other way? Tohsaka Uexia looked indifferent, still cold. The tribesmen are interested in Itachi and Ai's abilities and believe that we can definitely fight against Konoha. For a long time, they have felt that they have been marginalized by the village due to the policies that started during the Second Hokage period, so they have become obsessed with this matter. The person speaking in front of me is Uchiha Shisui, an outstanding young man of the new generation of the Uchiha clan. His abilities were admired by Tohsaka Tsukishita, and Uchiha Itachi, another person next to him, also took a fancy to his talents and even really wanted to take him as his apprentice. If they are allowed to carry out the mission of genocide, although they will only bear the stigma of genocide, it will be of huge benefit to the entire Uchiha and Konoha. Orochimaru said gloomily from the side. Benefit? Yes. What Uchiha values most is reputation. I'm afraid the reputation of a traitor is not good, right? After hearing this, Tohsaka lowered her head and pondered. With me here, why do they want to rebel? Could it be? After a long time, he calmly ordered. Don't be in a hurry to carry out the mission, Itachi and Shisui. You are the two most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Starting tomorrow, you will go to Anbu under my direct control. Hokage-sama. You will be assigned to the second team and report to your team leader Uchiha Obito tomorrow. Yes. Orochimaru looked at him strangely, under the moon. I will personally go talk to their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Tohsaka Uexia will always have eyes that are like thousands of years of ice in the deep sea, and no one can see through them. There was a gentle and eerie knock on the door. Nissan. Little Sasuke had the most cheerful voice and ran straight to the door. Itachi, are you back so early today? Uchiha Makoto was followed behind him. This is Hokage-sama. She actually blushed when she saw Tohsaka Tsukishita. Women of the Uchiha clan rarely participate in political affairs, so there are not many opportunities to see Tsukishita as a Hokage. Tohsaka Tsukishita's ice element ability also allows him to easily maintain the same youthful appearance as Tsunade. He seems to be of the same era as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Shout, isn't it brother? Sasuke looked very disappointed and pouted his cute little mouth. Tohsaka Tsukishita was startled. Is this the Sasuke? It would be a happy thing not to see him being exterminated and becoming an orphan. Hey, little Sasuke, let's forget it for today. I assigned your brother to Anbu, who is directly under me. He is now on his way to carry out the first mission assigned by me. Advertisement Usaka Tohsaka himself was shocked. What did he do? Such a cold-hearted Hokage-sama is actually comforting a child with a smile? Even Uchiha Mikoto was surprised. Tohsaka Tsukishita suddenly wanted a child. He and Tsunade were not married, but Tsunade was always by his side, helping him manage the entire village. Although Tsunade never said anything, he knew that Tsunade was waiting for him. When he truly let go of the ninja world, he gave her his whole heart and gave her a happy and complete home. Fire, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Fugaku came over and stared dumbfounded. But Usaka Tohsaka just stared at him with deep eyes, meaning deeply. Rebellion? There is no such thing, don't you want to say it? No, there is absolutely no such thing. I never thought about rebelling. Besides, I know your power, and I would never do such a stupid thing like striking an egg against a stone. Uchiha Fugaku's explanation doesn't look fake. That's what's going on. In that case, I'll take my leave. Usaka Tohsaka didn't say anything, walked out, closed the door, and then turned into ice chips. Late at night, Uchiha Mikoto's voice came from inside the house. My dear, are you going out? Ah. Uchiha Fugaku opened the door, and the aura on his body had become different, seeming to be full of darkness. Behind him, Tohsaka Uchiha was staring at all this. Clan leader. In the gathering place of the Uchiha clan, candlelight was brightly lit, and about 30 powerful people with the Uchiha clan were sitting on the ground. The opportunity is tomorrow night, no delay. Uchiha Fugaku gave the order, his eyes filled with violence. Someone said, Chief, do we really want to do this? This is simply hitting an egg with a stone. If others are okay, it is Konoha. You must know that Sannin alone is not enough for us to touch, let alone Hokage-sama. That is our eternal ice of Konoha, and it will soon unify the entire ninja world. Ah. Uchiha Fugaku glared at them. Are you the clan leader or am I the clan leader? His eyes were full of anger, and no one dared to say a word. The most important thing was that the Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on. Illusion? In the darkness, Tohsaka Uchiha narrowed her eyes. Directly to the devil's eyes. Advertisement opening the dark blue eyes, he saw the dead line of black shadow outside, and went straight to it and cut it open 10 times with the ice blade. Killed the genjutsu on Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage. Fire, Hokage-sama. Everyone was surprised when they saw Tohsaka Uchiha who suddenly appeared. What happened? This is. Your clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was tricked into using genjutsu to give you such a stupid order to rebel against Konoha. Following Tohsaka Tsukishita's explanation, everyone was in an uproar. As for who the murderer is, I will immediately investigate and revoke Uchiha Fugaku's status as clan leader starting today. I'm sorry. Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to object. As the leader of the clan, he was actually being manipulated and used. I will establish a new ninja academy in the area where the Uchiha clan lives, a school dedicated to cultivating outstanding talents. From now on, the Konoha police force will be in charge of my direct subordinate Anbu, and the Uchiha clan will be responsible for the education of the ninja school. As a result, being a police force did not arouse the hostility of the villagers. On the contrary, everyone wanted to please the Uchiha clan because their children attended the ninja school. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Tohsaka Tsukishita is the weakest at the moment after having just used up the demon eye of direct death. A tree grows quietly in front of you. Genjutsu? Uchiha? Tohsaka Tsukishita looked at herself being completely restrained by the tree vines, still expressionless. Looking at the beautiful female ninja with black hair and red lips appearing in front of her, Tohsaka said slowly, You are Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai Yuhi wants to assassinate Tohsaka Tsukishita, and her actions are very obvious. But Tohsaka Tsutsumi easily solved the genjutsu. He teleported behind Yuhi Kurenai and unlocked the genjutsu on her body. One after the other. It was just too much. Yuhi Hong woke up and shouted, Ah. Why are you so excited? Hokage-sama. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Tohsaka Yukishita without knowing what was going on, and blushed. This peerless face has made many female ninjas covet it for a long time. If they hadn't known that Tsunade was Tohsaka Tsukishita's fiancé, someone would have started to pursue Tohsaka Tsukishita crazily. But it has been so long since the two of them have not gotten married, so there are always people who still dream about what will happen to them and Tohsaka Tsukishita one day. Yuhi Hong is one of them. Don't blush yet, you were controlled by illusion just now to assassinate me. Tohsaka Uchiha looked at the surroundings with cold eyes. They were tampering with him again and again, and they were taking advantage of his weakest time after using the Death Eye. The other party knew him very well. Who is it? He feels clearly that this mole is nearby. Chapter 121. Ask a question. Kurenai Yuhi blinked her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. She seemed to be lying and sleeping at home a second ago, but at this moment she suddenly appeared. Is this the territory of the Uchiha clan? And right in front of me is the 4th Hokage Tohsaka Tsukishita, whom I admire. What's going on? She held the shuriken in her hand and couldn't help but trembled with fear. The shuriken fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Tohsaka also saw that she was frightened, so he breathed a sigh of relief and patted her shoulder. Okay, come to see me in the Hokage office tomorrow and explain things clearly to me. Lord Hokage, let's go, I have more important things to do. Tohsaka Uchiha said and immediately turned around and left. Such a girl is not worth his time. Yuhihong knows her own value and does not dare to force her to stay. She picked up the shuriken that fell on the ground, stared at it blankly, and murmured in disbelief. How could? I remember I was already asleep in bed, why did you come here suddenly? She said and then gave up her random thoughts. If it is true as Master Hokage said, then she was used by bad people, but everything has to wait until she returns to the Hokage building tomorrow. She turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a black figure appeared in front of her, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and it was intimidating. Who are you? Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was immediately covered. The man in black was very skillful in his movements, and he was about to kill Kurenai Yuhi with just a single movement of the shuriken hand. But a burst of ice instantly condensed in the air, stopping the scratches of the shuriken. A voice came with a chill. If you touch her, I will kill you in an instant. The man in black hesitated and turned aside. He seemed to know Tohsaka Uchiha's strength and could definitely do what he said. Tohsaka approached slowly under the moon, the sound of footsteps approaching. Are you going to silence them after you use them? Most of the people you used before were people in the dark, and every time you used illusions to kill them when they were about to die. Are you so bold this time? Is it because Yuhihong is a powerful illusionist family? Are you afraid that he will interpret your illusions? He was very interested in the person in front of him. His past techniques proved that he was definitely a master of illusions. And the illusion master really interested him. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were both possible, although he didn't hope so. Unexpectedly, the man in black sneered twice and suddenly became arrogant. Haha, my illusion is invincible. Tohsaka Tsukishita frowned. Are you Shisui? He asked. Before the other party could answer, he denied it himself. No, Shisui is not as sophisticated as you, he is a good boy. Aren't you going to let me go? You might regret it if you tear off my veil. Advertisement Tohsaka put down his hand and did not answer. As soon as the man left, Tohsaka Uchiha did not pursue him, but just letting go for a while, Uchiha moved forward and moved Yuhihong's neck to let her get down. Then he used moonwalk and quickly pursued the man in black. You. Look who you are, make me regret as much as possible. He blocked the man's actions with ice and tore off the veil with his own hands. But the person in front of me has a slightly older face. 3rd generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen. How? 3rd generation looked very proud. You are not a 3rd generation item. Uchiha said, letting go of his hand and about to attack, but 3rd generation did not resist. He stopped and suddenly recalled everything before. The 3rd generation is indeed different from the previous 3rd generation. At first, he was used to it, but now that he thinks about it, he realizes that he has indeed become very abnormal. There must be something fishy in all this. Hee. 3rd generation laughed until his throat felt dry. You go. Uchiha's heart softened, and his eyes were lonely. Really let me go? What a pity. I was planning to die here, Shao Uchiha. After that, the figure disappeared directly, as if he would never appear in Konoha Village again. Tohsaka Uchiha suddenly widened her eyes and murmured, Who are you? There was only an echo in the air. Shao Uchiha. He was worried in his mind and felt very familiar. But because it was so long ago, I can't remember it at all. It has been nearly 20 years since he entered illusion from the real world. He died once in the original world before and completely forgot the name of that long ago era, but he knew that he must have an impression. He knew this person before. Who is the one? Hiss. My head hurts so much. Yeah. Yuhihong frowned and finally woke up. Does it still hurt? I saw the gentle eyes of the man in front of me. Although there was a chill in his body, his eyes seemed to melt all the ice. Fire, Hokage-sama. Are you feeling better? Well, it's much better. Yuri blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Hokage-sama, you, advertisement, how were you controlled? When Kurenai Yuhi was asked, she quickly shook her head and explained. Me? No, I don't know. Master Hokage, you are so strong, how could I, who is so weak, dare to assassinate you? Tohsaka Uchiha looked contemptuously and said coldly. Of course I know you don't want to assassinate me, otherwise I wouldn't have kept you alive until now. Yuhihong was shocked. This man's courage was so powerful that people felt suffocated standing in front of him. Yes, I'm sorry. Yuhihong still couldn't hide the loneliness in her eyes. Tohsaka Tsukishita felt helpless and asked, So judging from your situation, you don't have any clue about how to control you with illusions? Yes, I don't know. Is it Sharingan? He was very worried, but he definitely didn't want it to be the 2 genius boys. No, probably not. Under the moon, Tohsaka pondered for a long time and turned around. So, is Hokage-sama okay? Yuhi Kurenai behind her suddenly asked, her eyes brimming with excitement. Tohsaka Uchiha's eyes were still deep. No, you can rest. Wait, he shouted quickly as he saw Tohsaka Uchiha was about to leave. Tohsaka U was startled and asked quickly, What clues did you remember? No, I just want to ask a question. Ask, I'm Hokage. I can answer you as long as it's about the village. This is my obligation. Yuhi's face turned red and she was silent for a long time before finally summoning up the courage. When will Mr. Hokage marry Mr. Tsunade? Tohsaka Tsukishita was surprised. Why do you ask this? I'm sorry to offend you, but this is also a big event in the village. The big, money, families are very worried. If you haven't gotten married for so long, will you too? B. The air suddenly became very strange and awkward. After a while, Tohsaka Uexia continued to walk forward. Hong, are you the evil girl Hong? Girls can be beautiful, but they can't just be in love, they have to pretend to be serious. Although it's a peaceful time now, it doesn't mean that they won't experience war anymore. When he was at the window, he turned his head and his eyes were sharp. Make yourself stronger. Otherwise, if you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect the people important to you? Lord Hokage. After Yuhi Hong shouted, she sat down with weak legs, silently feeling sad. Chapter 122. Tsunade's speculation in the third generation room. Tohsaka walked around, reading the broken files by candlelight. It records everything about the collusion between third Hokage and Danzo. It turns out that Danzo was just used by the third generation project to do some dark things that he couldn't do on stage. The entire Konoha was under the control of the third generation, and Danzo had no real power at all. Even after Orochimaru accepted the Anbu route, there were Anbu personnel directly affiliated with the third Hokage, and each of them was an intelligence expert. In this case, I have indeed found the person who wanted to kill me. Tohsaka Uexia frowned. No matter what, this is the answer. It's not Danzo who wants to kill him, it's not him. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who personally sent him to become the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage. Outside, the rain fell, and the drops fell on the ground, causing ripples. The rain has gotten a little heavier, and it's no longer enough to get wet casually. Orochimaru looked at the rain under the moon, and he said nothing. I saw the rain that I was soaking in turned into ice, and one by one they fell to the ground next to Tohsaka Uexia's body. Then it shattered again, causing even bigger ripples. Even if you have an ironclad body, you won't be able to hold on. Don't keep being exposed to the rain. You'll catch a cold, Uexia-kun. Ah, Tohsaka Uexia's eyes were deep, and he gradually raised his head, his eyes empty. 003. He seemed to be recalling something. After a long time, he slowly said, that's about it. Your teacher has lived long enough. Sarutobi-sensei. Perhaps he died long ago, and there is someone new behind him, but I don't know who he is. Uexia Tohsaka said with a calm voice. Although I know that the third Hokage was manipulated to kill me, but if this is really the case, does this person also exist in the real world? Was his death at that time really arranged? Otherwise, such a coincidence really shouldn't have happened. Kirigakure and Tsunade suddenly have a large number of people, a large number of additional combat forces, and they know their own intelligence very well. Otherwise, how could we get into a hard fight? Tohsaka Uexia doesn't want to leave this dreamland yet. He needs to use this to find the answer to the question he has always hoped to find. No matter what happens, the four of us will stand on the same front. Orochimaru stood in the distance, his voice low and hoarse. Advertisement. Well. Tohsaka Uexia showed a smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. But just for a moment. I believe you. There was still endless emptiness in his eyes. In front of the gate of Konoha Village, third Hokage stopped. Sarutobi-sensei, this is the last time I ask you for ninjutsu, right? No, I should call you third Hokage. Orochimaru appeared and blocked the way. Third generation smiled coldly. Orochimaru, what little you have is just a secret from second Hokage. Wind-style great breakthrough. Facing Orochimaru, third generation showed no fear and quickly formed seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Why not use fireball? Instead great fireball? The Uchiha clan. Tohsaka Tsukishita watched from a distance, looking surprised. His intuition told him that the person controlling the third Hokage was definitely a member of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru and third generation started fighting taijutsu, and Tohsaka Tsukishita saw the clues. That person's skills were very superb, and he was no ordinary person. Orochimaru, stop, this person is not the third Hokage. I discovered it too, Uexia-kun. Orochimaru stepped back, and the third generation also walked away. I saw bursts of cold air spreading from the ground, and Uexia started to take action. The third generation looked unhappy, and then immediately used his hands to untie the seal on his chest and rolled his eyes. I saw a black shadow fleeing in an instant, and the third generation was out of control as if its soul had been sucked out. At this moment, I saw that third generation's chest began to spray strange black substances out. This is the four sacred seal techniques, Tohsaka Tsukishita left in a flash and loudly told Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was stuck in his steps by the black substance and was unable to move. We can't leave, Uexia-kun, we have to fulfill our dreams. He frowned and smiled, although he was very unwilling to do so, but he still faced his impending death. If he dies, Usaka feels that he will remember this wry smile for the rest of his life, BDAD. Advertisement directly to the devil's eyes. His lucky knife fell, and even the ice blade cracked. Killed the sealing technique. Everything in front of him dissipated, and Orochimaru was surprised. Tsukishita-kun, you. I still won't let you die. Has the third generation been used by the other party? This method of getting rid of it after it is used is really... Yeah, it's so hateful. Tohsaka pondered for a moment, then turned around with a bleak look on his back. Continue the investigation here at third generation, find Jiraiya, and conduct a search throughout Konoha Village to find as many traces of this person as possible. In the secret room, Tsunade and Orochimaru rummaged around. What happened? Orochimaru asked. Tsunade looked up and looked in disbelief. I didn't expect that Mr. Sarutobi would have so many mechanisms and a lot of information hidden in his room. These have even completely surpassed the Anbu roots. To be precise, Anbu was also under his control. Tohsaka Uchiha's eyes were cold, and his words were even colder. Orochimaru's lips curled up. Sure enough, Hokage-sama, who managed Konoha to its strongest period, actually used so many despicable methods. It's just that these methods. But in the end, Danzo was scapegoated. Sarutobi-sensei. My bold guess is that maybe the purpose of secretly controlling the third generation has existed for a long time. Tohsaka Tsukishita took a deep breath and seemed to be very concerned about the person who had interacted with him. Why? This is a man who knows the third generation so well, and who knows Danzo's character and ambitions, that he can play with them. Most importantly, he knows everything about me. Even Tsukishita-kun. Orochimaru was shocked. In his opinion, Tohsaka Tsukishita was invincible. Tsukishita continued his analysis. And he knows you very well. The most important thing is that he is very good at illusions. When he used the Great Fireball technique, I subconsciously felt that he should be a member of the Uchiha clan. Yes, only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can do this with such proficiency in Genjutsu and the ability to control a ninja of Sarutobi-sensei's level for a long time. Orochimaru nodded secretly, full of doubts. Then, who is it? The current Uchiha clan leader Fugaku should not have this ability. Tsunade was suddenly startled, and his expression became tense. From what you said, I have an idea. I'm afraid this person has existed a little longer than us. 17. Tsunade, do you have any guesses? Although it is unlikely, there is only one person who meets the conditions we have speculated. Who? Orochimaru asked, and he also cast a curious look. The ninja who was once as famous as my grandfather, the ninja who made the entire ninja world fear Konoha and dare not attack Konoha. You, Kai, Ha, Madara. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said one word at a time. Chapter 123. The ninja war begins here. Tohsaka Tsutsumi and Orochimaru secretly investigated for a long time, but they had no clue. However, after these things, they finally took all the real power of Konoha into their hands. I didn't expect that third Hokage secretly arranged so many Anbu. How to deal with it? Orochimaru looked at the personnel arrangement report submitted by his subordinates with a solemn expression. Tohsaka sat under the moon with a calm expression, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Tsunade thought for a while and said to him, that Uchiha Shisui is a talent, let him control it on your behalf. Relax for a while, and let the Chunin and above personnel in the village have the ability to participate in the war as soon as possible, he said suddenly. It's like making a very important decision. Tsukishita. Tsunade was surprised. The operation is about to begin. I will dig deep to find him. Tohsaka Tsukishita stood up, his determined eyes seemed to make the whole world tremble. Several years have passed, and although Konoha is peaceful on the surface, it has been secretly being reorganized by Yu Sha and Sannin, trying to organize all talented ninjas into regular combat troops as much as possible. Constantly use tasks to exercise their abilities. Finally, one day after dusk, a figure appeared at the gate of Konoha Village. Who? The gatekeepers Shenyue Izumo and Gangzi T were fascinated by the illusion in an instant and fell unconscious. The other person immediately turned on the support signal and immediately fell into the illusion. Captain Shisui, the enemy is very good at illusions. Anbu, who had been entangled with him for a long time, saw Uchiha Shisui coming and quickly reported it. Shisui has been an adult for a long time now, and he looks very handsome and refreshed. Illusion? Then I will fight with you. His voice was strong and powerful. When the man saw Shisui's eyes exposed in the black veil, his eyes suddenly widened. Shisui, it seems that you have inherited the will of fire very well. You know me? Shisui was one of Yu Sha's most trusted subordinates. She had heard about the possible identity of this mysterious man, so she was naturally not surprised by the other person's Sharingan. The man sneered twice. No, it's just, I've heard of your reputation. Your distinguished heavenly gods is known as the most powerful illusion in the ninja world. Let me see it too, right? That depends on whether you have the ability. Shisui used the teleportation technique, and his afterimages were all around him. The man in black in front of him just looked at him contemptuously, without any panic. Damn it. I actually lost to illusion? Shisui fell to the ground and looked at his hands in disbelief. Advertisement, Shisui. Uchiha Itachi came quickly wearing Anbu's combat uniform. Itachi? Let's go, Itachi replied. Captain Minato will be here soon. Don't worry, he can't run away. Really? Yellow Flash? When the man in black heard the news, he immediately became excited as if there was an opportunity. Then, the other person disappeared. It looked like a shadow suddenly jumped out of the body, and then disappeared. Only the huge moon in the sky was left, which was intimidating. What happened? Everyone looked at each other. Shisui covered her heart, gasping and saying with difficulty, he used illusion to escape. With such an advanced level of pupil technique, few people except me can see the clues, right? I made an appointment with Sasuke. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Naruto, who was already 13 years old, walked out the door, smiled, and revealed his white fang. Uzumaki Kushina waved to him. Well, please pay attention to safety. I will. People on the street know me. They say I am the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Haha, go ahead. Whirlpool Kushina's eyes were pleased, and as soon as she closed the door, a muddy voice sounded in her ears. Found you, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Whirlpool Kushina. What came up was Sharingan, this ominous chakra. Well. Kushina clenched her fists, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. The entire arrangement in the room was shattered by the chains erupting from her body, but the man in black in front of her was unscathed. His words were cold. Stop struggling, this level of magic means nothing to me. Surrender to the power that is superior to the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. Then he stretched out his hand to absorb the chakra in Kushina's body. Nine Tails, belongs to me. Suddenly, he was startled and frowned. There seems to be some trouble, but it just so happens. We can use these beasts to buy some time. I saw a clone leaving his body like a shadow. This is just an ordinary afterimage clone, Kushina said with a frown. The man in black only smiled coldly. This is my Genjutsu clone. This is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. He is equal to my entity, and it is not something that a ninja of your level can understand. The clone walked to the place where many people of Konoha Village gathered. After condensing the chakra, he just made a seal and slapped it on the ground. Summoning technique. I saw many huge fogs erupting in an instant. Please give me flowers. 1 tail Shukaku. 2 tails Matabi. 3 tails Isofu. 4 tails Sun Wukong. 5 tails Kakuo. 6 tails Seiken. 7 tails Double Name. 8 tails Gyuki. Advertisement 8-tailed beasts suddenly appeared in Konoha Village. Nani? What is this? Everyone suddenly fell into panic. Suddenly someone summoned tailed beasts in Konoha Village. 8 of them were summoned in an instant. Damn it, let's come too. Not far away, Jiraiya bit his finger and was about to form a seal. Tsunade immediately shouted loudly. No, you can't use the summoning technique anymore. The battle with the tailed beasts will only cause more heavy casualties to the village. Let Minato come and transfer. Minato seems to be somewhere else and cannot be contacted. Damn it. At this time. Uexidao, where are you going? Tsunade said, but suddenly realized that Tohsaka Uexida wanted to leave. I'm going to find the person in charge of the incident. The sacrifices of the people in the village will not be in vain. The other party just wants to hold me back. But if you leave, the village will be over. Tsunade's worried look made Uexia feel a little distressed. But he just insisted. I have more important things. What's more important than the village, Tsunade? Tsunade clenched his fists and reprimanded severely. You are Lord Hokage. You are Lord Hokage that everyone respects. You should protect everyone. Uexia was stunned, looking at the feeling for a long time, and sighed slowly. Since it is what you want to see, I will do it to satisfy you. He smiled slightly, flew into the air, and formed seals towards all the tailed beasts. Ice Age. Phew, it took less than a minute to freeze all the tailed beasts. That's almost enough, I got it. All the tailed beast chakras. The man in black held the chakras in his hand, sealed them all with scrolls, and stood up. Untie. Bang, bang, bang bang. All the tailed beasts sealed and ice disappeared in an instant. It seems that the other party succeeded. Uexia gritted his teeth. A few days later. Are you going to do this no matter what? Tsunade looked at Tohsaka Tsukishita with firm eyes and a worried look on his face. Orochimaru looked at the wall and crossed his arms as if it had nothing to do with anything else. I didn't expect it to come so soon. The Fourth Ninja War. Uexia showed a rare high-spirited fighting spirit. Come on, launch the assault force, and the Fourth Ninja World War will begin. Advertisement Chapter 124. Go, 10 Tails. In the 61st year of the Ninja World in Konoha, the 4th Hokage Tohsaka Uexia announced the launch of the Ninja World War, comprehensively attacking the surrounding territories of Rain Shinobi Village, Tokigakure and other small countries, especially focusing its combat power on Rain Shinobi Village. On the battlefield of Rain Shinobi Village, on the back of the rock, 4 people were hiding from the endless rain. It's just a Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay for the 3 of us to come. Why are you, Uexia? Orochimaru chuckled lightly and explained to Tsunade. That's because you don't know. According to the 2-year investigation by Hitaki Kakashi, the captain of the Hokage directly under Anbu, in Rain Shinobi Village, it was found that the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, was used by someone to perform genjutsu. He is under his control, and the Akatsuki organization he has recruited are all rebel ninjas above S level. Tsunade was startled, then looked at Tohsaka Tsukishita. So, are you here just to catch the mastermind behind the scenes? Tsunade. Even if it is true Uchiha Madara, you. Tohsaka Uexia's face was calm and motionless. Earth. After a moment, he said coldly, logically speaking, Uchiha Madara should be dead. But there are no absolutes. Tsunade frowned. But Uexia immediately responded. No, he is dead. This person is not Uchiha Madara. Then, his eyes showed a heroic attitude, and he said in a very plain voice. In this world, I am the only absolute. After that, he turned around and looked at the falling raindrops outside. Looking at Uexia's back, the three of them felt extremely complicated. Konoha is already strong enough, and the man in front of him is also strong enough to attack anyone at will. But no one can say that he will not suffer the consequences of this kind of expansion. Rain Shinobi Village. It's a country where it rains all the time. It never stops. Why? Jiraiya pouted as he spoke and scratched his head. Orochimaru was thoughtful and suddenly said, "Actually, this is not the most important purpose of our trip." "What else is that? Is there anything more important than catching the mastermind behind it?" "Of course, this is an absolute secret," he said, looking under the moon. "What is it?" Tsunade and Jiraiya paid attention. But Orochimaru looked at Uexia, smiled and said, "Uexia-kun, no, fourth Hokage." Uexia didn't look back, she just said, "Just tell me. What exactly is it?" "Mysterious." Orochimaru explained to the two. Kakashi sent information that he had met the so-called leader of the Akatsuki organization in Rain Shinobi Village. It is said that his eyes are the same as the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths. They are Rinnegan. "What? Rinnegan? Really or not?" Jiraiya opened his mouth in surprise. Advertisement. Tsunade also looked at him in disbelief. "Are there really such eyes? Is the legend of Sage of Six Paths true?" "Of course, even if it is spread as a story, some details have been changed and become blurred. If there is nothing that really happened at the time, it will not be groundless." "Incredible." The two looked at each other, surprised that such a shocking thing had happened. "Found it. The intruder," said a very soft and gentle voice, but the tone revealed a chill. Tohsaka looked at the human figure in front of her that was gradually transformed into pieces of paper. She turned out to be a woman wearing a black cloak, with dark blue hair and wings made of folded paper. She looked like an angel. "I see. Is this rain a powerful perception?" He noticed the chakra that echoed the crowd and the people nearby. "You found us so quickly. It turns out to be Konoha's eternal ice. Although I don't know why you were here, you announced the start of the Fourth Ninja War." Sure enough, the first target was the center of each country, the weak cloud Shinobi village. Bullying? As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing black hair walked next to him. He looked a little thin, but what caught people's attention was his eyes. Those strange patterns, they were none other than Rinnegan. This auspicious cloud, which symbolizes the war that brings disaster to people, hangs one by one on their black cloaks. Universal pull. It's this trick again. Uexia frowned, but still managed to hold on with the ice element, but the three people behind him were hit one after another. "Stop being so arrogant, you brat." Tsunade gritted his teeth and punched the ground. There was a loud bang on the ground, and it instantly cracked open. One of the Sannin, Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, Princess Tsunade? Nagato narrowed his eyes and looked at her. But as soon as he finished speaking, a snake flew directly above his head and bit his neck. "It worked, Orochimaru." Jiraiya smiled. Orochimaru took the snake back and smiled. "Is this the cursed binding book?" Nagato said, and sure enough, his hands and feet were too slow to obey. God's paper technique. Conan slowly rose into the air, and the surrounding area was immediately covered by pieces of paper that split from his body. Shiki paper dance. Then those pieces of paper turned into waves of shurikens and kunai, flying quickly. Advertisement, ice escape freezing. Uexia stretched out her hand and saw that the pieces of paper had gained weight one after another. It turned out that the falling raindrops wetted the pieces of paper, and the weight of the pieces of paper increased, making it no longer possible to use it as easily as before. Chakra increased to a very fast speed. "Uexia, are you going to take action?" Tsunade asked doubtfully. Tohsaka walked forward, her figure as graceful as a ghost, and murmured, "I have fought with Rinnegan, and we have the same pair." "What's the meaning? Get out of the way, I'll deal with them." He turned his elemental body into a normal state, and everything returned to its handsome and heroic appearance. Summoning technique. Gedo statue. What on earth is going on? Sannin were all surprised, not noticing that Tohsaka Tsukishita in front of them didn't even blink. "Roar. Chief? Humph, I am becoming more and more interested in you, especially your face under the veil." He actually has the courage to let two people of this strength retreat easily. The mysterious man in front of him is no less impressive than Uchiha Madara. It is too believable to say that he is Uchiha Madara. Nothing like him before. That thing was so ugly. Looking under the moon, it was the Gedo statue that I had beaten so hard. With a voice, a big guy burst out of the ground. Uexia's eyes were sharp and she seemed to be angry. "Really? Conan, let's retreat first," Nagato said and retreated with Conan. Then the Gedo statue began to change gradually. This is 10 tails. The strongest tailed beast sealed within the body of the legendary sage of six paths. At this time, the man in black was not finished yet. After completing the seal, he stretched out his hand and slowly introduced the chakra directly into the Gedo statue. Tsunade was surprised, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere under the moon was getting stranger and stranger, and the chakra he exuded became colder and colder. The leader is here. At this time, a black figure appeared and stood on top of Gedo statue. "Go ahead, 10 tails, until it turns into something extremely ugly in the end." Looking under the moon, I didn't expect that this person was faster than Obito in the real world, and he actually summoned 10 tails so quickly and easily. Chapter 125. The sadness in dreams is so real, let's see what you do next. The man in black stood on top of Ten Tails' head, and his proud smile could be felt even through the veil. I'm not interested in those, I just want to know who you are. As the sound of chill drifted by, Tohsaka appeared under the moon, which seemed to bring a whole winter directly. Illusion. Instantaneous body, in an instant, as if causing visual confusion, the Shadow Man disappeared inexplicably. Without any advance, even the Flying Thunder God cannot do the teleportation technique. What happened? It felt like time was frozen, and then the figure disappeared. Uexia lowered her head, wondering in her heart. Ho 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 ho. 10 Tails over there is still going crazy. Just play with the tailed beasts, hee hee. The man's voice floated in the air, as if he was always hiding in some corner watching them. Looking at the moon. Oops, if that thing is used, even if we are not hit, this battlefield will be destroyed. Several people looked at the 10 tails that gradually condensed into a black sphere-tailed beast bomb near their mouths, and their expressions were extremely embarrassing. Is it a trick to die together? Orochimaru managed to remain calm, his face somewhat distorted. No, not really. Konoha's ninjas account for the vast majority on the battlefield, and Rain Shinobi Village will only sacrifice a small number of ninjas. In the face of overwhelming strength, everyone will feel a little fear. Just abandon your comrades fighting on the front line. Jiraiya clenched his fists as if facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Just put away your ugly expression. Roar. 10 Tails roars and lets tailed beast bomb shoot out. In an instant, Tohsaka Tsukishita took action and froze all the tailed beast bombs in the air. The frozen tailed beast bombs seemed to have frozen in time. Along with 10 Tails, Tsukishita was also frozen together. This force is simply too powerful. What's going on in your courtyard while I'm here? Advertisement. After Yu Sha finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's difficult to deal with, it's better to just kill it with the magic eye. Directly to the devil's eyes, he frowned, formed an ice blade in his hand, and flew straight towards the giant ice Yamanaka in front of him. It's a fantasy anyway, and what you kill is just the things in the dream. Dream? For a moment, Uexia suddenly thought of a lot, then her eyes became firmer. 1. This is interesting or just right. Although I have experienced many things in this world, dreams are still dreams after all. Looking back, it only took a blink of an eye and time passed quickly. But when the ice blade slashed past, death suddenly disappeared. 10 Tails disappeared, summoning technique was cancelled, but the frozen-tailed beast bomb still existed. Eternal Ice. Tohsaka Uexia, I have never seen your ability like this before. You really know me. Uexia frowned. We will meet if we have a chance, haha. The breath disappeared without a trace. Uexia took the ice blade and slashed hard towards another deadline, only to see the 10 Tails tailed beast bomb in front of her dissipate instantly. This dissipates faster than every time I used the Death Eye in the past, and I can barely feel any pressure. He was slightly shocked, as if he understood something important. Suddenly, a figure appeared and jumped down. How's it going? What happened? Kakashi. You really know how to choose the moment. The battle is over. Jiraiya touched his head and felt a headache. Kakashi smiled compensatingly. Really? Haha. Those two people were used? Are you sure? Kakashi nodded. Yes, Nagato and Konan both misunderstood Konoha because of their former friend, the guy named Yahiko. As I said just now, he was assassinated a long time ago. Uexia curled her lips and said meaningfully with her eyes, it's not a misunderstanding. In fact, Konoha has done many similar things in private. Kakashi was silent. As Captain Anbu directly under the Hokage, he still had the right to know some things. Advertisement. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something and opened his eyes suddenly. By the way, in addition, the headquarters just sent me more important information. How important? S-level alert. I don't know why, although we only launched a unilateral war of aggression against small countries, the major countries declared a hostile attitude towards us, Konoha, almost on the same 10th day, without any discussion or emergency meeting. Those who have already dispatched troops include Tsunade and Wei-in Village, and those who are secretly supporting them and making small moves include Kirigakure and Iwagakure. What should we do? Uexia, faced with the sudden news, Tsunade was a little panicked. What happened before can't happen again. During the Second Ninja War, Orochimaru also rarely showed a more serious face. Uexia pondered for a long time before slowly saying, of course I know it myself. He doesn't want to die again, but for Konoha, maybe it's not that he doesn't want to lose him, but that he really needs his power. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said calmly, leave me alone here. I need to investigate some things, activate the Anbu emergency team to stop and guard the village, and select all capable people to take the initiative to fight against the other 4 main hidden villages. As for the small country, it is business as usual. Let the battle begin. Uexia, you. Then he said softly. Then, let's take action. Tsunade's eyes trembled, he bit his lip, and said angrily, do you know, this will make the battle more and more intense. But, it's obviously the sadness in a dream, but why is it so real? Uexia understood this and gradually became bloodthirsty and violent in his dreams. He began to learn Madara's indiscriminate killing of innocent people in our **** of law enforcement. And Shen deeply appreciates the benefits of doing so. What's wrong? Finally, Tsukoshita showed a gentle smile to Tsunade. Tsunade, you go to Kirigakure. If there is a problem, it should be enough to arrange for Itachi and Shisui to assist you. Do you really just want to unify the ninja world, no matter how many people this dream will hurt? Uexia's expression was calm and unaffected. We are not married yet. That's enough, Tsukishita. Tsunade glared angrily. Don't you still understand the cruelty of war? You have done so many things over the years. But, she said, suddenly choking up. I won't go. I want to go back to Konoha. Tsunade clenched his fists, his heart seemed to be cold, and he turned around. He just raised his head and looked at the rain that would never stop in Shinobi Village, like a sad person who would never stop crying. Jiraiya went to Tsunade, Kakashi and Obito went to Iwagakure, and Orochimaru 347 was arranged to go to Cloud Shinobi Village. Yu Sha actually wanted to explain to her, to tell her that it was all a dream, and as soon as she woke up, it would be gone. Even the Tsunade in front of her now was also a dream. Tsunade. There were echoes from the entrance of the cave, and it was as if you could even hear the sound of tears falling on the rocks. Watching Tsunade walk away, Uexia didn't hold back. Advertisement Chapter 126, it only takes a few seconds. In the early morning, there is no sunrise sunshine in Shinobi Village, only the head hidden behind the clouds and mist is slightly bright. It's been raining in this country for so long, it's time to stop it. Uexia tilted her head, her eyes as deep as the deep sea. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked towards the cave behind him. All the moisture in the air seems to be gradually freezing. Hokage-sama, it's me, a woman's voice shouted. Looking at the woman with black hair and red lips who appeared in front of her, her red eyes were particularly fascinating, but at the next moment she just felt familiar. Are you? Although? I am. Yui Hong, don't you recognize me? Tohsaka Tsukishita then remembered what happened before and nodded slowly. I have an impression that you are just an ordinary Jonin. Didn't you receive an order to defend the village? Why are you here? His expression resembles that of a leader. Perhaps it is due to his years of experience, or perhaps his character itself is suitable for being a leader. I heard from the higher-ups that Tsunade-sama gave up on the S-class mission to Kirigakure, so I came here to take his place. Just you? Uexia's eyes were very questioning. No, there are still us. After seeing it, 4 people jumped out one after another. One had a flowing hairstyle, a strong look, and a bearded face. He also held 2 special kunai in his hands. One had a watermelon head and a green tights under the Jonin costume. One wore sunglasses, indifferent expression. One wears a silk scarf around his head, with thousands of books hanging from the corner of his mouth. The 4 people are all different, but under the moon, a pair is seated. Asuma, Might Guy, Yamashiro Aoba, and Shiranui Genma. These are the talents he has taken a fancy to. What about the village? He asked again. If Tsunade-sama is in charge, and the 3 eldest brothers Choza, Heiichi, and Shikaku are here, those actions in the small hidden village will be meaningless. Uexia was silent and did not answer. Outside the cave, it was raining under the moon. Almost. We're leaving soon, Yui Hong said as she walked over with complicated eyes. Then hurry up. Yui Hong wanted to turn around, but she showed a troubled expression. Where are you, Hokage-sama? Stay here and end the battle in Shinobi Village. Uexia's voice was cold, and the air seemed to freeze at any time. Are you alone? Isn't it enough? Yuri Hong was startled and quickly shook her head. No, I'm not doubting your strength. Actually, I'm worried about you. As she said this, her face suddenly turned red and she ran over. Advertisement Yusaka Tohsaka was nervous for a moment, fearing that she might accidentally hurt the girl in front of her. Immediately, he felt the warmth in his body, and Yui Hong hugged him tightly. Why is it so warm? Her figure seems to bring a flow of heat to the body, not even warmth, it is already boiling hot. The ice element in his body allows him to maintain a very low body temperature, but he can still feel the normal temperature of the outside world. You want it? Uexia frowned. Lord Hokage, in fact, I have always been treating you. Yui Hong said, breathing quickly. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, I'll talk to you again when the battle is over. Uexia was a little distracted, watching Yuri Hong leave, as if a ball of fire was leaving. A ball of fire. He suddenly thought of Yi Kang. He didn't even know how Yi Kang died in this world. Maybe it was the same, he died in a trap arranged by the upper management of the gloomy sand shinobi. Thinking about it, he turned around. Who are you? The face that appeared in front of him shocked him. But before he could say anything, a slap came on his face. Snapped. Tohsaka Tsukishita, Eternal Ice, 4th Hokage, the man with the evil eye of death. He was slapped by a woman. But the person in front of me is Yi Tai, who is more mature and more feminine than before. I really misjudged you, Tohsaka Tsukishita. Yi Kang narrowed his eyes with contempt for him. Why are you here? Are you not dead? Uexia was shocked. Yes, of course I'm not dead. You became the 4th Hokage, and I've been thinking about when to come find you. I just heard that you and Tsunade have never been married, but I'm too lazy to leave. How? You are such a scumbag. She cursed angrily. Hey, why are you calling me a scumbag for no reason? Uexia blinked her eyes, not understanding what Yi Kang meant at all. Why haven't you married Tsunade for so many years? Are all men in this world the same? The more powerful you are, the more you want to play with others? I have become stronger now, but I still can't defeat you. But no matter what, I don't want to be like Tsunade and be at your mercy. Hey, what's going on? After Yi Kang finished speaking, he turned his head arrogantly, but he didn't leave. No one knew that it was so hard for him to find an opportunity that didn't require him to go to Konoha to look for Tohsaka Tsukishita, so how could he leave so easily? Advertisement Uexia didn't explain too much. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar profile, he took Yi Kang's hand with a smile. Yi Kang, let's go, follow me. Where to go? Yi Kang asked with a frown. Didn't you say you've become stronger? Let me see it. Rain Shinobi Village, Akatsuki Organization Base. Did we bring an extra little girl who uses Scorch style this time? But the combat power is at best not as good as any of Sannin's, and maybe the destructive power can be higher than them. Conan stood beside Nagato. Using the gods the paper technique was lifted, and her chakra was consumed a lot. Scorch style has almost turned everything into a waste. Yi Kang gasped, looking very labored. How? Can't you beat them? The corners of Uexia's mouth raised slightly. Yi Kang groaned and rolled his eyes at him. If you have the ability, try it yourself. It's really hard to stand and talk without back pain. Although she has reached cage level, she is almost exhausted from dealing with two monster level characters. Look carefully, it only takes a few seconds to deal with them. Uexia said, taking 2 steps forward. Who doesn't know how to brag? Yi Kang crossed his arms over his chest, calmed his breathing and showed a disdainful look. Here it comes. Conan, Nagato said. Conan immediately formed a seal. Paper of God. Deal with one first. Tohsaka suddenly appeared behind her, with an extremely cold expression. He elementalized it with his hands and froze Conan's entire body. Conan frowned, helpless as he looked at the man in front of him who seemed so easy to defeat him. And under the moon, he raised the corner of his mouth and raised his eyebrows. In this case, you won't be able to use that pestering ability, right? Conan couldn't help but blush. Shinra Tenjong. Nani? No response. Uexia smiled lightly and continued to explain. Of course, I have used ice escape to condense all the water molecules in the air into nanoscale ice cubes, and also mixed in chakra to increase the mass. This level of repulsion will not affect the air around you. There's no way it can bloom. It's over. Everything was very short, and almost all the time was spent on Yu Sha's explanation. After capturing the two of them, he looked at Yi Kang proudly. How is it, Yi Kang? Humph. It seems that even in the dream, she is still so great. It's not that people want to control others when they have strength, but in the face of strong enough strength, everyone will surrender to me without exception, Uexia said, breathing a sigh of relief, with a look eyes that see through the world. But Yi Kang pouted and complained in dissatisfaction. Shout, don't think I didn't count, it took you 11 seconds. Chapter 127. The man in the game Nagato looked at the man with a face as cold as ice in front of him, and saw such a powerful strength. Thinking about what he had heard about Konoha, he couldn't help but feel incredible. I can't understand why someone as powerful as you can have such short-sightedness. Tohsaka Tsukishita was speechless to Yagura, and then turned his attention to Nagato. The middle-aged man in front of me is slightly thin, with dark red hair, especially those domineering eyes. But he sneered inexplicably and said with a proud face, because you and I are not at the same level at all, of course you can't understand me. How arrogant. Nagato said, seeming to want to take action, but the ice that condensed him seemed to be alive. After feeling the signs, it restrained him tighter. Nagato. Conan looked worried, completely losing his previous calm expression. Nagato took 2 breaths, his eyes extremely stubborn. Yahiko's dream, I haven't given up yet. When Uexia heard this, she suddenly raised her head in surprise. That's right, Yahiko. He took 2 steps forward and said meaningfully to Nagato. This name is quite good, but it is used in a not-so-good way. What did you say? You didn't fall under the illusion. It must be because of Rinnegan's power. It's more troublesome to control it with illusions, right? Nagato was confused after hearing this, and frowned and asked, what do you mean? Uexia just wondered to herself. So that guy controls your actions just by relying on names like Yahiko? Conan gritted his teeth. Don't say strange things here. We made such a choice because Nagato and I made our own decisions. We are not other people's walking corpses. Yahiko's will not decay, he will be passed on to us. As he spoke, pieces of paper were flying everywhere. Paper scraps can be broken into extremely small pieces like ice, and then mixed into the air and combined by chakra. So that's it, it's such a good ability, Uexia sighed deeply. But the next moment, Yi Kang stood up, and 2 fireballs burned in the air. I'll break her hand first. Wait a minute, Yi Kang, I'm not here to kill them. Uexia stopped her. But Yi Kang didn't understand very much and asked, under the moon? Conan also stopped moving. The person in front of her who was so powerful that she couldn't even see him was becoming more and more confused. No need to struggle, I won't kill you for the time being, your actions will only accelerate the death of you and the person you want to protect. Advertisement. Listening to the chilly sound under the moon, Conan hesitated for a moment and then slowly stopped his hand. And Nagato didn't stop him. Both of them deeply understood that the man in front of them had the demeanor of a strong man. He didn't want to be like the rumored BDBA who would use cunning and insidious tactics. As Uexia watched, she couldn't help but realize that she still knew how to protect her companions, and indeed there was no sign of being manipulated. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and was silent for a long time before asking, are you guys vomiting? They didn't speak. After a while, Conan lowered his eyebrows and said slowly, Shao will bring peace to the world. Even if we die here today, we will eventually bring peace to this world. Uexia was a little impatient. Are you already terminally ill? But I still have to remind you that Yahiko's death may be exploited by others. Don't believe too much in the illusion created by the planners for you, otherwise you will become a victim. Are you just here to confuse people with your lies? With your strength, you don't need to do this, Nagato asked. Uexia ignored him and just looked at Nagato. The red-haired one from the Uzumaki clan. The ninja who possesses the Rinnegan, Zero of Akatsuki, Nagato. Your Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara, right? Although you can't fully unleash its true power. Tsukishita said, scoffing. What on earth are you going to say? Damn it, Conan was provoked and gritted his teeth. She really wanted to take action, but because of the threat, she didn't dare to act rashly. Uexia looked at her for a long time. She was quite beautiful. Although she was already over 30, her face was still so young. Techniques like God's paper user will always keep the caster's appearance beautiful. Never mind. Looking at you, you probably have been kept in the dark. Even if I tell you, you still won't listen. In that case, the eyes belong to me. Uexia said, slowly stretching out her hand. Nani? Nagato frowned, and saw that he and Conan were once again frozen in ice. This time the ice seemed to have changed its form. There was no longer the chill, and it was not heat that dissipated but the power is gradually disappearing. This is the ice escape used in conjunction with Second Hokage Senju Tobarama's Forbidden Book. Uexia explained coldly. Is it specifically used to capture people alive? Konoha is really insidious. Nagato tried to break free, to no avail. From today on, Shinobi Village belongs to Konoha. Advertisement. Just as Uexia finished speaking, a lazy voice came over. I didn't expect that even Nagato was defeated. Yes, after all, it belongs to Konoha. Another very low, hoarse, and extremely unpleasant voice. Ju, you came just in time. Looking not far away in front of him, an aloe vera head slowly poked its head out of the ground, and then the whole person emerged from the entire ground like liquid slowly solidifying. The two pieces of aloe vera-like thing slowly opened, and there were two strange faces inside, one black and one white, both of which looked a little breathtaking. Suddenly, a short figure slowly descended from the sky, but he looked like an old man. Earth style, Shaoqing Chongan technique. He used his old hands to face the ice that controlled the bodies of Nagato and Conan, and immediately the water became dozens of times lighter. Because the original mass has become light enough, even if it is mixed with strong chakra, it cannot maintain its hardness, and it immediately breaks into pieces and splashes everywhere. Third Tsuchikage. 2 scales Onoki. Uexia looked at the old man with a serious expression. Water-style Isofu falls. With a shout, another short young man fell to the ground. He had green hair and purple eyes. There was a wound like a suture mark under his left eye. He was holding a kind of device with a hook on the front and decorated with a club-like weapon with green flowers. I saw red chakra spreading around his body, slowly spreading over a large area. The water slowly erupted, and it seemed like it would immediately erode the entire surrounding area. As soon as Yi Kang saw water style, he showed no fear at all and immediately started to form seals, scorch style. Burning fireballs began to appear in the air, but Yu Sha only grabbed Yi Kang and said, "This is the tailed beast chakra, get back." Yi Kang was startled, and the two immediately stepped back. I saw a steady stream of water rushing in from the young man's side with an overwhelming momentum. Uexia narrowed her eyes. If she uses ice escape, the water can be transformed into her own offensive, but it may hurt Yi Kang. He looked at this unique ability and technique and murmured, "Fourth Hokage, can the perfect Jinchuriki Yagura control the tailed beast chakra?" Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was being touched. He actually has the speed to get close to him. This person is not simple. Lightning-style thunderbomb. He was lifted up directly and heard a rough voice shouting. However, the ice spikes stabbed out by the automatic elementalization of his body were all blocked by a layer of lightning-shaped armor covering the body of the person holding him. Then he hit me hard. Chapter 128. Unify the Ninja World. A heavy blow followed. I saw thunder and lightning sweeping from near me like a storm. The air all around seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning. Although Tohsaka Uexia's body has been elementalized, he has not suffered any physical damage. However, water style is restrained by lightning style, and even ice escape is slightly restrained by lightning style. This time, the mobility is damaged, and the speed of changing from elemental to normal is very slow, even the mobility is damaged. Fourth Reikage Night Moon. Uexia looked at the tall, dark man in front of her and squinted her eyes. But that man seemed to have received some order. His expression was very cold, and he backed away without saying a word. I don't want it to be my own will, but more like a puppet being manipulated. Magnet-style golden burial. A voice sounded. Uexia was surprised, and then a huge roar came from the ground. Rumble. Then, sand gold suddenly rolled in the distance, shattering the broken ice everywhere one by one, like a heatwave hitting him. Is this the 4th generation Cage, Rasa? Before being covered by placer gold, Uexia smiled evilly, revealing her white teeth. Under the moon. The coverage area of placer gold is so wide that even a building can be destroyed instantly, let alone just one person under the moon. Damn it. Yi Kang clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Because as a former elite ninja of Sand Shinobi, she knows how powerful this technique is. She has no ability to stop it. Looking at the four figures jumping down in front of her, she swallowed. They are the contemporary movies of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Tsunagakure. She assumed a posture as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Cold sweat fell from her forehead. Compared to the two people who fought just now, the intensity this time seemed to be even more intense. As expected, it was you who killed those who were chasing the troops. Where have you been hiding all these years? Yi Kang. Luo Sha looked at Yi Kang. His face was very calm, and he even spoke like a machine. But Yi Kang was very excited and didn't notice anything wrong at all. You are not qualified to have the title of Cage, she roared. Perhaps she was facing a powerful enemy alone and her mental endurance was about to be overwhelmed. She finally vented her anger by roaring. Scorch-style steam kill. She approached Luo Sha in an instant. In addition to Scorch-style, Yi Kang is also very powerful in physical skills. Just turn into a human in regret and do it, advertisement. Her hand touched Luo Sha's Jr., and the fireball burned directly from Luo Sha's chest. All the moisture in his body evaporated in an instant. It turned into a puff of mist. The whole body gradually becomes shriveled up and is about to turn into a mummy. But the next moment, Luo Sha's body in front of him turned into scattered gold, and more. Until it filled the air at a rapid speed and bound Yi Kang tightly. Damn it! Is this the Placer Gold clone? When Yi Kang wanted to take out his right hand, his entire right hand and body were tied up in the Placer Gold. Golden Shuriken. Behind him, Luo Sha's voice came. But the other party didn't seem to kill him. Yi Kang was only stabbed in the arm and face by a burst of golden shurikens. Bright red blood flowed from the wound, but it wasn't over yet. What came next was an even bigger sand gold shuriken that was more than 10 times bigger. But in an instant, those sand gold shurikens were turned into heavier ice shurikens by ice, and they fell straight down due to their excessive mass, making a huge sound. Who allowed you to hurt her? Tohsaka's figure floated in the air, and Yi Kang's eyes widened behind him. Uexia. Are you okay? She asked. Uexia looked cold and did not answer. He only stretched out his hand. Ice escape. In an instant, Luo Sha stretched out her hand and found that her movements gradually became stiff. It turned out that his blood and body fluids had begun to turn into ice. Starting from the cells in the entire body, the whole body began to freeze at the molecular level. Then Uexia slowly stretched out her hand and aimed at Luo Sha's position. The ice shuriken that had just fallen slowly rose up, and was even urged by some kind of force to spin quickly. 3 huge ice shurikens quickly attacked Rasha, water-style water mirror technique. Suddenly, I saw the 4th Kage Yagura standing up, using the stick-like weapon to lift out, and a huge oval-shaped water surface was drawn below, as clear as a mirror. Reflecting the huge ice shuriken, 3 arrogant ice shurikens were also released from inside. They are exactly the same. The 6 ice shurikens collided, and the ice fragments shattered into pieces, splattering in all directions. The situation was incomparable. Looking at the 4 shadows hostile to his side, Yi Kang said worriedly. Under the moon, there are actually shadows from the 4 major countries. It seems that the rumors are true. Uexia replied coldly. Yes, Konoha is now the enemy of the entire ninja world, but it doesn't matter, I just want to try. Whether it is feasible to unify the entire ninja world. Unify the ninja world. Tohsaka Tsukishita. Yi Kang looked at Tohsaka Tsukishita in surprise, completely unaware that these words were coming from the person he knew who didn't value fame and fortune at all. Yu Sha didn't notice it, but just explained to himself. However, the actions of the 4 of them should be controlled by Genjutsu. The man behind the scenes is the Genjutsu master of the Uchiha clan, and this guy named Zetsu. The identity should not be simple either. Please give me flowers, advertisement, dust escape original realm peeling technique. A voice came, followed by a fierce bright light, shooting towards here. Tohsaka Tsukishita knows that this is the unique blood elimination ability of 2nd Tsuchikage and 3rd Tsuchikage, and it is very powerful. But in his eyes, it was nothing more than that, just a slight glance and then a slight frown. Awaken the power of ice. Huge power burst out from the fingers of the 5 fingers, and as the 5 finely divided ice cubes spread gently, they transformed into huge icicles that overlapped layer by layer in an instant. But with such a huge growth rate, the unprecedented icicle created was swept away in an instant when it came into contact with the dust escape light pillar. Nothing left. Shen escape. This thing is quite powerful, Tohsaka Uexida was startled for a moment and slowly put down his hand. His sneer seemed to be proud of everyone and put them all in his eyes. And all around, there are shadows looking at them with eager eyes. Looking at their expectant eyes, Uexia just said with disdain. Although I am interested in your abilities, I am more interested in. Before he spoke, the person disappeared instantly and appeared not far away. Is this the ability of the 2nd Hokage? Flying Thunder God technique. Black Zetsu said slowly with a hoarse voice, looking at the sudden appearance of Tohsaka Tsukishita. It's you. As soon as Uexia's words fell, a chill suddenly came over. But White Zetsu just stretched out his hand and shouted, wood style. Countless wooden sticks burst out from his palms and struck towards the ice, shattering the ice into pieces. Can I still use wood style? Uexia was a little surprised and stepped back. But the other hand was still aimed at Ju. Use Mayfly technique. Black Zetsu said quickly. After saying that, he fell to the ground together with his body. Tohsaka Tsukishita watched Zetsu dive directly into the ground, and then float away at a rapid speed. He retracted his hand and landed on the ground, his eyes still cold and dull. You can't run away. Under the moon. Suddenly, Yi Kang's shout came from a distance. He looked back and saw that Yi Kang not far away was bound by placer gold, and his whole body could not move. Yi Kang. He murmured, but next to Yi Kang is 4th Raikage Yesha. Lightning-style clone technique. Super Niu Lei Plow Hot Knife. He and his clones shouted, and they focused their attacks on Yi Kang from both sides. Chapter 129. Let the war reignite in the Sa Ninja Village. Ah! Yi Kang's scream echoed on the battlefield. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking that death would be passed on in the next painful moment, and that it would be over, right? But then he suddenly opened his eyes and found that she was not dead yet. And all around, some ice chips were found slowly falling. I have been protected by 4 seamless ice walls. It is so tight that I can vaguely see the figure of Tohsaka Tsukishita outside. This ice wall is thick enough, even the soles of my feet are covered with thick ice. Ice, all around turned into an area where ice and snow reigned supreme. Stay in there and don't come out. The sound under the moon was a little quiet because it was separated by a thick ice wall. But he heard it clearly, and Yi Kang stayed still without moving. Behind this man, although she felt a little chilly, she felt an incomparable, extremely powerful sense of security. Ice Age. As Tsukishita spoke, she lowered her body and touched the ground with her hands. The ice began to slowly spread away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very fast, 22-0. He slowly exhaled a breath of cold air. When the cold air slowly rose, less than 10 seconds had passed, and the surrounding area had already frozen. It's all, along with all the air. Then, in the small space where Yi Kang was, the figure of Tohsaka Tsukishita appeared. Yi Kang was startled. At this moment, because there was not enough space between the two of them, and Tsukishita appeared in a hurry, the closest distance between their bodies was less than 1 centimeter. You can even hear the other person's breathing. You can feel the temperature of the blood coming from your heart. Thump. Thump. It's the sound of heart beating. Then Yi Kang noticed it and quickly took a step back. What did you do? Yi Kangchang tried to calm down. I froze this whole piece of ice into an eternal iceberg. Tsukishita said it calmly, as if it was effortless. Yi Kang swallowed. She knew that the man in front of her could do it and was not joking. She glanced around and saw that the ice wall could no longer be seen to the end. Just now, she was still inside the 4 ice walls, but now, she was inside the entire iceberg. Are you going too far? She narrowed her eyes in disbelief. Tsukishita explained. There is no way. It will take too much time to deal with the 4 shadows slowly, which will be more troublesome. But it is a pity that those 2 people were taken away. Who is that person? And those strange eyes, who are they? Advertisement. It's the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, Rinnegan. Yi Kang couldn't help being frightened when he heard this. In the dark cage, I heard the sound of the lock being opened. Are you the original ruler of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander? Along with a burst of cold air, the cold voice made people feel chills in their backs. Are you? Hanzo of the Salamander asked, only to realize that his voice had become a little old and weak. He had not spoken to anyone for a long time. The cold voice continued. You have been rescued, but the next Rain Shinobi Village will be completely controlled by Konoha. You can continue to sit in your previous position, but the price is that you must act under Konoha's supervision. I really didn't expect it to be Konoha's eternal ice, 4th Hokage. What are you going to do to rescue Hanzo? Yi Kang asked in the dark room. The candlelight on the candlestick was very calm, as if time had stopped. Since the other party's goal is to bring peace to the ninja world, they will naturally reach out to every corner of the ninja world, so if they attack any place in the ninja world, there will be traces of their activities. But I'm very interested in that organization called Akatsuki. As soon as Tsukishita finished speaking, she suddenly frowned slightly again. Who? He felt a very slight movement. It was a very agile ninja, and he waited attentively. Master Hokage, it's me. What appeared was a man with blonde hair and a handsome face. Tsukishita breathed a sigh of relief. It's Minato, what's wrong? Report to Lord Hokage. The situation is extremely critical. Konoha is in danger. After hearing this, Tsukishita showed a puzzled look. What's going on? Minato looked serious and said, Tsunade's offensive is too fierce. It has broken through the borders of the Fire Country and is attacking Konoha Village. According to incomplete statistics, the opponent has at least 3,000 ninjas, and there are nearly 8,000 jonin and it's above the standard. Yi Kang also frowned as he listened. 3,000. San Shinobi Village is an offensive that does not even take into account the defense of one's own country. Luo Sha has already appeared in Rain Shinobi Village, the one who gave the order in secret. Have you made no attempt to hide it at all? However, Tsukishita didn't even blink, and just said calmly, Jiraiya isn't going, is he? Why couldn't he stop the attack? Is the opponent so strong? I don't know. Mr. Jiraiya hasn't sent any message yet. There are no traces. I'm afraid, Minato said, sighing, his eyes downcast. There was a look of shock in Tsukishita's eyes. Everything ended without a sound. No one saw his murderous eyes. Advertisement, Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin. How could it be? Yi Kang opened his mouth, feeling very. I don't know. I'd better wait until I get here in person to figure this kind of thing out. Uexia said in a calm tone. Uexia, are you going? Yi Kang asked doubtfully. Uexia nodded lightly. Of course, I am very curious. The most reassuring thing among the 4 battlefields is that Jiraiya who went to Tsunade was the first to receive the news of defeat. According to my speculation, there is only one possibility, already. What is it? Their head, the mysterious man, should have appeared in the countryside. After he finished speaking, he slowly turned his head, seeming to be thinking about something. Then, he told Namikaze Minato, Minato, take my instructions and dispatch 40 teams to the route. Each team is equipped with a fire-style magician, and the troops are divided into 4 groups to go to San Shinobi Village. This time, I will set San Shinobi Village on fire with war. Understood. After Minato said that, his figure quickly disappeared. Where are we going? In the forest, Uexia and Yi Kang quickly moved forward on the tree trunks with light steps. Back to Konoha, if that person appears, Tsunade will be in danger. Yi Kang listened without speaking, with a calm expression. Suddenly, she felt her hand become cold, and it turned out that it was caught by Yu Sha. This is too slow. Just hold my hand and I will take you away. Your flying thunder god shouldn't be as skilled as Jiraiya's apprentice, Namikaze Minato, right? He is known as the Yellow Flash. Yi Kang was still talking, but he felt that the surroundings became strange for a moment. All the scenes are changing rapidly. It seems like they are moving very quickly. 3.7. Konoha Village is ahead. When Hagora came back from that state, he was extremely surprised. Konoha Village is very close. What kind of ability is that? In just a few minutes, you have arrived in Konoha from Rain Shinobi Village. She looked at Uexia in shock. Tsukishita explained. My self-created Tohsaka 6 styles. Moonwalk is a ninjutsu that is better at long-distance displacement than Flying Thunder God. No, to be precise, it is a taijutsu and does not require too much chakra. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. Ninja technique Sandstorm Burial. I saw a sea of sand coming, and the whole Konoha village was already filled with smoke. Is this the same technique as 4th Kage Rasha? Uexia seemed not to take it seriously, with a calm expression. But a voice appeared out of thin air. That's his son, the original one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara. Uexia was surprised by this familiar voice, and the figure of the man in black walking slowly in the darkness. Chapter 130. The Results of Peace. Looking at the man in black slowly walking out in front of him, Tohsaka Tsutsumi knew that his guess was indeed correct. Maybe Jiraiya was defeated in his hands. He couldn't help but ask, 9 tails has been obtained, and now you are still attacking Konoha. Is it because you, the Uchiha clan, are dissatisfied with Konoha? Jinchuriki. Yi Kang narrowed his eyes in surprise. The man in black ignored Yu Sha, but answered Yi Kang's doubts. Originally, the tailed beastmen were about to die when they were pulled away, but they were resurrected by the elders of their village, Granny Chio and Ebizo, who used their own reincarnation at the same time. Come out. Haha. You control everyone? Yes, that's right. It's a pity. I originally wanted to get your fiancée Tsunade, but her methods seem to be more cruel. Shaozuki. It was this title again, and even Tsunade. Uexia's eyes were filled with anger. The man in black smiled more sinisterly. She actually stabbed herself in the vital part with a ninja tool. The illusion was lifted. Ha ha ha. Tohsaka Uexia's eyes widened as she listened. What happened to Tsunade? He asked, Sha already dispersing into the air. It seems like it will freeze at 13 o'clock. The man in black looked at Uexia's angry look, and seemed to be particularly proud. He spread his hands and looked dismissively. I don't know. He is probably dying. He looks like that and has no use value. But, I didn't expect to find an unexpected harvest here. It turns out to be San Shinobi Village's secret war weapon, Scorch-style Ninja Hyakura. After saying that, he sneered again and looked at Yi Kang next to him with ill intentions. You actually know me? Yi Kang was surprised. He heard Uexia say that this person might be older than him, and he was probably a figure from Uchiha Madara's period. Use it for me, came the thick voice of the man in black, and something in the air seemed to have been changed. Tohsaka noticed something was wrong and frowned. Yi Kang? I saw Yi Kang standing blankly, and his eyes began to become dull, hollow. A fireball suddenly appeared in the sky and came down towards Tohsaka. But it was immediately blocked by ice escape, and the burning ice began to melt slowly, but in the end it was still impossible to get close to Uexia. The flames slowly died away. Did you also fall into that illusion? Uexia narrowed her eyes. Naturally, there was no pressure to deal with Yi Kang, but this was the first time he saw how the man in black used illusions to control others, and he only needed a flick of the eye. After many years of training, Yi Kang has achieved strength beyond cage level, and it only takes one stroke to decide. Moreover, the command to activate does not require sealing. The man in black is just watching. Advertisement. Uexia looked at the man in black, stretched out his hand and prepared to use ice escape. But the man in black could tell at a glance that Uexia was about to attack him despite his actions that others couldn't see through. Don't waste your efforts. You should understand that the speed of your ice escape can't catch me at all, otherwise you wouldn't have let me run so many times in vain. Uexia was startled, and then looked at her with disdain. You seem to be very confident. The man in black laughed dryly, then raised his head and threatened, but I advise you to go back and take a good look at your fiancée, otherwise, she might really. be dead. Only then did Tsukishita think of Tsunade. Although she had the recovery ability of ninja art, meiotic regeneration, Tsunade would definitely not be completely unscathed when dealing with the man in front of her. If Tsunade does anything wrong, you will definitely die. After he said that, he disappeared immediately. Hey, this kid is really arrogant. The man in black smiled and retreated into the darkness, and Yi Kang also disappeared. At this time, Konoha Village is close to the edge area. Shadow Clone Technique. Oyu Rasengan. A huge Rasengan was thrown out, but was blocked by the sand escape summoned by the opponent's sand shinobi troops. Damn it. Not powerful enough. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, looking furious. At this time, the young man on the side had a handsome face and smiled handsomely. Naruto, you are really not decent. Why is this ninjutsu still so useless after practicing for so long? Naruto narrowed his eyes, looked at Uchiha Sasuke behind him and said scornfully, TCH, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, I can still go into battle to kill the enemy. You are a brother who has followed your brother since he was a child. He has learned nothing. Now he is fighting. Know how to hide behind, coward. Sasuke pouted and took another step back, as if he had no intention of taking action. Shout, my brother is not here. I don't need to learn any ninjutsu. My brother will protect me anyway. What a joke. A voice came, and then a figure rushed forward. The 10 fists smashed the Shukaku shield summoned in front of Gaara. Shukaku's shield was torn apart. Even Gaara was so shocked that he didn't dare to move. Little Sakura. So scary. Naruto looked at his son dully, surprised. Haruno Sakura had pink hair and wore a Chunin forehead protector. She frowned and said to the two people, you two, help me evacuate the people who can't fight. Leave this to me. That's awesome, little Sakura. You are truly a hero. Sasuke looked admiring and appreciative. At this time, a figure jumped out from the side, wearing a standard hairstyle unique to the disorderly clan. I will protect little Sakura. I won't let anyone hurt little Sakura, he said with fighting spirit, but Genin's forehead protector was on his head. Tooth to tooth. There was a commotion, and a team behind Gaara immediately knocked away 4 or 5 people, losing their ability to fight. Advertisement Inuzuka Kiba landed with Akamaru on the ground, with a lazy and tired look on his face. Oh. It's really troublesome, why do you have to have me come, Shikamaru? Also, I still have. At this time, Hyuga Hinata, the only one who looked normal, came over, still blushing from shyness. But she just looked behind Haruno Sakura, bit her lip and said hesitantly, Sasuke-kun, I want to fight side by side with you. Sasuke sighed. Hinata, you are such a strange guy. I won't like you. Compared to you, little Sakura is more suitable for me. Hey, you guys. An 833 voice brought a biting chill. This is Lord Hokage. Haruno Sakura was shocked. He was the only one who had been promoted to Chunin and had seen Hokage more times. Genin, go and protect the villagers. This is a battlefield. Uexia said in a very cold voice, not worried at all about the people in front of her getting hurt. Just leave them all to me. The ground cracked and cracks appeared, and the 3 or 2 people fell into the ice pit one after another without a trace. As he spoke, he turned his head and faced the talented boy named Gaara in front of him. As expected of our Hokage-sama, no wonder Dad always praises him. Naruto frowned, his expression serious. He is the eternal ice, Gaara shouted. Is this the result of peace? I saw everyone turned into ice cubes, and their bodies gradually began to freeze until they were completely frozen. And these are all famous families in Konoha, just a glance. But 3 or 2 people ran away, stumbling. He frowned, a little helpless. Ah, Hokage-sama, so awesome. Sasuke looked surprised and admired. You can't escape, Uexia said slowly. Ah, the battle ended very suddenly. That Gaara just has special power, and her strength is at the level of Jonin at best. Yu Sha looked at the people around him and saw that they were all extremely weak. Only a few distant screams were left. Chapter 131, The Feeling of Killing. Looking at the scene in front of her, Tohsaka Tsukishita felt deeply that the road to peace was by no means as simple as a single family. You really can't have your cake and eat it too. In the Konoha Hokage building, with the onset of chill, the repeated sounds of smoke and war outside became much quieter. Tsunade, are you okay? Then Uexia, he saw Tsunade sitting indoors. She had already known that Uexia had arrived, so naturally she no longer worried about the safety of the village. After all, the Hokage is under the moon, and the village will be protected well under the moon. She put her head aside, as if she wasn't still worried about what happened before. Uexia also softened his heart, and he quickly squatted down next to Tsunade. His eyes were extremely gentle. Don't be angry, I will end the battle as soon as possible. As long as I catch the man in black, I will no longer invade other villages. Really? Tsunade's eyes were filled with anticipation. Really, as long as you can be happy. Uexia smiled, and he even felt that his face was a little stiff. How long has it been since he smiled? It's been too long. Although he was not doing it because he was happy, but because he wanted to meet Tsunade's request. I want to pamper this woman infinitely, the woman who belongs to me. Even if it's a dream, he still wants to pamper her. Suddenly, a figure broke the atmosphere. Uexia let go of Tsunade early, stroked her hair, and then stood up. Hokage-sama, sure enough, a figure came in from the window. Yamato. What's wrong? Please go to the Uchiha clan as soon as possible, something serious is going to happen. After hearing this, Uchiha frowned. The land of Uchiha. I saw corpses everywhere, all the doors seemed to have been broken into by bandits, blood could be seen everywhere, and the lights in some rooms were still on, and some flickered and buzzed, when there was poor contact, the sound of. Tsunade looked at the people around him. Some had their eyes gouged out, and some even had their bodies dismembered. It was really cruel. She couldn't help frowning and covering her mouth to resist the desire to vomit. This is simply too cruel. Yamato couldn't stand it anymore. It seems that the other party hates the Uchiha clan very much. Tohsaka Tsutsumi just stared at the scene blankly, expressionless. Then, he said in a very calm tone, "No one here can be saved. Leave all enemies to me. You must dig deep to catch him." He slowly rose into the air and stretched out his hand. Advertisement. I saw that all the ground, covering the entire Konoha village, began to emit a chill, freezing all the ninjas in Shinobi village in place, their bodies stiff and no longer able to move. All the enemies were eliminated in just this moment. But the man in black still had no trace and disappeared. Be honest. Kill me. In the interrogation room, Gaara was tied up with chains, with a sinister expression on her face. These are the weaker ninjas. While their peers in their own country are still being nurtured in peace and know nothing, they have actually developed the ability to surpass Anbu and risk their lives to keep secrets. Tohsaka looked indifferent and only asked softly, "What happened to Jiraiya because you San Shinobi village?" Tsunade is also concerned about this issue. Gaara heard this, thought about it, and even though he was dying, he still said in a hoarse voice, "That legendary Sannin? Haha, he is already dead." The air condensed for a while. The news of Jiraiya's death left Tsunade speechless and choked. But within a moment, Gaara's laughter stopped abruptly. The smell of death came from his staring eyes. Then, the ice thorns slowly spread from his body, piercing out bit by bit, causing flesh and blood to erode and blood flow. "Tsukisha!" Tsunade shouted. "Tsunade, I'm sorry, this time." Uchiha left directly, his tone was cold and desperate. "Sanagakure. Minato, what's wrong?" Tohsaka Tsukishita asked. "San Shinobi village is still peaceful," Minato said. "The raid strategy is very successful, we have completely controlled the local high level. As Jiraiya's apprentice, he still doesn't know the news of Jiraiya's death, but his ability is always first rate, and he can always complete the mission goal in an instant without engaging in meaningless battles, which is satisfying." No, not enough. This time, Uchiha became dissatisfied. "Lord Hokage?" Uchiha raised her eyelids and gave him a very frightening look. "I want everyone in this village to die." Minato was shocked and stared at him blankly. "All die." Then, the figure under the moon disappeared, the man named Eternal Ice. Following bursts of ice spikes, dozens of huge ice spikes suddenly stabbed out from the ground in the bustling center of San Shinobi village. The smallest ones were larger than 2 people, and the largest ones pierced and collapsed a tower. Advertisement. At this moment, everyone around started to panic. It wasn't over yet, the ice spikes expanded more and more, and densely packed small ice spikes were shot out from the ice spikes, causing all the runners to fall into a pool of blood. "Run away. The monster is coming." Even though he ran away, it was meaningless. Tohsaka Uchiha's expression was terrifying at this time, as stiff as a mask. At this moment, San Shinobi village is not only filled with frozen ice, but also with blood falling everywhere. A ninja fell to the ground, his eyes were filled with blood, all flowing from the wound on his forehead. San Shinobi village. Has it become hell? His eyes were full of blood red, and he looked at the street of the village, which was now soaked in blood. Corpses were flying all over the sky. Some people had a little bit more vitality, but they crawled twice in a pool of blood to pray for the last time in their lives. Pray for this sudden demon, they can turn into ghosts after death to take revenge. Under the moon. Tsunade appears in Sanagakure, standing in a pool of blood. And Uchiha was covered in blood. His movements were stiff this time and he did not move quickly. Naturally, his whole body was covered with filth. "Tsunade, get behind me. Don't continue." A huge explosion came from outside. An explosion of this level almost made people forget where they were, but the ice room just shook and shattered into 2 ice shoulders. It became a ruin. This kind of power. What is? Tsunade was extremely surprised. She knew that this was not Uchiha's art, and that someone was still trying to take advantage of San Shinobi village. Looking at Uchiha's figure that was quickly moving away in excitement, he quickly chased after it. So this is what killing feels like. Watching the moon slowly fall to the ground, Tsunade approached him. The entire San Shinobi village was wiped out. Suddenly, Tohsaka opened her eyes wide and walked in front of Tsunade. The two of them looked around. The gunpowder smoke filled the air for a long time before it dispersed. Only then did Tohsaka Uchiha feel relieved and unlock the technique. Tohsaka took a look, her expression was still indifferent, but her eyes became sharp. "It's only 10 tails. He came to me on his own initiative. He finally had the courage to fight me. There's not even a body." It seems that the explosion did not last long, but the scope seemed to be too large, covering the entire Sanagakure. "That's enough. Stop now," Tsunade said, and saw countless ice spikes bursting out of the body of a child crawling next to him. "Uchiha. Wait for me." Tsunade, Li Ma Jiao, was startled, and before he could react, he saw that the surrounding area was protected by ice, forming a closed ice chamber. Chapter 132. Direct Death to the Demonic Eye Underworld. Ten Tails' huge body will appear extremely huge even in the huge desert. What is particularly terrifying is that the 10 tails behind it are floating in the air ready to move. It's like a bloody mouth with 9 fangs and claws stretched out, ready to devour anyone who gets close at any time. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I was planning to use another tailed beast bomb. How powerful is this thing? He looked at a figure not far away. His eyes under the veil looked extremely cunning. What? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Tohsaka Tsukishita has no expression. Compared to the other person, he seems to be more like the person who has been wearing a veil. He. I'm not in a hurry yet. As the man in black spoke, a huge shadow appeared behind him. Yakushi frowned. This strange phenomenon is not Obito or Minato's space ninjutsu, but it visually looks like it. Is this a sign of genjutsu? The man in black still said, after much thought, I still think that this guy's combat power is not a threat to you, so I investigated this guy's mind and found out that he has feelings for you. He pulled out a person from the shadows behind him. But in this case, why not just be a hostage? It must be more threatening to you than fighting, right? Isn't it stronger than scorched style? Satsuki. He saw that Yi Kang was tied up with a rope, and his mouth was tightly sealed with a cloth, so he couldn't speak at all. When Yi Kang saw Yu Sha, he immediately became excited, as if 500 asked Yu Sha to leave her alone. It seems to be saying to Yakushi, don't you care about me? Give it a try? His life or death has nothing to do with me. The sound under the moon was very cold, even colder than the sand and dust in the desert at night. And the cold moonlight looked extremely miserable. It was as if he was playing a sad piece of music for Yi Kang mourning his last days. Oh, you can fool me, but you can't fool my eyes. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan under the veil is very strange, and it has never been seen before. Those are lines I have never seen before, they're new eyes. Sure enough, it's not Uchiha Madara, Yakushi frowned. Kill the woman behind you, and I will let her go and have a good fight with you. The man in black became more and more arrogant, under the moon. At this time, her feelings had caught up with her. Standing in the desert, she looked at Tohsaka floating in the air from a distance. Advertisement, well. When Yi Kang saw Tsunade coming, he seemed to want to say something and immediately became excited. Unfortunately, she couldn't always convey what she meant. Her eyes looked at Tohsaka Yakushi with fear and worry. I don't know if she wanted to die bravely or was more worried about other people. Tohsaka frowned under the moon. The man in black actually stopped casting illusions on Yi Kang. He didn't expect that the other party actually used his dark side, wanting him to see Yi Kang's true reaction and using the hatred in his heart. I only give you 10 seconds. I know you can kill in just 1 moment, and you can do it. If you can't make a choice after 10 seconds, I will use the illusion you have seen to make the whole woman die in great pain. In front of you. The man in black's tone was more like an order. He firmly believes that the hostage in his hand can shake Tohsaka Tsukishita. He can clearly see that Yi Kang is extremely important in this person's heart. Yakushi didn't say anything, since she wanted to take advantage of the dark side in her heart. Then let you take advantage of it. The next moment, he stared, turning his head to face Gang Min with full holy will. At this moment, Tsunade was stunned on the spot, with those cold eyes and that cold breath. Is what she has been worrying about for a long time finally going to happen, and it's happening to herself. In just a moment, a ray of ice pierced from the dust and fog in front. Stabbed Tsunade in the abdomen. It penetrated directly. Tsunade didn't have time to react. Her expression was still extremely surprised. Yakushi was really killing her. She felt severe pain in her entire abdomen. The next moment, Tohsaka appeared in front of her, and another ice spike penetrated her arm, causing blood to fly everywhere. Tsunade opened his mouth in surprise, but what he spit out was a large mouthful of blood. Yakushi, you. She frowned. The severe pain caused by her body had even completely exceeded the fear of death. Looking at the lowly scene, the man in black was even a little shocked. He didn't expect that the threat that he thought would probably fail would actually succeed. Tohsaka Tsukishita really killed Tsunade. She was his fiancée. HMPH, are you finally willing to do it, BDCB? That's great, he showed a satisfied smile. This is something that has never been done before or since. No one can do it except him. He is very satisfied. As expected of the person I like. He was suddenly startled and felt a biting chill in his heart. I saw ice spikes piercing out of my chest, and blood soaked in the icicles. It takes a lot of effort to make you fall into a trap. A bone-chilling chill spread from the conversation under the moon, making the air freeze and heavy. Direct Death Demon Eye Wangshen. Yakushi frowned, and suddenly felt a shadow flashing in front of her eyes. Not only that, but all the senses in her body felt the same. The man used illusions to escape directly, and the figure in front of him disappeared. However, Yakushi was completely unaware of the problem. Advertisement, the same method again. It's so boring. He shook off the ice spike, which was covered with the bright red blood of the man in black. But Yi Kang, who was thrown behind him, was firmly caught by Yakushi. Yi Kang? How are you, Yakushi? Yi Kang shouted, looking at him in surprise. He looked in the direction of Tsunade worriedly. He really killed. Haha, I really wasted a lot of my chakra trying to cooperate with you, Yu Sha. At this moment, Tsunade pulled out the last ice thorn from his body, and his body began to recover quickly, and all the wounds healed on their own without exception. I didn't expect that you would actually use my trap, that's great. The man in black stood not far away, covering his wound. 10 tails began to go berserk, frantically trying to attack Yuexia and Yi Kang. And he just sent Yi Kang to Tsunade's side, but the next moment, he appeared next to the man in black. Yuexia suddenly felt as if his consciousness was being manipulated, and he couldn't help but frown. The man in black was surprised, his eyes widened and he said, "So, it's an ice clone, when exactly? What's going on?" The man in black opened his eyes wide and realized that his whole body had been imprisoned by ice. "Want to control me? But don't worry, I've avoided the point. Knowing who you are is the most important thing." Suddenly, the surroundings change. "The next one is you, let me see who you really are." Yuexia breathed a sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows and asked, "It seems that your illusion also has a range and a locked target, right?" "Haha. Let me show you my illusion. Your consciousness is really firm, so strong." He ripped open the veil. The corner of Yuexia's mouth curled up. "Are you good for nothing but illusion?" The man in black said and began to make seals with his bloody hands. "Even so, I still want to see who you are. My Mangekyo Sharingan's special ability, Genjutsu Yellow Spring, is superior to the distinguished heavenly gods. In terms of actual combat type, he is more suitable for fighting than the distinguished heavenly gods. But it just seems like there is an extra layer of shadow almost everywhere, hiding in any corner of the vision that can be deceived." Chapter 133. Defeat the Akatsuki organization. You are Uchiha. Tohsaka Tsukishita looked at the person in front of him, but his old face still gave him a deep shock. This person, who can barely remember, once had the experience of completing a mission together when he was a teenager. "It's been a long time, Shaozuki. You are not young now, you are still as young as Tsunade." The man's mouth curled up, Mangekyo Sharingan squinted, looking even older in his cunning. "Sure enough, it's you, Uchiha." Mirror, Tohsaka Tsukishita's eyes widened. "Uchiha Kagami? A contemporary of third generation? The second grandfather's direct disciple?" Tsunade was surprised beside him. "Come on. Mirror. Danzo, Hiruzen, let's go, I will take the lead here." The young Uchiha Kagami pulled out the short blade from his back with a serious expression. "But," Danzo frowned, "Hiruzen, don't hesitate, otherwise the whole army will be annihilated." The two then left, and Uchiha Kagami fought with the 4 men who were chasing him. Finally defeated, Jing was pierced through the body and climbed onto the thick tree trunk. "As a member of the Uchiha clan, but you are trying your best to fight for Konoha? It's really embarrassing." Even the voice of the masked woman seemed very vicious. "What? Mean?" Jing was still 3 Tomo Sharingan at this time, frowning. The man took off his mask and sneered. Jing was shocked. This woman looked sharp, but her eyes were 2 Sharingan with scarlet light. "We are an organization selected by the Konoha clan's police force. Seeing that you are about to die, I will tell you, it is precisely because of your loyalty to the village that the reputation of the Uchiha clan has become less and less majestic. It has become the ridicule of the villagers. A joke, in this case. You will." Suddenly, the mirror emerged from the shadow. As if a shadow disappeared, everyone was startled. "What? Where are the others? Can't find it anymore." In the distance, Uchiha Kagami was breathing heavily, and his eyes slowly changed. "The Uchiha clan. He gritted his teeth, his eyes already patterned like devil's curled Mangekyo Sharingan. "Just because of that time, do you have a grudge against the Uchiha clan?" Yuexia watched everything in the illusion. Jing smiled coldly. "Of course, not only that. I even met someone who was like me. Very disappointed with the Uchiha clan." The corners of his mouth were split into a smile, and his smile was full of excitement. "Uchiha Madara?" asked Tsukiya. "Advertisement? You know a lot." Tsunade, however, was full of doubts. "What's going on?" Yuexia exhaled, frowned and asked, "Then your purpose is also to resurrect Uchiha Madara? Is it also for the sake of peace in the ninja world? Is the mirror in this illusion just a replica of Obito?" "No. My purpose is very pure, and that is you, Yuexia. I want to make you suffer, I want to crush you." His eyes widened crazily. No one could have imagined how dedicated he was to Tohsakashita. "Extremely boring," Yuexia said, about to take action. The ice cubes just solidified, but were suppressed by a force. At first glance, the blade was huge and tightly tied with a bandage. It turned out to be one of the 7 ninja swords, Samahata. "Akatsuki. Is this the chess piece you use as cannon fodder?" Yuexia narrowed her eyes, already guessing that Uchiha Kagami would take this opportunity to escape. "There is a huge disparity in strength between him and myself, so he will definitely not come here to die easily." With a cold snort, Jing fled the battlefield with a black shadow. Yuexia didn't have the intention to chase him, he just looked at the strange man with a shark-like face in front of him with a solemn expression. He wanted to see what the so-called Akatsuki organization's history was. Water-style shark bomb technique. Boring. Seeing the shark that was solidified and condensed in chakra coming with a huge current of water coming towards him, Yuexia dismissed it and just gently turned it and kisame into a huge lump of ice. "It only takes 5 seconds to solve one. Ahahaha. Go to hell." Hidan waved his huge scythe. At this moment, he seemed like an artist, or more like a madman. But it was just under the moon. For an instant, the second one, he landed. Hidan's entire body was surrounded by ice and he neatly maintained his crazy movements and expressions, making him look more like an ice sculpture. Suddenly, another person jumped out. His whole body has become a puppet, shaking and making a crunching sound. Ninja Technique Secret Manual 100 GG Exercise. Hundreds of puppets instantly appeared in the air, and they were so densely packed that it felt like they were witnessing the end of the world. Uexia sneered softly. Puppet. It's interesting to ordinary people, but it's useless to me. He just used Moonwalk to teleport behind the red sand scorpion, sealing its movements, and those puppets were naturally eliminated in an instant. Advertisement, any more? Asterisk asterisk, he asked arrogantly, like a lonely and invincible master who needs an opponent to practice with. Accept my art. C4 Garuda. Casey. Came a crazy voice that was more suitable for the artist, and saw an inflated giant bird slowly disappearing. When Uexia was confused, he discovered that the dissipated area actually caused all the ice blocks to slowly dissipate, as if countless small explosions had occurred. He snorted coldly and waved his hand gently. Later, Deidara was also frozen into an ice sculpture, and the nano-level C4 bombs that spread out were all frozen into snowflakes, flying all over the sky. Even nano-level bombs are afraid of the freezing cold. So it's that simple, with just a few moves, you can easily defeat the Akatsuki organization? Yi Kang had been hiding in Tibet for all these years and had heard about the Akatsuki organization, and even almost joined them. He didn't expect Uexia to defeat them so easily. 0. Yi Kang was thinking about it when suddenly, a dark voice sounded. Wind-style suppression. Fire-style hard-headed. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Huge shock waves struck from 3 directions. Yakura. Tsunade was shocked to find that Yakura fell in front of him. The two of them were hit, but Yi Kang directly resisted all the damage with his body. Are you okay? Let me heal your injuries. Hagora narrowed his weak eyes and looked at Tsunade. You are the one I love, of course I have to protect you. Suddenly, all 3 of Kakuzu's hearts died, and a terrifying figure appeared behind him. Do I remember you, the ninja of Takikakure, who stole the secret technique and gained immortality? It's you. Eternal Ice, I didn't expect to meet you again, back then. The Akatsuki organization is really vulnerable. Uexia ignored him. Kakuzu knew that he was about to face death, but he was relieved. Of course, facing a strong person like you, no matter what kind of person it is, it will be useless. That year, you were still a young man, and you were only called Konoha by us. Of ice, most of the elite 16 ninjas in Takikakure village have never even heard of your name. Humph, they're just a bunch of minions, but even if you killed 15 people, I ran away in a hurry, and the subsequent results surprised me even more. I didn't expect that the land 10 miles north of Longyan village, the mountain named Eternal Mountain, was directly destroyed by you. His technique turned him into an iceberg that will never melt. As he spoke, there was a chill behind him. From then on, you were feared by the entire ninja world. You were called Konoha's Eternal Hyoman, Chapter 134. Kill everything in sight. Akatsuki organization. Who else? After Kakuzu was killed, Tohsaka Tsukishita continued to look for the next target. The leader seems to be no match for this person, Nagato. A figure suddenly appeared, and a gentle voice spoke softly. Nagato and Konan appear. In that case, let me fight you, Nagato said. Uexia chuckled. Are the 2 men defeated? No. You are the most important part of the plan. Uchiha Kageme's turbid voice came slowly, which was terrifying. Illusion Heavenly Follower. He suddenly appeared from the shadows and glared at Nagato from a distance with Mangekyo Sharingan. For a moment, Nagato's eyes were empty. Nagato? Konan wondered. He was controlled by the mirror. He is probably not going to die soon, right? Uexia looked like it had nothing to do with him. What happened? Heretic Rinne Tensai technique. Nagato formed a seal and began to perform the technique. As the technique started, a shadow began to fill the green light of 087, and then a figure slowly appeared. Uchiha Madara. Uexia's calmness was a bit scary. And when Uchiha Madara came out, she looked at her hands and smiled. Did she finally revive me, Nagato? Konan looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Nagato? You? But Nagato had fallen down, his eyes staring, and there was no color on his face. Uchiha Madara quickly flew over and held Konan's neck. After looking at it for a while, he said coldly, it seems like a useless B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** for a grown man to attack a woman. Suddenly, a flash of ice flashed through. Uchiha Madara's body was directly hit far away. Konan fell down and was held firmly by Uexia. She looked at the man holding her, with a slight blush on her face. I've already told you, don't be blinded by what happened to Yahiko. It was all planned by the mirror. His voice was so charming. Ha ha ha, this woman has no use anymore, you can take it without any worries. Uchiha Kagami smiled sinisterly in the distance, and Konan finally woke up. Mirror, you did a good job. Uchiha Madara got up and walked to Uchiha Kagami with a look of admiration. But Jing did not give him the proper reaction, but his eyes were sharp. Thank you for the compliment, but... He suddenly flashed, stretched out his hand and stabbed Uchiha Madara in the body. Mirror. Advertisement. Your body belongs to me, and I will fulfill your wish for you, but just let me do something extra to do what I want to do. Mirror said, slowly moving Uchiha Madara's body inside her body absorb it. Where's Black Zetsu? Madara struggled, meaninglessly. I killed you a long time ago, you also want to enter my body like him. The pupil power of these eyes. The final skill after activating the two abilities of Tiankong and Wangchen. It can absorb all human abilities. For my use, he said, with a terrifying smile on his face. When Uchiha Madara's entire body was absorbed into his body, it seemed that his body was slightly stronger. Even 10 tails. It's the same, he glanced at the behemoth. Did you go so far? Uexia narrowed her eyes and ignored it. He used Flying Thunder God to go directly to Tsunade and asked, how is Yugora? Tsunade was sweating on his forehead and already a little tired. The injury is serious, but I can heal it, it just takes time. Uexia felt relieved and turned around. Don't worry, my battle will be next, you don't have to worry. Uchiha. Mirror, if I deal with you, this long dream will be over, right? Dreams, it seems, no longer need to exist now. You, after absorbing the mirror of 10 tails, his body has expanded enough and he has become a veritable muscular man. Even his clothes exploded, unable to contain his swollen body. Are you already crazy? Uexia frowned. Under the moon? Next, I'll let you see the real power of destroying the world, he shouted like a madman. Uexia had no expression, she just lowered her head and touched the ground with her hand. Ice Age. What? It had no effect, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Jing laughed and said, this is the ultimate illusion. All your spells will no longer have any effect. As long as you are still alive, all your movements will be manipulated by me. You will not be able to use your own power. So, directly to the devil's eyes, he used his dark blue eyes to see a line of death sealing him in front of him, and cut it off with one knife. This kind of restriction is easy. This is my biggest gain from the dream. The demonic eye of death can cut through the illusion. This was not the first time Jing had seen Yu Sha's ability, but he was still deeply touched. He snorted coldly and waved his hands. Dozens of fairway jades suddenly evolved in the air, flying towards the moonlight. Uexia immediately became elementalized. Although he was attacked, he still did not suffer any damage. Advertisement because he said that the elements in his entire body turned into ice cubes. But the next moment, he realized that he couldn't move. The elemental body could not recover easily, and the surroundings were covered with black thunder and lightning, which was very powerful. It was like a sealing technique. This is the lightning style with the yin and yang attribute chakra. You can no longer move easily, Then, seeing that his plan succeeded, Jingyan showed a sinister smile. You can't kill me. Uexia waited for Jing to use all methods to torture and kill him, but she showed no fear. I don't want to kill you, I just want to see you in pain, Mirror said, looking at Yi Kang and Tsunade below. Uexia was startled, but also looked at it, eyes widening. After a while, Tsunade looked up worriedly and shouted, Moonlight. Yi Kang, she. Her eyes were originally full of expectation, but now they were full of despair. Uexia suddenly felt her chest sink and she gritted her teeth. This is a dream. He told himself. How? I have obtained the natural energy chakra. My illusion can cause them to die instantly if they come into contact with the natural energy. He knew in his heart that Uexia could not move, and he was even more complacent. So, next one. Tsukishita. Tsunade frowned and shouted in pain. Just watching two people die in a moment of pain. Kizong even shed a gushing blood. He told himself. This was a dream. He was still crying. Although his expression was not abnormal, it revealed that abnormal sadness. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Finally, you finally show this expression. Jing laughed crazily, as if he had finally achieved his goal. 5.1. Such an extremely sad expression. Ever since I saw you, in all these years in the dark, I have never seen such an expression on your face. How about it? He smiled so numbly that his expression could become stiff. The feeling of sadness. Isn't it good? After hearing this, Uexia suddenly chuckled, but the tears on her face were still very obvious. Uchiha Kagami. My dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. I'm sad not because I was defeated by you, but because I saw the end of this dream. It was not as good as I imagined. It is impossible to find a way out of the future just by relying on dreams. Pursuing peace alone is even more tragic in reality. Then, it's over. He opened his dark blue eyes and slashed with the ice blade, cut everything apart. Kill everything in sight, together with all the dreams, kill together. Ding. The ability of the Death Eye has been increased to 45%. The resurrection system has found host 001. Tohsaka Tsukishita. Chapter 135. Infinite Tsukuyomi Explanation. Infinite Tsukuyomi Solution. Ding. The Death Eye has broken through to 45%. Ding. Host found. Tohida Tsukuyoshi can now feel the existence of the system. When he fell into Infinite Tsukuyomi, he was completely separated from the system. Now that the system has returned, it also means that Infinite Tsukuyomi has been cracked. It's all just a dream. Tohsaka Tsukishita looked at Uchiha Realm with a smile on her lips. Ignorant peace is not even as good as war. War can at least bring about evolution. Whether it is ninjutsu or the mechanisms of various countries, they will be sublimated in war. And after sublimating to a certain level, when people awaken, war will be replaced by another form. Uchiha realm, it's all over. What a pity, you can no longer see peace. Tohsaka's eyes were shining brightly under the moonlight, and in his field of vision, the world had been completely divided. The world has become extremely gray, the surface looks like a broken mirror, with cracks like spider silk. I saw a dead line. Tohsaka Uchiha's heart moved, and then she lightly drew the ice blade in her hand. The whole world seemed like fireworks rising into the sky, exploding with sparks in an instant. Shattered. It's over. All of this. 13 The Tree of 10 Tails is in full bloom. This tree was once the source of chakra, but now, it is in full bloom just to recover chakra. The power of the ninjas was absorbed. Some became mummies, while others were affected by infinite Tsukuyomi's illusion. The moon becomes scarlet. There are also 9 Magatama spinning. Uchiha Madara, who has become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, looks at the moon in silence. And around him lays Senju Hashirama. Madara, infinite Tsukuyomi cannot bring peace. Your plan is tantamount to destroying the entire world. Shut up. Now Uchiha Madara has lost the mood to talk to Senju Hashirama. Everything he planned came true. The world will always be at peace. And people can live very well in dreams, all this is what he wants. It's just a pity that there is no one who can share this joy with him now. There is only one old friend, Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. Jet black sticks secure Senju Hashirama to the rock. He tried struggling several times, but found that he couldn't get rid of it at all. The arm he lost never recovered. Controlled by this stick, chakra has never been able to recover, and its power is about to bottom out. Seeing the ninjas falling into illusions like infinite Tsukuyomi, he, the former god of ninjutsu, was no longer able to revolving heaven. Madara, Hashirama, I have been planning this for decades. Madara looked at Senju Hashirama with his only remaining eye, his calm tones suddenly rising. I've been waiting for decades. It's not to prove how strong I am. It's to prove that this is the only way to achieve peace for ninjas. Do you understand? Whether it is the existence of the village or the existence of the country, it is a hidden danger of war. As long as there are people, there will be disputes. And if these people have rights, the disputes will become bigger and bigger, which can only lead to war. If you want peace, you can only use infinite Tsukuyomi and let them live in their dreams. In this way, the world will be peaceful. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara only thinks that First Hokage is extremely stupid and wants everyone to coexist peacefully. He is simply a spokesperson for generating electricity with love. He walked over and kicked Senju Hashirama in the head. Then, he suddenly felt very happy. He has wanted to do this a long time ago. Then, he kicked Senju Hashirama hard one after another and said angrily. Back when it was as powerful as you and me, Konoha could only rely on force to stop the war. But what about other places? They are still ignorant and still have constant wars. After you died, even Konoha started a war. This is what you call peace. This is what you get out of the way you handle it. Look at the ninjas trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi now. How quiet. Don't talk about war, they can't even speak. Haha, the world has become a lot cleaner because of this. Senju Hashirama was a little dazed by the kick, but he still insisted. What people want is not war. Although wars continue to occur, it is also for better peace. Shut up. Uchiha Madara gives Senju Hashirama another kick. Later, he felt that this was no longer interesting. So, he raised his hand, and the black substance solidified into an awl in his hand. You, under the Impure World Reincarnation, cannot stop the power of the immortal. Hashirama, I am sorry to tell you. Everything is over. What? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but struggle. He was the only one who was awake now. The other Hokages from Impure World Reincarnation were all far away from him. If he dies, the world has truly fallen into eternal infinite Tsukuyomi. Advertisement absolutely not to die. Senju Hashirama struggled fiercely, but it was of no use at all. Instead, it caused Uchiha Madara to laugh. You who use love to generate electricity, can't you struggle to release the power of the immortal? Sorry, this time, it's me who wins again. Go to hell. Uchiha screamed in his heart, and then he stabbed the awl hard at Senju Hashirama. Everything is about to end, however, at this time. Sizzling. A ray of cold air floated into the sky, and Uchiha Madara found that he could not move. Senju Hashirama, who seemed to accept his fate, also looked at this scene in surprise. 300. This seems, under the moon, First Hokage shouted. You broke away infinite Tsukuyomi. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a group ninjutsu. Group ninjutsu has its benefits, but it also has its drawbacks. Group damage is the advantage of group ninjutsu, Mo. Once it is cracked, everyone is cracked. Uchiha Madara turned his head to look at the Ten Tails tree in disbelief. At this moment, he was shocked to find that the ninjas were actually waking up. And the flowers that were originally blooming are constantly withering. How so? Seemingly noticing Uchiha Madara's shock, Tohsaka Tsukishita silently exhaled a cold breath. Then he said calmly, how could this happen? This question, I think you don't want to know anymore, so, go to hell. After saying that, Tohsaka Tsukishita instantly activated the power of frozen fruit, the surrounding area instantly became cold, and Uchiha Madara also turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. After completing this, Tohsaka Tsukishita didn't stop moving, and also activated the direct death demonic eye in an instant. He will directly kill Uchiha Madara's existence in an instant. He raised the ice blade, and he was sure to stab him. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly shouted loudly, "Under the moon! Be careful behind you." Chapter 136. The world of Hokage temporarily ended. Watch your back. In fact, Tsunade didn't need to remind him. With his own perception, Tohsaka Tsukishita also sensed a dangerous force coming. He was still in the same posture. The ice blade in his hand was aimed at Uchiha Madara, trying to stab him, directly destroying his eyes, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped. The moment the black shadow struck, Tohsaka Tsukishita froze the surrounding air. The surroundings turned directly into blue frost, as if freezing the world. The fast-moving black shadow was also trapped in this cold current and could not move. Everything happened at the last moment. But Uchiha Madara found an opportunity, raised his hand to pick away Tohsaka Tsukishida's ice blade, took several consecutive steps back, widened the distance, and then said angrily, "I just don't know what to say. Do you know what I stand for now? Truth-seeking ball, Rinnegan. I am a god now, the god of this world. A mere mortal. You want to kill me? You really don't know how to live or die." Uchiha Madara was angry. In anger, there must be revenge. He raised his hand and turned the truth-seeking ball into a weapon. Then he rushed forward and shouted angrily at the city. "If you provoke a god, you will bear the wrath of the god." At this time, Uchiha Madara is no longer like him before. If the Uchiha Madara who has lifted the Impure World Reincarnation is equal to the Tohsaka Tsukishita who has not opened the direct death demonic eye. So now he is 3 or 4 times more powerful than Tohsaka Tsukishita who has not yet opened the direct death demonic eye. This is a qualitative change. Tohsaka Tsukishita stood there, looking contented. Behind him, there was black that was frozen by him. The black Zetsu kept struggling, but was gradually invaded by ice, and was about to lose consciousness. Damn it, I haven't revived my mother yet, am I going to die? No, I am immortal. As long as Uchiha Madara kills this man, I will have a chance to come out. Is it eternal ice? This cold is hundreds of times more difficult to deal with than the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The sacred tree is already in full bloom. Mother will definitely be resurrected, it's just one step away. Black Zetsu's expression became determined. Now we just wait for Uchiha Madara to kill Tohsaka Tsukishita and it will come to an end. At this time, Uchiha Madara is almost on the same level as Sage of Six Paths except for Rinnegan. Although he crushes Tohsaka Tsukishita in Chakra, he is still weaker than Tohsaka Tsukishita to a certain extent. Frozen fruit. After Tohsaka Tsukishita was resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation, she was able to see the demon in her body more clearly. But rather than saying it is a devil, it is better to say it is a law. The Frozen Law. Advertisement. Looking at Uchiha Madara rushing up against the strong wind, the temperature around Tohsaka Tsukishita suddenly dropped. Bang! The moment the two sides came into contact, frost was sprinkled on them. But Uchiha Madara is not afraid. His truth-seeking ball can get rid of any chakra. The only thing that can be hostile to it is the natural chakra, which is magic. However, just when he was full of confidence, a cold current surged into his heart, freezing his arms for a moment. What? Uchiha Madara used Rinnegan, and pointed his other hand at Tohsaka Tsukishita, and a force of elasticity quickly bounced him away. Frozen. Even though he was ejected by Uchiha Madara, Tohsaka Tsukishita is already aware of his current power. Frozen fruit. Full awakening. He is equivalent to possessing the freezing law. But why didn't the system remind me? Tohsaka Tsukishita was full of questions, and then she simply calmed down and summoned the system. But there was no response. Tohsaka Tsukishita frowned. At this time, Tsunade ran over, helped Tohsaka Tsukishita up, and asked nervously, "Tsukiyoshi, is there anything wrong with you?" Seeing Tsunade standing next to him, Tohsaka Tsukishita was also interrupted from his thoughts and shook his head slightly to express that he was fine. But at this moment, the battlefield situation was dangerous, so he did not hesitate, hugged Tsunade, and left here using the body flicker technique. Infinite Tsukuyomi has been violently broken by Tohsaka Tsukiyoshi, and the remaining ninjas, the 12 strong men of Konoha, have also woken up. "Uncle Ice Cube, are you okay, Uncle Ice Cube?" When he turned his head, he saw that Uzumaki Naruto had woken up and was full of energy. He just glanced at him, didn't pay much attention to him, and continued to leave with Tsunade in his arms. Under the moon. Looking down at Tsunade, Tohsaka Tsukishita couldn't bear it, but she still spoke. "Tsunade, it seems I have to say sorry to you again. It's time." Advertisement. With the departure of the system and the awakening of the fruit, he has already felt that the rules of the Hokage world have interfered with him. His power does not belong to this world. To the Hokage world, it is simply an alien among aliens. The rules of the world no longer allow him. He can also feel that his power is collapsing, and soon, he will be forced to leave this world. Why? Although he couldn't bear to face Tsunade's questions, he still took her far away. Finally, he directly used Flying Thunder God and came to Yi Kang. Orochimaru had already noticed it when Tohsaka came over. Without further ado, Tohsaka Tsukishita glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood and left directly, leaving Hyakura and Tsunade behind. Afterwards, Tohsaka said as if explaining the funeral affairs. "This war will be won. I felt a powerful force in the boys named Naruto and Sasuke, even more powerful than the master's power. The great master is Senju Tobirama's elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Then he said, I am already a dead person. When I wake up this time, I have to do something that I have to do. He didn't know how to face the two girls after he was resurrected and was about to leave again. They have been waiting for me for a long time. But Tohsaka can also feel that his power is falling apart, getting worse. As he spoke, he used the power of the frozen fruit rules to directly transform two fruits, and then handed them over to Tsunade and Yikang respectively. Finally, he said, Forgive me. I will come back and take care of our children. After he finished speaking, his body turned into fluorescent light, and he looked at Tsunade and Yikang with a smile, and finally. Broken. Tsunade and Hagura cried bitterly on the field. Finally, Yikang stood up, ate the fruit directly, and wanted to leave, while Tsunade asked aloud. Where are you going? Yikang didn't want to pay attention, but Tsunade said sternly. Don't wander around, come home with me. Yikang's progress seemed to stagger. In the chaos, Uexia Tohsaka heard the system shouting. Hokage Ninja World. Temporarily completed, entering the next world. P.S. The world of Hokage is temporarily over, let's move on to the next world. We will return to the world of Hokage later, but it's just that Boruto has changed. Well, when the time comes, the children of Tohsaka Tsukishita will probably compete with Boruto to see whose life experience is more ruthless. Chapter 77. If you want to fight, do it. I said, what are you talking about here? If you want to do it quickly. Yuan Banyue grinned, and the same beast rushed up with strange steps. The white-haired old man was sitting in his box and launched an attack on him for this central target. The most important thing is that their attack mode is ever-changing. If you look at it according to this working mode, it is ridiculous for them to block it, and Yuan Banyuexia follows the opponent's trajectory, and then rushed forward, but when the opponent rushed forward, the figure was just a product. Judging from such a scene, then the next thing means that they have no way to deal with such a small product. Small products appeared in the center of Shuzhou for a month. According to the place where such a small restaurant appeared, however, when it disappeared to another place, a roundabout was already chased and predicted. How did he know? The white-haired old man swallowed, looking ugly. He frowned slightly, lowered his body posture, and explored the target point according to the pressure supported by the air. If this is how he should press his own position and make fun of the other party's voice, he would not be able to see the other party's true position. If there is no way to know the opponent's next move and position, there is no way to continue the fight, or in other words, this fight will simply be a loss to the end. Yuan Banyuexia waved his fingers as if they were air and playing the piano. Normally, the body would always appear in the void in an instant. This was to scare people. Hurry up! Advertisement. Several team members on the side followed closely behind several senior investigators. They did not dare to neglect at all. After all, these were the legendary monsters that could eat people. Are these investigators the only ones left? You can kill us just by relying on you. It's a joke. Dong Shang on the side will remove itself. The red wings are huge red. When the wings open for a moment, they look like red roses. Generally, its eyes are linked, and the roses bloom together. In the void, Madara was a little bit of debris coming down from the tunnel, but it instantly formed a huge trajectory. He didn't dare to neglect Dong Xiangtian's sweetness at the side. After all, in this war, he wouldn't worry about how to restrict his equipment in the future. He also felt a little strange about which realm he had. And if you continue to live in this state in the next period of time, you will suffer loss. You said, where did the backup resources come from? In fact, there are only a dozen of us left. Look at what this range is like, and then launch a general attack. According to the strength and backup resources of these few of us, we can still defeat them. The white-haired senior who spoke of Zhang Yupeng also admired them very much. Those people in the Ennui Center along the way were obviously not Xiao Chao's. Although they wore some weird masks, they had become the opponents of their senior investigators, then he will never let go of such a golden opportunity. The most important thing is to take over this kind of environment after the road is over. If it can be used completely, then the power in the indirect will be infinitely broken. These tactics all have their own mysteries. They were actually able to find a loophole to escape in such a short period of time. The red wings passed between the two investigators. They turned back instinctively, not knowing what exactly they had passed by, but when they reacted, the hands and feet they were riding on had been broken. Advertisement. Speaking of Yuan Banyuexia, he is enrolling in a mysterious project. For him, isn't it all under his control? The person hiding in the void has been hiding his identity, so it's not allowed. They have spent this period of time in exchange for their identity through you, but they have spent it in vain. The monetary resources Yuan Banyuexia mentioned are not the few people hiding behind these buildings. After all, the few people behind the buildings here already have their own buildings. If it is at this speed, if they continue here, their strength will be exhausted. When such a trajectory appears in this space, it has disappeared in an instant, and we don't know where it will go next. But in such a space, can it overwhelmingly squeeze through the northern meters? Somewhere outside? The white-haired old man in the gorgeous night sky moved in the same position just now. He did not dare to neglect his slow movements because he knew that although the speed of his left and right movements was not fast, he had already dodged several attacks. Everyone is waiting and watching, because they are all looking forward to what will happen next. Even if they fall, so what? The most important thing is that they have to stand up again. It will be a long day. In such a day, there are still people who hide you deeply. How do they defend the peace of this world, bring those things to this world, and drive away those Mercury stars? That is self-personal things 013 love. Yuan Banyue spread his hands again and used the most bizarre Conqueror's Haki. The hometown of Conqueror's Haki, and the parents of this child had no way to avoid it. However, after using several formations in succession, there was such a thing in front of him. Young people can indeed accept the consequences of life. I don't think they understand what this is all about. What is your limit? Dong Shang wants more, and we will compare to see who can capture more customers. Kaneki Ken borrowed a sip of water and walked forward, facing such a sudden war. First of all, he couldn't control the Rishi in his body. If he searched for Rishi in an instant, he would lose consciousness. The voice began to become calmer, just like the authentic European voice, but it was different from standard Huxia, and everything was extremely slow. Prey also has its own methods, and naturally we also have our own methods of hunting. Chapter 1. Red Ghoul. Where is this? Yuan Banyue looked confused and walked forward gropingly. Then he walked into a tunnel. Several figures appeared one after another in the tunnel. Their eyes exuded a unique light. It's like a ghost. An inexplicable aura filled the air, but it was filled with a strange smell, which made people feel a little disgusting. This is the smell of blood. Where did this bloody smell come from? Looking at the piece on the ground and around it, there was nothing strange. Yuan Banyuexia took a breath of cold air, then mustered up the courage to walk forward, and then a blood-red figure passed by him. He vaguely felt that there was something there. The roar in his ears and eyes was like a sigh before death. Although it was only a moment, it sounded unforgettable and even more frightening. He groped back and forth, and at this moment, he touched something soft. He tried to open his eyes wide and touch it. After exploring what was touched, it turned out to be a corpse. The strong smell of blood just now emerged from this corpse. He looked at it and it turned out that this corpse was the missing policeman reported in the news. 327 has heard that this area has been completely blocked and restricted because of the sudden appearance of many inexplicable ghouls. This large area has attracted everyone's attention in Tokyo, but now it would be unlucky to travel to this place. Fortunately, I had heard of a cartoon like Tokyo Ghoul before, and I still understood some of the plots in it. So naturally, the people I met next would not be missing Nishio Nishiki and Tuka. Next, since you have already seen a large number of strange scenes, then the selection board you want to find is not only because of the existence of these. After Yuan Banyuexia looked at the inexplicable corpse in front of him, he remained vigilant. He walked back and forth in a large circle, and indeed found several black figures flashing over a building in the distance. The ghoul appears. Advertisement. He concentrated his energy and used his 13th area. This time, the cheats that the owner had obtained in the previous world could save his life for the time being. The B-Deg he received this time was desolate, and instantly stirred up a lot of dust, and then a ghostly laughter rushed over, and then a hand grabbed him. Angel-like wings indeed landed here, but the wings of this angel were not white but red. You can still vaguely see the man's eyes, but they are blood red in color, and there are still little bloodstains of Madara Madara on the corners of his mouth. Apparently this was just after a full meal. After night falls, the city is immersed in death, and the silence of that area is so diffuse that people can't see what is going on. According to such a diffuse smell and breath, in other words, no one can survive. During this period, District 13 has been extremely vigilant, and 2 new police officers have been dispatched here. Could one of the landscapes be him? The real male protagonist has not yet appeared, but he is somewhat looking forward to it. Moreover, it is the most terrifying power of the male protagonist, and it is not the Marine 6-style stone lion that has sneaked into his body. He is called the Berserker. In this operation, do you know that we can't stay? This reaction speed can actually keep up with us. The man wearing the rabbit mask was stunned for a moment. He walked forward without knowing what was going on, but he was extremely vigilant and stared straight at the distant board in front of him, under the moon. Advertisement. After looking at Dong Zhang's fierce face in front of him, Yuan Banyuexia looked calm, because for Yuan Banyuexia, all these things can be solved by himself, and in front of him such a signal indirectly told him that this story was about to begin. A man wearing mysterious clothes, leaning on a hat, but with a rabbit-like mask on his face came to Yuan Banyuexia. He looked at Yuan Banyuexia and Yuan Banyuexia with a condescending look. The next leader knocked him down. Yuan Banyuexia put on a condescending look, and he did sound a bit arrogant when he spoke. He wanted to see how complicated the 13th district was during this period of time, and how many characters are involved in it. Don't be surprised. I'm not spying on you, it's just that I have a pair of god-like eyes. Everything inside is already under my control. How such a violent man was able to subdue him was down to his own loneliness. If he could really do it, then whatever happened next would be able to be solved, and it wouldn't be as complicated as they thought. The man with the rabbit mask slowly opened his mask, and then a strange figure flashed over. After questioning, he learned that the person in front of him was indeed the heroine of Tokyo Ghoul. The huge body in question walked out of a shadow. He was wearing a formal suit and looked gentle, like an old man. After hearing this, Dong Shang slowly turned his head, his brows furrowed, and a trace of fire lit up in his eyes. Who is the person in front of him? Why does he know his name? This person is not one of those policemen. District 13 will definitely not settle down, but we must be careful not to let them find out. Dong Shang was extremely vigilant and stretched out his hand. The brown color behind it instantly expanded a lot, like a huge tentacle, and instantly came to Yuan Banyuexia's side. Yuan Ban Yuexia looked a little bigger. He was extremely surprised and took a few steps back instantly, but at this moment, Yuan Ban Yuexia said that Dong Shang was in front of him, and he was not his opponent. You can't get the stability in the 13 districts with just one hand and one foot, and the really powerful people here haven't appeared yet, so how can you talk to me? Yuan Ban looked calm under the moon. The two people in front of him could actually help him in the future. Besides, now that he has the power of cheat, what should he be afraid of? Yuan Banyue lowered his head and murmured to himself. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, he slowly stood up and came to this person's side. It turns out to be Dong Shang. Chapter 2, Mysterious Identity. After traveling through 2 balanced worlds, Yuan Ban Yuexia gained more fighting experience, and in the context of the next one, as long as she figured out why she was afraid of not being able to control herself, a force. Who are you? Why are you so mysterious? Dong Shang waved his hand and could detect the powerful power emanating from Yuan Ban Yuexia's body. Obviously Yuan Ban Yuexia was neither a human nor a ghoul. Are there really angels in this world? Looking at Yuan Ban Yuexia in front of them, the stuttering face makes people fall into deep thought. Each of them is looking forward to Yuan Ban Yuexia's answer in Yuan Ban Yuexia, and now they have no intention of asking. The Tokyo Ghoul incident and other maps like this are constructed like a hierarchy, rising one level after another, and all blood types grow up in it, with love, hate, and hatred, and the killings piled up. Judging from the current time, the male protagonist must have been injured by the berserker and exchanged with the berserker. His kidneys are lying in the hospital, so the protagonist should appear next. But how can I waste such a systematic ability? Moreover, since the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki in my body have been brought to such a balanced world, it would be a waste if I don't use it. In addition, what I have if you can absorb the system of this world and the hero's ability, you will be invincible. I am not your enemy, and this is the stability of District 13. I hope we can coordinate and maintain it together in the future. What he said was strange. The 2 devastating landscapes that appeared next in the 13 districts were the most troublesome, and the weapons they possessed must have been plundered from the ghouls. What dangerous weapons manufacturers create in such a world is nothing but killing and bloodshed. Maintaining stability is not a decision after a fight in the end. That's all, since now I can travel between 2 balanced worlds, and if I can have skills similar to Tokyo Ghoul in such a Tokyo Ghoul, why not pursue the victory and get richer, on one's own body? Advertisement. Looking at Yuan Ban Yuexia's sincere eyes in front of them, several of them took a breath of cold air. The old man in front of them coughed a few times and waved his hand. Dong Shang, who was wearing a rabbit mask next to him, stopped. The old man in front of me must be the owner of the coffee shop, and this coffee shop is set up to maintain and protect the stability and newness of the 13th district. And their original intention in the end was to protect those weak ghouls from harm. There are good and bad ghouls in Tokyo. Some of them were not able to survive, but were later cast aside by humans. There are indeed countless. Forget it, since we have come here this time and integrated into the 13th district, we must do our best. He's right, and I don't think he's a bad person. The old man smiled slightly, but his smile melted all the icebergs like the spring breeze, making people look particularly fresh. Later, under the introduction of the old man, he especially brought Yuan Ban Yuexia back to his cafe, and Yuan Ban Yuexia also put down all his vigilance. One of the reasons is that he also knows the identity of the other party, but now he is not interested in the other party. However, his identity is mysterious. After arriving at the cafe in the ending district of the 13th district, Yuan Ban Yuexia took it as a matter of course and sat on a chair nearby, waiting for something. Then a person appeared. The girl in the maid suit looked particularly fresh, but when she looked at her face, she choked up after using the selection board. How do you know that there was a mother and daughter of ghouls during this period of time? Just because all this was somewhat routine, he wanted to find out what happened to the mother and daughter next. Yuan Ban Yuexia felt a little anxious in her heart, then picked up a plate of coffee and opened up the topic to divert her attention. In the past few days, he had indeed experienced a massacre with a background of ghouls. 2 big demons suddenly came, but they used some weird weapons to kill the mother among the ghosts. Killed, all this seemed confusing, but it did attract their attention. After a few minutes, Yuan Ban Yuexia pursed his lips and continued talking. Advertisement 0. What about the mother and daughter? Yuan Ban Yuexia looked at the few people on the side with a half smile but not at the ghouls present. He stopped what he was doing and continued to take a look. During this period of time, will something happen in Tianjin district? Dong Shang looked particularly fresh in a maid suit, and she looked a bit affectionate. Yuan Ban Yuexia, as a man's body, had some physiological reactions. Dong Shang swallowed and gritted his teeth. There was a ray of light in his eyes, looming, and Yuan Banyue seemed to have seen the terrifying face under his sharp eyes. If this plot develops, then the mother and daughter should also appear. Sure enough, such a familiar figure in front of him was Dong Shang. Please give me flowers. This area has begun to become unstable. Although our cafe can tolerate some weak Tokyo ghouls, these gourmet ghost agents still cannot escape those who are chasing them. The son of Tong Ying, who was originally in the area called Berserker, has disappeared inexplicably. What is going on? No one knows what kind of secrets are hidden at the end. Some people also try. I went to investigate, but there was no result. When Yuan Ban Yuexia was speaking in front of him, the old man on the side instantly stopped holding the cup of coffee in his hand. He knew that during this period, two mysterious people first came here and took over. They visited the entire 13th district, and then they heard that the berserker had disappeared. For ghouls, hiding their identity is undoubtedly the most important thing. Once their identity is exposed, they will be hunted by everyone, so that they cannot survive in a body like this. For them, this is the most cruel. Chapter 3. Straight to the Death Eye. It is true that this kind of thing happened, but how did you know that although the new guards who came to this area to take over did not fight, it was almost the same? As for who leaked the clues here, we also not clear. The old man looked at the excited Dong Shang, comforted himself, and briefly talked about what happened during this period. It's time for the protagonist to appear. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yuanban Yuexia muttered to himself, but this time he not only wanted to focus on the storyline in the context of this time period, but also wanted to find a male protagonist with more power than himself. Speaking of which, the name of the male protagonist has a certain origin, and wasn't it because he had a secret love for a ghoul called the Berserker, and ended up like this? 010. Forget it, anyway, this man but his lustful skills are so vivid that he can't control them when they show up. Yuanban Yuexia was thinking that she was starting to lose face. During this period of time, whether the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki that she had transformed were stable, although these two sets of moves were slightly different from those in the original Hokage balanced world. Although I am very proficient, it is indeed not difficult to successfully complete the measurement points during this period. And what made him feel even more strange was that when he started fighting with Dong Shang, he did find that the Hezi energy in Dong Shang resonated with the Death Eye in his own body. All this shows that the powerful and ferocious weapon contained in the ghoul, Hebao, echoes the direct death demon eye in his body, and the direct death demon eye he uses is almost their body above all, Hebao. The encounter between Long Sheng and the beast is undoubtedly a massacre, and it's uncertain who will take possession of it in this massacre. If it's really sad, it has another purpose for you alone. But in this at a critical moment, it is better to see the situation clearly before making a conclusion. Coming into such a bloody world is always a challenge, and such a challenge makes people feel a little disgusting. In a slaughterhouse, who can make people feel that they love Lien? Well, this is undoubtedly the fish served tonight. Forget it, it's either a devil or an angel. Now, as the savior of such a world, he is not entirely here. Moreover, he also wants to evaluate this so-called 13th district and go to meet the people in that world. The male protagonist, Kaneki Ken. Where will Kaneki Ken's heat be? This makes people feel doubtful, but according to the development at this time, then Kaneki Ken should have returned to his home and is in a stage of collapse. When the angle changed, Yuanban Yuexia couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see how Kaneki Ken collapsed after possessing the internal organs of the Berserker. Although he had watched it through the computer screen, but that one party's description attracted his great attention. After thinking about it again and again, Yuanban Yuexia had a dull look on his face. The old man in front of him sighed with his Dongshang. He always felt that something was different about Yuanban Yuexia in front of him, and the most mysterious identity of Yuanban Yuexia was actually. There are layers of mystery behind it, and love and murder are generally inaccessible to people. Advertisement. The most important thing is that now that Yuanban Yuexia has appeared in such a world, it means that the next such world and the stability of the connection. But there is no way to measure it. We must first hide the den where we are, because the weapons they use in the newly arrived landscapes are beyond our control. The most important thing is that they have a strange thing in their hands, which comes from a box, which contains a hebang that was plundered from our ghouls. In this cartoon, Yuanban Yuexia explained the strange phenomenon he saw. As for how to eradicate the landscape and get rid of the so-called dangerous Hebao, I have some doubts after getting it. As for what can be done here, it is not just him alone. Forget it, if that's the case, it's better to quickly find the male protagonist Kaneki Ken, and this is Kaneki Ken. In such a balanced world, Zan died between life and death, so it's better to quickly find a place to stay. Yuanban Yuexia seemed to have general doubts about being together. For him, there were some things that really caught his attention, and he also wanted to find a good solution. After Yuanban Yuexia first understood what happened in this area during this period of time, he arranged for Dong Shang, who was already in front of the old man, to stabilize his own situation first and not to reveal his identity in such a hurry. Otherwise, what will happen next is a large amount of killing. Outside the window, there is a breeze floating one after another, which makes people see a bit of deep water. However, during this period, each force has a different existence. If it is balanced according to this force, then like this there is really no way for Ichiban's world to continue to develop as peacefully as they imagined, because what the 10 kinds of power T***** stimulated in the first year here are not just the pleasure in their own bodies. Possessing a powerful hebao and a different fighting skill in such a world must be a profound opportunity, but in the face of such a miracle of survival, how can one grasp his own destiny? A matter of experience. Yuan Ban walked to the street under the moon, following the crowd and patrolling back and forth. He seemed to be looking for something, his eyes kept wandering to everyone and hitting Lianza. At this moment, he 1.4 just fixing his eyes on a boy in black and hooded clothes in the distance. He always felt that this boy seemed familiar, as if he was from a certain scene. Yes, this scene is just like the scene of the male protagonist seen in TV series and cartoons. The scene is pitiful, but it is like the scene of prey in the dark looking for its own food. Foraging. People in history are the most dangerous here. The situation they often encounter is just driving. Yuan Banyuexia waved his hand and patted the shoulder of the boy wearing a black jumpsuit in front of him calmly like a sunny boy. The man raised his head slightly, and a pair of blood-red eyes flashed past. Chapter 4. Let me help you find food, are you hungry? Yuan Banyuexia seemed to have understood who the person in front of him was, and also knew that all he wanted was to continue talking. Who are you? Because what happened during this period was so sudden, and he hadn't had a meal for several days after being discharged from the hospital. For Kaneki Ken in front of him, he was so hungry that he could even pounce on him, and then bit Yuan Banyuexia, but there was no smell of delicious food on Yuan Banyuexia's body, which made people feel a bit surprised. All this happened beyond his expectation, and then Yuan Banyuexia had a wicked smile on his face, and he was not afraid at all when he stepped forward. Don't come over, otherwise I will you still eat me? Yuan Banyuexia couldn't help but walked forward. He knew that Kaneki Ken was really hungry in front of him. 13. How about finding him a delicious meal to fill his stomach? Looking at the distant moon in front of him, Kaneki Ken instantly became more vigilant. He looked at the crowd around him, and then ran towards the tunnel in the distance. He also wanted to know what was going on inside. Something happened, and I wanted to understand what kind of changes had taken place in this world, and why my life had indeed turned 180 degrees after entering the hospital. This was just a few days. Although he had reluctantly accepted the reality, he had inexplicably gained a brand new power during this period. Although he was just living in an ignoble way, it was all so real. Don't come close to me anymore, I will eat you all, and I look like this now, you don't want to. Advertisement Kaneki Yan screamed at him, and tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. He was very frightened. The ghostly appearance he looked like now was like the stone lion ghost described on TV, with a bloody mist. But it was so pervasive that he really couldn't open his heart, and he didn't know what kind of thing all this existed for. Hey, brother, don't run away. Maybe I can help you if you're hungry. Yuan Banyuexia cervical said over and over again from behind, but Kaneki Ken, who was running in front, didn't listen to him at all, because he really couldn't accept the way he looked like having a haircut now, and he also wanted to understand what the world was like. What's going on? After arriving at a dark tunnel, the two of them slowly stopped, because Kaneki Ken in front of him seemed to have discovered a strange smell not far away, and this smell really aroused his interest instantly. He walked forward slowly, and saw a figure ready to move next to the trash can. Next, the blonde-haired boy in front of him waved his hand, lowered his head with a nonchalant expression, and took a hard bite on the flesh and blood body next to the homeless man on the ground. This kind of food is actually delicious. It seems that only people with such disadvantages will eat these 10 kinds of garbage. This scene is so familiar. Yuan Banyuexia naturally understands it. Such a scene is naturally the beginning. The male protagonist Kaneki Ken accepts a godlike decision for the first time. Yuan Banyuexia slowly walked up to Kaneki Ken and patted him on the shoulder. Then Kaneki looked frightened and stepped back for a few minutes. Before he could react, the homeless man in front of him came. His head was cut off at once. But judging from this time, Dong Shang should have appeared around the same time. Moreover, Dong Shang was so mysterious in the dark that it was not easy for people to beat him up, since this time it was already a trap. Now that the 727 is here, we can only adapt to the changing circumstances. Yuan Banyuexia forced a smile, and there were already dense beads of sweat on his forehead. If he faced the stone lion ghost this time, then his body was not big enough. After all, the opponent's background was just a few passes. The information is just clear. In a head-on fight, it would be a bit difficult to cut off the bag behind the opponent's body. Yuan Banyue continued to explain with a calm look on his face. Although he knew that his explanation was just a breather, he at least wanted to explain his identity so that the other party could understand better. Advertisement then swallowed it. What he said was that he turned his attention to Kaneki Ken. After all, Kaneki Ken was still in an ordinary human body before. As long as he had not eaten any human flesh and blood, he at least still had some human taste, so at this moment I am interested in the far plate and moon in front of me. You are hungry too, so hurry up and eat. Although it doesn't taste very good, at least it can fill your stomach. It turns out that this is the most annoying thing for me in my area. Are you his friend? Don't come over, don't come over. What was revealed between that figure was a blood-red light, and then a homeless man slowly stretched out his hand, holding a severed arm and threw it in front of Kaneki Ken. Each area has its own leader. Naturally, they divide their own disadvantaged areas, which is also the most important instinct in the implementation trajectory, and in this, they must be able to completely put such a if the area is their own, if necessary, then the so-called divided area of that side will be easy to handle, and they also very much want to make such an area a part of their own, and then continue to explore this area. What exactly happened in the area? This guy is eating here. We are not just passing by, we are strangers to him. Don't blame anyone. Moreover, we won't fight over him when he eats. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. We two children are playing, we should leave quickly, otherwise the new sights that come to this stable area after dark will not let us go. A tall boy with blonde hair and a pair of glasses appeared in front of Kaneki Ken and Anita Uexia. Kaneki Ken covered his eyes and dared not accept it, because the homeless man's head was still on the ground, staring straight at him. Hold yourself. It seems like you can't stay here for long. Chapter 5. Really fragrant warning. You boy, you look delicious and taste so delicious. Damn it, we are all of the same kind, are we going to fight each other again? But when the angle changes, the body of Kaneki Ken in front of me is naturally that of a human. As for the twists and turns here, isn't it about talking about the berserker? Forget it, since Kaneki Ken in front of you has inherited the berserker, so the most basic kind of combat power is still there. Here in the ghouls, their bodies can be restored after being severely bent or broken, but the pain is unforgettable. As long as they don't suffer too much damage, their bodies will recover. As for what kind of situation is inside, naturally only they can understand it, and in this situation, if they are found again if he encounters some different situations, then he can only rely on Dong Shang to rescue him. Looking at what you said, do you want to eat us both? Why bother fighting alone when you can fight in a group? Since the other party has already said such a first-class word, he can only delay time. Yuan Ban Yuexia thought for a while and then swallowed, and based on the straight death demon eye that was broken in his body and the various aspects, he wanted to defeat the middle-class ghoul in front of him. Besides, there are still it's a little bit possible, but I don't know whether my body and the skills of the Tao opposite me will undergo some different changes in the end. After all, this is my first time in the world, fighting. That's true, and you guys do smell pretty good. Really fragrant warning. Yuan Ban Yuexia snorted coldly, and started to swing instantly. When he was on his own, he started to move in an instant, and he was helping one after another. He would not sit back and watch here, he would just sit back and wait for death. As soon as today arrived, the tentacles of memories rushed towards the man in front of him in an instant. The man waved his hand, and a trace of blue light flashed in his eyes. He only felt that since Yuan Banyuexia in front of him could already summon such a power, it was naturally not simple, and at this moment he seemed he has already figured out what kind of situation is going on here, so he is so cautious. The blood-red power and the tentacles inside told them indirectly that in such a bloody area, it was indeed not easy to get some power that was proportional to themselves. At the same time, they wanted to do it again. It's up to you to strike the most powerful blow, once or twice. You should check how powerful the opponent is, he bowed. Advertisement. The man's tentacles split into some sharp tentacles, and then struck the stones next to them, so that some steel weapons instantly shattered into pieces, and fell down one after another. He opened his Conqueror's Haki. He wanted to use his Conqueror's Haki's Qigong power to instantly envelope them, at least to protect himself and Kaneki Ken. But speaking of Yi Peng's Kaneki Ken, he's really a meat-eater. The setting of the male protagonist at the beginning was quite embarrassing. After taking this step after step, he will definitely be on the road to becoming a king. And then like this confused, weak and tanky. Shangza Yuanban Yuexia gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He used the direct death demon eyes in his body to blow up again. You will come out with another burst of strange power, plus the power of Marine 6 styles he possesses. When it comes to pushing, the power of the hard drive is indeed very different. When he thought about things like this, he felt a little strange, and during such a process, he could indeed gather the power of the direct death demon eye in an instant. Although the power of the direct death demon eye was not very stable, at least it was Hebao was able to forcefully suppress the man in front of him. The red Hebao trembled slightly with the sharp tentacles on it, but it made people feel like a wild new student. He was afraid of the distant moon. He took a breath of cold air when he looked at it. He also wanted to know what dangerous things were happening here. What kind of secrets are hidden behind the weapons that make people so quiet? Everything is just floating in the wind for people to see. It is not clear what is going on here, and at this moment, Yuan Banyuexia seems to have already wanted to understand this, and what he wants to verify next. How a set of death eyes and Conqueror's Haki are integrated with each other can only be slowly explored in the structure of spiritual innocence in a world like the ghoul. Just relying on these little wings, you want to knock me down. Yuan Ban Yuexia had an arrogant look on his face. He forcefully pushed his death eye, and then instantly knocked down the Hebang part in front of him repeatedly. Moreover, after such forced suppression, the man in front of him felt a little nervous, exhausted and at a loss. He did not expect that Yuan Ban Yuexia in front of him looked soft and weak, but the power he possessed was so mysterious, and the transparent airwave attack just now often exceeded his own strengths. What was it for, and why is there such a powerful force hidden during this period? Is it really stronger than my own strength, and can I break through? It was blown away over and over again in the breeze, and a purple-red body flashed between the tall buildings in the distance. The purple-red figure peeked here, and a few minutes later the painting was like a burst of smoke and disappeared without a trace, but at this moment, Yuan Banyue had already noticed this strange aura. Forget it about what kind of hero he is staring behind so eagerly. Anyway, after such a character, Zhao Qianzhao, appears in the future, I'm going to defeat him, old man. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a deep breath as he spoke, with a lustful look on his face. For him, all these things were indeed beyond his imagination, and at this moment, since he was already within his power, if you do it, then you won't cut any more eggs here. After all, this is completely different from what you imagined. The two incredible forces clashed with each other, and a burst of powerful power echoed over and over again, leaving traces in people's hearts. But soon, the man in front of him was struck by what he saw. The flesh and blood that Yuan Ban Yuexia knocked down quickly recovered as soon as they were broken. The recovery ability of the ghoul is amazing. It's very fast, it can't continue like this. What Yuan Ban Yuexia said was to slowly let go, lowering the power of the death eye in his body. Chapter 6. Blood-red weapon, Hebao. This Hebao is the most powerful protective weapon among the ghouls. Even if a few of his veins are broken, it will not recover after a while. At this moment, some voices came from the corner nearby. Yuan-ban Uexia smiled slightly. Now the person who rescued him was here. Why was he so slow? Thinking of this, he felt a little dissatisfied. Then a large light and shadow passed by his shoulder. The figure that appeared was Dong Shang. What Dong Shang wanted to come out from behind was a pair of blood. The red wings opened instantly and knocked the man in the distance. He bowed to the ground, making the sound of a town exploding. Well played. Looking at Kaneki Ken, who was slumped on the ground, trembling with fear, Yuan Banzuki couldn't help but patted his shoulder and motioned him to look at the scene in front of him. This scene is what he will experience in the future, and the consequences of all these things it will indeed happen to you. What will happen this time, you have to weigh it yourself. After all, the Kaneki Ken in front of you is not a weak boy without any ability. As for how to develop the hysterical body in his body, it will only take a long time. Forget it. Anyway, after this 707th time, I quickly stimulated my own eyes of death, so that I have stabilized myself by continuing to train. Let's talk about Conqueror's Haki. This area is originally under my control. What do you mean when you come here? As they said that, they took a breath of cold air. For them, all these things were beyond their imagination. If they really thought about what they said this time, then in the next period of time, what's going on? This was originally a place for berserkers, but you are here now. Dong Shang was not polite at all. Regarding the division of such an area, he did not take it seriously in his eyes. Even if the berserker was in front of him, he would definitely spread out a large desert. Advertisement originally, while the berserker left this place, the man could practice well here. He really didn't expect that Dong Shang in front of him would be beaten and slept with his information. Forget it, he would fight anyway. But people, it's better to leave quickly. When it comes to this, these young people in front of me are things that have passed away after all. They are about to leave this place, and it is inconvenient to stand on the side. They stood up today and came to Yuan Banyue. Around him, he always felt that all these things were more than just his words. Then Kaneki Ken looked at Dong Shang in front of him, and then ran away in a polite manner. Who is he? Why does he smell like someone, and these eyes? Facing Dong Zhang's words, Yuanban Uexia was speechless. Forget it, the days are long anyway, and in a few days, Kaneki Ken will come to visit, and he can't wait for this so-called after the ghoul hero figured it out, it was still too late. Is he the person mentioned in the news on TV before? Yuanban Uexia smiled slightly and said such a thing indirectly. Dong Shang suddenly realized that he seemed to understand something. Just when he wanted to catch up, Kaneki Ken had already disappeared without a trace. Go back first. Yuan Banyuehui waved to Dong Shang. Dong Shang swallowed his saliva and said nothing more. The two of them quickly left the place and returned to the stable cafe in District 13. The silence in the coffee shop made the two of them indulge in it. The most important thing is that nothing surprising happened during this period of time, and since I didn't have much influence in it, if it is affected, then it can only be the hiding of power. The secret hideout of oneself is avoided, BDFE, and the few new police officers who came to the 13th district discovered it. The new person who came to District 13 seems to have a powerful power, and the spiritual energy fluctuations they possess are all different. How about we take a look at what's going on first, and then take action? A tall young man walked out from the side. He is responsible for the food in this section, so he still has his own place to speak here. Advertisement. The old man waved his hand and his kind smile was as usual. He is usually the owner of this coffee shop. He has told me many things about this part of the 13 districts in the past few days, and all of these things seem to be under control. Sure enough, the peaceful days are almost over. The area we are guarding will definitely not exist. As long as they come to our door, it will indeed be a bit difficult for us to get rid of the bamboo. Otherwise. A little girl walked forward. No one could tell, but she was a ghoul. His innocent smile was exactly the same as that of other children. Looking at Yuan Banyue, my heart was pounding. Jump. It's a pity that he was involved in such a desert at such a young age. How such a desert is gathered together makes people feel a little spiritually moved. If he can recover this time, he will be able to. It would be great to live in harmony, but unfortunately it is just a killing between food and prey. We are prey, they are food. What kind of relationship is this? Everything is just silence for Yan Dongshang. He has no way to accept the injustice of the world. He also imagined living a normal life and going to school, share delicious food with your friends. But he will never feel the taste of delicious food that he envies in his life. It's just a human being. Let's stabilize this secret hideout first. As for how to measure it here, it's not what we should think about at this stage. The old man looked at Yuan Banyue and saw that there was no one there. What was he thinking? Since this stable District 13 could become a nest for soldiers, it actually had its own patient methods. Then Dong Shang and the old comrade in front of him telling it, the Kaneki Ken he met. That boy has the power of a berserker and he's a human. How can a human have the power of a berserker? Is this all destined or arranged by someone? Yuanban Uexia just couldn't express her impatient opinions here. Chapter 7. The monster whose kidneys were replaced. I'm afraid all this is not that simple. Let's first see if it has something to do with the berserker. The old man fell silent for a moment, but he remembered the hospital reports in the past few days. He heard that one hospital had exchanged a patient's kidney with another female patient as proposed last time. Although this incident attracted a large audience, all these incidents were caused by that doctor. The person whose kidney was replaced is the berserker. As for how Kaneki Ken, as a human here, accepted this matter, it is indeed a bit scary to think about it. We can't continue like this. Let's take a look at what's going on first, so it would be better if they could really give a conclusive reply here, but from the official understanding if so, the ghouls in most areas are ready to move and seem to be heading towards this stable district 10-3. The peaceful days were about to be destroyed, and all that was brought about was a mountain road, and what was mixed in it was an inexplicable smell of blood. Yuanban Uexia also wants to end it quickly, but in the world of the gods and ghosts, the first thing to hunt is not just prey, but for their own survival. As long as they can better consolidate their own areas and protect their own area's safety, this is crucial, and having a strong competitiveness is also the most important. This means that he has the power of a berserker, but that kid. The ghouls have turned evil again, so this place will be lost next, so they can imagine what kind of situation will happen next, and they can only find Kaneki Ken quickly and take them back. Is that boy's name Kaneki Ken? Otherwise, let's capture him. The handsome guy on the side grinned and walked forward again. He seemed to give people a sense of stability, but he didn't want to stretch out his powerful chest. The 10 Hebao immediately played with the board and were frightened. Put it away quickly, it's so disgusting and scary to be born here. Advertisement Yuan Banyue had a look of disgust on his face. The handsome young man in front of him seemed a little impatient. He trembled his breast slightly, showing a confrontational look, but then there was an inexplicable hidden person between them. Time bombs, generally provoking each other. Don't worry about this matter, he will actually come to your door by himself, and he also knows you. Yuan Ban Uexia turned her head to look at Dong Shang and Dong Shang, with a melancholy look on her face. Just when Dong Shang raised her head, Yuan Ban Uexia in front of her turned her head. This time, everything happened to her, under control. You said that person would look for me. As for Kaneki Kenri meeting him this time, he didn't know it. Moreover, for Dong Shang, it was the first time he saw Kaneki Kenri. How could he come to such a conclusion? Could it be that all these things really happened without him? Do you want that simplicity? Or do you mean? In another place, the 13th district will inevitably strengthen all the alarms, and the auras they send out at this moment are different, so that each of them will increase their vigilance. If you can really regard such a matter as your own need this time and then force it to solve it, then the next step will be easier. Yuan Banyue came down and thought back and forth. Forget it. Now that he is wandering in such a balanced world, he should quickly find a place where he can confirm his power to kill the evil eye. As for how to balance Hebang disease and measure such a power, they really felt like the freshmen sighing, and if they could summon such a power in detail, what kind of laughter would they end up in? But it makes people feel a bit weird. If this is the case, it is better to go to the Jiangguo headquarters to see what kind of situation it is. I'm going to go out first. You don't have to worry about this guy after school. He must be looking for some kind of food during this time. Pay attention to the food there and you don't have to worry. Yuanban Uexia seemed to already know what the old man in the cafe in front of him and Dong Shang on the side were worried about, so he said some words to make them not worry and left alone. Walking on the street, you wouldn't encounter any danger in broad daylight. At this moment, there were screams and screams from the round table, and some people ran out inexplicably, their faces, but there was a lot of fear hanging on it. They ran towards the direction of Yuanban Uexia one after another. Yuanban Uexia's eyes widened with curiosity, and they indeed walked in the direction in which they ran. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. As I got closer and closer, a strong smell of blood hit my face. Yuan Banyue frowned and smelled the smelly head. Is it possible that the plot is really going to change this time? Why didn't it appear in the cartoon? Such a plot. Congratulations to host for once again deepening and expanding its capabilities. At this moment, Yuan Ban Uexia's mind recalled the voice of a poem he had left behind. Yuan Ban Uexia took a breath of cold air. He didn't know what such a power tasted like, but I don't know what will happen in it. This sudden lousy possesses cheat, forget it. Anyway, he has traveled to 2 balanced worlds, and the power he possesses is infinite when superimposed on each other. This is enough, indeed enough, to make Yuan Ban Uexia more sure that the things he is doing now are very good, and in such a brief attention, since he can quickly put this matter into perspective, it's been solved, why drag it on? Let's take a look at what's going on first, but why is my body exuding a burning sensation of high temperature? Yuan Banyue murmured to himself, and there was already a dense mark on his forehead. He stretched out his fist, then held it tightly and rushed forward, and then came towards him was a familiar face. Faces, these are the 2 mysterious sights that are new to District 13. It's okay to finally meet these 2 people. Anyway, these 2 are still the last big bosses. As for how to compete with them here, this is the first encounter, but it is so embarrassing. There must be some danger in sealing off the entire scene this time. The ghouls came to this place, and then captured and ate those people. No wonder a large number of people disappeared during this period. This is really scary. I've heard about this before. Several landscapes looked at each other with different expressions. Chapter 8. Take you to fly. As for how to measure these dangerous species this time, we can only. When he said this, there was an old man with white hair in front of him, but his dark eyes were fixed on Yuan Ban Uexia. Yuan Ban Uexia nodded slightly and smiled. Doesn't this old man know me, and this veteran is as good as an old man? It's better not to alarm him at first, otherwise if something happens, I won't be able to protect myself. It is said that one thing is worse than one thing less. Yuan Ban Uexia naturally understands this truth. Then Yuan Ban Uexia changed into a bloody person and walked forward, and then walked back and forth to examine the things he was carrying on the ground. There were white cloths one after another, but what flowed out from underneath were bits and pieces of bloodline from Madara Madara. A strong smell of blood, and the 310 was coming out from the cement underneath these white cloths. This has happened several times in a while. Those terrifying things are really about to take action. How about we play a song to lure the snake out of the hole? Don't scare the snake now, just lure them all out. I would like to see what those dangerous things feed on. Several sights grinned, but from the perspective of Yuan Banyue, what they said was just a kid's joke. How could it be so easy to catch a dead ghost? Yes, Dandan would be able to tear them apart in an instant when facing an ordinary stone lion. They are all dangerous species. Just hide behind me. I can only use their own weapons as weapons to kill them. The white-haired old man burst out laughing. His laughter made people feel a little sick. Yuan Banyue, who was standing aside, swallowed and felt a little trembling. You can't stay here for a long time. It seems that this old man will have a little difficulty as most of the children in this story. He slowly walked to a familiar street alone, following the route in his memory, and arrived at Kaneki Ken's door. He wanted to knock on the door, but at this moment he saw a man wearing the brisk young man hung a bag on his hand at Kaneki Ken's door. This is Kaneki Ken's friend. There were a few Madara dots of bloodline on the blue watch, which really made people feel a bit spiritual. Yuan and Uexia left the place quickly without thinking about anything, but the strong smell of blood was still filled with it. My own heart. Advertisement. It's not that simple. There is no way to tie up the hunters in the darkness in this area with bare hands. As for how to find the ghoul who feeds on humans here, that is a difficult thing. It seems that the sudden disappearance of the previous berserker is a very good thing for me, but there are still many things that are going up one after another. After studying the boy in front of them for a long time, Yuan Ban Uexia walked forward, and then slowly went to see what the situation was, and at this moment they also wanted to know what was going on at this stage. Something happened. Kaneki Ken has been relatively introverted since he was a child. It is extremely difficult to make a friend, so how to measure it here and get a friend is different. As for being able to make a friend here, friends, this is already a very good thing. The old man with white hair turned his head, spoke to the two landscapes around him, and made arrangements to seal off the area. Already gone. It's better to go find Kaneki Ken quickly. This kid seems to be hungry. He doesn't know where to look for food, or he's looking for some flesh and blood, or he's eating his own body, greedy for it all. That's all. Anyway, in 2.1, in such a bloodthirsty world, if Vice Admiral wants to become powerful, it can't be done without some cheats and the ability given by the day after tomorrow. But all these things are indeed not as simple as they think. If there is really bloodthirsty in all this disappointment, then what they are praying for is just the survival of one party. Stop struggling like this, quickly find a suitable place and bury them. As for the most critical evidence here, since they have been measured around such an area, there is no need for us to do it again. Keep delaying like this. Between the world and the world, what Sony sells is nothing more than seller balance and unfairness. Under such unfairness, how do we measure? The Taoist priest makes a sigh. If it is really possible, then we will also. There is no need to stand like this and linger in this world today, because everything is beyond our own imagination. I think that Enban Uexia and Kaneki Ken did meet by chance, and if I want to help him, I am afraid it will not be an easy task, so I might as well take a walk to see what the other person is and what he has. That ghoul's ability seems to be more powerful than his own. He bow the day after tomorrow. If you want to take out more food and use it as the best nutrition for yourself, it depends on whether a ghoul has this ability. As for the general derailment of observing and plundering food in secret, it seems that I'm so horny and thirsty. Maybe it's Kaneki Ken. That's impossible. Yuan Ban Uexia waved his hand and passed by the white old man in front of him with an indifferent expression. At this moment, he glanced at a blue watch beside him. Why did the blue watch look so familiar? Could it be the man who attacked me that night? Kaneki Ken's appearance indirectly told them that there is still the possibility of mutual integration between implementation and humans. As for how to measure the possibility of such a mutual combination here, it is not just as simple as a piece of evidence, but also the most critical. Just because something like this has happened, it must not be easy to attract their attention. In the world of eating ghosts, what they have is a high-intensity ability to repair the body, but when faced with some huge pain, they can only use their own mental power to measure and suppress whether they can endure it. Come here, that is naturally their own ability. Chapter 9. As a weapon. The most dangerous thing among us ghouls is not Hibao. In the coffee shop, the old man slowly talked about what had happened in the past few days. It was really a bit turned upside down, and there was no need for them to continue exploring. Since a new species has been discovered this time, we must be more vigilant, and they must not be using our Weibo account. Next, we can only divide our forces into two groups to investigate what is related to it. Speaking of this, several young people on the side spoke their heartfelt words sonorously and forcefully. They also wanted to know how all these things developed. The most important thing is in this matter, what kind of pattern do you have that leads to this result? The clouds floating in the sky loomed with the dark figures of several figures, but what filled the air during this period was nothing more than an hourglass atmosphere. 13 Yuan Banyue slowly stretched out his hand, and then knocked on the door. The young man inside the door was Kaneki Ken's toilet. That is, he has now become a ghoul. Vey. Kaneki Ken's weak shout really caught onto Uexia's attention. It's quite exciting to see what kind of powerful abilities this little guy will encounter in the end. I can help you. It's just that you're hungry. It's best to just find a few people and let them eat them all over again. But the character who uses your body as a weapon makes people feel a little bit pitiful. Who are you? Why? When he said this, Zhou Peng was silent, and Yuan Banyue became silent. He was embarrassed to say that it was this kind of thing. After all, if there was any problem here, it was true in these words. It's hard to explain. Advertisement. Then he took a breath of thanks and walked in front of the camera. For him, this kind of thing was indeed beyond his imagination. If it was really as simple as what he said, then he would think about it for a while. It's easy to solve it myself. Get out of here quickly, or I will eat you. Such words were loudly and forcefully spread towards the crack of the door. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a breath of cold air when he heard it. He was not afraid, and the one he blew out had his technique traveling through 2 places. After a balanced world, it will still be strong. Since we have already reached this point this time, why are we so afraid? There is no possibility of being afraid anymore. We can only accept it, and your body is now stronger than before. Well, with the body as the most powerful weapon, shouldn't we survive well? The strange thing about such words is that Yuan Ban Yuexia naturally found it a bit unbelievable, so she quickly persuaded him and said some chicken soup for the soul. Fortunately, the words I learned in the Hokage world are still somewhat happy. As for whether the system capabilities here will adapt to the improvement of my words, it is not certain. You're right, my body is indeed different, and I actually care about those things. The overall situation has been decided and the work is done, so why should you be persistent? The more Jin Muyan listened, the more confused he became. The pig birth procedures, they had always felt that the Far Ban Yuexia in front of them could help him. The distance between the two of them was just a door. Yuan Banyue took a breath of cold air, then waved his hand and looked at Kaneki Ken in front of him. He looked like an ant, as if he was not using it. Kaneki Ken was also beyond his expectation. Why would you? As they spoke, they were beating and roaring. He didn't know what this was like, and he didn't know how to accept such a fact and achieve such a result. If it could really be solved, it's the best. Advertisement. Why is he still there? Why is he still around me? And this chicken soup for the soul is indeed a bit destabilizing. Forget it, I still have to hurry up and see what kind of situation it is. Yuan Ban Yuexia knocked on the door again, and Kaneki Ken felt a little Yao in his heart. Yao Jade pendant was shaken. His slightly closed eyes revealed a blood-red eye, which was the eye of a ghoul. All the breaths are spreading through a door and spreading slowly. For Kaneki Ken, his current body is very unfamiliar. He can even feel that the violent man in the past is filling his heart, and control your own thoughts. I believe you are probably aware of what changes have taken place in your body in the past few days. The kidneys in your body have been surrounded by the most powerful weapons, so that you have captured the most powerful corpse. The kidneys of a ghost berserker. The so-called celebrities don't tell secret things, they just say it outright. What happened during this period of time can only be seen what kind of decision Kaneki Ken makes. If someone had seen such an eye, they would have been frightened out of their wits, and Kaneki Ken was also afraid that Enban Yuexia would see him like this, and he was very scared afterwards, but at this moment he really seemed at a loss. Slowly, the doorman opened the door. 100 Wise is full of Kaneki Ken's type. He rarely knows what is hidden in it. What kind of identity is Tsunade Yuexia in front of him? Why does he appear next to him again and again? Those things are so ridiculous. Who is this person? After talking for so long, it finally became useful. Thinking about it, these results and facts have been clearly laid out in front of him. If it is true that he can find a way to solve it, this store is the best, but at this moment, he seems to be unable to do anything. As he spoke, Jin Muyan looked disgusted. He lowered his head and looked at the pig shed that he had overturned. The food was coming out. The delicious food was mixed with a strong disgusting smell, which filled his heart. He didn't know that how does this taste like the delicious food it used to be. The sense of smell and taste have completely disappeared. Isn't he afraid of himself? Chapter 10. Disgusting food. Your tongue. In fact, my tongue has a different structure, and it is composed of some different elements, which makes them very disgusted with the food cooked by humans, so that they feel as disgusting as horse manure. Yuan Ban Yuexia had probably known it to some extent before. Anyway, it was a pity that she didn't have a human-like sense of taste this time, but she couldn't say anything here at this moment. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. After all, if something different from what you thought happened here, it won't be too late to draw a conclusion. Besides, you still have a normal body like this. The place of reversal. Yuan Ban Yuexia swallowed his saliva, waved his hand and picked up some food on the ground. The food looked like it was only a few hours old, but it was still quite fresh. A few fruits rolled slowly around his feet. Yuan Ban Yuexia still likes to eat the fruits that Yuan Ban Yuexia usually eats. He peeled off an orange as a matter of course and put it into his mouth, chewing it slowly with such an expression, calm and bland. It is indeed delicious, but the hidden deliciousness cannot be felt by ghosts. Yuan Banyue was silent for a few moments before throwing the orange in his hand into the trash can. Since he had found Kaneki Ken this time, he naturally wanted him to regain his life and experience this epic ghost plunder. The existence of ghouls is different. Since we have stepped into such a field this time and have a powerful cheat, then why should we waste this skill? Yuan Ban Yuexia is also a person who has been there, so he understands this kind of mood very well. Although he can't accept it at first, this is a process after all, and during such a process, he can only accept it silently. The cigarette smoke that filled the sky brought the beauty of the balanced world between the two sides, and during this period, a powerful killing invasion spread, and Sony read more than just one person between the two areas, desire and hope. We all need you. As for how to evaluate the 13 districts here, this requires our strength. If you want you, come with me. I believe some people can help you, degree. You can swallow your saliva under Yuan Banyue, and the arrangements of the previous plots flashed through your mind. Since you have already borne the brunt of Dong Zhang's help this time, don't delay any longer. This time if things can proceed quickly and capture the ability of Hebao, the most powerful ghost in this system, I will be invincible. Advertisement, congratulations to Ray for once again expanding his abilities. The power of Hebao and the demonic eye of death are once again added. Pay attention to this time. The reminders that the system said to yourself are getting stronger each time. Yuan Banyue sighed and said that he was very happy. After all, this arrangement has exceeded his expectations, so is it getting bigger and bigger inside? With such an arrangement going smoothly, I can only make progress and take a look at feng shui to see what kind of situation it is. Now that this time everything has gone as we wanted, what kind of situation will happen next is beyond our imagination. Everything is not just a choice. Jin Muyan meditated for a few minutes and then agreed. Yuan Banyue went to the coffee shop with a calm look on his face. This cafe doesn't look anything strange. Yuan Banyuexia smiled slightly and turned around to ask Kaneki Ken to calm down, because he also wanted to know what kind of things happened here. As for if he can really find some reasons for his existence here, then this point is the best. We can't continue to delay like this. This is the reason for the existence of this party. If we can find some clues in it, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Several young people in neat clothes roared angrily, frightening Kaneki Ken. Are they ghouls too? I saw the beginning of the slow sound of his tongue, because he was still very scared. After all, the disgusting feeling was like eating some cow dung, which was unforgettable to him. He did not want to try this feeling again, but the feeling in his stomach was unforgettable. The hunger that spreads out from the mud in his hands almost overturns his own reason. What Yuan Banyuexia said was a sweet nod. When he came to the girl's side, Cao Cao smiled slightly and Jin Muyan seemed to realize something, so he nodded. Good luck. Why don't you ignore such a cute girl when she says hello to you? She's so sad. We can drink from this. Advertisement, you're hungry, drink this glass first. You can control your hunger for the time being. Two inexplicable sights appeared in the entire area. With the weapons in their hands, they could almost kill their ghouls casually. On the table, a pot of dong shang was brought to him with a cup of coffee with an angry look on his face. Jin Muyan picked it up politely, and then considered it. This place is called the ending district of the 13th district. Fear, we are all of the same kind, why should we be so cautious? And the most important thing is that we are all in the same boat. What will happen will not be decided in the end. After all, this is not a simple matter. It can only be done according to the circumstances. Hello, Big Conqueror's Hockey. Kaneki Yanjan took a few steps back, a small fire flashed in his eyes, and he vaguely returned to Shanghai. Ghouls are disgusted with human food, but for them, coffee has no reaction at all, as if the taste is exactly the same as what they perceive. As for this, they don't know what's going on inside. The stable area must have received some refutation. If you want to completely maintain such stability, it is not enough to just rely on the abilities of a few of them. A little girl on the side walked up to Jin Muyan and greeted him. Jin Muyan nodded with a look of fear on his face and said nothing more. Yuan Banyuexia nodded, then calmly picked up the coffee on the side and brought it to Kaneki Ken's side. In this kind of incident, if some unstable phenomena really occur, we really have no way to investigate clearly what happened in the end. Yes. Chapter 11. 13 Stable Areas Ending District, District 13. This is a house that can temporarily take in those weak wandering ghouls and provide them with some food. A stable residence can give some unknown ghouls temporary stability, but it cannot be maintained for long during this period. A mother and daughter walked in. They looked pitiful, but the mother's eyes were shining with light. In the past few days, they had come here from another area to accept the cafe owner. With help, I temporarily had my own food and lived here. We are all alive today thanks to your help, as for my husband now. When the mother said this, her eyes could not help but shed a little tears. For him, these two things were indeed difficult to handle, and in the next period of time, if he could handle these things again, it's good to solve this matter, but things like this have been clearly placed here to attract their attention. We can't stay here for a long time, so how they make decisions here is indeed beyond our imagination. We can only see if those so-called landscapes will kill us all. When it comes to this, they feel that there is something strange that they like. If something happened before and after, what kind of thing happened in the end really caught their attention, or they simply didn't understand. They won't chase them here, and this is a safe den. You can stay here for the time being, and then move to other places. Dong Shang will still be very worried about the safety of the mother and daughter. After all, their old man just died not long ago, and the most important thing is that it is very difficult for ghouls to survive in such a world. Although the berserkers have disappeared, the ghouls from other cities have followed to supervise this area. Everything is just starting from scratch. Advertisement. The old man naturally understands that there are strong laws here. Only by expanding his area and expanding his most powerful hebao can he maintain the stability of this area. If you can't maintain your stability during this period, then you won't just be smoking and taking a breath here. As for what is going on with these two mysterious landscapes, and what are the weapons used? What was going on, they had no idea. Didn't you tell me before that you could understand their weapons? There's a box. What is in the box? The old man seemed to realize something about the TV, and turned to look at Yuan Banyuexia. Yuan Banyuexia nodded. He just followed his own memory and then said it, so that is the box here. what kind of construction it was, and what kind of power it was, he did feel a bit weird. As for that box, I really don't know how they put those powerful hebao inside. Anyway, it's very dangerous. According to this storyline, the dangerous boss is the white-haired old police officer Mao. We can't be so negligent. If the result is really beyond our imagination, then our efforts here will be in vain. I hope you can think clearly. At this time, the subsystem unceremoniously issued its own tasks again. If you try to complete this level of business bit by bit, it will indeed exceed your expectations. You should first take a look at what it is like. Let's talk about one situation. One race just leads the rise of another race. If they really want to lead the rise of another race, then what are the methods they will use next? It is very cruel. This it's just expected. This system is really tricky. What's wrong? The things he has experienced during this period of time have pushed him into the abyss. He is very broken and wants to know how he can take responsibility and solve these things. Advertisement. If he could really pick up some of his most critical things from these experiences, then the next step would be easier, but he looked helpless, and he also wanted to solve everything, but he himself is full of ambition but not strong enough. Dong Shang quickly said his own rules and then Kaneki Ken fell silent. He was furious. It's not easy to punish that person. Competing with ghouls, that is, with those trolls, my current death eye is still a bit weak. If there is any problem, it will be difficult to solve it. Yuanban Uexia agreed with Kaneki Ken who had a room, but he looked confused when he heard it. Dong Shang seemed to realize something, so he quickly introduced himself, and the owner of the cafe also briefly told him let's talk about what happened during this period and whether Kaneki Ken will stay in their cafe permanently. Tohsaka Tsukishita echoed with a nonchalant look. As for what the mother and daughter are about to face inside, it's not just Shinigami's choice, it's just a matter of time. The abilities you use here are all different. As for how you survive here, it depends on your own abilities. If you can really survive for a long time, this is definitely the best, but I hope you can think clearly. Now that you have joined such a big family, you should not dislike it, because you yourself are a member of this big family. We can't stay in this area anymore. Sooner or later, this area will not be stable and expand. It's just a mountain road, and we ghouls have to survive. Please give me flowers. Hooray! The new task is to protect mother and daughter for extra points and add your own strength to protect yourself and the magic eye speed bonus. You can't stop it or protect it, but in the end, the power of your fingers will expand accordingly, so how to improve your direct death demon eye can only be done by walking briskly. Chapter 12. Personalized mask. Thinking of this, Yuanban Uexia was silent for a while. He also wanted to analyze how this matter was measured and what kind of situations would happen during this period. First of all, we must hide our identity well. Having a place with silver coins is the most important thing. If they can hide their patient identity so openly this time, then it will be easier to handle, and the fire will definitely exceed their own imagination. Yuan Banue Shah seemed to be saying it over and over again. As for this matter, it was definitely beyond their imagination, but it made them feel a bit stifled. Since this has already happened this time, there is no need to continue struggling like this. I believe you can solve it. 360. Yuan Ban Uexia took a breath of cold air. He was exhausted mentally and physically about this matter. It must be in this matter. If there is any problem, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to solve it in the end. Let's first take a look at what kind of situation it is. After all, in the face of this situation, if we can really make a decision and come up with our own side strategy, this will be the best. When they thought about such questions, they took a breath of cold air. Yuan Ban Uexia's expression was not good looking, and then they interviewed one of your troops. How many people do we have in this stable area? Yuan Ban Uexia nodded. As for whether there is a unit in District 13 that is unclear in this plot, the key is to protect this good hideout quickly. If any problem does arise next, it will be difficult to solve in this period. I hope you can think clearly. Yuan Ban Uexia nodded and saw Dong Shang beside him. Dong Shang suddenly opened his ferocious eyes, and his blood-red pupils quickly enlarged several times. Advertisement, don't look at me like this, it's scary. Yuan Ban Uexia waved her hand to say goodbye to the new year and went to look at Kaneki Ken, who seemed to have not integrated into this big family yet. I think you're still hungry now, old man, hurry up and give me a delicious lunch. Yuan Ban Uexia Shengshi returned, looking back at the owner of the coffee shop beside him. The owner of the coffee shop seemed to realize something. He had already prepared the food and was just waiting for an opportunity to take it out. That's all. What appeared in front of Kaneki Ken was a package. It didn't contain anything, but there was a weird smell permeating it, which gave Ken the feeling that it was something edible. Just as he was wolfing it open, he discovered that it turned out to be a piece of human kidney. Disgusting, very disgusting. This disgusting feeling filled his entire body, and he refused it very much. But a sense of hunger rushed into his heart and destroyed his reason. All he had to do next was the choice inside. Eat it, you will have to accept it sooner or later. Yuan Ban Uexia's appearance back then amazed everyone present, as if he was already familiar with the rules here. I can't, I'm still human. Dong Shang heard what Kaneki Ken said, saying that it was a slap in the face, and he couldn't last forever, because in such a killing incident, only by being strong can he survive. This is how he came all the way. Don't I want to eat things from you humans? The deliciousness of those cakes at your fingertips, I couldn't copy those things before. What kind of thing is this? Do you think it is delicious? But I don't know what it tastes like, but I am so pitiful, but you are so happy. Advertisement. Why isn't this the Forbidden City of God? Our status is so low, but what will happen when we are separated from you? But you seem to let it go. Why? This is just because you are human beings and we are ghouls. You are so repulsive that we are driven away to death. All the words filled Dong Zhang's heart. He was furious, and his eyes turned into a slowly burning fire. He couldn't accept it, so that everything that happened now really made him feel a little. The husband sighed. If something really happened this time, then it would be really difficult to resolve it next. Now that all these things have happened, what kind of situation will happen in the end is unexpected. What is happening to you now is different. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a breath of cold air. He had no way to accept it, but at this moment, since the identity of this group has been revealed here, he still stood in front of Dong Shang and talked to Dong Shang. The fact that there is no other way is already the case. I believe you can think clearly and admit your own baby. But if there is any problem at this moment, I also believe you can take your own with your identity. You are already an implementation ghost, and you are exactly the same as us. The old man sighed deeply. He was also very desperate, but he had been living so breathlessly for all these years, so that he was like this now, with the smell of blood filling his heart. So much so that the forces that appear now are all different. If it can really be solved, why does the area that can be solved exist in this world? This smell of killing has been permeating the air all the time. If your body goes out now, you are just the so-called Ichija. Don't you want to live with us and fight life and death together? So what if his past identity was that of a human being, but now that he is realistically placed here, everything is different. The past is the past, and his current identity as the poorest has made Kaneki Ken suffer heavy blows one after another. I am a ghoul. Dong Shang nodded as he spoke. It's time you got your own mask. Wearing a mask is to hide one's identity. In such a world, surviving with a breath is crucial. Yuan Banyue swallowed hard and nodded without saying anything more. He also understood the rules and decisions inside. Chapter 13. Turmoil in District 13. I heard that several investigators have secretly sneaked into our area and are wandering around our cafe. The old man in the cafe watched Dong Shang in silence for a few minutes. Dong Shang gritted his teeth and smashed his fist heavily. For him, the thing at this stage was undoubtedly that these investigators had sneaked into his own area, and most of the ghouls in other areas were gone. Why must we kill them all? That's what those heart-beating investigators are like. They are simply ungrateful. Several young people in elegant clothes on the side gritted their teeth and smashed their fists heavily, with dense beads of sweat overflowing on their foreheads. For them, this time is undoubtedly a massacre and a big challenge. What about the other areas? Only our District 13 is the most stable, maybe just because our Cafe 13 can stand up and accommodate some gourmet ghosts. At this point, everyone was silent. Only Fang Jinmuyan was still persistently drinking the cup of coffee in his hand. It was obvious that he was indifferent to all these things and did not take it to his heart. I said, "Are you here just to drink coffee?" Saying that, Dong Shang slapped him in the face and waved it over again. Kaneki Yan opened his eyes wide, and his other pupil instantly turned blood red, which made people look unexpectedly strange. You are all monsters. How can you buy yourself off with just one word? After all, as a part of this big operation, it may not be that simple to monopolize the resources inside again. Advertisement, yes, we do blame me, but what about you? What kind of things do you exist for? What is your identity? Dong Shang opened his eyes wide, and his V*** had almost grown up behind him. A pair of blood-red wings burned on one side, burning his entire body. Dong Shang seemed to be a demon with angel wings who had landed in this world. XX. I advise you, kid, to speak less here. Our fragrance is not easy to mess with. The man who was weighing on the side walked forward and patted Kaneki Ken on the shoulder. Kaneki Ken was so frightened that he rolled to the ground, trembling, until Yu Shazongdada stepped forward and used his direct death demon eye. However, a nameless power in the death eye instantly touched and was able to temporarily control Dong Zhang's bag in front of him. As for why, he couldn't explain it clearly. The power of this death eye resonates with the 10 dangerous weapons in this world, Hebao, which means that I can use this thing to add to it and add my own speed bonus. Talking about the cheat in this system, it doesn't seem to be that good. If it can be used at this time and get some more powerful power bonuses, then the next step will be easier. Thinking of problems like this, they couldn't help but smile. For them, this time was undoubtedly a huge challenge, and even if they continued like this, there would be no results. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. After all, if there are some problems here, in the end we still have to be more patient. We are all sitting in the same boat, why is it so difficult? The old man felt something was wrong, so he walked up and patted Kaneki Ken on the shoulder, and asked Kaneki Ken to see the house inside alone. Don't you want to talk about this chicken soup for the soul? This kid has forgotten his previous identity, or he only remembers his previous identity. A man with black hair couldn't help but lose weight, walked to Dong Zhang's side, said a few words to Dong Shangnanan, and then left. Advertisement Yuanban Yuexia felt a little uncomfortable here, so he left the cafe and came to the place where he saw the investigators. He also wanted to know that these investigators came to this area unexpectedly. What is the final purpose? As for the finale of The Stone Lion Devil, he was still looking forward to it. After all, wasn't the foreshadowing left by the author here to strengthen the independent school Kaneki Ken? Kaneki Ken is still looking so scared now. When will he be able to increase his strength and spread his wings again? The most important thing is that when Hibeo's power expands again, won't the next world be shrouded in his hands? As for the bloodthirsty maniac who sneaked into Fan Beo's body, leave the world is hard to say. In Rio, there is no doubt that there is a dangerous existence in Kaneki Ken's body, and it controls his mind. There is no way to stop the irrational person or the 10 kinds of ordinary monsters except death. A few clouds drifted slowly in the sky, and Yuan Ban Yuexia paused for a few minutes in the corner of Yuan Ban Yuexia's eyes. Yuan Ban Yuexia walked forward, feeling a little leisurely. Taking advantage of such a little free time, I want to look at this world seriously. Traveling back and forth between worlds is nothing more than pursuing that balance, but before that, you must be well prepared, otherwise you will encounter some dangers in the end. If you do it, it's not bad, not so good. Let's take a look at the result first, and looking at this time, those investigators should go and kill those weak ghouls. The law of the jungle is the law of this world. It would be nice if every day could be so peaceful, but at this time, the turmoil in the mountainous area is still ready to come and go, and those who are anxious don't know it. After the disaster affected one side of the pond, their last loneliness was undoubtedly the end of the world. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Yuan Ban Yuexia walked inexplicably to a small sushi shop. When he walked in, he saw familiar faces, and that was one of the investigators. How did the higher-ups issue an order this time? I heard that a secret weapon came into our hands, and you were assigned to a pervert investigator. You said that the investigator's methods were very strange, so... Yes, his technique is pervert. The two investigators looked at each other with different expressions, indicating that they were discussing. Chapter 14. Upgrading to first and second class investigators, please subscribe. This time is a good opportunity. How do you say this? After completing this level of characters, we can be promoted to the first and second level investigators. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't you think so? After a few minutes of silence, the investigator wearing a white shirt in front of him paused for a few minutes. But this little life is still very important. Yes, life is still at stake at times like this. The investigator who was suddenly transferred to this area is not someone to be trifled with. In the end, can we risk our lives for him? It's all for peace. The word peace is somewhat shocking. Several people on the side gasped as they watched, and then the owner who was cleaning up the shop quickly brought a few pieces of sushi and placed them in front of them. This tastes pretty good, that's natural. We are all old customers, so let's eat quickly. After finishing this meal, I don't know if I will have another meal. Advertisement. Several investigators looked deep into the corners of their eyes and couldn't help but sing. They didn't know what to say under the moonlight. After all, he seemed to already know the life and death of these people. This person is wearing a white shirt. He probably knows the young man a little bit. Is this the younger brother who has been following the pervert investigator since then? Chance. Yuan Ban Yuexia said with a playful look on his face, walked forward and said hello. Who are you? The investigator in the white shirt raised his head with a vigilant look on his face, and he also heard that the ghouls could transform into human beings, and he learned to greet them, and the things they did were the same. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and at this moment Yuan Ban Yuexia wants to go deep into them and understand clearly the next deployment plans. I heard that you were the newly transferred investigators in this area, so I want to know more about it. After all, our life safety depends on you to protect it. Yuan Ban Yuexia said with an image on his face. He was respectful. After all, this matter is indeed not as simple as he thought. If he can really win the whole part this time, if you win, that's pretty good. The plans of the side we deployed have already been taken down, so it's hard to say what will happen inside. Thinking of the few investigators here, he waved his hand to indicate that this matter could not be told. They frowned and waved their hands clockwise, asking the boss to bring over a few more sushi and a bottle of wine. Who is this kid? Let's eat quickly. The mentioned investigators happily picked up the bottles of wine. If they still felt bored, they just waved their hands and picked them up. They considered the tea on the side and ignored them. Forget it, just because how to weigh this matter this time, I can only adapt to the situation, and I still need a place to hide my identity and train myself to read death. As he spoke, Yuan Ban Yuexia waved his hand, left the sushi restaurant and walked to the street. He could vaguely feel that the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki in his body were moving at an extremely fast speed. After all, speed and enhancers are in this square world, and the power of those investigators resonates with themselves. Advertisement. After all, the things that cruel people do are cruel and ruthless. I would like to see how such a world can survive. Walking into a piece of grass, Yuan Ban looked around under the moon. There were not many people around. He hid under a big tree. He took a picture of the big tree with his big palm. The big tree was crumbling, and a few leaves fell down. Looking at it, Yuexia cut her finger and pointed at it. For a moment, a bunch of blue flowers rushed over, turning the leaves in front of her into a cloud of dust and dissipating. It's still awesome. When he said this, the small labia under the moonlight grid in the distance did think of a person. That was the person he had always missed, and that person's name was Kwang. What is Tsunade like at this moment? And whether he is thinking about everything about me is not simple after all. At the same time, if he really wants to improve his power to another level, I'm afraid, it's not that simple. Thinking of such problems at noon, Yuan Ban Yuexia was silent for a few minutes again, and now with the power of the Death Eye that he has in his hand, he is not enough to fight against it single-handedly, which is average. Besides, ghouls are quite difficult. Let's train the Conqueror's Haki in our body first. If there is any problem in the future, we can still stop it, but... He patted himself all at once, turned around, and saw a few familiar faces. They were the mother and daughter that he had remembered before. He remembered that Mother will be killed by those investigators, and the bag in his body will be stored as a weapon for Ichiban. The bloody scenes of cruelty to myself echoed in my heart over and over again, disappearing for a long time, and this is how it is unforgettable. To save or not to save, it only took a moment, but such a decision made Yuan Banyuexia think deeply about Chao. Saving his life means being able to escape such a crime, but if something inside has really changed, so what if you have supreme power in the end? That's okay, because what happens next after all, it will. Thinking of Yuan Banyue, he turned around and stopped thinking. The next second, there was a huge explosion in the distance. Yuan Banyue gritted his teeth and walked in that direction. The pace was neither slow nor slow, and the scene he saw was Kaneki Ken holding the girl tightly. The girl's hebao changed for some time. The ghoul opened his most powerful weapon, and the hebao behind it spread it like wings and protected him, but what he did at this moment because it is just a futile effort and has no effect. Sure enough, what should happen will happen. On a rainy day, the sound and the scene inside were all blurred by everything. Yuan Banyuexia could still see clearly through the sound. After all, he had learned Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 15. Unstable Death Eye, Quiet. Yuan Banyuexia slowly walked forward and walked to Jin Muyan's side. He patted the little girl's shoulder, and the little girl cried bitterly without tears. He understands what that feeling is like, but now his ability in this life is not enough. It would be great if Kaneki Ken could awaken the power of benefiting the world in his body as soon as possible, but the time has not yet come. What a pity, what a pity. When they said this, several of them fell silent. The little girl cried bitterly without tears and passed out. Everything was hidden through the breeze, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. But it was obvious that this kind of thing has been put here for real. Yuan Banyuexia took a breath of cold air and walked forward. For him, all these things were separated by a piece of fog, but he turned the page again, and then this made the area of one area so uncomfortable. Huge turmoil occurred not just in the 13 districts. Yuan Banyuexia only felt that all these things were beyond his imagination. He could only persuade Jin Muyan in front of him to take the girl away from here. If this plot develops, then the pervert investigator 990 in front of us will definitely develop a more terrifying weapon hebang in the next period of time. The existence of hebao is tantamount to the biggest threat, so how to control the occurrence of such a power is not just what they think. After all, this group of people does feel a bit sighing. The blood-red projection suddenly came down through the sunlight, and there were some Madara dots of bloodline on the ground. The girl's mother just roared in anger, but what she did was just a matter of time. The soil had no effect, and he died in a pool of blood in the end. The power in his body had been pulled out. It is still extremely cruel to amputate a person's body after death and take out the kidneys inside. This technique is very pervert. Advertisement. Who is it? After Dong Shang returned to District 13, he saw the girl in front of him and understood the cause and effect of this incident. He was very angry, but even if he had 100 thoughts of killing them, he did not reason. This can't be like this. Let's take a look first, otherwise you will be discovered by them in our place, and in the end we will still be dead. Looking at Dong Shang, who was so unsure in front of him, how could the old man say such a thing? For him, his own affairs are not just something he has to solve. If something unstable really happened in the fire, if it is a phenomenon, it will not be that simple to solve it in the end. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Ban took out a piece of white paper and drew the shape of a mask on the white paper. Dong Shang asked Kaneki Ken to make such a mask and give the eye inside the mask cover. The blood-red eyes are the best witness of the paper ghost, and the fast speed and agile elite ability are indeed the same, and the human mentality is also very scary. Under the Dark City, there is a different crisis hidden in the spinning figure of each best friend. This is a ghoul, and the dynamics of such a ghoul are vividly displayed. This is fear, and we must hide such fear in a mask so that others cannot discover it, even if we die. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand. He also quite agreed with Yuan Banyuexia's opinion, and now that he has reached such a crisis point, he can only ask Kaneki Ken to join his wishes, and then hide his identity and teach him how to survive. The law of survival, B-Day, must be very simple. First of all, you must be strong. If you don't have strong strength and you try your best, everything you do will be in vain. Let's go and customize a mask first, then we'll see what the situation is like. When they saw this, they took a breath of cold air, and the results seemed to have been clearly laid out here. If they could really follow this thing and do it, then it will be easier next time. Advertisement, but it's not that simple. The whole city is soaked in not only the smell of human blood, but also the blood of monsters. First go and customize a mask. After talking about Dong Zhang's bag early in the morning, Kaneki Ken came to the OnePlus Black decoration store and walked inside. He could smell a strong scent of perfume. These 10 rich flavors covered an inexplicable fragrance. So how come you have such a shop? As they said this, they fell into confusion. They didn't know what was going on. They just felt that all of this was clearly placed here. However, it was obvious that all of this was for no purpose. If it was really, there must be a certain shape. If it is covered up again, do they really know what will happen in the end? This is simply ridiculous. Strong strength and acumen are the best witnesses to being a prisoner, but it is not that simple to seize such power and pay attention to your body during this period. Jin Muyan felt a little curious about the smelly bones, and then a man in strange clothes stood up and walked up to him. His ears and mouth were covered with silver earrings. Who is this? Is he the new kid who joined us to implement the stop for everyone? I heard about that report before. Yuan Ban Yuexia can also follow, and he also wants to make a contribution in this operation. After all, this is related to the life and death of the entire ghoul. If there is any problem, he wants to solve it. Not easy. He turned his head away, and then used his own strength to get it. After all, in this matter, if something really went wrong, these people would not be able to eat and walk away in the end. Then he was very frightened as if he saw a strange figure. He didn't know why the person number one in front of him suddenly appeared in this place, and in the next period of time, even he wanted to do what he could, did it. 5 IU Chapter 16. Survival or Death, are you mentally prepared to join us? The name of the man in front of me is Muratanaka. Usually, he mainly makes some weird masks for the new ghouls to wear. It seems that Kaneki Ken is quite scared when he comes here, and this is his first time to make a mask. More people will die every day, and our race will continue to disappear, but before that, the fear that affects us first, and what is underneath the mysterious face, we can only walk, take advantage of the situation. Those things in Xiao Wang's past will definitely be in the past, but if there is any problem before that, it should always be decided in the end, which makes people feel incredibly liberated, so Yuanban Yuexia and Tsunade are also very responsible for this thing. Yuanban Yuexia walked forward, then looked at the masks on the side. He thought they were somewhat interesting, and then he pieced them together and drew a pattern. Anyway, we are here, why don't we make a mask? Besides, I am quite interested in these things. You can take a look at the masks here. If you like any of them, you can tell me and I will make them for you. With a smirk on his face, Muratana sat on a chair nearby and slowly picked up a plate. Inside the plate was a blood-red eyeball wearing white. Looking at him, eating that eyeball with relish, Kaneki Ken shivered all over, and Tohita couldn't help but smile. You will always find it delicious. I won't eat this kind of thing. Advertisement. It was said that Kaneki Ken would not go to celebrate the new year, but this sudden visit to such a place really opened his eyes. Then he waited under the command of Muratana on the side, and knew the causes and consequences of an incident. If you have anything else to do next, feel free to inform me. This mask can be made successfully in just a day or two. As soon as the words fell, everyone in front of them left. For them, this kind of thing was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they were very willing to carry out it. If there are some problems, how to solve them and solve them in the end is beyond their ability to solve in just 1 or 2 sentences. Then Yuan Ban Yuexia walked up to a picture. He also wanted to know what happened in this picture, why the man in the picture was so excited, and what about the snowballs. But it was dyed blue. How is such a blue process going on? He really has no way to continue here, so he is so afraid. After all, during this time, if some unstable situation occurs again, it would be bad to try to solve it in the end. Yuan Ban Yuexia walked forward neither slowly nor quickly, and all these things were beyond his imagination. It would be best if he could understand and solve them in the next few days. But in the following days, if they really have any problems, how they should solve the trend in the end is beyond their imagination. Then Yuan Ban Yuexia touched the picture again, and there was a cold aura in that picture. He didn't know what the cold aura was, but with this aura, he could still feel the cold inside. Yuanban Yuexia pursed her lips and stopped asking any more questions, then turned back and followed Dong Shang and Kaneki Ken out of here. Please give me flowers. If something really happens in the next few days, then how will he solve the problem in front of him next? He will know that it is his own problem. So he also wants to take a good look at it carefully. Thinking about it, these things are indeed not simple, so in the next situation, if something really happens that is within their power, it would be the best, but at this moment they do seem to be more than capable. Advertisement, this is. See if those ghouls have the same element, and the things inside are all mutual, and I heard that one of the previous pair of investigators seemed to have escaped. In such a world, he must first clearly measure and improve his death eye. The combination of his death eye and Conqueror's Haki can produce different powers. This is simply bigger than the sky, that's why he was so cautious. But in this incident, if there is any problem, in the end I will not have to solve it, and I may have to risk my life. I heard that this area has penetrated into several places. As for how this area is connected to the other areas, it is indeed difficult to see clearly. We should investigate first. At this moment, the white-haired senior investigator walked out with a box on his side. He paused for a moment with a smirk on his face. But in the following days, he has already carefully considered it, and he also wants to invade the 13th district on a large scale. The turmoil that is going to happen in the 13th district is what will happen next. The important investigators he investigated came down. On the other side, the senior investigators have already seen this matter clearly, and the most important thing is that it would be good if they could investigate these matters clearly again. If you can really make the next thing clear and clear about women and girls, then that would be great. That's true. Each of Shang and the others were silent for a few minutes, and they all had their own decisions about this matter. At the same time, they could only walk briskly. They just couldn't help but take a few steps back from the table, and they seemed to understand what kind of view this was to make it look like this. After all, they had used it and confirmed it over and over again, that power cannot be measured and is already unstable. Forget it. Anyway, these two things are getting more and more popular. If some different problems really occur, how to solve them in the end is indeed a bit doubtful. Several young people on the side walked forward one after another, and they also wanted to understand the cause and effect of this incident. Chapter 17. Advanced Mission Deployment. Have you completed this deployment? This time it has been divided into several areas. Whether it can be successful or not is another matter. The white-haired old man carried his suitcase with a precious look on his face, then looked at the low-ranking investigator Cao Cao beside him and nodded. Just follow me this time. At least your life can be saved, but don't run away secretly, otherwise. When talking about the free rice here, the old man smiled slightly. For him, this matter was beyond his power. As for what would happen here, he couldn't say. This area is very turbulent. You can only watch the prey in this area running back and forth. And these prey will sooner or later be fish in their own double nets. Now that this time has been decided, how to carry out this operation next will bring disaster to the people, so we can only take a walk and see what the situation is like. If it can really be solved this time, this place is the best, so Yuan Ban Yuexia is so cautious, and he feels that everything is very good. Yuan Ban Yuexia walked to the street, and then came to a secret area. This was a weird place. When he walked forward, he found that the death eye in his body was trembling slightly. It was very strange, unstable. Could it be that all the balancing matters that I have traveled through are related to my own direct death demon eye? If this is really the case, then in the next process that I recommend, my direct the death demon eye can become the most important part of this. Walking into the tattered ruins, Yuan Ban Yuexia walked forward involuntarily, and then stretched out his hands. Moreover, he also wanted to know what happened in such an area, and why such a thing happened. Things. Forget it, if something big really happened, we would have been gone long ago. Advertisement at this time, Yuan Ban Yuexia Ying Yu heard this kind of sound every day. When he went over it, he discovered that there were several bloody corpses lying next to them, and several elderly people were sitting on top of the bloody corpses. They can also guess what happened between these people and the people next to them, and in the next few days, they can still fight and solve it among the three. The most important thing is that this matter has been clearly laid out here, and if you want to solve it, then Yuan Ban Yuexia will be somewhat interested in these guys in front of you. The old guy seems to have had enough of this job. I want to see why these people did this here. Although it is said to be a ghost thing, I still have to lure them back. Thinking about it, this thing is a bit weird. The old men in front of me still had Madara dotted with bloodline on their lips. Tasty. One of the old men seemed to have realized the existence of Yuan Ban Yuexia. He immediately raised his vigilance and walked back and forth. Then he reminded the three old men beside him and sent his body one after another. The most powerful hebao inside. Yuan Ban Yuexia looked like he had been trembling for a year. He did not expect that the death eye in his body was indeed much more powerful than what he had done in this square world. No, it's not enough for me. But at this moment, even if I use my own ability, I have no way to use it again. Yuan Banyu's next big slap was a slap in the face, and then he used the energy in his body that could directly kill the devil's eye. He knew that the energy of his direct death demon eye was competing with the people in front of him. The competition between the packages will inevitably trigger a different kind of energy wave. If you want to survive, this is no more than this, but in such a world, survival and death are just a choice. If you can really survive with a breath, this is a good idea, and in such a world how they explain it is their own problem. Advertisement thinking of such questions at noon, they wrote a mouthful of sandals during the interview, and they didn't want to owe each other anything. If there was any problem, Yuan Ban Yuexia would naturally have known it in the past few days. A few points. Is it possible that he is from the search officer's side and we are not easy to mess with? Besides, we have gone through so much trouble to find this place. Why did we let this kid find him? What is going on? Does the kid in front of me really have an ability beyond his own ghoul? Since it was already a big fight this time, Yuan Ban Yuexia wanted to understand how much power he had in his body, and in such a critical situation, if he really could it would be best if you suddenly come out and leave this place. No matter what, I have surpassed my strength in recent years, and the most important thing is that I am in such a ghoul world. Zhongong can be regarded as a figure of the older generation. But this time, since they had already decided, they could give it a try. However, they didn't expect that when they wanted to insert their vaginas into Yuan Ban Yuexia's body, they discovered that they had no way to touch them. To the far side of the moon. When they said this, several characters immediately took a few steps back, and 3.0 at this moment they also like to insist on this kind of thing. If there is any problem this time, it won't be these two sentences. It can be solved with just words. When they thought of such things, they took a breath of cold air, then packed up their luggage with some left, and walked forward. But at such a critical time, if something really goes wrong, what role will you play in the end? It is not something that can be solved successfully in just one or two sentences. I would like to see what is going on with you. The powerful power is about to explode, you can take a look. As they said that, they walked forward involuntarily, and while they were putting together a picture, they already discovered the difference in this matter. Immediately after him, he walked forward inconveniently, and in the following days, he seemed to have understood clearly what the power in his body was. He Baishoyuan instantly put them inside their bodies. That kind of e-bag was shot away. Chapter 18. 3 ghoul elders. Then Yuan Ban Yuexia stepped forward and tried to see clearly. 3 bad old men, although their bodies are very tough, it's still a bit difficult for me to look at them. Yuan Ban Yuexia said that with a smile on his face, he rushed forward with one step, and he instantly grabbed 2 of the powerful hebao with one hand. When he was about to knock these people to the ground, he realized that the powerful energy in his hand could instantly activate the death eye in his body. Seeing such an incoordinated energy, Yuan Ban Yuexia seemed to be unable to do anything during this period. If he could really exert this power forcefully, this would be the best thing, but there is a lot of heart and a lack of strength, because there is simply no way to cope with it. The sound of a dinosaur is what Grey Lily came to around. The ruins of 13 have become bloody and red. They are somewhat similar to the world that Yuan Ban Yu came to when he first came to this world, which caused Yuan Ban's emotions. Euxia's attention, and Yuan Ban Euxia also wanted to check what was going on. When the blood-red monster moves forward in the dark night, it feels unexpected and abnormal, but as long as you are extremely vigilant during this period, you can still continue to execute it. After all, during this time, if any problems arise again, they will be able to figure out what happened in the end. Moreover, they have their own insights into this matter. What are they afraid of? How can the senior investigator be afraid of this kid with the abilities of our 3 ghoul elders? It's simply a joke. One big slap can send it flying. One of the old men wearing a golden coat had a provocative look on his face, and then he flew over, using the powerful he bag on his back to come to Yuan Ban Euxia, and then tied up Yuan Ban Euxia, but Yuan Ban Euxia's body was like a little slow snake, instantly dodging his bindings. Obviously, such an ability is of no use to Yuan Ban Euxia, and at this time, the bad old man seemed to be unable to hold back, and he instantly turned the bag-making machine on his hand into a sharp little thing. Advertisement, I'm going to paint you all like this. Yuan Ban Euxia laughed loudly when he said that. He was not afraid. The most important thing about these old guys who eat human flesh in front of him is that these old guys are full of food and are not themselves at all. Opponent. Even at the beginning, he still had the fear of liking it, but at this moment, he didn't seem to be afraid at all about this matter. The most important thing is that this incident allows you to clearly understand again what abilities the Death Eye in your body has achieved in such a world. But just when Yuan Ban Euxia was getting excited about playing, a strange figure came to Yuan Ban Euxia and easily knocked the selection board down to the ground. Yuan Ban Euxia stood up and was trying to figure out when exactly it happened, when he realized that all this had been destined in his life, and he didn't know how he felt about this incident, so much so that this kind of situation will happen now. Who is it? Actually playing sneak attack. This is simply not as upright as Ichiban, and Yuan Ban Euxia couldn't help but feel upset when he saw this. He also wanted to know what was going on, so that this kind of ability could reach such a state now. The next big tentacle was Shenzhen Guoshui, and Yuan Ban Euxia seemed to have seen through the origin of that person in the shadow of such a restrained hand. Obviously, all these things can't be solved by just one person, so Yuan Ban Euxia can only walk briskly and take advantage of the situation, but when he wakes up, a pair of huge bags will launch an airstrike in his direction. He came and poked several momo holes in the floor. When these deep holes were stationed inside, Yuan Ban Euxia had already discovered it. This was already different. It seemed that the visitor was very powerful and had a pair of very powerful Hebo. Advertisement. This is not easy to deal with. Let's take a look first, so you can tell who Hebo belongs to. And judging from the attack track just now, your own speed and attack power bonus are indeed not as good as the opponent's. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Ban Yu's next leader instantly knocked the big pillar on the side to the ground, igniting bursts of gunpowder smoke. In the confusion of gunpowder smoke, it could delay time, and then let him clearly see the death formula. This guy is quite powerful. If I fall into his hands like this, I will really be sorry for my special abilities. With a smile, he took a big step forward, and used the Conqueror's Haki in his body to push forward with the most powerful force, and then a wave of strange air surrounded them 830. Immediately afterwards, those things that came out of the surrounding steel trees were pushed down beside Yuan Ban Euxia. Yuan Ban Euxia also wanted to know what kind of situation this was, but when he thought about it, he realized that it was usually the person who appears next to you has already come behind you. This speed is very strange, and it can evaporate instantly. It is not easy to blow yourself up with a lot of strength. Thinking of questions like this, they felt that it was somewhat related, and then they thought about it clearly, and maybe they also wanted to know what this matter was like. That's why you were so cautious. From this, it can be seen that when Yuan Ban Yu's next leader wanted to catch him, the other party's figure disappeared into the illusion again, making it unclear where he was going. That's why Yuan Ban Yue was so nervous. Immediately after Yuan Ban Euxia rushed over, and with Yuan Ban Euxia's weird ability, he was able to avoid it. As for the total strength that could push the opponent down, it seemed that it was not possible. It's just the kind of direct death demon eye in his body. The force of the blow caused the opponent to collapse all of a sudden. It was obvious that the opponent was well prepared. Chapter 19. My territory, please subscribe. You kid actually came to my place. I just don't want to live anymore. Moreover, Qingfeng vaguely heard a familiar voice. When Yuan Ban Euxia turned around, he realized that it was Nishio Nishiki. I had seen Nishio Brocade before, but Dong Shang suddenly appeared and knocked Nishio Brocade away. Now it seems that Nishio Brocade has recognized its territory here again. Forget it, it was my first time here anyway, and I was quite interested in seeing such a ruin here. When I walked inside, I did see 3 bad old men, gnawing on human flesh and eating human blood. The bloody scene caught the attention of Tohida Euxia, so he walked in, and then he saw such a number 1 figure, Nishio Nishiki, regardless of the reason, beat him violently and fatally. The powerful Hibao was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, Yuan Ban Euxia was able to remember his Death Eye instantly and fight against him. The power in his Death Eye was even stronger than before. I don't know what the purpose of improving several levels is, I really don't know. Immediately afterwards, a pair of powerful Hebao air raided in the direction of Yuan Ban Euxia, and changed the opponent's position. However, Nishio Nishiki's range of action was Zhu Jing and surrounded Yuan Ban Euxia in front of him, and used the investigator as the central target. Under the distant moon, the despicable eyes suddenly widened, and he ran over in an instant, and then slapped the guy in front of him to the ground. The guy in front of him coughed a few times and took a breath of cold air. Angry, I don't know what all this is about. It is a leap above the sky, and everything is so blurry that people can't see clearly. However, as the most important goal here, I can still see through it. If something unexpected happens, it can be solved with just these few words. At this moment, Yuan Ban Yuexia discovered the ability that the guy in front of him had used. It was not just to control his own speed and attack power. Once the opponent's attack power and speed deepened again, they will be weakened by each other, which is a kind of resonance. Directly to the devil's eyes. The blue light passed by in the void, but it left behind a secret. But when such a secret came to such a world, it was already invisible to people, but before that if such a thing can really be obtained, what will happen in the end will indeed be beyond their imagination. Just as the other party once again exposed the sharp little scenery above, the 3 stone lion tails on the side came to Yuan Ban Yuexia. Yi deeply grabbed Yuan Ban Yuexia and wanted to get away from him. Ban Yuexia was here, but he was very pretentious towards Yuan Ban Yuexia, and instantly pushed the bodies of the 3 old ghouls out. Obviously the other party's strength and speed were superior to his own, but while he did not push himself straight to the demonic eye, he had already discovered that the light and power were beyond his imagination, and he was able to arouse Yuan's eyes. Pay attention under the board. Advertisement. Moreover, Yuan Ban Yuexia also thought that he could take such a power as his own, but what was beyond his imagination was that there was really no way for such a power to succeed again. Yuan Banyu's next move was to instantly grab the opponent's bag and swing it out. However, the opponent's bag was so strong and powerful that even a silver needle forcefully penetrated her body. Of no use. You can't live so quietly, otherwise you won't just be chased, because in the next few days, people will make a mess, and the 13th district will find a full-scale attack. I didn't like you before, but I didn't expect that you would come to my territory one after another. If you look at this kind of food and quilt, as the food on that chopping board, then it is just ordinary death. If you want to add a first-class survival to death, I am afraid that it depends on your own ability. Zhao Nuo is good. Yuan Banyu's eyes flashed with a blue light. If he could, he even wanted to knock Shi Weijing, who was in his eyes, to the ground, but the smell of blood that permeated the void was overwhelming. Squeeze yourself and make it difficult to breathe. At the same time, why are they still waiting here? And they have a lot to do. If they continue to wait here, it will undoubtedly be a dead end. Yuan Banyue gritted his teeth, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked shamelessly at the Nishio Jin in front of him. You said this territory is yours, but I came here first, and those 3 bad old men behind me, why didn't you do anything to them? There was a roaring sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Yuan Ban Yuexia was not in much mood to pay attention to this matter at this moment. He just wanted to quietly see what was going on. One thing, and then I made my own decision. I really didn't want the powerful power in my body, but it disappeared without a trace. A burst of bloody light bloomed again, but all this was just the prelude to a war. If it didn't happen, it wouldn't end. But before that, if such a power could be unleashed again, it would indeed be possible, beyond their imagination. Judgment and respect in the territory are just the law of the jungle. As long as the other party is strong enough, then I can powerfully use such a force to start. After all, how can I say that I want to do it this time? That's simplicity. The big stone on the side was broken into pieces. Yuan Ban Yuexia could only hide in front of the big stone for the time being. At this moment, an inexplicable story did appear on the palm of his hand. This was the previous conqueror's haki. Obviously this conqueror's haki didn't come out of the blue, but was blown by something, so I can use it at this moment. If it were me, the thing I encouraged the most disappeared without a trace, and I didn't know how to use it. Where did he go? So he was so attentive at this moment. Then he used the conqueror's haki in his hand to blow it away again, and instantly knocked aside the haki on Nishio Nishiki's hand in front of him. This was so easy, and the other person's face was full of smiles. Play with a bloody cut. Advertisement Chapter 20. The dying person is the most delicious. You are just food on my plate, what are you talking about here? Nishio Nishiki arrived in front of him in an instant, then opened his bag, and instantly surrounded Yuan Ban Yuexia. Yuan Ban Yuexia was surrounded by groups, and it was the legend of his fist that he waved one after another, past. Since he could easily master some of the skills this time, he wanted to see if this part of his skills could be put to use. The powerful force was about to be unleashed. Far under the moon, a small fist instantly transformed into a sharp object, piercing the place in front of him. The most important thing is that when this force is activated, he already knows it in his heart. At the same time, he wants to see what kind of situation it is before making a conclusion. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red face appeared vaguely, and the road appeared in the void. The surrounding dust dispersed with the wind and came to the side under the selection board. The distance between the fists was just support, but when he wanted to swing another fist again, 407 discovered that his instep had already fallen out at several right angles. This is a blind spot. It is indeed not easy for every ghoul to catch a good prey, and the most important thing is that such prey can find their blind spots. If the prey once escaped from his sight, it would be extremely difficult to retrieve it again, so he could only carefully check what was going on, and then make a conclusion and use the most powerful attack on him. The sharp attack was about to go off again, but when the attack reached them, they had already discovered that the attack range this time had once again expanded to make people feel cautious and fearful. At the same time, Yuan Banuexia also wanted to attack again. Such an attack may be completed. If such an attack can really be used again, then the relationship between such a party will be easier to handle. After all, it will be called out again within this range. They have already discovered the game, which is different anyway. BDBA, attacks and attacks are only instantaneous. The most important thing is that the attack of such a party can be easily avoided. The figures flashing through Yuan Banyu's eyes can indeed highlight the trajectory of his attack. It is because the trajectory of such an attack is different that they want to such a strong force, but immediately after such an attack, Yuan Banuexia had already discovered that this thing was different. After all, at such a critical point, if they can use their attack range again and expand it to the maximum point, then the next period of time will be about how they can go to Sub-Zero to justify using it until such a big person thought. Advertisement today. Yuan Banuexia turned around and ran over, and Yuan Banuexia also wanted to know how he was able to use such power in such a situation. At this moment, among the ruins in the distance, the figure of number 1 vaguely appeared. The appearance of such a figure was the afterglow of a lamp, after the fluorescent light of the sun disappeared. It just didn't show up again. Yuan Banuexia also wanted to know what was going on, so he wanted to take a closer look. If there are really some problems within the scope of this time, then in the next period of time how they confirmed and used such power was their own idea. Forget it, it would be a good thing to be able to cut off the opponent's dangerous weapons this time, so he didn't think much about it and quickly killed his most powerful direct death demon. The eyes were summoned, and then the opponent was knocked down instantly. The doctor's sonorous and powerful voice came over them, and the most important thing was that such a voice, at the same time, was completely different, so they wanted to try it and give such a power to the lack of clean and tidy. When they wanted to do it again, they discovered that it was already different when they were so powerful. That's why they were so cautious. If some unstable phenomena appeared again, in the end it is not certain how to solve and weaken it. Yuan Banyu's next move was to instantly cut off half of the wings of the Haki in front of him, and then put its heavy white hits on the ground. He also knew that the Conqueror's Haki in his body was once again strengthened with the auxiliary power. At that time, my speed was indeed enhanced by much than the previous one. What is going on with this kid? His speed was as slow as a tortoise just now, but now his alertness can actually exceed my blind spot. Obviously all this is not an ordinary coincidence, or it may be that Yuan Banuexia itself has this kind of ability. The most important thing is that Yuan Banuexia can summon this ability again. After all, when this ability is summoned, they have already discovered that it is different, so if something happens again at this moment, wanting to solve it is different. Immediately after Yuan Banue waved, he walked over. He knew that it was not easy for this ability to be weakened again and disappear completely, so Yuan Banue was so cautious. The cautious method is beyond my imagination, but if it can be done during this period, it would be a good thing. After all, if you want to solve it in one go, there are indeed many more people doing those things. Immediately after Yuan Banuexia, he walked forward, and Yuan Banuexia also once wondered what kind of action this was. This kind of situation should happen again and again. After all, during this time period among them, if some problems arise, it is not certain how to solve them in the end. The duel among the ghouls, either you die or my king. How can there be so many explanations, and these characters in front of you are actually fighting for food here? If you are so excited, then my patient explanation here is just torturing you. Chapter 21. My rules, please subscribe, this. Nishio Nishiki was surprised all of a sudden, because among the hundreds of moves he had made, none of them touched him. Toban Uexia, or the other party, seemed to have figured out his attack trajectory. What is going on? This is not impossible. Moreover, the attack and bloody abilities of each ghoul can cover the entire area instantly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slow down his footsteps. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Yuan Banuexia was doing. After all, at such a critical point, if it really happened in incredible power, and if it is strengthened again, then it may not be that simple to solve it. Immediately after Yuan Banuexia, he stepped forward. Every step of Yuan Banuexia was somewhat unstable. Since he had already arrived in such an area, there was no reason for him to move forward. There's no big fuss here, and I'm bound to show off my sharp edge. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Nishiojin tightly in front of him. Nishiojin's neck was strangled. He was begging for mercy and shouting as he was dying. Don't kill me. I'm just here for history. All the previous things were all misunderstandings. We are all in the same boat. Why bother? When it comes to life and death, not only people, but also the ghouls will beg for mercy like this. Forget it. You are unkind and I am unjust this time, so why should I show mercy to you? Yuan Banuexia smiled slightly and then a hand knocked him aside among the steel ruins. He waved his hand heavily with a smirk on his face. Regardless of everything, he possesses such a mysterious power, cheat, obtained by traveling through two balanced worlds, which is superior to him. What was emitted by the combination of the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki just now is not just the Hokage world that existed before. Since I can come to such a world this time, I can't properly use hypnosis. These two the force seems a little too much. Forget it, since it would be best to be able to summon this power again this time, he also wanted to see if he could control it while using these two powers. If the next Death Eye is as unstable as in the previous world, then it will undoubtedly cause great harm to one's body. And where is the person he mourns, Tsunade? In such a world, it is not only himself who has traveled through it, but also the distant longing. Advertisement. The aura that filled the body was mixed with the smell of blood. The old men on the side were very scared when they saw the fierce fight just now. It seems like this guy still has a lot of talent. It's hard to talk about, it's hard to talk about. Go first, go first. Several old men were so frightened that beads of sweat overflowed from their foreheads, and they all wanted to leave this place. It is said that you cannot stay here for a long time. This truth is here. It is true that the next turnaround of Xuanjiewi was in front of them in an instant. I said you just had enough to eat. Why did you leave in such a hurry? Why don't you accompany me and let me talk about what it tasted like just now? Yuan Banji had a provocative look on his face. He was quite happy with his arms folded, and at this moment he was able to use the power of the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki to rebuild the Nishio Nishiki just now. Nishio Nishiki was dying and slowly raised his hand, but at this moment his body had already suffered a huge impact. As for ordinary ghoul madmen, such injuries are of no consequence at all. After all, the body of the ghoul has the ability to recover quickly. The most important thing is that they can follow such of the body's energy will be different if it can be used again. But judging from the strength just now, what will happen next is indeed beyond their imagination. If something goes wrong, they can figure it out themselves. You just have some weak weapons, but you dare to fight me. You are simply overestimating your capabilities. Yuan Ban Yuexia murmured to himself and waved his hand. The old man in front of him suddenly fell to the ground, dying. Advertisement, please give me flowers. A pool of blood red was revealed, and everything was hidden in the void. It was like waking up from a dream, and Yuan Banyue slowly left the ruins and walked to the street. This is a good first experience, and this time I have probably figured out the unstable direct death demonic eye ability in my body. The Death Eye is already different when it cooperates with Conqueror's Haki in his body. If it can be summoned again this time, what will happen between these forces combined with each other? What about features and big changes? All this will become a secret, and the combination of the secrets of one's own body can cause huge turbulence in such an area. I heard in Area 13 that a few more senior investigators have arrived. Do you think they really have their own power? This is quite reasonable, and I saw them take back some powerful guys before, and I heard they were ghouls. I heard that those things eat human flesh. They're very disgusting. Steamed mushrooms and the others can kill them easily. They already have a lot of power. Several passers-by said with their faces turned blue and purple with fear. To them, they were just ordinary people. If they had encountered that kind of thing, they would have been torn to pieces. And no one wants to encounter that kind of danger. After all, how unlucky it would be if something like this happened to them. Yuan Ben Yuexia waved his hand and walked forward with a look of helplessness. He was really looking forward to his own power being able to surpass Kaneki Ken, and he wanted to recommend the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki. There are a lot more disgusting stuff. Yuan Ban Yuexia turned around and saw a shop selling desserts. She walked forward, feeling a little curious and stinky. Brother, do you want to eat? A beautiful young lady dressed in somewhat nice clothes lowered her head and came to Yuan Ban Yuexia's side. Chapter 22. Live. Please subscribe. Kaneki looked at the people with solemn expressions and knew that the situation of the ghouls here was not very good. Since he was already a ghoul, he had to accept his identity and face all the upcoming events with everyone, kind of thing. Only by pooling everyone's strength together can we survive in the cruelly competitive world of ghouls and survive the CCG's roundup. Kaneki Yan grabbed the kidney that had a very strong smell of blood, gritted his teeth, and suppressed the feeling of being about to vomit. He pressed his nose and tried not to smell the smell, but the smell still filled his nasal cavity and lingered. Just die. He saw that everyone was looking at him, looking like they hated iron, so he finally made up his mind and bit it. This. Jin Muyan was extremely resistant to food like Sanwu Zero, but after he took a bite, he found that this thing was so delicious. It was far better than anything he had tasted before. The food is delicious. That. Store manager. Is there any more? Although Kaneki Ken didn't know why he would overthrow his long-established worldview, he really couldn't resist the temptation of this delicious food. Yuan Ben Yuexia looked at Kaneki Ken's eagerness to try, and was speechless for a moment. Is it possible that you were Professor Jin? The founder of the Law of Truth? Weren't you very resistant just now? Why did you suddenly change your gender? Yuan Ban Yuexia saw that everyone was a little heavy and couldn't help but joke. This. No more. You also know that this kind of thing is rare. The store manager was a little embarrassed. You know, although the 20th district they're in is smaller than the 1, 2, and 3 districts, it is said to be relatively peaceful and stable. But there is a distribution set up by CCG to supervise everything here. It is already very difficult to get this little thing. If you hunt in a big way like other areas, you will inevitably be targeted by the CCG. The store manager looked at these young people and his eyes were a little sad. He opened this store mainly to allow these similar people to better integrate into human society and let them live better. Therefore, the employees working here and the guests who come here are basically they're all ghouls, but occasionally human guests come here. Some ghouls are ignorant and will attack them. In this way, his store will be exposed sooner or later. Now that we have the masks, we can avoid being hunted by the investigators as much as possible. Yuan Banyue looked at the rabbit masks everyone was wearing and felt slightly relieved. We no longer have to worry about other food all day long. Ghouls and CCGs. Advertisement. Although I say that, the battle for the venue in the previous districts has gradually spread outside. In addition, masks are not a panacea. Sooner or later we will be discovered by the investigators, and we must be prepared. Dong Shang is not a rookie like Kaneki Ken. She is well aware of the cruelty of ghouls competing for the venue. If you want to survive, you must hide yourself well and develop your own strength. Therefore, she does not plan to let them stay in District 20. Although it is relatively safe here, for them, the comfortable environment will harm them. When they have some strength, they must be taken to other districts. Anyway, I have officially joined you. I am already a part of you. This is a difficult beginning for me and a brand new beginning. I will adapt well. Kaneki Ken encountered such a change. Judging from his age and experience as a college student, it is very rare to be able to adapt to his identity so quickly and try to do something. What should we do next? Dong Shang looked at Yuan Banyuexia. After all the things that had happened before, Dong Shang had already regarded him as the backbone of his group. Yuan Banyuexia felt a headache. After all, he was not originally from this world, and many things were extremely unfamiliar to him. Sister, can you please stop staring at me? I'm still a baby, I'm scared. Although everyone had the same identity, Yuan Ban saw Dong Shang opening her scarlet vertical eyes under the moon. There seemed to be a trace of blood in her eyes, emitting a cold light that penetrated people. When Dong Shang heard this, he turned away and stopped looking at him. Yuan Banyuexia tapped her fingers lightly on the table and began to think seriously. We are in District 20. We are not strong enough and cannot go to other districts. We have to hide our capabilities and bide our time here and develop our strength. Yuan Banyuexia hesitated for a while and made a decision. Advertisement, however, we can't stay here. Let's do this. Kaneki Ken wants to try to switch identities. On the surface, you are still a college student. As long as you hide it well and pay attention to the rules, you should not be exposed. As for the two of us, let's go to District 14 for a walk during this time. District 14 is relatively safe. There are many ghouls there. A lot of information about ghouls is gathered and circulated here. Tuka nodded and agreed. For ghouls like them, information is indeed very important. After all, they are not strong enough now. Kaneki Ken is not yet able to adapt to his situation, and he cannot yet compete head-on with other ghouls and CCGs. Jin Muyan didn't say a word. For him, many things were also unfamiliar. The CCG branch in District 20 is a towering building. It is the center of District 20 and controls all the lifeblood of this stable district. There are many senior investigators living here. For the humans here, CCG is relatively unfamiliar, but for the ghouls, the name sounds like thunder. Investigators are simply a nightmare for ghouls. Although many ghouls are unwilling to do evil or harm humans, if the investigators know their identities and fall into their hands, the final result will be the consequences are extremely tragic. In a room on the top floor of the branch, two investigators were discussing important matters. There was something 4.4 happening over at the antique coffee shop. A human disappeared and it was probably caused by those ghouls. The two of them look very distinctive. One is very tall but very thin, the other is very short and very fat. Brother Gao, those ghouls are really disturbing. I was planning to go back to the District 1 headquarters to report on my work during this period. Now that this mess has happened, the higher-ups will probably blame us again. Fatty looked helpless. As investigators, they dealt with ghouls every day, and the ghouls never stopped, making them feel very tired. Pang Dun, stop complaining and work quickly. We have to find these troublemaking ghouls quickly. Since they have no idea and don't understand the rules, no wonder we are merciless. Although Mr. Gao said that he was very reluctant when encountering such bad things, it was his duty after all, and he didn't want to complain about anything. Chapter 23. This is efficiency, please subscribe. Okay. You are really a model worker for our organization. You are dedicated to your work. You don't want me to complain now. Although Pang Dun said this, his hands were not idle. He took out a ball-shaped instrument from the suitcase beside him. The instrument actually completely displayed the topography of Area 20. Pang Dun clicked on the location of the antique cafe, and several red dots faintly appeared there. These red dots should be those ghouls seeking death. Let's take a trip. Pang Dun pointed at the red dots, as if he had seen the scene where they captured the ghouls. Don't tell me, the newly developed instruments from the headquarters are really effective, and they were found so easily. Mr. Gao secretly said that he was surprised and was very satisfied with the performance of this instrument. It's not omnipotent. It can only vaguely sense the aura of the ghouls and determine their general location. As long as the other party takes some precautions and covers up the aura, it will be useless. With that said, Fatty took the first step and walked out. Hey, wait for me. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that I will steal your performance? Gao Lao also reacted at this time and hurriedly followed. Outside the antique coffee shop, Yuan Banyuexia and the other three people had just said goodbye to the store manager, and when they went out, they bumped into two people who came to search. Stop, what are you doing? Pang Dun saw the three of them walking out of the coffee shop in a hurry and stopped them. We didn't do much, we just went to drink a cup of coffee and chatted about life for a while, and now we are going home. Yuan Banyuexia took the lead and answered first, but Kaneki Ken was different. He had just become like this and knew the existence of the investigator. When he saw the real person, he felt very nervous and he didn't dare to show it. He just stood there blankly. Advertisement, drinking coffee. Do you know who we are? Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual nearby? Gao Lao looked at the silent Jin Muyan with some doubts. Of course you go to a coffee shop to drink coffee, otherwise what else would you do? As for what is unusual about this, what could be abnormal about this? Could it be that while drinking coffee, someone suddenly ran out and ran naked in front of everyone? Yuanban Uexia didn't want to be entangled with the investigator in front of him for too long. He looked at Kaneki Ken next to him and found that something was wrong with him. He wanted to take the two of them out of here quickly. Okay then, let's go. It's not very safe here lately, so be careful. Pang Dun was anxious to find the ghouls causing trouble, and he didn't want to waste time here. Yuanban Uexia saw that the two senior investigators did not see through his group, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared masks in advance, otherwise he would have been exposed at this time. Ghoul. Stop. When Jin Muyan walked in front of Gao Lao suddenly shouted, which really frightened Jin Muyan. He was startled, his breath leaked, and the identity of the ghoul was undoubtedly exposed. HMPH, I'm just testing it out. You're indeed cheating. Come to the bowl. Gao Lao took out his weapon and confronted the three of them from a distance. Dong Shang originally thought that she could leave here safely this time. Now that she was discovered, she did not hide it. She opened a pair of eyes, the blood-red pupils quickly enlarged, staring at the two people opposite. The cold light locked the target, making the two unable to move. Huh. Dong Shang snorted coldly, rushed forward at top speed, gathered strength between his legs, and kicked Fat Dun, as if he was going to turn him into a meat pie. Hey, you ghoul B***ch, you have quite a temper. You dare to rush up to us ghouls so recklessly. Facing the aggressive Dong Shang, Pang Dun smiled instead of getting angry. Fatty opened his hands, turned them outward, and explosive power burst out from his body. He directly caught Dong Zhang's kick with his body. No, Dong Shang, be careful. Yuanban Uexia saw the corner of Fatty's mouth slightly raised, as if his conspiracy had succeeded, and hurriedly reminded Dong Shang. Don't think about going back when you're here. Get down. Pang Dun grabbed Dong Zhang's calf and threw Dong Shang to the ground with a force of 4 or 2. Dong Zhang's kick was too hard, and when he retreated it's too late. Gao Lao on the side saw Dong Shang being thrown to the ground and lost his fighting power for a moment. He took the opportunity to take out a special chain and lock Dong Shang. Advertisement, Dong Shang. You two investigators, although we are ghouls, we are not the most vicious ghouls. Please don't force each other. Jin Muyan was extremely anxious when he saw Dong Shang being captured, but he didn't have the strength and hadn't adapted yet, so he could only test the two people opposite him from a distance. HMPH. Are there any good ghouls that feed on humans? What a big joke. Gao Lao snorted coldly and dismissed Jin Muyan's words. This was the first time he had seen such an innocent ghoul for so long as a prosecutor. I am such a good person. I was given good guy cards by girls all day long in college. Kaneki Ken faced the investigators for the first time and naively believed that the investigators were considered official and should be reasonable in safeguarding the safety and interests of mankind and would not treat them as aliens indiscriminately. Stop talking nonsense to them. If they are not from my race, their minds must be different. They and the ghouls have reached a point where they are incompatible with each other. It is useless to talk more. Although Yuanban Uexia was facing an investigator for the first time, he knew these simple truths. You still see clearly. As long as you are ghouls, no matter whether you have done any bad things or not, in my eyes, you are all the same. Gao Lao looked at Jin Muyan with some pity, as if he were looking at an idiot. This can't be blamed on Jin Muyan for having illusions about them. After all, he was just a college student before, and experiencing these things was already a huge shock to him. Hurry up and let her go. Yuan Banyue looked at Pang Dun and Gao Lao coldly. His pupils turned from deep black to bright red, and blood flowed out of his eyes. It looked extremely strange. Then, he clenched his fists, and the two fists collided together. A force condensed in his body, and his whole body exuded a strange purple color. That was his conqueror's haki. At this moment, Yuanban Uexia's body has been greatly enhanced, and her attack power, agility, and body recovery ability have all been greatly improved. Brother Gao, this is a tough fight. Let's go together, FK him. Fatty saw the majestic appearance of Yuanban Uexia on the opposite side with his abilities fully activated. He was a little unsure of his strength, so he called up the elders and wanted to beat him together. Will it be useful if we go together? Originally we didn't want to cause trouble. Since you are so aggressive, don't blame me for not being merciful. Yuanban Uexia turned around, technique rushed forward, turned behind Fatty, and hit him on the back of the head. Chapter 24. Black Ghoul. Please subscribe. Since we have all started hiding our identities, there is no need for us to worry about this. Yuanban Uexia nodded and walked forward. He also felt a little strange about what he said just now, and the scene just now indirectly told him that there was no one in the entire 13th district who said anything. That simplicity. These weird masks can hide our identities. You'd better be careful. After all, it's not just us monsters who fell in the first round in Tokyo. When he said the last two words, Kaneki Ken couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Dong Shang beside him. For them, this mission not only requires a blow to the entire investigator, but the most important thing is to get back their side's position. And at this moment, if among the following things, those few investigators, if the officer still launches a general attack on his unexpected situation one after another, he will simply be unable to parry it. Don't you still know what happened to the entire 13th district? And those investigators want to find some tools that we must rely on, not just Zhangyi. Thinking of this, Dong Shang nodded involuntarily and walked forward. Moreover, this matter is a long story. Then Teikoku waved his hand, an array of light reflected in the upper mold. He walked to the side of Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken raised the faces of the people in front of him, and what was revealed among those faces was that fierce light and murderous groan. That was the killings of the past, and in the world of ghouls, if you want to completely get rid of this kind of shackles, you must first have a power that can forcefully destroy your own. The wings inflated and stretched towards the terrifying enemy. The black mask revealed a different kind of chest muscles, and what he saw during this period was just a lot of killing. If you want to survive in such a ghoul world, you must not only rely on yourself, it's just that experience. You finally figured it out. Since you have exchanged with that Li Shi, why don't the kidneys try to survive here with us? And all these things are indeed not as simple as we thought. If this happens next, if some abnormal changes occur one after another in the situation, in the end it will not only involve you alone, but also the entire. And from another perspective, the ghoul power contained by Kaneki Ken at this moment has not yet been successfully unlocked, which means that it is just a dangerous state now. Faced with this in such a dangerous state, speaking out one's opinions so recklessly without saying a word is a dead end. I want to survive. Advertisement at this moment, Kaneki Ken TV on the side swallowed his saliva and walked forward to Yuanban Uexia. Yuanban Uexia waved his hand, opening his big hand and patting it like an angel. Among the investigators' high-rise buildings, the difference between the 29th floor and the 99th floor is not only the distance, but also the balance of their power is not only reflected in these few words, so in the next period of time, they can only tightly grasp a kind of power. The surrounding color in a secret room was silver gray, and during this period, the man standing there was a senior investigator named Investigator Lee. Senior has already said that if we want to have an extremely powerful force, we must first try to control that force instead of letting it control it. If we act rashly like this, we will only cause unnecessary trouble, or let him control it. Investigator Lee was not sure. There was a trace of light in his eyes. It was obvious that everything he said revolved around the words of the white-haired old man he had followed before. In his mind, every word said by the white-haired old man in it, deep cracks were cut one after another. It's been a whole day. What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and find some useful information? When talking about this, Kaneki Ken and Dong Xiangyuan walked out of the mask-making shop. Within a few days, they got their own custom-made masks, which were also used as identity masks. The main colors of the face were black and what was exposed in red was just one eye wearing glasses, but it looked extremely strange when it was placed on Kaneki Ken's head. Yuan Ban Uexia frowned and clapped his hands, showing a fierce look on his face. Then he received a task related to the next investigator, which was to plunder the entire 13th district. Those ghouls. When you don't have a pair of extremely hard wings and are struggling to breathe in such a world, then all the things you do are just sighs. Why do you still exist in such a world one after another? What about in the world? This is undoubtedly asking for death. Yuan Ban Uexia naturally knows that among the investigators in the future, the weapons owned by the white-haired old man will penetrate deeply into his body, and even destroy the evil eyes in his body. And if Conqueror's Haki is captured, there's no telling what will happen in the end. No, we should have a long-term plan, and the weapons in the hands of those investigators were not taken from you. If we just go in their direction, in the end we are just asking for our own death, so we should start with let's take a look at what the situation is like. The most important thing is that within the distance between them on several floors, if there is really a gap between them, then in the next period of time, the power they contain will have a huge impact. The changes are huge. There is absolutely no way to control it just by relying on these, Danujao, information, and at this moment, in the balance of these information, wanting to fully obtain this power is nothing more than a whim. So for Investigator Lee, as a young martial artist, if there is no strong force, how can we catch Mr. Shi? At this moment, a young man on the side walked forward, frowning, and looked at Investigator Lee in front of him. He had no good luck for a year. Obviously, throughout the whole day, he only felt that Investigator Lee was in front of him. It's just a matter of hiding here and eking out an existence. Chapter 25. Confession of the White-Haired Old Man. You still want to learn from that weird senior? The young man in a white shirt wanted to curse when he said this, but he always felt like something was staring at him, giving him a depressing aura. In the end, he didn't say anything, but quickly left the place and came to a central base. There were many boxes inside. There was a strange red mark on the boxes, which indirectly told others, don't step in easily. How many monsters have we caught during this period? I heard that those little monsters like to explore during the day and night and look for their food. The old man with white hair clapped his hands and walked forward with a calm expression. For him, the next steps were undoubtedly to catch those scary little monsters. This is what is called a ghoul. However, seeing that this time period has already passed, 10 minutes have passed, or it has passed the mealtime, for them, all these things are indeed beyond their imagination. If it is true in the next period of time, if 887 can find another place where he can survive and plunder all food, this will undoubtedly be the ruins of a craftsman. The key to how to lure those monsters out and then rectify them on the spot is to have these powers and at the same time, they want. Jin Muyan and Dong Shang are undoubtedly confused about this matter, and the most important thing is that they know that Jin Zhenggu and their methods are obviously more than that. First of all, those weird boxes in their hands are the biggest trouble. I don't even know what's going on now. Yuan Ban Uexia didn't say anything more, but Grizzly Bear approached immediately after him. The gift and the old man were the master's next question. We can't continue to sit back and wait for death, and those investigators are obviously not as simple as we thought and will let us go. Now that they have taken action against the two mother and daughter pairs, it must not be simple. Thinking of such issues, Yuan Ban Yuexia apologized and breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, he knew the seriousness of the matter, and it was not that simple to cherish his own strength in this round and round. The most important thing is that he has to use some thunderous methods and improve his system power. Moreover, the Death Eyes and Conqueror's Haki in his hands are still in some subjective states, or extremely unstable. Although the demonic Eye of Death recommended by me in the upper world can revitalize one's power within a few kilometers, it is 10 points unstable. If it is improved by relying on some heretical power, it will undoubtedly deepen its own power. That kind of toxin in the body. Advertisement. Even if you create a few more big treasures to protect yourself, it will be of no use. After all, in such a world, there is a more powerful thing called a hebao. As long as you use the hebao inside to improve it. Moreover, it can still consolidate the bloodline of one's own side and improve it. The most important thing is that he can once again use the power of the Death Eye and Conqueror's Haki in his body. It is not easy, and as a ghoul of the weirdest race in such a world, he being able to compete with them is already a very lucky thing. The cheat I have is still pretty good. When he thought of this, Yuan Ban Yuexia let out a breath of thanks, and at this moment, what he had in his eyes was the bad old man in front of him. What would be the relationship between himself and Dong Shang next? A bit looking forward to it. At this moment, Dong Shang on the side seemed to realize something, and hurriedly walked into the room, looking at Yuan Ban Yu's impatient look, but since the previous fight with each other, in the meantime, his impression of Yuan Ban Yuexia has been greatly improved. Moreover, when he went in just now, he understood what Yuan Ban Yuexia meant. He also wanted to threaten the entire investigators and destroy them. If this operation cannot destroy their central system, they will definitely plunder us ghouls on a large scale, so Yuan Ban Yuexia has decided that since the other party will not wait so quietly, then they have to strike preemptively, otherwise in the end they will wait for the release of the attack and the entire ghoul community will be affected to a certain extent. The entire race cannot be affected. Yan only reacted later. This is undoubtedly a way to make up for the situation. It is too late. In the end, the choice he made was of no use. Why are you still here? Obviously this everything is just soil in their eyes, but in this case, if some problems arise again, they can still solve them in the end. Since you have decided this time, let's discuss the plan this time. The old man looked at Dong Shang and nodded. For him, he really didn't have the strength to do this, so he could only launch an attack. We can't continue to sit back and wait for death. They are undoubtedly the main source of the weapons that are produced in the entire investigator building. If you can increase your strength just by relying on these weapons, it will be much easier. But at the critical moment above, if some troubles arise again, you will end up with them. What kind of things happen that make them feel overwhelmed and powerless? Why should they continue to wait? This is obviously information once it is available. Judging from the amount of information this time, it is necessary to launch a large-scale all-out attack on District 13 and start with it. Moreover, the required equipment must be within its own range, but if he only relies on these ranges, he will not be able to continue the attack like this. We can discuss the use of weapons this time and the range of information. Just relying on this information, I believe you can all predict the next results. The white-haired old man walked up to Investigator Lee and took out a map. He circled and crossed several locations on the map. These locations undoubtedly told him which areas were safe and which were dangerous areas. These places are. He looked confused. Investigator Lee stretched out his hand to point at the places drawn on the landowner's body, and then took a sip. Chapter 24. Large-scale attack. Please subscribe. Look at the scope of this. First of all, we have to use the resources inside, and then it is not easy to launch a large-scale attack on them. If they really want to linger, we may also use other means to make them unable to survive. Don't wait until death. It can be seen that everything said by the white-haired old man in front of him is serious, because when he spoke, the flash in his eyes was just some fierce light, and while he was dancing, he let other normal people. It looks very strange and very scary, but the person in front of her, Inspector Lee, seems to be familiar to the old senior in front of her. In addition, after destroying one of the female ghouls before, she has no idea about the old man in front of her. The senior became more and more strange and curious about him. He really wanted to know about the past between the old seniors. Although he once had resentment towards those ghouls, he really had no way to eliminate them and find them. Even if he found them, would he be able to find them? Being torn to pieces by them is already a good thing to survive a disaster, but in this case, I really seem powerless. Since this time there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I will not wait here gasping for breath, and what the old man Junji gave him is a knife. Why can't I pick it up? But there is no way to imbue him with that power. Now that others can give him a helping hand, why should he continue to wait? This is like adding more power to a tiger. Generally, all things are beyond his strengths. If he has a choice among the roles of these things, he will not continue to wait blindly and wait for a fruitless answer. The most important thing is that in these key investments to find out the answers, there are indeed people who can help me. This is undoubtedly like adding more power to a tiger. Senior, how should we inspect this area? Moreover, the difference between this area and this area is only a few kilometers, so why do we have to go to so much trouble to investigate separately? When he saw this place, Investigator Lee felt very excited. He also wanted to know what was going on between these areas. These two areas are naturally mysterious. You should first take a look at what is there between the two areas. Are they the depiction areas in some old waste areas? When he said this, he took a breath of fresh air. For him, this matter was indeed a bit out of his imagination. He also wanted to completely master those so-called skills in the next period of time, and I am very curious as to why there is something like that in the box of encouragement in this old man's hand. And the old timer. As he spoke, Investigator Lee in front of him started to squeak. He didn't know how to describe the 10 pieces of stuff that had escaped from the box he had seen before. Advertisement, don't worry about other things. As long as you can expand the scope of your investigation between these two areas, you will definitely find some interesting monsters. The white-haired old man chuckled, and there was a fierce light in his eyes, making people feel like an old immortal monster, which was very scary. There are several black figures walking in the moonlight, which makes people feel that their trajectories are unclear, or that it is not clear who they are, but at this critical moment, it does make people feel suffocated. The strength and speed that the ghoul had once were increased again, and it was even more terrifying under the moonlight. In addition, under this round of moonlight, everyone imagined it. Please give me flowers. In the end, the most advanced situations in their competition process were made. This matter has been planned from the beginning. Since they already have a plan and want to spread it, if they look for the specific situation, why not let it go? Where's the fight? Are they just afraid? He had already felt very strange when he came to this place from the beginning, but he did not expect that this sense of oppression would increase and expand with the oppression. Immediately afterwards, I saw several very fierce things leaping out of the box. I don't know what they were, but during this period, I could faintly feel the solemn desert atmosphere inside. Speaking of the news here, several police officers on the side quickly walked forward. If something happens to me, what might they do? But they seem to be at a loss for what to do. Obviously this matter is beyond their imagination. Don't they want to continue like this? This is obviously the case. It's a matter of which you have more than enough energy but not enough energy. Advertisement. The most important thing is the moonlight shining round after round, but it is not easy for them to completely obtain this power. We can only work within the scope of the mind itself, and if the manpower inside just allows us to take care of it, we can solve it very well. Let's take a look at what the situation is like first. What the old man said at the beginning is obviously very dangerous. When he said this, the white-haired old man nodded and grinned. His smile was deeply engraved in the hearts of the investigators beside him. When he said this, several young men in black uniforms walked forward quickly. I didn't expect that among these strange figures in front of me, just because you appeared leisurely in front of me, he wanted to get his hands on him, but he seemed to be unable to do so because he had no way to control this trend. Control the power in your own direction. If you can really control it well, then you won't have to linger like this. We can't continue to sit back and wait for death. The calculation is given to us by God. Why do we? We can't stay here. We can't stay here for a long time. It's better to leave quickly. These old monsters will crush the four of us. Then a white figure came to them and opened a box, which opened with a click. Investigator Lee began to feel that the topic here was somewhat oppressive, so he stepped back and learned that not only was he a caterpillar. And this time, if they continue like this, it will undoubtedly be the biggest challenge. Chapter 26. Expanding the scope, go to the area here. After talking about it, several investigators nodded, looking shocked. The white-haired old man continued talking, and in the following places written above the landlord, he told Investigator Lee that this operation was not just about catching 1 or 2 ghouls, he was going to capture the entire all the ghouls in District 13 have closed their nets. Isn't there just a few this time? When he heard the words of the white-haired old man in front of him, Investigator Lee was still a little shocked. After all, in this area, if it was possible to negotiate with such a force alone, it was barely possible. Possible things, after all, here, if there is any crisis with this force, if they have any problems again, they will be the 957 responsible, so they can only proceed cautiously. When they came to a ruins, with Inspector Lee as their companion, the white-haired old man stopped next to the big pillars and put down the boxes. There was a vague smell of ghost isos floating in the box. When he saw the white-haired old man's incredible behavior, Investigator Lee already wanted to ask, but it just didn't taste good, so he shook it shake. At this time, he walked up to the white-haired old man and asked what happened to the boxes just now. He also wanted to know what was hidden in these boxes and why those boxes appeared like that. Colleagues who have such a bitter taste have already discovered this. It is unbelievable. If they just rely on themselves to blame each other for this monster, then where will those monsters come from? They're ghosts like this smell. This is the equivalent of their food. Having said this, the old man smiled slightly. For him, this was undoubtedly a very unfavorable operation. If the scope of this operation was expanded, then they would like to expand the scope of this operation to the maximum extent again. It's just not easy for me. Advertisement. It is because the goals of this action are different and will change, that is why they are so entangled. If it was just because of the appearance of these terrifying ghouls, and if they chopped them off and made their hands and feet into a secret weapon, they wouldn't go to such great lengths. Look at the weapons in their hands. If they really have the most terrifying part of their body, then we will all play with it. The white-haired old man grinned, calmly took a few steps back. To him, he naturally knew that the most terrifying parts of the ghouls were called hebao. After the hebao grows, it penetrates into people's hearts like some wings of honey, and if you want to escape during this period, it is just a dog eye that is of no use during the birth period. Old senior, can you tell me something? Investigator Lee said with a deep voice. His quiet accident, Zhou Wei, he knew that Zhou Wei finally said that it was not that simple to secretly reveal the power. If it was really possible to forcibly release this power, if you hold it tightly in your own hands, you won't have to worry so much. Then he saw the weeds on the side, and a figure ran out of the bushes. There were actually several leaves hanging on the figure's neck, and this leaf was very huge, and under the moonlight it was one of the largest in the world. The blockbusters make people look like they are connected to the human figures. Who is it this night? You are causing trouble. Don't you know that we have already prepared traps here to catch those ghouls? Advertisement. A few ignorant, newly joined investigators took a breath and walked forward. He gritted his teeth, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and then his neck went cold, and he transformed and collapsed on the ground. This is. They showed up, don't go out. The white old man squinted his eyes and patted aside. Investigator Lee's shoulders. Investigator Lee clenched his fists tightly and witnessed a single figure. In an instant, he used those huge things behind his neck, blocking the investigators around him underground one after another. This body and head are separated. The classic sound that horrified him at this moment made him see so clearly, and there was no way to struggle in it. This force printed by the glove was just a lingering breath. What the old-timers said is correct. In front of the ghouls, we are just prey and have nowhere to escape. Tear us apart like this. Investigator Lee murmured to himself. A glimmer of glory flashed in his eyes, but at this moment in the next second, the old man had already stood up, took out the white box, and walked to that area on top of the pile of rocks. He was not worried at all. He didn't know how deep the brain in front of him was, and he didn't know how much the old man knew. Why he did such a move? Obviously, the old man must have some knowledge. The consciousness of the party with too much common sense and the party's eyes would never have made this old man stand up so easily and did something unbelievable. The old man patted the big stones at once, and then picked up the box in his hand. There were several large circles carved on the big box. Inside the big circles were shu. What comes out of luck is just a smooth trajectory. Obviously, what is reflected in such a deep 5.0 trajectory is that the power of one side is guided by the powerful force in it, but it is only a moment. Immediately afterwards, the big box was opened again, and several large milkworm-like things suddenly came out of the box. It was very disgusting. Investigator Lee's legs were a little numb. He thought it was on the same spot. It didn't know that the white-haired old man in front of it actually hid such a monster in this box. It was so ridiculous in size, and its speed and strength were superior to him. Obviously, all these things are often imagined by oneself. If he wants to force his hands, it is not that simple. Moreover, things like this are clearly placed here, which indirectly tells him that the realization is not just a moment. Chapter 27. The Secret in the White Box. These are all my babies. The white-haired old man burst out laughing. He waved the white box in his hand. The area surging out of the white box turned out to be the bags inside the ghouls' bodies. Bao was swinging back and forth in the void, which was beyond human imagination, and that force could instantly smash a handful of big rocks into pieces and float away with the wind. He didn't know what exactly is such a force, but if there is such a force to compete with each other, it seems that the only ones on the ghoul's body are the ones on it. Obviously this old man came well prepared, and Investigator Lee was so frightened this time that he picked up the few guns and shells he had for catching ghouls and rushed towards him. When the white-haired old man arrives, you glance at him and lower your head. I said you were so weak. How to catch them is a problem. Let's see what the situation is like first. As he spoke, the white-haired old man once again turned his hand into that white box. In the white box, the power that 13's hand would put out in an instant was that of shadow, which penetrated into his heart and could not be dissipated. As I drove away, he didn't know how to control my power, nor how to stretch it. In short, the things in these 10 white boxes were unable to break free. Senior, what on earth is this? At such a critical moment, Investigator Lee was able to calm down and ask such a stupid question. The white-haired old comrade just laughed and frantically tried to grab his white box. That blood-red figure under the moonlight just now. District 13 caused a sensation again. That night, the story about the white-haired old man holding the strange box was spread from one person to another. Everyone's position was shaken, and they also wanted to know this. Is it true or false? What is hidden in the so-called white box? Have you heard? Last night I heard that several investigators went to that strange ruins. Wasn't that ruins where Li Shi went before? And they were all places of Li Shi, and they actually went. Could it be that it has been torn to pieces by those people in Li Shi? One of the men with red glasses walked into District 13. District 13 was quiet. Only Dong Shang walked over quietly, slapped his hand on the table and put down the cup of coffee on his hand. Advertisement. It's better to stop listening to those unnecessary words here, little tiger man. After saying that, Dong Shang snorted coldly and left. Next to the man was Yuan Ban Yuexia, who walked forward with interest and walked up to the man with the red introduction, and knocked slightly, the cup in my hand. I said, brother, I've heard about this too. Why don't you tell me more in detail? After all, I was fast asleep at home last night, so I missed this. It's a pity. The man wearing the red mask looked at Dong Shang, who was behind him, and became a voice. For him, those things last night were strange enough, and he finally told him everything. Yuan Ban Yuexia nodded after hearing this. So it's like this. It turns out that the investigators have already gone to the surrounding areas, and they have already been to the ruins. Fortunately, Laozi has been there a few days ago, to say hello. It seems that the ghouls inside have already yes. The power hidden in the secret actions of the investigators is all in the imagination of the super officers. As for how to reveal this powerful power here. When the time comes for their own problems, if they can really use this kind of power in their own hands, it would be a gratifying thing. Thinking of this, Yuan Ban Yuexia picked up the cup of coffee and considered it for a moment. Investigator Li, who was standing beside him, walked into this unfamiliar coffee shop for no reason. As soon as he walked into the coffee shop, he let out a sigh of relief, ordered a cup of red coffee. This is. The eyes of everyone in the room paused for a few minutes as if they had seen something terrifying. Usually, only Investigator Li next to the table looked calm. The incident last night had just come out, and Investigator Li walked into this store so quickly, and he had no idea that this store was full of ghouls. It was so terrifying that he, as an alien from Party B, was here. It is no longer a matter of course to fully open our eyes. This is, advertisement, I didn't say he was killed before. The man who killed my ghoul. The little girl on the side took a few steps back tremblingly. She took a cold breath now. She didn't know how to roar loudly, and even he wanted to pick up his big paw and pounce on it, tearing out the eyes of Investigator G. A smash. The boss of District 13 waved his hand and asked the man on the side to take the little girl to the room inside. After all, this was not something that could be taken lightly, and how could the Inspector Li in front of him find this store inexplicably? As for who the white-haired 700-year-old man mentioned last night was, and he couldn't be so reckless. It turns out he's already here. It seems that it's quite early to lure the snake out of the hole. From interviewing people to having a conscience in their hearts, it seems to them that they do seem to have more than enough energy but not enough energy. Moreover, if these things continue to be discussed like this now, it will not be as good. As a result, if everyone continues like this, if it goes on and there is no result, it will just be a lot of trouble in the end. Those people have already started taking action. As for what position Investigator Li took during this operation, this is an important question, and Investigator Li also hesitated about this. The cup of coffee on the table vibrated slightly. For him, this was undoubtedly a huge challenge, and there could be no more surprises among some challenges. You can take a look at the information this time. I heard that the box contains the old man's collections, which are some big treasures. Why don't we take a look first? All these things seemed complicated and confusing, and Investigator Li's calm appearance had done them a huge harm. Obviously, this crisis would not dissolve and disappear so easily. Chapter 28. Danger warning, please subscribe, this operation is very secret. Investigator Li in front of him just lowered his head. He seemed to be aware of the danger inside, so he was very scared. Let's see what the result is first. Since this time has already happened, our actions this time. This is obviously a massacre. We can't continue like this. What's more, what old man Zhao said, is undoubtedly taking away 10 degrees of our lives. The man on the other end of the phone started talking, teachers and students. Obviously he didn't want to listen to the words of the old recruiter before him. That senior is capable, we can't do this. What Inspector Li said is that it's still cold now. Since those ghouls are already attacking us as a whole, why can't we join the party? In addition, we will have their names on the list in the next few missions. That's enough, otherwise those things will come to your door. Okay, don't be verbose here. This time when Investigator Li said this, he hung up the phone. Advertisement. He patted the table with his heavy big palm, causing the cup of coffee on the table to vibrate a few times. Continued cup. He drank the coffee quickly, like a bottle of wine, but he still looked angry. Finally he left. Who is he anyway? I heard that the investigators from those missions last night were actually still alive. It's not easy for people to survive. That area is the camera model ruled by Li Shi. I have disappeared now, but the ghouls in that area have been gone for a long time. Since the name of that area is included in the scope of this operation, if so, it would not be easy for those investigators to come out alive. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a breath of cold air. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him, and he could see the challenge more clearly this time. And this time they have worked hard. They tried to capture those dangerous species, but the capture you made in this way had no effect at all, so that now they're so afraid. This area and the ruins we attacked before have some young places. We just need to see if there is anything that can be changed here. After all, Zhao Haozhao is here. We have found relevant experiences inside and will supplement them. If we really look at the scope of action of the white box before, the weapons on those ghouls' hands are so powerful that they can break through an inexplicable limit. Let's first take a look at what's going on in those Hebao bodies. Moreover, every element produced by the ghouls is different. If they're used again based on those elements, will they be able to do anything to them? The attack caused by our own body is still unknown. You'd better take a good look at what the situation is like now. Advertisement. Investigator Li meditated for a while and then found the senior white-haired old man. He wanted to tell the senior white-haired old man the ins and outs of these things in detail. I have discovered a certain kind of substance before, but it is just that kind of substance, and there is no way to compete with those. Forget it, since we are all sick this time, we can forcefully squeeze this force, and we have no way to contend with the consequences caused by this force. Last night, at this moment, a black figure walked away in front of them. For them, everything like this really makes people feel a bit baffled. If they really want to compete at such a dangerous speed, then they wanted to shatter the fear in the silence again. Besides, it is not that simple. After all, the dangerous substance hidden in the white box can indeed easily take away their lives. Speaking of this, Liu remained silent for a few minutes. After all, Investigator Li and the investigators inside, the dangerous weapons among the senior troops were all proportional to each other. As for which party the dangerous goods in the white box belonged to, They really had no way of measuring them. We have tried to get close to their ghouls before, but it seems that they have a very trivial power and have already reached the dangerous object we have now. The white-haired old man slowly put the white box behind him. He knew that it was obviously not as simple as he thought. If he really wanted to push away such a strong force, then what would happen next? This is the realm that a force reaches, and it will indeed exceed Song's imagination. After capturing those ghouls, they can extract the most terrifying part of their bodies, the hebao. As for whether that part of the hebao can be used for themselves, this is a major question, and if at this moment, if something trivial happens to those hebao who sets out again, what they should do in the end will be beyond their own imagination. As he said that he was a celebrity, he was also very curious about what happened last night and why there was such a big impact. After all, if something inexplicable happened offline at this moment, then what would happen next? Next, they want to accept the fact that it is not that simple. If we attack according to the areas drawn above, the ghouls inside will definitely rush to a central area to avoid it, so whether those ghouls can reach the final area remains to be seen. After all, if there are some problems here, it will indeed be beyond their imagination. As he spoke, the white-haired old man took out the map again. What was drawn on the map was the new attack target, and this time the attack target had been expanded to other areas, including the entire 13th district. The white-haired old man patted unsteadily, patting the white box in his hand. The items in the white box were very dangerous. The wind blows through the leaves and makes a rustling sound, but it makes people feel an inexplicable feeling of uncertainty. After all, if this meeting is really based on such a power, then they want to use this again next. It is indeed not easy to stimulate the sense of honor. Chapter 29. Experimental product, please subscribe. What exactly is this? At the end, the most confusing question for Investigator Lee emerged. He pointed to the box next to the white-haired old man in confusion. As for what was hidden in that box, he had been confused since last night. After all, the substances that ran out of the white box were indeed related to the weird tentacles on the ghoul. You boy, it seems that you are also moved. The white-haired old man grinned and slowly patted the box in his hand. Don't continue talking. For him, this is indeed because it means that you are planning after all. If some problems arise again, you want to go there. The solution is not just these few words. Moreover, Mr. Bai Shifen also tried to explore whether this has something to do with him. If he continues like this, how should he solve it in the end? Do they really know? Or maybe they just don't understand at all, so that's why let this happen. But he didn't expect that he found a living box. He once again placed a living substance in the box along the box. Those were some micromatter energies, and he also wanted to activate those micromatter energies, but he had no way to completely inject those micromatter energies into the hebao bodies in those ghouls. Thinking of problems like this, Hebao has made up his mind and uses this energy as the best weapon to deal with ghouls. The wind blows through the leaves and makes a rustling sound. Everything is like the 313 fear hidden in the darkness. Generally, everyone lies together in such a space called peace, but in such a space whether fans' contract is what they imagined based on the footage, but if such a peace can really be achieved, whether you can keep it in your own hands and protect it is an important question. As for how those hebao were given happiness by him and listened to his words, this is a long experience. It is because there is an inexplicable material element in those little Gushins, so he has a good reason, and he also developed another element that matched those effects, which led to the current result. Hebao is composed of many kinds of elements. It is because these elements are mutually transforming that it is so resistant. However, as long as those kinds of mutually changing numbers are utilized and gathered together, if you come, you can still make good use of it. Now that their presence has been included in this operation, what should we do next? They will show up no matter how you look at it, and this means that if some problems arise again, they really have nothing to do about what will happen in the end. Imagine. Advertisement, what kind of place is this? The appearance of the white box was just for this moment, but during this period, I met the more powerful Hebao. The Hebao's power was all because of them. The kind of power you call it, after all, here, if some problems arise again, they will have no way to control what will happen in the end. But at this moment, each of them can completely make that power their own. After the old man Fanfan finished laughing, he said happily that he had already had a certain interest in ghouls for a long time due to his previous experiences, but he was honest and tried to look for them, but he really couldn't find an accident. By chance, he found a ghoul that was about to die, and pulled out those hebang bags from his body, but he knew that those hebang bags would disappear after leaving a certain living carrier, so he thought gotta find something good in Fuyang. They couldn't explain why these two phenomena occurred. BDCI, after all, the impact in this place would exceed their imagination. If they could really forcibly remove the things inside, if you divert them away, get busy, and put those big treasures on them that are patient with you, you will feel like you have got a new weapon. Later, he discovered that those boxes needed to undergo this kind of change to form those hebao. He was very happy, so he only used those boxes to catch those hebao. The most important thing is that they want to absorb the related purposes in these weapons again. It is really not easy for their three big treasures to be like this, but they can only give it a try, otherwise they will to continue like this is undoubtedly to sit back and wait. This thing is my most powerful collection. I have killed several ghouls before, but the things on them didn't suit me, but then. The white-haired old man spread out his hands and ran inside them, took out a pen, and drew a circle again on the pen. It was obviously a casual move, but this circle did represent him and us. Search scope and next steps. If those elements continue to be used here, leading to the occurrence of another element, then these two life forms will become the biggest treasures, so that it will be so difficult to solve now. If this continues, if so, in the end, the big baby will break out of the inner boundary, leading to irreversible results. We cannot continue like this and let them develop, because there will be a limit when each element and life mineral is opened. After all, this limit is what will happen in the end if they can have it again. It is really unimaginable that if something goes wrong again, you will be the unlucky one in the end. Investigator Lee finally asked the question he wanted to ask in his heart. After all, in a place like this, what he was looking for was not just trivial things. If they really wanted to own this big treasure, they could easily lure out the big monsters in this place, but they couldn't do it. And in such a process, he once met some experts, but those people didn't trust him very much and asked him to give up such a research. But in the end, the white-haired old man wanted to study this with his own life, and put all that hard work into it. Chapter 30. Underground Food Court, please subscribe. It's all thanks to you this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to complete the tasks inside quickly. Having said this, Investigator Lee on the side nodded with eyes. He looked confused as to why such a sudden change occurred in the recent research. He also seemed to be unable to do so. If he really wanted to try, it would be a bit difficult to solve it. Immediately afterwards, he walked forward at a fast pace for the interview, and during this period, he had already practiced explaining what was going on, so that such a contradiction occurred. After all, if there were some conflicts at this meeting, what would happen in the end? But he looked like he had more than enough intentions. At this moment, the white-haired old man took out his strange box and placed it next to Investigator Lee. Investigator Lee walked back and forth and looked at it over and over again. He seemed to be more than capable. Not enough. After all, if this level of power can really be strong enough to squeeze me at this moment, will the next wave of power erode me? It's better to be careful, otherwise this force will really cause some huge changes. In the end, we are different and there will be no way for us to control it. I hope you can think about what is going on. When they said this, they took a breath of cold air. After all, every situation is different. Judging from this situation, then they can fully work hard again. As a patient possession, it is indeed not that simple, so several of them and other investigators can only make such a decision temporarily. Don't call him on other troops. Moreover, this task is very dangerous. If they really know the danger, they can solve it if they want to be strong. Besides, it is a little difficult. Yes, I hope they can take a good look at what this situation is like. As for the next operation, it will be in another place, which is a place called an underground market, and what is sold in this market is not just human bodies. The most important thing is that all the power is gathered, but it is the weapons on the ghouls. Once those weapons are awakened and completely released from the seal, it will be difficult to control them well. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. After all, they have all the weapons in their hands, no more and no less. If they can attack them just by relying on those blind weapons, what's more, it's a bit difficult. I hope you can think clearly about the necessity of this matter before making a decision. When it comes to issues like this, they took a breath of cold air, and for Investigator Lee and the other investigators, this is undoubtedly a huge challenge. There is no way to catch them just by relying on the weapons of a large group of our people. Moreover, the most important thing about the weapons in their hands is that the power they possess is unbalanced. The market can only rely on these imbalanced forces, make it extremely difficult to start this business in this enterprise. Investigator Lee and the investigators on the side faced each other with different expressions. This time, the action was greater than the weapons in their hands. If there were some conflicts again, then those weapons would explode and die in a matter of minutes. We cannot let these weapons explode inexplicably like this, because in the eyes of the market, the unbalanced forces inside them will override them when they encounter dangers, so they are still a little scared, so that this will lead to this result. Advertisement immediately afterwards, Yuan Ban Yuexia took a step back, took another step to the right, activated his death eye, intimidated Gao Lao, and then punched Gao Lao on his right chest. For a moment, the two of them were unable to withstand Yuan Ban Yuexia's first round of attacks. By the time they reacted and stabilized their bodies, Yuan Ban Yuexia had already distanced themselves from them, regrouping their strength and recovering their physical strength, waiting for the next wave of attacks. Who are you? Pengden didn't believe that Yuan Ban Yuexia on the opposite side was some unknown pawn. A pawn didn't have such strength. You don't care who I am. You can't care either. Release Dong Shang immediately. We don't offend the well. The person you want to arrest is not us, and those things have nothing to do with us. Please give me flowers. Although Yuan Ban Yuexia said this, he did not relax his strength at all. From a distance, his dead eyes stared at the two people, making them shudder. HMPH, boy, although you are quite strong, we are not vegetarians either. Just let's catch you. Gao Lao looked at him coldly and could only threaten him with harsh words. Not only because of this operation, but also why a few of them appeared here suddenly, they were still confused. If they were just some unknown people, they could still solve it. Then a few of them quickly put on a fighting mode, and this matter was also related to their life safety. If they continued to mess around like this, their bodies would be broken in minutes, so they were still very worried. This time the operation will involve the entire investigators. And we can't let the investigators discover this premeditated plan, otherwise they will definitely not let go of such a golden opportunity, and then kill them all. After all, the secrets involved in this underground market are very. Even there are also some wealthy people, Shuan Ran, who are still here looking at the bloody scenes inside. The most important thing is that this power covers not only this area. As long as part of the power in this area is hidden, then if you want to find it here and use it for yourself, it was an extremely difficult thing. In this matter, they wanted to lead to a different result again. What happened in the end, but they seem to be unable to do it. If this is the case, can they really think clearly about what is going on in the end? After all, the connection between the two areas is just one side of air. In the end, in such a cubic air, they want if we find a conclusive evidence again, this will be even more difficult. Therefore, Yuanbin Uexia and the others must consider it again and find a route that one party can take out. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly sit back and wait for death. Chapter 31. Bloody Showdown. Please subscribe. If this incident happened, if they had already arrived at another underground food club from this place, it meant that the next horrific killing was related to them. Please take a look at what's going on. When Jin Muyan saw this, he saw a strange figure passing by him. She woke up a little and pushed back a few steps. She also wanted to know what it was, but she really wanted to see it clearly. At that moment, I realized that there was a bloody corpse next to me. What the hell is this? Just after arriving at this big food party, something like this happened. If you can't reach it, there are also those enoki mushrooms. When they thought of this, they were chanting at night. After all, if they encountered some enoki mushrooms here, the venue would not be easy for a decisive battle, and the traps on their 197 hands had not yet been completely released. What exactly is going on? Don't worry, we haven't reached the center yet. Yuanban Uexia forced a smile on her face and walked forward. Then they heard a cheer. Could it be that at this moment, they can still hear the laughter of some people before they died? It's getting weirder and weirder. Their steps quicken. Be careful. The steps you don't turn are all tentative. They come to a huge square. There are several people roaring in this thing. They don't know. This is the fear you make, and it was before death. Sure enough, there is a massacre here, and it's about. From the past, when enoki mushrooms came to such a piece of weather, it meant that it would not stop here, and it would not stop for a day. I had heard before that there was a killing operation in a mysterious food festival, and such obvious killings would not stop. I didn't expect that all of this was true. Advertisement at this moment, a cruel big axe passed through their shoulders. The powerful figure came to them. This kind of thing can give them a violent blow. The strongest blow is often it's useless, it's over, or this is probably just the prelude to the storm. Immediately after, a big hand was born. Tohsaka Tsukishita knew that according to the current development model, Kaneki Ken would be taken away soon, and what would be forced out of the hand after being taken away would be Kaneki Ken's most powerful power. Hidden in Kaneki Ken's body, the most powerful power related to the previous life was forced out. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. First of all these things are for this. Then this force is forced out and created, and then when this force is in it, how to use it is relatively tense. This is a major issue. Yuan Banyue came down and thought back and forth before closing his eyes. He didn't want all this to happen. Kaneki Ken was more familiar with the environment here. If he was caught by someone, this is undoubtedly a case of severed hands and feet. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of breeze came to his face, blowing through its dark hair, and a light-colored figure passed by its shoulder. He knew that this force was not simple. The entire feast was pitch black, and you could vaguely see a few lanterns swaying, waving the light inside, but the sense of fear inside still pervaded. Go. It can be seen that this kind of entertainment is what this black foodie likes, and this entertainment is mixed with life and death. After all, it is about this kind of addiction, and it is still passed down from one to two. Rumor has it. When he said this, the ordinary Kaneki gnashed his teeth and couldn't see it. He picked up the sword and struck directly, but he was incompetent. In other words, he became addicted to the language. It's usually boring, but I want to see how these prey are born and raised. I want to buy the monsters with the highest price. I heard that there are some species that are addicted to species here. Playing with this thing can kill people. Playing with these things will make life worse than death to see who can survive to the end. Advertisement. This is still a human being. If during this period, you must first be strong enough to stimulate all this as part of yourself, you can always do it in 1 or 2 sentences. Success is powerful after all, and 5.5 is the most fundamental thing if you want to be weak and strong. Completely take all of this as part of yourself and use it again. The teacher can do it in just a few words. Don't act rashly. Looking at Kaneki Ken on the side, he couldn't help but walked forward. Yuanbin Uexia stopped him immediately. After all, Yuanbin Uexia was the most important in this battle. As for what was inside Yuanbin Uexia's body, if you want to fully unleash that power on yourself, you must first look at your unstable death eye. Forget these people. A cold light flashed in Yuanban Uexia's menacing eyes, but he remembered a few strange sounds. Some people's cries for help wandered towards the entire square, and it took a long time to disperse. There is a saying that goes well, when people are in danger of life and death, they will show a unique attack power, and the speed is as vivid as you can imagine. This is the most noble part of human evolution. A few men wore strangely rich clothes and carried a few gold watches. Yuanbin Uexia is now powerless and can only damage the crown. After all, if you want to evolve and survive in this battle, you just need to have some small means. Immediately afterwards, Shu ran away, and several incredible figures appeared in the entire venue. In front of the big monster, a few little girls appeared. Little Madara appeared on the little girl's body, and a little bloodline appeared, but what they said the ability to survive is extremely powerful. If you have the ability, then you will. And why is it that the fear that spreads out seems to have filled his heart, making him unable to shake it? After all, the little duck controls such a powerful emperor. Come try 10 dynasties and 10 lives. If you use such an unstable method, you will never be able to use the power in your body. This is the most important part, so you can only gradually refine it and absorb other species of addiction. He bag inside the body. That's true. Since you're usually quite bored, you'd better take a quick look at our most important monsters. Chapter 32. Absorbing Hebao's power. Please subscribe. A reminder of the danger. At this time I haven't slept yet. You said I heard a strange sound now. He turned his head and looked around. He didn't notice any difference, but the sound was different, but it filled his heart instantly. It was difficult for him to feel a hot feeling in the palm of his hand. He didn't know where this feeling came from. Then he opened his hand and let go of Kaneki Ken Tuka. He was very nervous because now there were several more monsters in the whole scene. They among the fangs, there were several large pieces of meat that could be vaguely seen, until one side was frightened. These people. Yes, they are all human beings who have no intention of doing anything to them, but these humans are often even more ferocious than species-loving ones. They only do this for entertainment in the midst of life and death. What they know how to do is depend on people's life and death. The difference between life and death is just a difference between one thought and one thought, but how to control the choice among them is the most important level. If it can be controlled very well, then what happens next? A force can become a part of oneself, but if this 13 force penetrates and cannot be controlled, then one's own body will also dissipate. As for Yuanban Uxia's willingness to be a species-loving person, all things have been put aside. Her previous identity as a human being has been lost, because it means that she has gained a new life. Why not give it a try in your new life? It's the people in front of you, and if this is the case, then there is no way for me to continue to strive for the goodness of people. Everything in the palm of his hand turned into black rays of light one after another. Under the moon, Yuan Ban looked at Kaneki Ken who was rushing forward and was very nervous, but according to his own pattern, you can only walk briskly, otherwise, in the end, the entire underground food club will not be investigated clearly, and you will end up eating it all. Jin Muyan opened her eyes and put on the mask. She was like a statue of a sword. She often looked at the pair of crotch bags on her back. The crotch bags were like a pair of big wings. They would knock you out with one shot and knock your eyes out instantly. A monster fell to the ground. Advertisement, X33. Is this an angel, blood red angel? If it is an angel, then all of this actually comes from the gap between such demons. The most important thing is that this matter is often for the sake of ending, and if they want to summon such power again, then all this power will surround everything, and oneself will be swallowed up. Devouring Kai Shuan is often not just about his own body. The power that comes from this body can instantly smash his body into pieces when combined with each other. But if he can really use all this for himself and for if they are shaken, do they really understand where this force will go next? Yuan Ban Uxia doesn't care about anything. Since he can already feel another change in his body, why not call it out? Please introduce him to open his hands like you spread out like wings. The power of the powerful arms once again shook the entire venue. The power in the big food gathering on the ground and the crowd were in chaos and seemed at a loss. What he sees is all this. Since human beings have no reason to take other people's bodies at the moment of life and death, have they finished healing other people's bodies? At such a critical time, his own singleness died. Is this all such a fool's errand? Or maybe they just have a little money, so they throw away this life and death as useless garbage. Forget it. What if I only eat it today? Why do so many tragic things happen? The more mysteriously everything is arranged, the more I will do it next. When they arrived here, Enban Uxia followed Kaneki Ken, and Kaneki Ken inexplicably opened the bag on his back and swallowed those monsters instantly, and the delicious food was integrated into his body. Advertisement with an incomparable smell. This was the first time that such a fragrance slowly filled Kaneki Ken's body. He knew that all of this was not just something he had to accept, because all of this must be the path he would choose in the future, the way. The surrounding rubble piles gradually spread. Kaneki Ken once again stretched out the power of benefiting the world in his body. Obviously it can still be controlled, which is very good. As long as he still has some sense, then the next force is obviously his own, and this body is still his own. The wind blew through his dreamy hair, but underneath his dark mask was a pair of blue-red eyes. Those scarlet eyes were like a ferocious beast in the dark night, rushing towards those humans, and the smell of blood was exerted again. It seems that he has felt the race-loving power in his body. It turns out that this is the speed and attack power of the species, and it is so powerful. No wonder before. 183 Thinking of this, Kaneki Ken felt a little disgusted, but now that he has been able to integrate into their big family, why not try to use this power to save the weak? Several little girls came to Jin Muyan's side in an instant. They didn't know what happened just now. Since everyone could save them at this time, they would naturally not let go of such a life-saving straw. They held tight, unable to hold Yuan Ban Uxia in front of me. Dong Shang shrugged. Since this place is exciting now, why wait here? And the so-called humans in front of them are 100 times crueler than them. All these things obviously happened in this instant. He tightly grasped the power in his hand, and then evaporated it with the breeze, and then came to the side of Tohsaka and Kaneki Ken. I would like to see how they use the few powers they have to exert on me, and all of this. When he thought of this, if he hadn't slept until now, he took a breath of cold air, and then wisps of light appeared between his palms. Obviously, this was the first time that the demon eye of death and his brother had merged with each other. A realm. If this is the case, then Laozi is going to be heaven-defying. Chapter 33 Heaven-defying appears. Come on, I'll take you flying. Yuan Ban Uxia grinned and rushed over. He came to the side of several rich people and became the leader. He caught them as if they were chickens and threw them aside casually, beside the big wall. I would like to take a look. Then there are no protective screens. According to how they should survive, they are just some wild boars running around. Thinking about the interviews with several of them, and taking a few slow steps forward, Kaneki Ken knew and realized all these things at the same time, but he was just above some money. If he looked at it according to the money and property he owned. If so, it would be somewhat difficult to completely use that power as a part of one's own body. Then he reached out and grabbed the figures in front of him tightly. He knew that all this was indeed not as simple as he thought. If all these things only took place between his own hands, then what would happen next? Where should the power hidden between the hands go? Hurry up and seal the entire underground food club. There must be some incredible species hidden in it. Since they have a reason to lure out such a large group of prey, they must have a reason. Trap them. Dong Shang, who was just in the toilet, seemed to have realized the seriousness of all this. From the first moment he entered the venue, he could smell a familiar smell. The smell is similar to his own. Obviously all these are just some omens. Judging from these omens, those species lovers hiding in the darkness have already been killing people on a large scale, and this time the killing is just for a delicious dinner. You mean this is a full banquet? After hearing this, Jin Muyan swallowed and was very frightened. Several little girls on the side were trembling with fear and hid in a corner. Advertisement immediately afterwards, the entire venue became chaotic again. Without the power in their species-loving eyes, they would have been completely blind. Yuan Banuexia, who was on the side, wanted to take a look. In this so-called among the Manhan banquet, who is the final mastermind? Obviously under such a chaotic power, those people will not be so strong to show their true colors, and if some incredible brains or powers appear, then Inoki mushrooms and the others will definitely not pass up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A long time ago, Flamulina tried to establish a secret group, and within such a secret group, they wanted to use such a force again. Then this secret group would then use this force in broad daylight. The power will be completely hidden within oneself and will not be planned out. If this force is hidden again and becomes a part of itself, then Inoki mushrooms will try to give all the power to the mind. In the end, what is this force? But there is no way to measure it, so that the crisis that is occurring now involves itself. Look at why those people keep appearing here. It's obvious that this is just a bait. With his squinting eyes, Kaneki Kenyo took the stones in his hand and threw them over. Judging from the pressure nailed on his hand to control the stones, all this was obviously not simple, and he wanted to if he wants to use this power again, then he will have to eat up the power that seems to be more powerful to benefit the world. You can try to stretch your strength, and then control the stones on the side, and the hebao in your body will follow your wishes. Dong Shang pursed her lips and preached a few times. Yuanban Uexia nodded. Kaneki Ken did all this. Yuanban Uexia seemed to have expected it, and the person he was called in the system just now was I want such a courtesy to come out, I thought. Judging from the direction that Xiao Shidu just rushed towards, it will not be difficult at all if they want to borrow this power again. After all, if this power is if something like changing directions appears again, then using it yourself again is just a futile effort. Immediately afterwards, Yuanban Uexia deeply touched his hands again. He used the burning sensation in his palms to burn the entire underground feast again. The Black Eclipse Society is indeed the true face of the Black Eclipse Society in the surrounding area, but it is hidden under some ugliness. If it is illuminated by the sun here, it will be revealed. Advertisement. It's just that the flesh and blood of one party is clearly visible under the study of one party's people. What needs to be seen is whether it is a bystander or an authority. The so-called bystanders are confused by the authorities. Yuanban Uexia pursed her lips and walked forward, and then what appeared in front of him was the bloody hanging monster that had just fallen to the ground. The big monster opened its fangs, and it did show a different face during the period of fangs. They obviously knew about the arrival of Toban Uexia and Kaneki Ken, but they didn't think about it. During this period, Kaneki Ken's body still had such a delicious aroma. According to the place where the gust of wind drifted just now, then the fragrance on Kaneki Ken's body mixed with the inexplicable power of species addiction will spread out, and everyone will note his location. Grave. Hide your position and escape. Hello, Li Wang. Dong Shang narrowed his eyes, and dense beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead. With a monsoon-like attack, he could swing out his big claws, and he could move from a distance. Ban Yu's next leap was to hug Dong Shang. What are you? Is this hooliganism? Dong Shang narrowed his eyes. He was not thinking about this at this time. He hurriedly waved his hand to get away. He didn't want an inexplicable person to hug him. You'd better stay by my side obediently, otherwise no one will be able to protect you later. Yuan Banyue had a smirk on his face as he hugged Dong Shang tighter and tighter. He didn't expect that when he hugged Dong Shang, the power in the palm of his hand became stronger and stronger. Could it be that this power it has something to do with Dong Shang who is close to his eyes? The closer he gets to Dong Shang, the power of the death eye in his body becomes stronger and stronger. Chapter 34. Being close to Dong Shang makes you stronger. I didn't expect that your body is still tender. It is said that under Yuan Banyue, he slowly slowed down his pace, but his hands never left Dong Zhang's body. Dong Shang received the name. He gritted his teeth and wanted to fight for the warrior, but he was inexplicably attracted to Yuan Banyuexia in front of him. What is going on? Why doesn't my body listen to me for a moment? Don't I have any way to control my body? Obviously all this has exceeded their imagination, or there is no reason for them to settle down in such a timely manner, and all these actions during this period do make people feel a bit shaken. After all, at such a critical time, if some behavior occurs again, in the end you want to solve it yourself. It is indeed not that simple. Immediately after Yuan Banyuexia waved his hand, he walked forward, and at such a critical moment, if this force once again undergoes a huge change, then this huge change of his will follow. The situation in this game will be reversed in every minute. The big monster stood up straight again, opened its big fangs, and then rushed to Yuan Banyuexia's side, wanting to 497 bite Yuan Banyuexia deeply, but he really didn't expect it. Today, when I was far away from Banyu's body, I realized that my fangs couldn't penetrate the opponent's body at all. A big hand stretched out, and an incredible ray of purple light spread out, instantly binding the big monster in front of him severely. Where did such shackles come from? This is obviously not the power possessed by the species. The more the big monster thought about it, the weirder it became. He stared tightly into his eyes, and this person took a breath. He didn't know what all this was going on. After all, two people were encouraged to educate such a world here. At the same time, he could already guess it. If all this is indifferent and just a big monster can explain itself, then why will such a big monster appear next? And obviously not only a big monster will appear in this place, if this big monster appears if that place is really related to me, then where will this big monster go next? Do I really understand? Advertisement I can only give it a try, and then sneak into the body of this big monster to find out what kind of structure it is. Yuan Banyuexia used his power of the Death Eye to deeply penetrate the body of the big monster in front of him. Body, don't think that this time you can indeed absorb the small amount of power in his body inexplicably. Simply by working hard in his body, he arrived in this peaceful world, and a subtle reversal has occurred. During this period, he was indeed able to follow his own consciousness and seize the more powerful power of others as his own nourishment. As long as the next peaceful world does not improve, then this power of mine can still be achieved, or it can be used again. This is human beings. The ignorance and weakness among humans lead them to death. However, between evolution and evolution, this creates another kind of coexistence, but such a coexistence will permeate the world. When? Like will be like. A banquet between Manchu and Han Dynasty. How big of an idea is this? A few little girls on the side walked forward slowly. Because they were still young, they didn't know who Tohsaka Tsukishita and Kaneki Ken were in front of them. They only felt that there was a mysterious existence here. I just didn't expect that the Death Eye on my hand was so powerful. After completely absorbing the opponent's power, it would expand and grow at an accelerated rate. Such growth is not only in speed and attack power. This is strange. Kaneki Yan swallowed his saliva and held his own. She also wanted to know what was behind this and why she suffered such guilt. The most important thing was that this force appeared. This already caught her attention. When he unfolded his hebao again, he realized that his hebao was like a blade, usually much stronger than before, or that it had grown to another level. Advertisement Kaneki Ken looked at him and was dumbfounded. He opened his phone and unleashed the power of hebao, and then instantly took a picture of the big monster in front of him again, and then the entire Black Food Association pressed it down again. The same kind will definitely eat the same kind? That's how the same kind of people are. It's not like you haven't seen it before we talk about killing each other. Dong Shang said that he was an understatement. He waved his hand, but the fear in his heart still did not dissipate, and he was also very curious about what it was that attracted the part of his body just now. The power of small shares. Forget it, since it was a bloody killing meeting, it was obviously not a coincidence that I happened to be here, and since I had already come here this time, those terrifying species among them would definitely eat them. So amazing. When he thought of this, why did Yuan Banyuexia say this? He also knew that all these actions and behaviors were not just for his own sake. After all, at such a critical point, if he could summon it again, so after the power of such a large-scale object is integrated into one's own body, will the power in front of him still exist in such a reality? If your attack power and speed increase again like this, it means that your body will expand hundreds of times. You'd better take a look at what's going on, and absorb it again. Think about how it would be a good thing to completely use this power to get to the top. You'd better consider what kind of thing this is. Let's talk about the situation. It seems that the big monster is able to come here this time. There must be some species that are secretly working. They want to use this conference to capture those humans and let them become the Manchu banquet this time. Now lousy is heaven-defying, and it's ridiculous that these big monsters want to push me down. They can. Besides, a force has been following me for most of my life. They want to completely control me. My body is fused, and as a part of myself, this is obviously a ridiculous joke. Chapter 35. Strong forces join forces. A strong breeze instantly blew through Yuan Banyu's dark hair. He adjusted his position, and then walked forward. Following the ray of purple-red light just now, he hit the most powerful shot. Hit. You'd better be careful. Sometimes if this guy is poisonous, we just don't want him anymore. Kirishima Ayato was laughing happily, and the bloody look on her face made people look even more strange. With the strength of the few of us now, is it possible that we still can't handle this guy? Dong Shang said something loaded, and instantly put on a fighting posture. In the entire scene, the air was instantly suppressed, and the void was filled with little Madara's glowing lights. Thunder, it seems that it is unavoidable this time. Yuan Ban murmured to himself under the moon, a cold light flashing in the sky in his slightly closed eyes. If possible, he would even want to use a lot of power in his body. After all, this power is extremely unbalanced, but what makes him feel strange is that as long as he is close to Dong Zhang or touches the Dong family's body, his own power is extremely wonderful, and can even be condensed in himself. Between the palms of your hands. What is going on? Is it true that after crystallizing Dong Zhang, he can completely control this power in the palm of his hand? Or maybe Dong Zhang is just a container? Complying with the kind of fisherman on his palm, Yuan Ban Yuexia once again tried to use the idea in his God 10, and then materialized his direct death demon eye. After crossing two balanced worlds, you first need to be able to use your power supremely. If you can swim like a dragon on water and use it easily, then you don't need to be afraid. If you want to come together. Kirishima Ayato, who was standing next to this god, stepped forward and rushed forward. She wanted to be majestic. She looked unscrupulous, and every attack used the ghoul in her body. The ghoul was instantly unfolded, showing some incredible edges and corners. Advertisement, incredible. This is the rhythm of not being afraid of death. Everyone was stunned, but they kept a vigilant posture, and instantly showed the fighting strength of both sides. This time we can follow up and cooperate, but even if you want to join forces, this force will still be unstable, so Yuan Ban Yuexia decided that when his combat effectiveness and attack power have not reached a certain level, he will not so easily defeat him. All the death eyes in his body were released. It was instantly spread that the ghoul behind him looked like a big wing. Coupled with his blood-red eyes, Kaneki Ken looked even more like a senior investigator. It seems that the senior investigators are coming this way. At this moment, a bad old man covered in blood ran out next to you. He crawled to Kaneki Ken dying, with his eyes open and his teeth grinning. That expression is simply terrifying. Jin Muyan was in a daze for a moment, then took a breath. He also wanted to know what was going on. After all, it was his first time to join such a battle, but he was asked to use the gun on his back. A ghoul. The power of the ghouls here is still unstable, because the previous master of the ghoul was Li Shi. Why does this taste so similar to? At this time, a red figure passed by in the void. He opened his huge claws, just like one of those hunters in the dark night, generally staring at Dongshang Kaneki Kento Idashita and others with eager eyes. Obviously, this powerful hunting operation is not that simple, and the entire pattern is like a chess game, which makes people unable to see clearly. All fighting postures are deployed. We cannot gather to 1 o'clock, otherwise they will give us up casually. Advertisement. Everyone who said that nodded and jumped away instantly, scattering to four corners. However, Yuan Banyue followed Dongshang intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you following me? Dongshang turned his head and seemed to realize something, then he slightly lowered his eyebrows and looked at Yuan Banyu Sha, who was Dumbo shaking his head, with an unstructured look. But obviously when he followed your flower, the power in his body instantly increased to 2 levels. He didn't know where this power came from. He just turned towards the patience in the void. A figure struck the most powerful blow, and the few breezes condensed in the void were mixed with some Madara dots of lightning. Please give me flowers. During the thunderous period, the range of his attack was instantly increased. Yuanban Uexia didn't know why his death eye looked like this, but it was better than the Marine 6 styles and conquerors he had learned. Hockey, he is actually able to swim like a dragon and summon it. Obviously this must not be a coincidence, and after approaching Dong Zhang's delicate side of Conqueror's Hockey and Marine 6 styles, there are no flaws in them, which is completely different from the previous phenomenon in the Hokage balanced world. This caught Yuanban Uexia's attention, and he was also quite curious as to whether the power of his death eye could be upgraded to another level like his Marine 6 styles and Conqueror's Hockey, those different phenomena. With his strong arms and his own speed, he will show a different attitude when attacking in a mixed manner. This makes Yuanban Uexia even more curious whether this person can regain his confidence again. After all, in such a situation between life and death, if this power can be completely summoned, then the whole scene will be dominated by me. I didn't follow you, but why are you always by my side? Looking at Dong Shang who was standing aside, he still kept staring at him. Yuan Banyue felt unnatural and waved his hands, looking helpless. But when he clenched his hands, he realized that there was indeed a wave of energy in his body. The flow of strength and warmth back and forth aroused his interest during the period of reverberation like rising pressure. I have never noticed it before. At this moment, a thunderous ghost came to Dong Shang. Dong Shang instantly started fighting mode, and his eyes instantly turned into a bloody color, as if some blood was flowing, which was generally visible to people. Does the blame belong to a saint? Chapter 36. The combat power is simply explosive. It would still be quite scary for a normal person, but Yuan Ban Uexia seemed to be used to it. You have to keep up with your speed, otherwise it won't be good if this old guy gets caught. Baotou turned his head and looked at Yuan Banyu's careless look. For him, the ghoul in his body can be used as the best protection. It happens to be in front of him that his circulation speed can be increased instantly. Own fighting power. Seeing Dong Zhang's body floating back and forth in the void, Yuan Banyue looked leisurely and at ease. At least now, she didn't have to worry about herself. After all, such a little girl in front of her could make use of her body. That force has made everything possible. But the person in front of him was obviously trying to figure out Dong Zhang's speed, and did not deliberately launch a 3-2-3 attack on him. This indirectly told Yuan Ban Uexia that the person in front of him was not simple, and that this speed and this attack power often has surpassed Dong Shang. Now he can only look at this strange person. What is going on with you? If the silent ninja takes action at this time, then the other party will notice the difference in the strength of his body and launch an attack on him. It's not that something bad is happening. Be careful. Jin Muyan gritted his teeth and retreated to the side of the big stone pillar. He also wanted to know what was going on, so he had been protecting the two girls. The two girls were very frightened and seemed to be afraid of these things, and Yuan Ban Yuexia was interested and walked forward to the two girls. Do you know anything? Tell me about this guy. Before Yuan Ban Yuexia could finish speaking, the two girls in front of them hugged their heads and shook their heads with frightened expressions. Obviously they were unable to ask anything now. Yuan Ban Yuexia, her eyes immediately focused all her attention on Dong Shang. She wanted to see how different this person was from Dong Shang. Advertisement. Judging from the speed and blind spots here, it is quite difficult for this person to launch a fatal blow to his fellow countrymen. Coupled with the attack speed and power of the current 5 guns, in this he is also one of the best among the ghouls. How could he defeat Dong Shang so easily? But what makes me feel even more strange is why there is no harm in ordering half a pack for a plate. This just does not fit the situation. In addition, the pricing was a bit messy at the beginning. According to my physical fitness, I can still complete it. It can be completely released, and now it has stopped at such a stage, indirectly telling him that the power inside has stopped and caused huge damage. The damage of the huge blasting system was triggered in an instant, leaving them scratching their heads, but if they could fully use this power during this period. This is not simple. If something happens, you won't be able to eat and walk away in the end. Immediately afterwards, several people swarmed up in groups. Yuan Banyue looked at them and slapped them to the ground with a big slap. Don't think of using the air to build up pressure and knock them down instantly. Well, this is really powerful. Immediately after Tobin Yu's next scare, he instantly waved the death eye in his body, and then ordered Kaneki Ken to instantly transfer his fighting mode. Kaneki Ken followed what Yuan Banyu said, and then gave the other party's Huxia, capturing Yuan Banyuexia. It was clear, he even turned the force test on his palm into a big palm in the air. A cheerful laughter rippled out from the void. After a long time, it dispersed. A strong wind stretched its arms again. It seemed that they didn't know what was going on, but according to the instructions, if you look at the needle with such a force, then this force will not dissipate. From the very beginning, Yuan Banyuexia wanted to focus on the scene just now, and then instantly expand the power of the death eye in his body, but he did not expect that such an accident would occur at this time, plus this place happens to be a place where I can use the death eye in my body at will. Stronger. In addition, this time I was able to dig out the connection between the death demon eye and Dong Shang, that is, I added my own power again and again. The power in it made me feel like I was even more powerful. At this moment, a familiar voice could not be heard. Yuan Banyuexia seemed to have some meaning. I thought I didn't expect that this system would be a good old man. Give him a higher level. The power of the direct death evil eye. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Banyu's next arrogance was to instantly use the powerful force in his palm to display the desirable diameter, but it was a desirable diameter in the void. He didn't know why his power was so powerful. It can burst out from your own body, but if you follow this general trajectory, then your strength will be improved. This is the will of God and man. What are you still yelling about? Come on over and catch this old guy. Congratulations on the speed power bonus and the regeneration of the death eye's power. Laozi is going to fly into the sky today, and I am here, little beauty. He also wants to know whether he can control it in the next period of time, but when the direct death demon eye in Yuan Banyu's body is sealed with him, he can completely control the one in Kaneki Ken's body. Force. Coupled with his own jumping ability, it is still a bit weak. After all, at such a joint point, if he can really control the step in his legs and feet, he will, but there is no fear of heaven or earth. Kaneki Ken came to Yuan Banyuexia's side happily and triumphantly. He didn't know what the purpose of the Ryo in his body was. It was just that the Ryo in his body just now, 0.7, was caught in an instant. He grabbed his own neck and suffocated it. I say, kid, you better take it easy, otherwise, if those old guys see it, they will take off your skin. After Yuan Banyue finished speaking, he performed a jumping and flying procedure, and opened up the power of doubt on his hand. It was the direct death demon eye because the power of the direct death demon eye increased in an instant, and at the same time, it was given he has different strength and speed bonuses. Look, Laozi is just heaven-defying to show you. Chapter 37, Changing the Combat Mode. Congratulations to host for once again catching a new prey. The sound of AP ***** rang out. Yuan Banyuexia was very happy. It was the ghoul that was officially pulled out of the other party's body. The most important thing is that you can have the power to absorb the opponent. This is a good harvest. After all, the pressure of strength is squeezed layer by layer, which means that at least you can improve your strength over and over again. Grade. The expansion pattern is brewing again. A protective screen has indeed been unfolded in Yuan Banyuexia's eyes. This protective screen displays his health and combat values. There is actually a threat level in the bottom corner, but now the threat level is still in a green stage. According to common sense, this green stage is considered normal, so in the future, as long as I can observe Zhou Peng all the time just what kind of environment it is. But at this moment, a strange light was 13 blurred through Yuan Banyuexia's eyes, and the threat level in the lower corner instantly exploded and grew into a blood red one. Why is snow red? Something must have appeared, and at this time, I have to find this thing and knock it down. It is not a simple matter. I'd better take a look at what the situation is like first. Yuan Banyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of golden yellow hair, swaying and burning with the wind. You will follow him in your life to unleash his power again, using the Conqueror's haki in his body and Marine 6 styles condensed into a blue protective screen. It wanted to see if the other party could jump over it, so it used force one after another, and then came to surround itself. It seems like this old guy won't give up. Advertisement. Kaneki Ken and Ichika looked at each other with different expressions, each protecting the ghoul in his body, using the most unstable power, and then unfolding it again. At the same time, his combat value had increased. But the few little girls on the side were still lying on the ground, and they didn't know what they were afraid of. They always felt that this was just a prelude before the storm came, but what exactly was waiting for them? Who is the prey they are seeking under the darkness? But if the person on the ground is not the main person, then why does the person behind such a dinner exist? After all, in the push of this force, something unstable has appeared again. In terms of energy, in the end, there was nothing he could do to stop it again. The most important thing is that when this fox looks the most, they are already gnashing their teeth, because I am on the verge of life and death. He said that he must make them feel that they will never take it lightly next time. I would like to see how those old guys can tolerate me, and haven't we discovered those preliminary ghouls before? As for the overwhelming power in their bodies, it's the same thing, we can give it a try. The old man who was dying on the ground beside him started to gnash his teeth, but during this period, Yuan Ban Uexia seemed to have expected something. Since he had mentioned that the senior investigator would come this time, there must be something about this old man. The mysterious power can pull everything. Old man, do you want to get out alive? Don't think that Yuan Banyue walked up to him at this moment, looking happy. Obviously he wanted to use the information in this old man's mind, and then leave here by stimulating the kind of song in it. I said I won't bother this old man this time. Kirishima Ayato seemed a little reluctant this time, and walked to her side to persuade her. This time is not something you and I would do willingly, and it's not easy for us to leave here safe and sound. If you look at the whole scene here, it seems to be the same, and you don't feel the same. Obviously, we have fallen into someone else's dragnet. Is there any mystery that you are still praying for during this time period? Advertisement. Obviously what Yuan Ban Uexia said was not a joke. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. Every step he took seemed to be carrying 100,000 tons of lead water, which generally made people feel a bit unfathomable. First of all, let's take a look at what this means. After all, during this period of time, if any problems occur again this time, we will all be responsible in the end. So if some problems occur again at this time, do we really know what we should do in the end? The box that Kaneki Ken put down is enough. Even if he has the power of Ryo, so what? For the time being, he is a stranger to this power and is weak. If he can't control it well, Ryo in his body will be controlled in minutes. Lost mind. Without a mind, even if he has strong power, he is just weak. He still understands this truth, so at this juncture, he can only wait for such a rescue, and at this moment in the next few days, he has to be patient and learn how to survive in this world. If we can really leave here completely, then why are those people here? Dong Shang was talking about it involuntarily. He instantly spread the blood-red wings on his back, hundreds of meters away, and instantly crushed the figure that was slapped on the ground. It was very cruel. Such a scene turned into a bloody ashes, but it was a bit blurry. Were you like this before? I have never seen anything so bloody in animation, and isn't Dong Shang kind-hearted, but... Yuanban Uexia patted her head involuntarily, as if she couldn't believe it. Forget it, when a girl encounters some dangerous situation, she will still express herself. No matter what nonsense she says, she can't stop it. If you want to get along well with Dong Shang, it will still take some time, and it seems that you still have to weigh these 10 days. Even if that little thing happens, your life will still be threatened at all. After all, the relationship between he and Bao is not simple. I have no way of understanding it, because I have never seen this level of scenes in the animation. Driven by powerful forces, each of them lives in fear. Chapter 38. Food in the eyes, eat first and then talk. What Dong Shang said was that he stretched out his hand and chewed up the figure on the ground, but it was not alive at all. You are so cruel. Yuanban Uexia agreed without saying anything further, and then they walked forward along the corridor. When they strode in, they found that the lights on both sides were already on. If they follow the current walking method, they will soon be able to walk through this corridor and then come to the camera. But they walked for dozens of minutes and you didn't see at the end of the corridor. Could it be that they were possessed by some kind of magic? Not successful? I said that if we go at the speed we are going now, we can still go successfully. Why did we never do it so that we can get there in the end? Is there any problem? Let's talk about this reason first. Kaneki Ken on the side seemed to realize something. He tried to wish himself the knowledge he had learned in the human world before, and then slowly explored, only to find several paw prints on it. Are these paw prints on our own bodies, or are other Yibao people already here first? After entering this market, each of them increased their vigilance, and Kaneki Ken, whose sense of smell and alertness were several times higher than that of humans, was also very confused as to why he could clearly sense Zhou Peng's things. Fine particles. Okay, this time we can only figure it out. Moreover, the crisis hidden around each of us is like a fixed era. Generally, when we enter here, we have already figured it out. Advertisement under the distant moon, he laughed. His hands exploded, and then he opened his own Haobao mine. After all, this time, if the power of the demonic eye can echo Conqueror's haki in Marine 6 styles, it is not easy to use the connection. You can only wait for a strong opponent and then slowly solve it. Look at the paintings here. Thousands of years have passed. It turns out that the corridor we are walking through was left by Hebao and the others. But why are there some paw prints in it? Is it possible? Did someone leave these paw prints here deliberately to scare people? Dong Shang belonged to Peter Pan. He stretched out his hand, and when each of his fingers touched the claw marks on it, he seemed to feel an incredible killing aura. He didn't know where this incredible killing miracle came from, because it came from all directions and couldn't get out at all. Obviously, there must be some huge person waiting for him here, and they are all watching him. At this time, there really is a difficult picture, and if he writes it down, his life will not be guaranteed. The most important thing is that while being promoted by such a force, they have already regarded the government power as part of our overall situation, and then tried to move again. However, they did not expect that this force was extremely unbalanced, and if the unbalanced power is not based on this step, then in the next period of time, my life will be beyond the cure. It can't be like this. If we look at the current government survival model, the crises we have encountered again cannot be resolved. I hope we can fully use them and resolve them this time. Otherwise, this time power is used, and at the same time we have become a part of it. I don't know why Kirishima Ayato looked angry at the side, but this time I saw that he was right. There are some implicated hacks hidden in this place. While those hacks are hidden in this tunnel, they have already it was to seal this power. Will the senior investigator be here? Yuan Banuexia looked confused, because if there were those Hebao from the bright past, then the senior investigator would never grow up to this place. After all, the power of life is extremely powerful. Just by stopping here, it may not be possible. If you want to use it here, those golden creatures will undoubtedly be on the purple ceramic road when they come here. You can't stay here for long. Advertisement it is said that when everyone pushed back a few steps and looked at each other, when the powerful force was applied again, they had already accumulated points of electricity. After all, when such a powerful force was used, it had already caused a huge impact, and the entire ground made different noises every time they took a step. Let's take a look at what's going on first, because if some instability occurs again this time, we won't launch an attack again, and our group of people who came here are also capable and experienced. Is it true that some veteran drivers? Benevolence. What Kirishima Ayato said was a bit of comfort, but at this key point, Tohida Tsukishita and Kaneki Ken didn't think so. As for Tuka on the side, she didn't understand. Take it easy. Dong Shang sighed and walked forward. It was always vigilant and stimulated according to the desire in its body. Judging from the power, it was obvious that the other party was not a good person. The distance between each of them is 1 meter, just to explore whether there is a door in this overly large area. If you look at it according to this track, you want to be in such a world that is about to collapse. The power inside the body is also difficult to control. Open black lens bracket. A strange country. I originally thought that the direct, obvious, death demon I obtained from this ordinary world was quite powerful, but I didn't expect that now I would come here and then be restricted, and my speed and attack power would also be relatively weakened, but is all this really related to the 1,000-year-old demonic eye of death? Let's take a look at what's going on first, and then let's start the attack mode. After all, each of our attack modes is different this time. If it can be used again, then let's start next during this period of time. The record we use will have some huge intentions. After all, with such a huge idea, every force will be different and change to some extent. Thinking about the game they were playing while eating, after all, the key point here is that they want to use it again and everyone is waiting to see, and the two little girls have been following them just now. Chapter 39. Twins are species loving, please subscribe. The two of them. This was Kirishima Ayato on the side. He seemed to realize something. A big palm instantly grabbed his shoulder, leaving blood marks one after another on his shoulder. While the coercion was flowing, it was not difficult to find that the powerful power of the pair of pupils inside caught their attention. Then they have a big supplementary past. After all, at such a juncture, if there is any accident, it will be related to themselves in the end. And with such a strange power, why do they happen one after another? When these bad things happen, are they not the only things that happen in this market? Or maybe the last big boss is always by his side. The two of them. This morning Kirishima Ayato said Toban Tsukishita Kaneki Ken again, and they turned their heads and looked at the two little girls behind them. The two little girls kissed each other, took a few steps back, and slowly revealed the pair of blood-red eyes under their bangs. From the very beginning, Yuan Banue Shaw had already discovered that a cell phone was broken, but 437 was busy with the battle just now, instead of being very excited about his sudden power of the Death Eye, so he wanted to take a look at this. What kind of situation is it? I just didn't expect it to turn into this now. From what you see, it is obvious that the other party has fully used it. After all, if this step of unstable energy appears again at this moment, in other words, what happened to me in the end? Haha. I felt strange at the beginning. Why is there something following me all the time, but I can't find its purpose? It turns out that these two people are the twin demons Hebao. There has been a mysterious killing incident in the past 2 days. They have been looking for who did it behind the scenes, but they did not expect that there is indeed some similarity between the two, and their strange figures or there was no way to completely capture them, so their crowds had a very difficult morning, and even the new senior investigators couldn't find what was going on inside. Advertisement a few days later, the information about this order had disappeared. What I didn't expect was that this, BDEH, information would appear in this place, and the two little girls in front of me had already arrived at this place. If so, then what are they next? Are they really some twin Hebao who have strong combat power but appear to be quite docile on the surface? The two little girls are Hebao. Thinking that Dong Shang was Lianzi, he had some confidence at that time. After all, with his current fighting mode, it was more than enough to deal with the two twin Hebao postures. He had already explored the postures of these two twin Hebao from the beginning. When it comes to his battle trajectory, the cooperation between the two Hebao is tacit and unnoticed. The tacit movements and their moves are all deadly. Before they're used, my ghoul is already so powerful. When Yuan Banuexia looked at the fossils on both sides of the corridor, he had already noticed the difference in the distance between the two Hebao in the diagonal directions. If he launched an attack in these two directions, then his next move would be the body will suffer huge damage. The most important thing is that the two forces that complement each other can really pull out another gravitational force. According to this gravitational force, then to be honest, the tricks of the two Hebao in front of you are all related. After all, each between the steps is the attacker ghoul. Be careful. They're all. In this way, each of them breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense. Advertisement Yuan Banuexia and Kaneki Ken nodded. They were quite interested, and judging from the current bomb mode, the powerful power was about to attract their attention. If it was used again, in the end, they're powerless. Why this phenomenon occurs is also the ideal that draws them to their hearts. The most important thing is that this time he used the power of a slap on his palm. Yuan Banuexia already felt that his body was like a fire. It was burning and he couldn't control it at all. He just wanted to contain this force. If it is strength, then this force will press on my body every minute. Why this phenomenon occurs, I can't explain clearly. Well, if that's the case, I want to see what kind of harm these little girls in front of me can do if they insult me the most. If they want to tear my body apart, then there will be you can enjoy it for a while. After all, the powers in this body are all different. According to the fact that these powers complement each other, then the results inside are used again. Do they really understand? Kirishima Ayato even used the power on her palm, and then unfolded her ghoul. When the ghoul behind unfolded, her bold nature was revealed, and her sharp fangs and ribs were as bloody as taste, and instantly caught one of the Hebao. Hebao raised his head with a wicked smile. Obviously, there was no way for an attack at this point to harm him. Now he can still laugh. It seems that this guy is not easy to talk to. He waved his hand with the far plate moonlight to let Kirishima Ayato crush his body, but it didn't light up. Kirishima Ayato's hands were indeed damaged. It was corroded and dissolved by a powerful force. There is actually such an attack. This operation is really awesome. Everyone stopped, their eyes just staring at the strange things in front of them. However, during this period, it was obvious that they were stronger than ordinary people. After all, these people were walking. If they didn't have a tacit understanding, it would be easy to knock them down instantly. But as long as they launch an attack against one of them, the other one will interfere, and then prey on them in an instant, followed by the other two. The distance between them will spread again and we can't catch them at all. There is no way, the distance they spread is all around us, there is no way to grasp it. Kirishima Ayato sighed, then opened himself up again, and the overwhelming power on his back surrounded his body. Chapter 40. No tacit understanding at all. How about we also become a couple? Yuan Banuexia happened to be okay. She just made a joke and looked at Dong Shang with a helpless look on her face. Why do you dislike me? Yuan Banuexia shook his head. Work together and catch them. Dong Shang was not reluctant, but felt a little embarrassed, but now that he had changed the words, it was different. Simply put, the two envoys this time are very powerful. The strength comes from the tacit understanding between them. Judging from this tacit understanding, it is not easy to completely catch them, even if it is also difficult to achieve a certain distance from their attacks. Yuan Banuexia looked at the corner to the side. It was obviously a blind spot, and although this corridor was spacious, it had become the most powerful place for the opponent to attack him. From the beginning, these two little girls were deliberately waiting for something, but they didn't expect that they were waiting for Yuan Banuexia, Kaneki Yan, Dongshang and others to arrive, and then these two little girls followed their plan. Yuan Banuexia thought that if these two little girls did not save them, then the two little girls would eat the huge hebang in minutes, but it was just that he stopped these two just a devil's dinner. I don't know if doing something is a good thing or a bad thing. In short, what I have to face next are two little devils. If I lose to the two little devils at this time, then the result will be nothing. The way is, after all, this tacit understanding can be said to be the mutual strength of two people. Advertisement during the mutual measurement, Yuan Banuexia saw a wisp of clear smoke flying in the distance. If you look at the direction of this wisp of clear smoke, then you want to completely use this power. It's just that simple to use it, and Yuan Banuexia also tried to use the power in his body completely, but he didn't expect that he would lose the chain next. When the powerful arm used the hebao again, his body was already broken into half. The bloody Kaneki Ken and Kirishima Ayato on the side joined forces with each other. They launched a big net, but they didn't think about the inside of their body. However, Hebao could not even touch the opponent's kick. There is no other way. If you catch these two twins, Hebao attaches so much importance to yourself. No matter how you use the power in your hand, it will be useless. It will be like a prey that has eaten its eyes, without any value. The sense of crisis hidden in the void is vaguely hidden here. If any problem occurs again at this time, it will not be easy to solve it in the end. The most important thing is this time during the mission, each of them was trembling with fear. Okay, if that's the case, then what will happen in the next few days makes them feel a bit unbelievable, but in this brief view, They also try how to stop it, but I didn't expect this force to be so powerful. The next Yuan Banyue opened his eyes. He found a blind spot, because judging from the magic crystal patterns of the two Hebao attacks just now, the two people had a tacit understanding of each other, and when they crossed paths and wanted to attack, the corresponding one the only target is Dong Shang. The two Hebao and Shenyang are still smart. He knows that Dong Zhang's attack strength and attack bonus are stronger than them, so they have to use their tacit understanding to disrupt the opponent's vision. There is a lot of strength hidden in the blind spot on the side, and the two Hebao are repelling each other and unfolding their powerful and sharp arms. The blood-red eyes opened in an instant. During this period, they could feel this power unbridled surrounding them for a month. No matter how victorious they were, they wanted to use it again. It is no longer clear what is going on. If you want to forcefully change the history of this power at this time, it can only depend on the right time, right place, right people and zero people. Please give me flowers but I think that little Hebao tastes good too. Zero advertisement. This is awesome. This is a bit. But at this time, if you use the speed in your body again, it is often not enough. After all, in this powerful force, if you want to blow it again, it is just these 2 sentences. It can be solved with just 1 sentence, so at this time they can only walk briskly, and then take a look at what kind of situation it is before making a decision. I still have a lot of flesh and blood in my body, why don't you taste me first and see what that guy does? I want to grin under the distant moon, but if 2 powerful weapons are destroyed like this, then it will be a waste. In addition, I have traveled to 2 plane worlds, and I can still use them as my own. A fertilizer, and then nourish your body and enhance your strength. It's not like I just said that, Lil Hebao, if you were nosy, I would have eaten those old guys long ago. Yuan Ban Yuexia showed a look of helplessness when the gunman died suddenly. He produced the power of the death eye in his hand, and then stretched it out with a look of helplessness. Yes, I am really starving to death. After waiting for the 2 little girls to finish speaking, they saw a bloody face and a sharp fang. The meaning of the forced gun battle was on the pillar next to it, but the fog next to the pillar Shima Ayato had already blocked it. Apparently Kirishima Ayato had felt the attack from the 2 little girls just 1 step ahead. Then a powerful spiritual energy rippled into his palm, and a wisp of blue flame rolled up. The flame coiled around the whole body, just like the lighting lamp in the void. Don't think that your 2 little girls already have this kind of understanding. If they really grow up in the future, then this will be terrible. The 2 little girls in question instantly turned their attention to Kaneki Ken. The power now being used in Kaneki Ken's body was extremely powerful, and if they became Ichiban's prey again, then what happened in Ryo's body? That kind of power can instantly be used as someone else's mutton, which is just not worth it. Chapter 41. The right time, right place and right people. First take a look at what is going on and what happens again at this time. While the company machine has increased its speed, they have already felt that the degree of danger is spreading. After all, in this situation, if there is another crisis, they will not be able to control it in the end. The array of dangers increases and the threat level doubles again. But I didn't expect that this system would remind me that my health is at risk. This is a first-class benefit. I know that my colleagues who are good people really have no way to help me resolve it. Looking at the flat city, so vaguely approaching the figure on the Inchuan side, Yuan Ban Yuexia really stretched out his hand to give it a try, and his outstretched hands instantly grabbed one of the Hebao. It's just 2 guys that smell like milk. A handle, 0 Chi-Chi, strengthened the strength in his arms. Part of the bodies of the 2 little girls melted away in an instant, but the Hebao inside their bodies wanted to grab the girls' arms forcefully. The 2 were flowing around each other at the same time. Yuan Ban Yuexia felt a little weird. He couldn't break free because the 2 forces were different at the same time as they were surging with each other in his body. You should take care of yourself first, and this time the 2 forces in their bodies obviously have a purpose, because judging from these 2 forces at this time, if you want to resolve them, first of all, at this time is needed. Now we can only join forces and grab their hands. Cut off both of their arms first, advertisement. Dong Shang gritted his teeth. Judging from the speed bonus just now, Hebao in his body had been injured. Obviously, he was different as a ghoul, but he didn't expect such a speed. He is actually able to be right in his own right. He just didn't think about his own speed. The other party had been analyzing it since just now, and if the data there was correct, Dong Shang would catch these 2 little things in a short time. The 2 little girls smiled, without any sense of crisis at all, but they had left bits of Madara's bloodline on their hands. Obviously, the current hunger had once again enhanced their attack power. Kirishima Ayato waved his hand and looked helpless. He could only use a few words to summarize how the 2 little girls in front of him would be dealt with in the future. 1.5 The only option is to kill them. After all, these 2 are the scourge of one party. Faced with such a scourge, their subsequent power will not be controlled. Kill them first, and they absolutely cannot stay. This is just a disaster in Hebao. If they want to use the power inside again this time, they can completely if used. It means that this force testis is uncontrollable. Dong Shang nodded and agreed very much with Kirishima Ayato. After all, they were all veterans along the way, and if any problems occurred again at this time, they would not only use themselves to answer the questions, but the most important thing would be to have the most responsible people. The power used has exceeded the limit at the same time. Don't look at these 2 little girls. They're so young that if they don't taste good, they will look better than Li Shi. The most important thing is that the powers between their palms are different. According to such a growth pattern, even if they are cut off, their arms will be of no use. The most important thing is that if they cut off their limbs and then harm others, then there will be a lot of dead people in this world. And this time I also hope that you can think carefully about what is going on. If something happens here, if we can't control it, then in the end the force inside will undergo changes to varying degrees. Yuan Ban Yuexia seemed to have something to say and was serious about it. After all, in this kind of situation, each of them would have different survival abilities and the things they want to need next. If they were in a different situation, if they can really control the same side, it means that each of them can control the will of this power. Advertisement: it's time to eat when you're hungry, but these two little girls are struggling desperately. It's obvious that they are unwilling to give in, and different emotions can indeed burst out from their limbs. The speed of Hebao's circulation is as fast as the zombie Dongshang. Among all the ghouls, the power in each of their bodies is different. If you want to give birth to them at this time, it is okay, but the education inside has already been injected into the survival mode. I have noticed that these two little girls are different from the beginning, but I didn't expect them to act so quickly. It seems that they are really hungry. For those unfamiliar Hebao, they need a period of growth, just like adapting to the power in the body of a ghoul. It is like the growth process of a person. Once their mind is infected by something, so if you want to change their thinking again, it will be more difficult than reaching the sky. We can't continue to hesitate like this. Repeated hesitation will do great harm to us. I hope you can take a good look at what this is for. If it can be completely explained this time, then continue after they come down, they will be able to use the power in their bodies. If they can't, then let's not waste the rest, they're just hungry old guys. Each of them is watching with eager eyes. After all, this powerful force wants to push the mode again, which has already caused him certain damage. The most important thing is this damage. If he is hit again if you use it, then in the end you will be different. The most important thing is that this time they want to use it completely. Such a force has caused huge damage at the same time. After all, they have strong power to use here, and they are obviously different. Because this time there was a crisis in the vegetable market. In other words, in the end, there are certain limits for how I want to use it again. Previously, the entire area was dominated by Li Shi, and Li Shi's doctor ability was very powerful, because if Li Shi appeared inexplicably at this time, several of them would have become cold by the minute, but this time it must be used again, and at the same time, it has already made them fearful. Yuan Ban Yuexia showed a worried look, but judging from the Hebao in his body, the two forces emphasized that they could be used here and were already different. Weaknesses appeared again at this time. If there is any crisis, it is extremely difficult to be completely empty, so he will never take the risk. Chapter 42. Don't underestimate children at this moment. A shadow flashed across the distance, but when this shadow appeared, it already made them feel a bit weird, and after getting rid of such a powerful shadow, if they attack again, the sudden attack will cause harm to their bodies. Take these two little girls with you first. When they get hungry again, just give them something to eat. Don't let them eat their minds. Thinking about it, the two little girls looked at each other in confusion, and there was still a trace of the thought of strangling people to death in their new red eyes. Yes, when a ghoul loses his mind, the things he does are very cruel, and the most important thing is that the power in their body is unstable. According to this, if we look at it as a force, then this force will be released in large quantities and used as part of it again in an instant. No, that is to see what kind of situation 13 is. In this case, we can use all these powers, and I believe that the power used this time will be different, because if there is another accident, then it will be used again next time at the same time. They have already discovered that this path is unworkable. Dong Shang continued to talk about the world where Hebao attacked people in the past year. After all, if we look at it according to these worlds, then the frequency of these incidents happening again is quite high. Immediately afterwards, several masked people appeared interestingly in the track in front of them. They came to Kirishima Ayato and Kaneki Ken under the moon. Who are they? I have never seen these guys before. I thought there were still some prey in this market. I don't know who made the fuss in the end, but didn't the rest of them all eat it? How dare you say that so little is not enough to fill the gap between your teeth? The three men wearing masks patted themselves. They had all walked through this corridor just now. As for the humans who escaped and survived in this corridor, they had already been eaten by them. According to the current division of power in each area, it is not easy for the children in front of them to customize, and the speed and power they have in their hands are already beyond those of ordinary food. A ghoul. Immediately afterwards, several of them quickly ran away. After all, in this cry of power, if you want to completely grasp and absorb it, you must first clearly see the terrain of such legislation, and then make plans. These three weird Hebao appeared a long time ago, but I didn't expect them to be wandering in this market. I haven't seen them for a long time. Advertisement. If we want to understand what kind of survival model this is, then we are on this path, and it will be more and more gradual, and we are now standing on the side of Ending District to work for him, and Ending District, what is going on is not just peace, there is no so-called massacre. The bloody eyes bloomed like lotus flowers in an instant. They quickly put out their wives' son and walked forward. The two children in front of them were obviously not afraid at all of the arrival of these people. The forum talked about some truth and walked forward, but it was obvious that the truth he said did not make any sense. The three terrifying Hebao in 713 turned white and connected the masks in their heads. Their eyes just said what is hidden is just a desert. However, some people have discovered that this path is not feasible a long time ago. If you want to ensure that your survival strength is improved next time, it is often the background of failure. Among the positive points, they are already after trying their best and being able to exclude those threatening substances, they would rather live alone. In an instant, you release the powerful power, along with the weird smell in their own palms, obviously declaring their territory. There is no need to fight with them, and fighting with them this time will cause great harm to ourselves, so if something unexpected happens at this time. Each area is divided according to some forces, and there are also some single hebao. If they want to occupy 10 places, they will kill others. It seems that there is a problem if we want to return the whole body. The most important thing is that in this operation, if there is another crisis, just looking at the attack power of the two of them, they will not be able to get rid of him, or they have no way at all and can only rely on themselves. Some of those attacks compete with them. Each of them is in a state of attack, just like a prey, seeing another invader, but at this time, who is the final victor in reading Silent Legend? They just don't have any solution. Forged by powerful power, the powerful part of the ghoul, during this period, when the powerful power is used again, a different realm has been created. If there is another crisis this time, their top leaders can completely control it. Do they have to wait for the so-called opportunity? It is simply a joke. The most important thing is that during the process promoted by this round of power, when they wanted to use it again, it was already a bit unbelievable. If their bodies suffered huge damage when they were used again this time, they would never let such a thing happen. What happened? They just wanted to get a temporary balance during this period. In the eyes of the ghoul, the hunt for prey is nothing more than lingering, without any meaning. Moreover, during this period, the more the prey struggles, the more surprised it is in the eyes of the ghoul. The more excited they become. 3 young men wearing masks walked up to Dong Shang silently and showed off Dong Zhang's smell. Dong Shang was still calm and stood motionless in front of him. The girl turned her head, silently looked at Kirishima Ayato, and nodded. I said you guys just came to the wrong place. Do you know where this place is? Chapter 43. Looking down on ghouls. I think it's not that simple this time. Boy, you know the rules of this place. How can those hebao have time to listen to the truth? Yuanbin Uexia is like this at this time, because it is what they want to hear, and they have already listened, at this time. The most important thing is to prove that when the power is used again, it has attracted their attention. If such a power is used again, it may be unrestricted, then in the next period of time, they actually feel that it is somewhat strange. Okay, let's take a look at what their purpose is. After all, let's see what kind of things we face first. Dong Shang looked helpless and instantly unfolded the blood-red bag on his back. Yes, he bow-wrapped his body between them and became a strong arm, but during this period, it was obviously able to arouse a person's fighting mode. But if the control is not good, then the opponent will be scared to death in 3 minutes. After all, at such a critical point, when they emphasized the use of their internal power again, they had already discovered that the hebo in their bodies were connected with each other, and the power of the 3 strange killers was connected with each other. But it was ready to make a move, which indeed attracted the attention of Yuanban Uexia and the others. It was probably because of what happened at this point in time that attracted his attention, and at such a point in time, when they wanted to use it again, it already made them sigh. The most important thing is that when this force was used, the good sword at that time was not only the force supported by their hands, they were very sighing and very scared. At this moment, Yuanban Yu Sha Shi Yu felt a familiar smell indirectly in a corner. It was impossible for Li Shi. Hasn't Li Shi already been absorbed by Kaneki Ken? Or maybe it was those hebao who said that the smell of the world has come here, and their power has been touched or all above themselves. Advertisement judging from the current situation, the 3 strange ghouls in front of them came here and occupied this area, gradually telling them that they could not stay here for a long time. It's not like I'm still doing cloud work in this market, so I downplay the battle that awaits me. Yuanban Uexia waved his hand and fell to the ground instantly, like a toad. When he stood up, his body had expanded several times than before, but in the palm of his hand was a dark flower, a lotus. Generally thumbs up. The powerful force is your own speed just now, multiplied several times again. Judging from this speed, it will not be a simple matter for you to attack again. After all, at such a critical point, it is when he used it again, it already made them fearful. Yuan Banyue opened his hands, and the dark lotus on his hands and body bloomed in an instant. The only scent he thought about and the wings surrounded his body, like a dark night, that angel in the woods. In the void where the ground was shaking slightly, the extent of the pressure, one after another, made them feel a bit unforgettable. However, when this only power was used, it caused their attention. They wanted to use this power again, but they didn't expect that this time, something like this would happen. I asked you, are you looking down on me too much? This is not sabotage, this is a prank, but they also want to do their best to use the power in their bodies. After all, at such a critical point, each power is unstable. According to the unstable posture of these powers, if you look at it, then the next thing you want to do is indeed more difficult than that day, and they can only walk briskly. While the undercover fell down, his fingers trembled slightly. Obviously, all this happened to his surprise, or they didn't expect that this would happen at this time. Immediately afterwards, the powerful force released the water again. He always felt that there was a force around him that would squeeze his body. However, when the 3 hebao opened their fingers in an instant, they had already surrounded Yuan Banyue. Shah. Obviously they are all heading towards Yuanban Uexia. Advertisement. His working environment is all in accordance with the conditions. He must be a company that is fearless. I think those in this area are causing some trouble. Everyone must look at this company. I think it is definitely not possible, so in a successful case, we may act uniquely. Kirishima Ayato was still sensible. He found a classmate and started analyzing it over and over again. Therefore, how to get rid of these terrifying hacks during this period was a major problem. The most important thing was to use this power again. It just caught their attention. Can 3 young people do anything bad here wearing masks? The angel came to pray for just that kind of peace, but at this time, the dark pink flower on the palm of his hand was not just to protect his body. You can first take a look at what is going on. If we can control it at this time, we can try to catch these 3 little devils. Moreover, the 2 little girls were just knocked unconscious. That's all, it won't be easy to deal with when you wake up again. I just don't know who lousy is. There is a saying that goes well, even when beating a dog, it depends on the owner. Let's take a look at the environment here first. If these big pillars collapse, then this market will collapse for you. The senior investigators above will also come to this place. After finding this place, we will people just eat it all in one pot. It's already reached this point in time, but Kirishima Ayato still has the leisure to joke, and if the senior investigator is called again this time, it will simply be one wave after another. It's not that he is afraid that he can't solve it, it's just troublesome. Looking at each of them, they are trembling. After all, in this situation, if something unexpected happens, then they will encounter those things. Not only that, that's why they are so concerned. You should also look at bullying. Chapter 44, Marine 6 Styles, please subscribe. Since you delivered it to your door, I will certainly not refuse anyone who comes. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a deep breath, smiled, and casually placed the dark lotus on the palm of his hand, and then even punched it out. Judging from the current speed, it is obviously a ridiculous joke for these 2 old guys to attack me, and this time the extremely powerful force is on my side, and they want to control. First look at what kind of person is talking. After all, when powerful power is used, they have already seen it and don't know what kind of situation you are in. If something happens again, these people were knocked down. Yuan Ban Yuexia's man said to himself and instantly stretched out his sharp claws. The power of the Death Eye attached to Xiaogu and Marine 6 Styles colleagues had been completely used on Yuan Ban Yuexia's palms. Quickly shift your attack speed. One of them, he bowed, touched his mask and used his own code words. This guy is just a. Because I don't know what kind of stimulus Yuan Ban Yuexia used just now, but you instantly swelled a bit. As for how to catch Yuan Ban Yuexia here, 370 not only needs to use the hebang in his body. Just instinct. Each ghoul has its own instinct to capture prey. First, they must tentatively see if the prey is a threat to them. If there is a threat, they will keep their distance. Advertisement. Then he tentatively catches them on himself. When he attacks them, it already makes people feel a little scared. If this is a prey that wants to escape, he can play hard to get and take advantage of the situation. They squeezed it between their palms and ate it bite by bite. Dong Shang stood aside and unfolded his bag. He was also observing the trajectory of Yuanban under the moon. He came to this stable area from a stranger and looked at him better. Why did the boss want to take it if someone came? As for the next events, Kaneki Ken's appearance, Kirishima Ayato's analysis was the same. One after another, he felt a little bit sad. He felt that there was something ridiculous about the things here, but he didn't have any evidence. Proof. At this moment, the park was rippling in waves, but at such a juncture, if the powerful hebang was stretched out again at this time, it would be difficult for the front waist to control it next time. They also tried to use it as a simple thing, but they didn't expect that it would have any effect at all. If you use it at your current speed, then in the next period of time, each power will have different changes. Judging from these different changes, then if you go ahead and use the power, it will be all kinds of strange. If we cannot follow their attack trajectory requirements, we can only do the opposite. Thinking that Kirishima Ayato lowered his body, and then opened his palms, the blood-red liquid on his palms spread out instantly, and the hebang bag could be opened instantly, like a big umbrella, generally protected for a few days. But on the ground, the reaction of the party sending the message from the mobile phone is different. Judging from the current speed, it is definitely not a simple matter to completely control one's own pattern. The only thing you can do is take a walk and see what the situation is like before making a decision. They can't make a conclusion so simply, otherwise what happens at this time will be beyond their imagination. Each of them is thinking about what to do next, but they just didn't expect that what happens next will be like this. The most important thing is that when the ghouls are recognized again, the things they touch and the business they want to capture are restricted, BDFD. Advertisement. Their bodies will be restricted due to the following areas. If they want to fully use the power of their hebao, then let's take a look at the torque first and let's talk about what the situation is. Then they rushed forward with one step. For them, all these things were beyond their imagination. If they were used again, then in the next period of time, those things would be different. Yes, after all, that situation will happen again here, but it makes them feel particularly intimidated. If it is used again, is it really that simple? This is simply ridiculous. Then Yuan Banyue took the next step and rushed forward. Because Yuan Banyue knew that he could only rely on himself next, so he could only take it slowly and wait to see what happened. What you meant was if there is a problem again, then it is not easy for this person to solve it. Otherwise, why should it be solved so easily this time without anyone noticing? It was because the Conqueror's hockey on his hand auxiliarily stimulated his death eye, and after getting close to Dong Shang, Yuan Banyue felt that his body seemed to be stripped naked and reincarnated, so he could generally control it temporarily. Directly to the devil's eye. The system layout in his eyes appeared again. It was a blessing among misfortunes that Yuan Ban Yuexia could completely control such a situation, and he could also live with it without the three unfamiliar young foodies. The figure of a ghoul. Judging from the current rate of my childcare salary, I will never need to be afraid in the future. After all, at such a critical point, the shadow that appears here is already different, because I once again put if such a force is released, how to use it again is not a simple matter, so they hesitate again and again. Yuan Banyu's effectiveness was not diminished. He moved slowly at his own pace. When a powerful and bloody Hebao attacked him, he had already escaped to a place 10 meters away, but he did not realize that now your own pattern is the most dangerous. It makes people feel that there are some flaws, but they will still be cautious. After all, this is a gamble, and fighting with 3 ghouls is not that simple. First, you must control your own speed and the kind of power you output. Don't take it lightly. Dong Shang was a little worried and tried to move his steps. Chapter 45. God-level power improvement, hurry up and give it to Lousy. Yuan Banyu's next big slap was blowing the death eye in his body. Immediately afterwards, a big blue slap came to the eyes. Beside the 3 young ghouls, the ghoul opened its bloody bones and instantly bit Yuan Banyuexia's body. It's so fierce, you're not hungry again. Kirishima Ayato looked like he was watching a show next to him, because he was not worried at all. After all, judging from Tohsaka Tsukishita's steps just now, Tohsaka Tsukishita was just looking at it exploratory ly. Let's take a look at the opponent's eternal attack power and the attack trajectory of such a party. Judging from the area where I am now, Li Shi's appearance here is something that is difficult to watch in 10 years, and at this critical point, something appears again that I want to solve, which is not so simple. Successive accidents have happened before. Judging from these situations, then they want to improve it again and try to let you use it. It is not that simple. First, let's take a look at what is going on. Let's talk about one situation. Kirishima Ayato waved his hand to stop Tuka, who wanted to rush to rescue him. Dong Shang was very nervous, because he had no way to analyze why these people in front of him had such a force, and why so many scammers suddenly appeared in the market. What was the situation? Could it be that are all the missing cruel monsters hiding in this place? A long time ago, there have been incidents of Hebao being massacred one after another, but I didn't expect that these massacred things would actually appear in this place, which makes me feel a little sad. Thinking about it, each of them took a breath of cold air, so how to explain these two phenomena here? Even Dong Shang, who read the escape, couldn't explain it. Advertisement. The most important thing is that when the powerful power of such an idea is once again summoned to the envoys, it has attracted their attention. When it is given to you again, do they really understand, or are they just watching such a good show? And then what is going on in the contemporary world? We can't continue to take it lightly. I hope you can take a good look at what kind of song it is. If this accident happens again in the next period of time, then what will happen next? There will be exactly the opposite result. Yuan Ban Yuexia looked at it and instantly knocked the 3 ghouls in front of him to the ground. However, what made him feel that there was something wrong was that their bodies were very soft and they could avoid his own attacks instantly. It's not as simple as I imagined, and the most important thing is that this time when my attack range is expanded, the power of the Death Eye has risen to another level. It seems that traveling to this balanced world is still useful, so now in this stable area, it is just a pension. Although Yuan Ban Yuexia began to complain, this action and the things that happened next were beyond his imagination. If any problems arise again this time, in the end, he wants to solve them. First of all, let's talk about leaving this market. The 2 twins who were tied up, Hebao, were already ready to move, and he stretched out his claws, and the 4 arms that had been chopped off grew back instantly. I'm just saying, it's not so easy for people of our race to be caught, and these are 2 little girls. Kirishima Ayato turned his head and slowly looked at the 2 twin ghouls in front of him. They were instantly blocked by several hackers, but they couldn't fight at this time. If it was their last, if the powerful weapon is stretched out, it can easily cut off the chains that are tied to one's body. The red bracelet once again bloomed like the smell of blood, but what Sony could not sell during this period was not just the fear and danger, because everyone was staring at the prey below. Arrival. That's right, this is just a very simple thing, and they have tried to do it. After trapping them well, they ran out again. There are 2 more monsters here. Seeming to be a little impatient, Dong Shang turned his head and continued to watch, but this time was no longer simple for them. If there was any accident, he had to control the situation first. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. First of all, we don't know what the pattern here is. If we look at it according to the pattern you laid out, then in the next period of time, we can only see what it is, and then see what kind of pattern it is. Condition. Then Dong Shang walked forward, and then used the power in his body to use it again. At the same time, their arms were indeed bigger than before. Obviously, the amount of learning injected into them was already greater than before. It has doubled several times. Is there no other way? They seemed at a loss, but in this situation, if they could use this power again, they would not have to worry so much. 0. It's just that this time, it's not as simple as they thought. In the next few days, if something unexpected happens again, in the end, it won't be easy for them to do it again. Things and the nurses that followed one after another really made them sigh. The most important thing is that this force is stable and successful again. I hope you can think carefully about what they are related to. If the things related to them appear again this time, then we will have to do more. Let's take a look and decide what kind of situation it is. It is because the dangers inside are divided into several levels that Kirishima Ayato and the others are so tolerant. Moreover, when they took over the three strange ghouls just now, their power has already grown stronger than before. Several times, so they could only take a look at what was going on. This kid seems to be a bit. I said Big Brother will never let you go. Capture him first, and then slowly separate him. The three masked ghouls touched the studies on their bodies, and then put on a show of power. They were not afraid of Yuan Banuexia in front of them at all. The point was that Yuan Banuexia had a ghost Aesop on his hand. Cis Jet Black Dong Shang, why not tear them apart quickly? Chapter 46. Decomposing the body, please subscribe. I already found it a bit strange at the beginning, but we have to think that this time they can completely analyze this force. Yuan Banuexia took a breath of cold air and instantly materialized the direct death demon eye she just had. Judging from the trajectory of Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles attacks, I still pressed a bit appropriately. This time I kept saying that it was not so easy to become the opponent's current kingdom, and as long as I could control it, just master your own strength. After all, in this situation, if you want to quickly master your own strength, it will not happen in a short while, so they are so worried. What brought it out with every step was indeed your general change, and the forum appropriately walked to the two large pillars in the corridor, and placed the pattern of the big pillars that said, 460. In the vernacular, if you come to see it, you can reveal the strange ghouls in front of you. Yuan Banuexia also tried to knock them to the ground, but it had no effect because their bodies were made of steel. As long as their bodies still existed. Then the power emitted from their body phones can instantly absorb the power in their bodies. It's like some strange ghouls are absorbing the blood in their own bodies. It's so scary, so we can't help but watch us actually attack them. We can't continue to take it lightly. What I hope is that in this operation, they can completely figure out the plans in this. If they can't figure it out, then we are just wasting time here. Okay, now that we have been divided into several groups, we can only make sure that the actual remote control will cause the attack to go down on them, otherwise this time will be nothing more than. They just know how to eat people. Speaking of which, Wapicture usually nodded to you. He naturally knew what was going on, but he didn't expect that the speed of these people in front of him was so fast. It was his own who could climb up. What happened again this time? If so, then you will become prey in their hands every minute. Advertisement. He didn't want this time to happen here, so he carefully checked step by step to see if there was any powerful force that could be used again. If there was any problem this time, he really had no way to solve it in the end, so that the problems that arise now are just some problems for me. Yuan Banuexia lowered his body and breathed quickly, and then assumed a posture similar to that of others. When he spread his hands, he was able to grab the unfamiliar hebao in front of him, but those when the power in Hebao's body was given to the market again, it turned people into a drop of blood in a pool of blood. Now that we have a chance this time, why should we give up this opportunity, and there is no need for us to stay in this place. You're right. Dong Shang lowered his voice, then opened his sharp fangs in an instant, shaking the air sharply as he went up, but the food-eating ghosts in front of him were the main points that must be learned. The power hidden in a small body was so powerful that it instantly made the ghouls in front of them take a few steps back. However, during this period, they could vaguely feel that another force was about to move. There was really no way. Make them fully a part of yourself. If that's the case, we can take our own strength as an affirmation, but if something unexpected happens during this period, I hope you can take a good exercise to figure out what the situation will be like. After saying that, Yuan Banuexia enlarged his eyes. His eyes seemed to launch an attack mode again, but such an attack mode was to complete the 50 minutes. He didn't know that such an attack would be completed. What exactly is this job mode? Judging from the speed bonuses in it, it is impossible for me to completely master it. The most important thing is that in just 1 minute, this tool mode can indeed improve the direct death demon eye in the body and its effects by several levels while supporting each other. Obviously this is one of the modes in the system in strength. But at this time, I don't need to worry about anything here. After all, the most critical power has been given to the colleagues who have been summoned to make them feel that they have developed a sense of taste. What problem has arisen again this time? In the end, I do have what is the method, so that this unexpected event will indeed occur in just a few days. Okay, if that's the case, let's not say anything more here. Let's hurry up and use the power on hand as part of this, and then fix it again. And we have no way to do it here. I continue to use it. If something unexpected happens while using it, I don't think you can measure it. Advertisement thinking that each of them is starting to return quickly, and this time the power bonus has made their fate feel a level of threat. Yuan Banuexia didn't want to waste any more time with them. He strode forward and broke one of the eyes that was straight into the devil's eye with one hand. So light? That's it. Everyone gasped as they looked at it. They didn't see clearly what the figure had done in the speed bonus just now. When they reacted, they saw one of the corpses among them. The ghost roared uncontrollably. Angry? Do you still have the capital to be angry? The few people in front of them instantly realized that their previous jobs were not the same, but during this period, they may not be reconciled at all. 2.0 After all, during this period, all their power has been concentrated on Yuan Banuexia. Yuan Ban opened his palm under the moon, and the green lotus rippled again, blooming like a saint in full bloom, like a phoenix reborn from the flames of desire. The props that were recreated can strengthen the power of the death eye in one's body, but I didn't expect that it was created without any self-respect. What is going on? Could it be this time? I am really a blind cat who has encountered a dead mouse. Old man, I am already strong, who else wants to bully me? Yuan Banuexia put on an arrogant look, patted the dust on his body, and instantly used his posture to walk towards the two ghouls. The ghouls pushed him away instantly. A few steps behind. Chapter 47. The first glimpse of success. Please subscribe. This guy is stronger than us. Kirishima Ayato swallowed hard and looked dumbfounded. She finally understood why the old man wanted to leave this guy in the safe zone. As for the crisis in the stable area this time, they can only ask for it to be recorded. After all, the problem this time is obviously not so easy to solve. If it involves other problems again this time, then what they want to do next to solve something that is indeed more difficult than it was that day. Immediately afterwards, the entire corridor collapsed instantly. Yuan Ban Yuexia looked at it and knocked down the big stone on the side with a crushing force on the other two ghouls. Their bodies were crushed to pieces, bones exposed. It's just some demos. You actually dared to fight me. When you have this Death Eye and Marine 6 Styles Conqueror's Haki, you are extremely powerful. If you follow this track that you can follow, you want to photographing them is undoubtedly a simple matter. It's better to leave quickly. These two little girls seem to have woken up. Kirishima Ayato looked at Kaneki Ken, and then echoed Kaneki Ken. He suddenly woke up as if he had watched a ghost movie. She came back and could not accept the things that happened just now. You still have a lot to learn in the future. It's better to leave here quickly and then make long-term plans. As for why some such problems occurred this time, they really have no way to completely explain it, and the most important thing is that while they want to fully understand these facts, the words of several of them it really cannot be used as some proof of this. After walking out of this corridor, they left this crisis-ridden place, and was this crisis resolved in this way? This is obviously not a simple matter, so they only know how to explore this kind of life, and bring what happened in the end back to the stable area. Advertisement. The killings will not stop this time, and those senior investigators will be here soon, so they should run away quickly. Thinking about each of them is a few steps to return, and since everything this time has been discovered, the next step can only be to comply with your kind of power, and then change the trajectory of your attack. There were waves rippling in the distance. None of them wanted to know what was going on, and they tried to analyze it. They just took it back to the stable area to see the information. There was absolutely a way to analyze it. Why does that sense of crisis exist? We have tried to communicate with many parties before, but other areas have not done so at all. He said that because our stable areas are interconnected and cooperate with each other. The senior investigators who came here a few days ago have investigated some clues from this place, but they didn't get anything, so they left like this. There was nothing. This is quite strange, but this incident can indirectly warn us that the senior investigator will not give up this area. After returning to the ending district, the old man brought a few cups of coffee and placed them in front of Kaneki Ken, Kirishima Ayato, and Tohsaka Tsukishita. Is it true that even the ending district is unsafe this time? The old man has always been here. If this is really the case, then the place where this market has always been will be next to the library of Daxia. The most important thing is that this time things will indeed go according to your own imagination. After all, in this situation, if there is any contradiction again, what do you want? To solve it, do they really understand? This is obviously a joke that makes others laugh. As long as this massacre does not end, then the things that will be encountered in the next exploration will continue. After all, in this situation, if any problems arise again, it will be unimaginable for Daxia Unicom itself in the end. After all, when serious problems occur at such a juncture, they do appear to be weak. Yuan Ban Yuexia was careful to see it, and he realized that he had arrived in the ending district, a small park not far away. Why was the downtown market connected to this small park? Advertisement thinking that each of them will go together. How to get the power of different classes here is a major problem, and the old man already seems to be unable to do it. Seeing a ray of sunshine shining in their eyes, they were extremely excited, and during this capture operation, they naturally discovered the secret of this market. This is undoubtedly a massacre, and everyone in this massacre, as a ghoul, is one of our massacres. They all have something to follow and can completely grasp the situation. Let's analyze the forces inside here. This time I was forced to go to this market and said that the survey I brought back was not too much or too little. At least I could gradually understand who was feeling the situation here. After all, I want to give everything to this level of situation. The situation of getting the first hand is not simple, and in this class of eyes, every kind of power develops unstably in the body of the dead demon eye. Thinking that each of them knows it and understands it well in their hearts, it's okay. Now, the point of view is that when they want to take advantage of these things again, they have already been harmed and scared. I found that the most critical ideas have already been completed. Completely out of proportion, because this time they are used again. Do they think this is emotional? Let's get out of here first. Can it really last this time? This is simply a ridiculous joke. Since we have all left here this time, we can take a closer look to see what is related to this, because it is this time, and if this is the patient development we want, then it will be easy to handle next. Yuan Ban Yuexia instantly restored her peaceful posture, and then stepped forward. Several people stepped onto this corridor again, and soon they reached the corridor area. When Kirishima Ayato heard Dong Zhang's words, she had nothing to think about and didn't need to worry. She was also very afraid that this incident would affect the stable area. If there was any accident in the stable area, if so, this cannot be solved in 1 or 2 sentences. Chapter 48. Senior Investigator, please subscribe. Since we have obtained some of the market information this time, we are not afraid. Yuan Ban Yuexia calmly raised her eyes and took a sip of the cup of coffee. He also feels that this matter can be found. After all, at this juncture, if the cause and effect of this matter can be completely understood, then the next matter can be included in his collection and the most critical things inside will not fail. But they will still imagine what they should do next. After all, the behavior required in each situation will be different from the results they expected, so they will also lead a month to feel you. Those results. First of all, let's see if those forces will undergo a different transformation next. If there is a different transformation, then we can only adapt to such a general transformation and then change our formula model. After all, at the same time as this round of changes, it is no longer easy for us to use this power again. Yuan Banuexia seemed to have a meaning in his words. His eyes were very focused on life and death, and it was like a hidden ray of fire in his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Dong Shang said something as she was not calm at all, especially when she was busy. The scope of the next action will be enlarged, and these unfamiliar high-level investigators will be involved every minute. If those high-level investigators really attack them, this will undoubtedly be the worst thing. The most important thing is the pervert white-haired old man among the senior investigators. The power in that old man's hand cannot be measured by one person. If it can be measured, they don't need to worry so much. If this is the case, then in the end, I still have to analyze my opinion. This time, I mean that if something goes wrong again, then the power in my hand will not be able to be grateful again and control it again. Advertisement. If this is the case, then no matter where you go next, almost everything will change differently, and the answers to the questions raised by these different people will be different. The scope of market investigation has already allowed them to have their own insights. Since the next situation will happen, then all their studies will be placed in the market and they will investigate that situation. Weird business benefits the world. Don't take it lightly. Yuan Banuexia put down her teacup very carefully, and then walked out of the Anding district, saying that she wanted to go out to see what was going on, because the underground market had collapsed, which meant that those senior investigators could successfully look for the informants inside. After all, those huge old ghouls inside have already escaped. It is of course the best to be able to get first-hand information, but if we can't get it, we can only take a look at what the situation is like. They are already at that point, and so are they. Explaining what happened to him obviously couldn't escape their attention. Yuan Banuexia left the Anding district and walked to the street, but he didn't expect that there was someone following him. Just when he suspected that he was a senior prosecutor, especially when he walked into a dark corridor, I want to know who this person is, and I feel sorry for him. There is no point in following someone who found such a road by himself. You actually want to follow me for fun. This is too bad for following you. Yuan Banyu's next trick was to fly to the second floor. He also wanted to see who it was this time, but just as he was being pinched by a slap, a pair of new red wings spread out, instantly taking him grabbed it with both hands. It turns out this is Dong Shang. Don't think that Dong Shang would actually follow you. Does Dong Shang still have such a pervert behavior now? I just looked at you with a helpless face, and then Dong Zhang's new red eyes widened several times. The moment tightened up. You're not hungry and want to eat me, are you? Advertisement? Yuan Banuexia started to joke. This time, he first wanted to measure what the layer inside should be like, but he didn't expect that this force had already caused so much damage to his own body. If the injuries inside this time really affect me, then it will not be easy to be able to use it again, but we haven't waited for that situation yet. How much of the information in the market did you hide this time? Tell me quickly, why did you hide it? Because the two twins died from the devil's eyes. Plus. Whatever he said, Dong Zhang's strength became even stronger. He tightened his grip on the new red wings on his hand and spread them again, making people look at him without any fear. Why are you so fierce? Let's just have a good chat. Why do we just talk about it? But Yuan Banuexia doesn't have any points at all. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Banuexia used the power that had an effect in his body, blowing the body inside all of a sudden, and then knocked the hebao in front of him tens of thousands of meters away. Dong Shang instantly put away his hebao, calmed down. You have already hidden yourself, which means that in this matter, you don't trust our stable zone at all. What Dong Shang said was sonorous and powerful. I didn't tell the old man this time because I realized that if it was really leaked, the entire Anding district would be in crisis for people's livelihood. Are you planning to tell everything about this time? No, have you ever thought about the consequences? Yuan Banue waved his hands in a leisurely manner. I wanted to see what he made in front of me. After all, it was just a simple thing for Dong Shang. If he was so happy, he could tell it, then the troubles involved are not just that. As we all know, senior investigators have begun to investigate the areas around this park. As for the security zone here, if there is no way to completely guarantee its security, then there is no use here. Chapter 49. Safety first. Please subscribe. Now that we have all entered this market, we should understand your threats. If we can only rely on our words to solve the problem, then there is no use in leaving us. I hope you can weigh it carefully. The pros and cons inside. Since words don't make sense this time, we can only use our legs and feet to solve the problem. After all, when the attack range meets again this time, we are sure that Dong Shang in front of us has a certain role in the development of his death eye. The most important thing is that the power developed this time is beyond your own imagination. If you can use it again, these people will become gods. After all, while this kind of power can be used, you feel that there are few very powerful, and I have admitted it. Okay, don't talk to me here. The most important thing is to solve this problem. If it is really as simple as we think this time, then let's solve it now. It's not as difficult as we thought. I hope you can. Before he finished speaking, Yuan Banue turned his head around with a pair of blood-red eyes. He always felt that something was watching him closely from behind. It seemed that this time he had been Dong Shang was not the only one following him. Didn't you feel something was following you just now? Yuan Banyue lowered his eyes, and then stared straight at the telephone pole where the reason came out. He saw that there were very careful things on the telephone pole. On the one hand, the light made people look at it, which was spiritual, fear. Who can follow me? Dong Shang thought he was joking and continued the interrogation. After all, it doesn't matter here now. He wanted to interrogate your family. Why didn't you tell the old man in Ending District? The old man in Ending District has already locked up this area in his own hands. He actually doesn't want to let him down, and according to the development of the world this time, judging from the early stage, because the same foreign countries can be used here. It's not simple. The most important thing is the balanced stage of strength and power protecting each other. Only when they use it can it exceed their imagination, BDAA. Just then, in the distance, there were waves shaking slightly in circles. They had wanted to know what was going on here all year, but this time they just took it slow, so that only now this kind of problem will occur, so when it occurs again in the next period of time, they have already discovered that this matter is still very harmful to them. Yuan Ban Yuexia nodded and took a breath of cold air, and what happened this time has already happened. If we look at this speed, then in the next period of time, they want to use the next time it is indeed not easy to use this power. Dong Shang turned around and opened his blood again, the red Hebao. Hebao started to swim in an instant. His whole body was driven by such wind. The speed of the wind instantly increased his speed and attack speed. Become. The production of attack power seems to mean that he is an old guy who suddenly comes out of the blue, an old guy who comes out of the blue. Advertisement in this case, he wanted to see who was not afraid of death and wanted to rush towards him and deal a blow to him. After all, the key point here was that his extremely powerful force pushed him again, and at the same time, he had already caused some damage, but they already felt it was a bit incredible. I said, what is going on this time? Can we really watch this guy cause huge harm to our stable area? I don't want to wait for something to happen this time. A slightly magnetic voice, following such a whirlwind, floated with a drinking line. Yuan Ban Yuexia also wanted to know what he was hiding inside, and why this happened this time. The problems that had occurred recently had exceeded his imagination, and he had been weighing whether these things would be related to him. As for this time, Yuan Ban Yuexia has been thinking about whether she can completely release this day, but she didn't expect that this power would be controlled again while she was releasing it. Obviously this kind of sliding limits the power of the Death Eye in his body. Yuan Ban Yuexia thought you were my belongings, but I didn't expect that this time my belongings would be in great danger. If Dong Shang is on guard, because he doesn't know whether the person coming is an enemy or a friend, and he has to look at the killing speed just now, then this person has been following him, and there must be nothing good going on. Let's take a look first. Don't be nervous. This guy can't deal with the two of us. And if you get angry, he will definitely be afraid of you. After all, at this point in time, there is no business willing to get close to you. Thinking that the income here must be repaid, with a calm look on his face, Dong Shang still opened his pair of shoes in the red bag. He knew that with such a force pushing him, he could use it powerfully, and it will never be that simple after this. Could it be that this time I can really launch a full-scale attack without suffering any harm? Obviously this time it is impossible. After all, when this force tells the truth, his body has already been strongly compressed. This kind of compression situation is different for them, so he also wants to if you try again, you are already doing yourself harm. Try attacking from 5 o'clock. Yuan Ban Yuexia looked at the vigilant Dong Shang changing color, and said something casually, and then a dark figure took a sip of saliva, and then came to Yuan Ban Yuexia's side in an instant. It's quite strange, why Yuan Ban currently knows his attack route and the number of attack routes. You are quite powerful. Don't think that you will be able to see my trajectory clearly in such a short time. Thinking about each of them, they took a breath, and this time for them, we are just a progress. Can we recognize the opportunity? If we can really launch an attack this time, then they will definitely not be polite. Chapter 50. Powerful Assault. At this moment, there was a shadow of love in front of them. They quickly took a few steps back when they saw this. However, at such a juncture, as long as Yuan Ban Yuexia was not paying attention, then he would be separated next. Minutes can put your life in danger. Let's see first that they don't agree with our kind of ghouls. Dong Shang seemed to realize something, and quickly unfolded his Hebao. If he attacked from the angle of his Hebao, he could still accelerate his speed and accurately locate his position. But in the next period of time, if any difficulties arise again, they will be unable to solve them every minute. They are divided into several directions, and the investigators and Li Shi have already arrived here, which means they are divided into two groups. According to Kaneki Ken's previous prediction, then they can only do their most important position if there is any danger next. Then the next step will be difficult. Immediately afterwards, Dong Shang cooperated with Yuan Ban Yuexia and launched another assault. However, the two people could vaguely feel the vibration in the void while they were interacting with each other. New red blood bloomed in the void again and again, like a rose, and then a man in a white robe stood up. It's all good food. Looking at the vivid blood amber gave people an irresistible desire. During this period, they stood firm. The most important thing is that what they have to face next is not just the enemy in front of them. They have to maintain their own strength to ensure that any love group control will appear now. Advertisement. This guy is not easy to mess with. Didn't he have a status in the Demon Eye of Death before? And he also eats a lot of people. He is not the one who is in trouble. I hate it, it's just those people who are taking over my territory. Since the land grabbers have already arrived, we naturally cannot sit back and wait for death. On the side, Kaneki Ken and Miyamoto murmured to themselves and took a few steps back. If the current development continues, then the hidden eyes of death can still be released. Recalling the sound of the system again, Yuanban Uexia looked at it and quickly launched his strongest attack state. Judging from the current most powerful attack state, then what they have to face next is not just the current result. And at this moment, if they continue to launch attacks like this, the life of their little half is not only in danger. Yuan Banyue gritted her teeth and rushed over, suddenly arriving in front of the investigator. The old man with white hair quickly opened his white face. The black box is mixed with some mixed colors, but it makes people look a bit intimidating, but at such a critical moment, you don't want to continue thinking like this. Kaneki Yan's eyes lit up with gratitude, and he unfolded the bag on his back. Judging from the current strength, the bag in his hand can still come in handy. The demonic eye of death is different at each stage, and the power hidden in it is growing vigorously. Judging from the current development speed, then the recurrence of those problems is not just what they're encountering now, so that's why they're so cautious. Immediately afterwards, they spread their wings again, but during this process, if something went wrong again, they would not be able to eat for long in the end, so they were so nervous. The powerful power is about to explode, and the ground shakes slightly, which makes people feel suffocated. But during this period, they can still feel which kind of power they got from me. If in the next period of time, far away, if Banuexia cannot completely release the Death Eye, the system will stop in minutes. Congratulations to Ray for once again getting an open skill, the Magic Eye. Advertisement, but I didn't expect that I would get a good piece of news at this moment. How did his system become universal? Give me such a piece of news. This is great, but you have to pay attention to it. How could this happen? What about this situation? Thinking about this, left and right all have different results, but it is because the things happening now are a bit strange, so they feel a bit strange. Please give me flowers. At this moment, several figures vaguely appeared in the distance. They flashed past and attracted Yuan Ban Uexia's attention. Yuan Ban Uexia quickly picked up the Death Eye in his hand and pointed it at the white hair in front of him. The old man launched an attack, but the moment the white-haired old man opened the box, he quickly distanced himself from him. There is no such feeling between two people at the beginning, but the kind of sofa information vaguely exists inside. If you don't know what this kind of sofa information is, from the kind of breath he feels from me. At this moment, Yuan Ban Uexia felt a subtle change in the Death Eye in his body. Judging from this subtle change, if they continue to use this power, they may it has something to do with the force that causes the inner part of his body to connect with Hyekbu. 0. The demonic eye of death is different. The most important thing is that the power of our own people is combined with each other. If the fund wants to be completely used and become the most powerful auxiliary energy, it is a big joke, so only Yuanban Uexia would be so cautious. It is not easy to use the power in your body carefully. After all, if this kind of power becomes unstable again, then the particle energy will trigger another part of the power in your body, so why the system suddenly gives out such a message now is because it makes it very surprised. Is this a lie? It's all the investigators who would do this to us. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Lishi? At this time, Kaneki Ken came to Miyamoto. The two of them, together with Tuka, quickly launched their most powerful attack state. However, in this light relay state, if something goes wrong here, in the end, they just couldn't eat and walked away, so they were so cautious. After all, during this period of time, they still knew a lot of things. Chapter 51. Changes in body structure. However, they could still vaguely feel the attack of a giant cannonball. The most important thing was that at such a critical point, the power they wanted to use would undergo subtle changes. Yuan Banyue swallowed and took a few steps back, but for him this was both good news and bad news. They have in their hands those powerful substances in our bodies, such as the hebao in our bodies. As soon as these words fell into the void, they condensed into clouds of gunpowder smoke. They didn't know what it was related to, but since they had already come to such a world, what next? It must be relevant to come down. Dong Shang didn't care, and just rushed forward. However, if there was any problem again in such a direct situation, he would really have no way to solve it in the end. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. After all, in such a strange place, if such a strange power is used here, there is really no possibility of the kind of power it will cause. If in such a strange place, among the joints, if it is run in the community, what will happen in the end? Do they really know? In the end, Yuanban Uexia decided to take advantage of this crisis to stimulate the vague power in his body. If there is another crisis this time, then not only they can understand this power, that's all. The stone walls around them shook slightly, but they managed to drive away in an instant, but at this moment they seemed to have felt it. If there was really something wrong with this feeling, then it would have something to do with them next. They should take a look at what is going on first. After all, if there is another problem with the crude oil this time, the problems will not only be caused by themselves in the end, so they still have to think about it again, so it is not good. During this period of time, not only did they have to think about them, they also had to see what the situation was like under the distant moon. Well, if that's the case, then Enban Uexia can only walk briskly, so Kaneki Ken and Miyamoto will have this kind of difficulty. Hurry up and make a quick decision. I don't want to talk to these people anymore. After all, they think we are just some prey. The ordinary white-haired old man looked at the young man and quickly picked up his black box. The moment the box launched an attack, they seemed to have felt this subtle change. Advertisement: the powerful force caused the ground to shake slightly, and the surrounding gravel and debris were flying all over the sky. However, at this time, their society had realized that another large wave of stone lion tails would definitely come here during this period. Those looking for food will still come. Forget it, let's see what the situation is like first. If they really want to attack by force this time, then there is nothing we can do. Although what they said was somewhat cruel, there was no doubt that they still had some truth to it. After all, in such a critical point, if they could really understand it, they would never know such an outcome. If this is the case, then we can only expand the comprehensive graphics and then harass them within my scope. After finishing speaking, he unfolded the hebao behind him, and the power of hebao and the pools on the ground merged into one. The ground shook slightly, and the surrounding air was somewhat condensed, making it difficult to see clearly the thunder shining in the void. Yuan Ban Yuexia nodded and agreed very much. After all, if they continue to wait like this, they will just sit and wait for death. If their limit is exceeded in this range attack, then their bodies will be unable to resist. Yuan Ban Yuexia is very calm, just willing to be praised by others, and every word he speaks has his own imagination. Since he has come to such a place this time, he can only start his own investigation. Yuan Ban Yuexia was very calm and clenched her fists tightly. What are you doing? Advertisement, who is it? Take a look at what's going on with those rubbles and rubbish at the back. Now that we've arrived at Inspector Laos, we can only launch a full-scale assault. Just now he was beaten by Yuan Ban Yuexia for no reason. He was naturally unhappy, and he also looked confused. If they could really understand this time, then what exactly was going on? Do they really know? After all, within this scope, the reappearance of those scope situations are all related to themselves. Whatever is coming will come, and they are all related to themselves, but in this process, if they understand this situation again, then their situation will not happen after all. This is true, but Miyamoto can only deploy his own protection system, but the General Yuan Ban Yuexia did slap him suddenly. He didn't know what happened, but the next second Yuan Ban Yuexia had already used the part of his body to direct the Death Eye to prepare a powerful attack. Seeing this situation, the white-haired old man seemed to have already had his own reflection, so in this range selection, he had already left his sight. A full-scale assault is not that simple, and the superposition of the principles of these groups has attracted their attention. They thanked them and quickly deployed their highest defense system in one breath. At this moment, a young man appeared next to him. He had purple hair, which made him look as charming as he was in the middle of the night. It's not that simple. Let's see how many of them there are, and since they are all here, they won't let us go. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. After all, at such a critical point, if something goes wrong with 2.8 again, then the problems they will have next will not only involve themselves. Miyamoto gritted his teeth and quickly opened the Death Eye behind him. The power in his body was ready to move, which made him feel like he was too weak to do anything. This kind of smell made Dong Shang feel extremely familiar, but he couldn't tell what it was. He always felt that there was something lingering around him. Chapter 52. Testing the knife. The investigation launched this time not only focused on such a region, but they even wanted to expand to other regions. These few gray-haired people these days, the investigators will not let go of this area so easily, and they will also launch the most important investigation. Tatara felt that it made some sense, so he walked to Yu Sha Anta, picked up a cup of coffee, and sipped it gently. That's true. Dong Zhang's eyes were slightly closed, and a trace of blood flashed in them, but the wounds that could be opened were faintly shaking. Does it hurt? In order to fill in the black market a few days ago, they have been hurt. After all, the results they are looking for here are not just what they thought. And this time, since they all want to determine this area, there are so many, so they must make preparations in advance. I heard that Yamen has decided to leave this area. I don't know if it is true, because I heard that the investigators wanted to advance into this area and carry out a large number of massacres against us. We are very afraid that they will be involved. So we don't want to speculate head-on with them. 13. Seeing Kaneki Ken's calm look on the side, everyone really began to feel unwilling to give in. After all, during this research process, they had prepared several plans. If they did not get formal consent, then these plans would be difficult to execute, and this time Yuan Ban Yuexia's sudden arrival caused them to disrupt the situation. The surrounding breeze floated slightly, and your name was walking forward under the distant moon. Now that Lao Yamen has already left this, then these plots will have a huge reversal. Logically speaking, the riot caused by Hibeo's pictures means that the evil eye of death in his body has begun to change. Advertisement. The eye of death was the first skill he got, but this skill did appear. I think it made him feel a little suspicious. After all, he didn't want to worry about this key point. Things come at a price. Kaneki Ken, please accompany me this time and go inside the investigator. After entering the search office this time, he must investigate carefully what is going on, but Kaneki Ken has been numb for a year. I have been following you through life and death these days, and I almost lost my life. You want me to go to that kind of place? This is simply asking for trouble. What if you don't go? Ordinary Toshion just gritted his teeth. He wanted to pick up the bag on his back and then poke it into the bodies of Tohida Yuexia and Kaneki Ken in front of him. And this time the research showed that after this area suffered extensive damage, no one of them could give a clear goal. After all, on such a joint idea, if it can be completely solved, then this time it won't be so tricky. Enban Yuexia sighed and expressed his helplessness. After all, it was the first time he saw Kaneki Ken so blind on such a joint point. If there really was no help from Tatara and Tuka this time, then he is about to fall. Since they did not attack us this time, it means that the weapons in their hands are still mature, and they are not able to cause any harm to our bodies. This is quite reasonable, but since they already have ways to deal with us, why should we? We can no longer escape. We can only silently control and prevent this incident from happening. This is like fish on a chopping board, being slaughtered by others. This is the most uncomfortable thing for Dong Shang in his life, and he cannot accept it. Advertisement. Dong Shang turned around with a calm look on his face. Its slightly opened wings exposed its bloody side in an instant. It was like a Shinigami landing in the dark night. As gorgeous as the sun, what his side left to everyone was nothing more than indifference. However, within the scope of this investigation, if this matter really develops without stopping it, then the consequences of its development will be just as they thought. You can only enter this investigator, and it is more or less dangerous inside. If we look at it according to the current situation, then if we want to get a kind of power, it will not be easy. Didn't we offend that Nishio Nishiki before? And Nishio Nishiki will come back at any time. Thinking about the income here, I still feel a little suspicious. After all, although Nishio Nishiki was defeated by me before, things this time have just begun. Nishio Nishiki's stern face is something that Kaneki Ken will never forget for the rest of his life. After all, this time he has become such a bloody side, and isn't the passive triggered by the other side Nishio Nishiki? There are usually several figures vaguely flowing under the sky, so for them, judging from the scope and attack this time, all 417 is just a prologue, because they really want to in order to win this prologue victory, there are many things that need to be mastered. And Yuan Ban Yuexia is also very much looking forward to whether his Death Eye can achieve greater glory in this battle. After all, within the scope of this battle, if he wants to continue to improve, it will be difficult. It's a difficult thing, but he still has to try. First take a look at the power in your body, and then make plans. Everyone has their own little thoughts of being impatient, and Yuan Ban Yuexia is naturally like this. In order to enhance Conqueror's Haki and the 3 marine styles in the body, it has made all preparations. After all, at such a juncture here, if any trouble arises again, it cannot be solved by just relying on yourself. Stay in Ending District these days. If Ending District really receives news of being attacked, it won't be difficult to leave again. Moreover, it seems to the investigators that everything is in chaos these days. After all, such a large-scale attack, the turmoil caused by the search is not just limited to the surrounding areas. Since Dong Shang could not be persuaded this time, he could only put this matter to rest for the time being and make plans later. Yuan Ban Yuexia took a breath of cold air and left here after saying that. Chapter 53. Mysterious Identity. That's true. As he spoke, Tatara sighed and looked at Tohsaka Tsukishita, who disappeared in front of his eyes. And this time the operation and the scope of the search have been expanded again. For them, it is just an attempt. Both of them have left, so what's the point of leaving us alone? Kaneki Ken, who stayed in front of him, seemed a little unhappy. He gritted his teeth and there was a force of pure desire flowing in his body. He didn't know what was going on with the power that was pulsating in his body, but he still wanted to try to break through the power in his body. The powerful physique just couldn't break out in an instant, which made him feel a little unbelievable. After all, at such a juncture, if it could be used again, it would be a no-brainer. After all, in this within the first-class scope, there are still not too many things that I can do well. In the high-rise building of the investigator, several sisters walked back and forth over and over again. They held the power in their bodies in their hands, but they were very afraid of this so-called ghoul. If we can't defeat them, we will only stay here for 9 years, and more people are dying in this area. Their methods are very cruel. It's not like you can eat people for a living. They are all monsters. There was a flash of blue light in everyone's eyes, but there was only one young man on the wall in front of him. He picked up the stick in his hand and knocked it out one after another, hitting the right person in the void. Sonorous and powerful. Advertisement, I said. Yaman, how about? At this time, a young man walked out tremblingly from the side. He was dressed in a uniform, but during this period he was indeed able to show his fear. A stick suddenly turned into a gray board and went out. He stopped in front of it, his fingers were trembling. He didn't know what all this was about, and he tried to avoid it, but he couldn't move his body. What kind of power is this, and why can it make this scene so cold? But in the past few days, he seems to have tried to find other ways, but Yaman has been following the white-haired legend. What the team went to find was just a way to deal with those ghouls. Is Yaman going to continue like this? And what's the use of following that white-haired old man? I heard that the white-haired old man is just using you. The techniques he used were as cruel as those of those who eat ghosts. The young man took a sip of water, realized what was going on, and walked forward. He gritted his teeth and always spoke out what was in his heart. He couldn't forget these days. He was also there and witnessed what happened. It was the same thing, so much so that he himself looked confused at the age that led to this result. These words are quite reasonable, but he still needs to think about it and weigh what he likes, and at such a juncture, he wants to completely get the so-called initiative. These 3 words from the teacher, it can be solved, and the power in his hand is not only that. Differences have happened before, but I didn't expect that I would have such a big turmoil. If something really goes wrong this time, in the end, we ourselves must carefully consider what is going on. That's all. The words of the young man did not shake Yaman in front of him. He just sighed slightly. As for the things he had seen in the past few days, he knew it very well, but as for whether you want to give up here, it is not just that you have always been willing. Forget it, Anyway, it is very good to be able to obtain the most powerful power this time and protect yourself, revenge and protect those so-called people. Why are you still struggling here? If you can succeed this time, then you must not let it go. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Advertisement. The white-haired old man patted the dust on his body and walked forward with a smile on his face. The young man looked everywhere. The photo of the person next to him suddenly took a few steps back, and only the white hair was visible. The old man was knocked over by a big box and walked to Yaman with a calm expression. Nowadays, these young people are busy here. How about you wash the box for me? Then the white-haired old man lowered his voice, but it was like roaring among wild beasts. The sound made everyone tremble, and some young people suddenly pounced on it, fall to the ground. This time, I was in trouble, as if something big had been thrown into the basket, and this time people asked me to wash the box. I couldn't do such a job as washing the box. After all, what was inside the box? I have no way of knowing what kind of stuff is hidden. I said wash the box. Seeing the young man in front of him rolling around on the ground fearfully, he called the white-haired old man to the meeting and walked forward, then smashed the box in his hand. The young man seemed to be disliked. Usually, if you faint from fright, you will be able to see this place, and quickly walk forward and lift the young man away from here. Yaman on the side looked at it and didn't know what was going on. Is there really something different about this box? Or is there really some kind of secret of today, Jiao Dejiao? In this box? The young man in front of him since he was a child was indeed as big as cow shit and rice. He never knew what was going on with the young man in front of him, but just now he saw the box shaking slightly and dripping out. A drop of water. What is hidden in this box? After suppressing it for the past few days, Yaman finally couldn't help it anymore. He immediately raised his leg and walked forward. He stretched out his hand to pick up the box, but when Dandan picked it up, he realized that it turns out that this box is fine and as light as I imagined. Why is this old man so light when he hits it? Why are you curious again? But there is a saying that you are so curious, what else? When he said this, a group of old seniors waved their hands as young as they were, and Yaman took the box to him. Chapter 54, White-Haired Senior. The things inside this box are the most gorgeous collections. They are not something that ordinary people can see. Only Shinigami can see them. What the white-haired old man said was a ferocious smile on his face, and the sound of laughter coming out of his veil was revealed while he was laughing nonsense. Collection. Since following the white-haired old man, he said that he has more and more big things first, but in reality, he is very curious about what kind of situation this is. If this time is really as simple as he thought, then I said that the things I got were not as much as I got in that market, and this area was already ready to move, and the things that happened were not as simple as I thought. I have discovered that this box is different before, but why is it so light and can hunt those ghouls? Could it be that the power in this box is similar to that of those ghouls? Yamanlu continued to speak one after another. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tightly. The stick in his hand burst into pieces in an instant. Seeing how excited Yaman was in front of him, the white-haired old man Chinbibi lowered his voice, continued to laugh, passed by him, and then walked to the chair beside him to answer the same questions. Several times. 820. This is not simple. If we have the opportunity to be qualified for such a task this time, why are you still so entangled? After all, at such a critical point, if we can really get those things inside, if so, our next step will not be that simple. I hope you can carefully consider what is going on and then give a perfect explanation. Immediately after the interview, several of them walked forward one after another, and then made their own bold guesses during this research process, because the things they got in these areas were all different. It's the same, because here, if there are really some transformed ghouls, then who deliberately did those transformed ghouls? Could it be the previous operation? Many people have already doubted the previous operation. After all, this time the surgical hand stimulated a very violent ghoul. Even Li Shi and some of his staff have begun to consider whether this incident is related to Li Shi, but the doctors who performed the surgery disappeared inexplicably. Although they have formed suspicions during this operation, no one has investigated in their life. Only the white-haired old man is very curious and conducts research on these matters. After all, at such a critical point, they want to get the most favorable evidence is not simple. If something goes wrong, the evidence will disappear completely if we get it next. They will never take such a risk. This time there are many unique things in the stable zone. I hope you all know this. If there is really no way to completely gather that information this time, then we will not have it this time. There is no way to completely know what happened here. Liang waved his fingers, and then walked forward all at once. Every step he took seemed abnormally weird, but no one knew where each step and the next step were within. Everyone there all suspicious and want to know what is going on. One of the young people seemed to be a little bold. He stood up instantly and walked to the young man's side. This person's name was Liang. Advertisement. Wasn't there a previous assembly operation? Do you remember this incident? If this incident is really related to this operation, do you think this incident will become more and more interesting? Who are you? Why did you enter our area? He was also quite curious about where such a child in front of him came from. As for the scope of the investigation launched this time, just such an area has attracted their attention, and they very much want to attract such an area to themselves. After all, if there really is an area like this, what is Maria's fault? There is no way to solve it just by relying on the few powers in her hand. After all, at such a critical point, if something really goes wrong, then the next area will be a mess. A large area was massacred. You're finally here. I didn't expect that a little guy like you would be sent out in the above picture this time. It seems that there is indeed something interesting right now. Only the white-haired old man glanced at him, then continued to sort out the documents in his hand, and continued to talk about the scope of Changkai's investigation this time, suddenly talking about the stable area. Everyone has a silent attitude towards this matter. After all, within the scope of this investigation, the information they can get is not too much or too little. Since there is a way to get this time, as for the information, what kind of things will happen next? They can't solve it in just 1 or 2 sentences. Everyone looked at each other with different nerves. This time the scope of action was expanded again, and the power they wanted was different from before, which was very important. At this moment, a figure appeared vaguely from the side, and a childlike voice began to speak. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the voice, and when they turned around, they saw only a small child. Looking at the white hair, Lao Chinbi changed into a ferocious smile, and then he instantly showed a calm look. Yaman standing next to him was the silent score. Who is this? It's not easy for someone to be able to enter the prosecutor's office casually. Could it be that this little guy is also our senior prosecutor this time? The expression of the person wearing a leather jacket seemed to the child in front of him to be an abnormal identity, and there were some traces of Madara on his body. You, B-Dag, is the head, and the white hair is particularly noticeable. Fresh, you are weird enough. Chapter 55. I am not the virgin. The range of slight damage that will be carried out this time is determined to be within these 3 areas. Ali Yang frowned, then stretched out his finger, and suddenly came to the side of the white-haired old man. Yaman was a little surprised and took half a step back. Seriously, the white-haired old trader was glanced at him sideways, but he continued to sort out the documents in his hand. He was also very sure that the scope of the attack this time was not just on himself, but on such a joint point. As soon as you closed your hair, if something goes wrong again, he himself will be confused at the end of the year. Everything is not as simple as you think. After all, at such a critical point, if you can really get some information, can you completely do it just by relying on this information? After all, in such a critical point, among the key points, when the information in my hand is used again, it will already make people feel a bit mentally suspicious if there is any trouble again. These areas are connected to each other, and the mysterious ghouls in them appear in different ranges, so they are still very worried. After all, if the range where they were hidden this time appears again, if there is any unrest, their army alone will receive a huge attack. They are exactly the same as is here. Will such a sudden attack be useful to them? I believe they were already prepared on this occasion. If we attack them suddenly, we will not be the ones injured, right? Let's find an exact place first and then talk about it. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes, but did they have to say what they said in their hearts? After all, within the scope of this attack, if they were not careful, their entire army would be destroyed. Negative. I don't want to cause any trouble then. If you are afraid of death, don't find out here that this war is not a movie, everything is real. At this time, he did vaguely see a figure passing by, but it did not attract everyone's attention. Since the kid, Liang, can come to the team of the new mushroom this time, he is also right. Zhou Peng knows something about those areas. This is like a gamble, and the structure of the hebang in some ghouls' bodies is different, which means that they are very different. If it can be solved just by relying on these very different things, then the things they apply will be different, so they still have to make first-hand preparations in advance. The white-haired old man was echoed by Jing Kei. What do you mean by what you said? How can there be anything between life and death? And if everyone can investigate the so-called survival rate, there is no chance that they will participate in this so-called war. Advertisement. As he spoke, Yaman walked up to the white-haired old man, grinning at everything in front of him. Investigator, after all. The theme of this meeting is how to win over the entire area, and spread the use of the mobile phone in his hand. Those ghouls whose power captures the greatest. The structure of their bodies is actually beneficial to us, but isn't this where we are strongest? Since they want to attack us this time, we have to fight fire with fire. For them, we are the most terrifying weapon. If they dare to go to Wangdong first, their true identity and location will be exposed. It is not a simple matter to separate the hebao, the most powerful weapon in the ghoul's body. It is like cutting off a person's hand. I don't know if those ghouls will be like as humans. The structure inside the body is the same. Will it be able to regenerate after cutting off the dangerous hardware bag? If the person these ghouls know best is themselves, then the people the white-haired old man knows are within the range of attacks one after another. If they can get it just by relying on the women in their hands, then the power in your hands will be ready to change again. After all, in this attack range, every location in the attack range will be adaptable. Request flowers 0. I am not the Virgin Mary. If you want to pray for so-called peace here, wouldn't it be a joke, and 10 lives are not enough for me. When they thought of this, everyone let out a sigh of thanks. They understood a lot instantly. After all, within the scope of this attack, if they wanted to completely control their return home and use it for themselves, how could this be done? It can be done in 1 sentence or 2. After all, in these empty areas, what they can get for their own use is no more and no less, and they must be prepared. These days, first of all, he was able to find some wandering ghouls in some ruins. It was good for him to practice his skills, but he didn't expect that the attack range this time was so wide, and for them it was a powerful experiment. If they fail to withstand this test, then they don't know where they will go next. After all, in this stable area, it seems to be stable, but it is not stable. There were some faint voices of agreement among the people. Since the attack range this time has been repeatedly expanded, they have no way out. After all, within the attack range this time, there also he blocked his own life.
You can guarantee the survival rate this time. We are not here to be hung by you.
You should take a look at the things in their hands first. After all, within the range of this attack, if something goes wrong again, all the things in their hands will disappear, and the most powerful thing in their bodies is still there. Aren't they those hebao in the back? If we want to completely cut off their hebao and leave their bodies, we need to have some powerful weapons. That's true. Oh, as he spoke, the white-haired old man grinned for a moment, and picked up the box in his hand again. When he picked up the black box, everyone took a few steps back in fear, and everyone remained silent. Force. Chapter 56. A Liang appears. This time we thought that if we want to capture them this time, we must first know their appropriate location. Didn't the range of the last attack have been expanded? We didn't catch them this time, but we couldn't know how to adjust such a golden opportunity. Ah Liang looked at the cheerful Shangzi Yaman and the white-haired old man walking in this direction, pretending to be adults. This is how the same thing. First of all, if we want to capture them, we have to remove the weapons from their hands. But the weapons in their hands are very powerful. If we can stop the Air Force like this, we have to remove the weapons from their hands. And if nothing happened, we would have no way of talking about what kind of situation he read about. I hope this matter can be properly reported to the 310 office. After all, it is within the scope of this time, and this time they seem to have obtained the power in their hands. If there is another crisis, just relying on their hands will not be completely enough. After all, it is within the range of this attack. The possibility of danger appearing again is still very high. To capture the thief first, capture the king first. We must first remove the weapons in their hands. If the attack range expands again this time, and there is a major crisis, then we will only rely on the weapons in our hands. There is simply no way to do it. Ah Liang said that all roads lead to Rome, but how could he be as cold and refreshing as he thought? This time again, if such a situation could be grasped, then this time it would not be possible so simple. After all, the troubles that appeared again at this juncture have already made them fearful. Everyone disagrees with this idea. After all, it's just taking your own life to speak. Moreover, after there are some advertisements on the construction site this time, each of them is different. What if they appear again? If it's troublesome, in the end you just can't do it. If there is any problem this time, we can still solve it in the end. After all, it is within the scope of this attack. The troubles that arise again are not just for our aunt. After all, they are within the scope of this attack. If they cause any trouble again, then it will not be as easy for us as we imagined. After all, the scope of this attack, including our own, is also a redemption. The interconnected states between the three regions are all different. I hope you can carefully consider what is going on. If there is another crisis this time, just rely on we really have no way to solve it ourselves. I hope that within the scope of this attack, you can find a good place of salvation and focus on him. After all, within the scope of this attack, you can only rely on with us. Can it really be solved? That is to say, as long as nothing goes wrong this time, it is still possible to succeed. After all, within the scope of this attack, they have already determined the 9th area and the 12th area and the stable area. Ah Liang walked forward with a half smile and continued teasing him last time. For him, what he said in this meeting was just a superficial solution to get rid of those so-called men with vicious weapons. It is not that easy for people to take away their weapons. First of all, they are not that easy to get the weapons. Advertisement. This word. Yaman looked a little haggard, but this time he still wanted to use the weapons of the investigators on his hands to eradicate those so-called dangerous substances and types, but he often did not ignore this race the seller's rules in survival. The interconnection between the 2 areas and the 3rd area has given them unexpected changes. After all, within the scope of this attack, if there is any trouble again, they alone will already have some instability. After all, within the scope of this attack, they want to get some of the most basic materials, which is not that simple, so they still have to take a closer look at what the situation is like. This time the meeting has already gone up. The old man looked at Yaman aside and said he was born, so he breathed a sigh of relief, but his general tone made people sound arrogant. They already have some brutal weapons in their hands. You just said it was so easy to get the so-called sharpest weapon in their bodies, Hebao. Do you really have a way? Yaman sighed and looked at the white-haired senior on the side. Whether what he said was true or false, it seemed that he only knew it through personal experience this time. After all, during this experience, he had already it's because he has his own mind. After all, the attack range this time is different, that's why he is so calm. We have entered the black market before. Although it was empty by the time we arrived, it at least proved that there were indeed 10 large and brutal organizations there. I heard that there is a secret base in these areas. I don't know if it is true or not. It is some secret. It is organized all the time. In the end, I was not attracted by those things. The attack range must first be determined in the 9th district and the 12th district stable area. This old man still thinks highly of you as a young man. There seems to be some kind of organization in this stable zone and in the earth area. As for the organization inside, I don't care. 3.4 It is no longer simple that the attack range this time includes this stable zone, because the attack range this time, they are all connected to each other. If there is any change in the attack range this time, then these 3 there will be so-called ripples between regions. I have been conducting my investigation for decades. If I want to do it unconsciously, I have already done it. Why should we leave it to the older generation? Let's leave it to the young people first. Although the words are contradictory, for Yaman, This time is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if there is a way, then this time they will never let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but want to go try it and see what it's all about. Chapter 57. The Last Resort. Since they are able to set such a range this time, it means that they are still capable of solving this type of problem. We don't need to worry about 1+% at all. When they thought of this, several staff members on the side started to laugh, because they didn't think this was just nonsense. After all, such a little kid actually talked nonsense here. This meeting is a bit confusing. I can't believe that others would believe it, but how could I believe such ridiculous words? Ah Liang looked like an ant, waved his hands to protect him, and showed no interest at all. It was obvious that it was necessary for him to come this time, and he had already met this so-called white-haired old man before, so this so-called the white-haired old man still understands the things he has in his hands. The white-haired old man Wei walked to a place with a little less people with the box in his hand. The picture showed him slowly opening the box. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened several times, as if they were guessing that something terrible had happened. As he spoke, the white-haired old academician snorted a few times, picked up his black box and walked away, waved it in front of Yaman 13 and started to dominate. Yaman didn't know what was going on, but the feeling was still wandering back and forth in his heart. He also wanted to know the box he had this time. If he could get it with the power of such a box at the beginning, what should he do next? Woolen cloth. Since this time there is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lover, they will never give up. After all, in the face of such an opportunity, if you can really get it, then it will be difficult for you this time. After all, the scope of the attack this time was already different. Why did they reluctantly agree? Or maybe they didn't know what kind of things would appear here. If something terrible really happens, it's not necessarily true that a poem by a real ghost can be translated by martial arts. 023 has heard about it before. This thing contains some scary things. If we think that it will really come true now, I would like to see what such a small thing will come out. No matter how powerful it is, if such a powerful force is really successful, then the city administrators in this area will suffer the same disaster. I have wanted to see such a pervert white-haired old man for a long time. What is going on? But I have never had the chance. I did not expect that today there is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I would like to joke about it. What kind of stuff does the white-haired old man put in the black box? The black tentacles slowly stretched out from the box, but in an instant they evaporated completely. They didn't know what was going on. What everyone saw was just a dream pocket. Just because the attack range is different this time, they will take up some space. If this time it is really a gallery of unimaginable characters, and then I want to have complete control, so if you are in front, it's just getting more difficult. Advertisement. I have heard before that the most powerful thing about this white-haired old man is this box. There are some broken things in this box, just like some monsters. Sometimes they will produce some black tentacles, but some people have seen it, died soon after. Is it that scary? Let's take a look at what's going on first. After all, in the scope of this attack, if we just rely on the power we can do, then the scope of this attack will be unlimited. Expansion. I hope you can well imagine what the scope of this attack is related to. If it is really related to the things we have on hand, then we can only take extraordinary actions and then put it. As he said this, everyone gasped and stared at the black box in front of them. The black box banged loudly and then fell to the ground with the loudest sound. If this old thing can really be completely controlled, it will be different with the next portion of material he possesses. Many people said that this box contained a dead ghoul. The white-haired old man turned him into a terrifying weapon and sealed it in this black box, but no one I have really seen it, and some people have already died after seeing it. The incredible powers I had a long time ago are no longer the same. I didn't expect that the monsters possessed by this white-haired old man would still exist. Then they walked forward quickly because they were also very curious about what kind of clothes you were wearing in this black box and why did this white-haired old man attack those stone lions every time in the early stage. When ghosts appear, they escape completely without any harm. Do you think that our revocation this time is just a joke? You should take a serious look at what is going on. If we can really bring them together this time, this is a huge harvest, don't you think about it? And the scope of the tools this time has been infinitely expanded. We can only succeed by taking legitimate attacks. Everyone was a little surprised, but when they came here, they found that the attack range was different this time, or they didn't know what kind of things were there. After all, the things they encountered in this attack range have already dealt a blow to them, or they don't know about it at all. After all, within this attack range, if they can get it in their hands, they already feel that it is somewhat different, or that they only think that this kind of thing is somewhat ridiculous, so they dare not act rashly. Chapter 58, Hidden Weapons. Is this the slain ghoul you were talking about? It's so scary. Isn't this a joke? It's just a little illusion, scaring you into this ghost state? Several young people looked at each other with different expressions, but they said that the densely packed Han people indirectly told them that these are sacrosanct users. If something incredible happens this time, they can only rely on them. It's already a different solution. I have discovered it before, saying that everything is different, but I didn't give it to the president properly. It seems that you didn't expect that this time you would be so embarrassed. Such a weird thing would make the market happy, or say they simply don't know. Thinking of them, everyone walked forward, and then obviously tried to reach out and touch the black box. Unexpectedly, the black box suddenly vibrated slightly and made some sonorous and powerful sounds. The white-haired old immortal was frowning. Wrinkled, he instantly grabbed the black box. Did you all see it? I saw a familiar face. It was the ghouls we burned before. Let me tell you, no wonder that dead pervert disappeared from Tonglu, and the white thing behind it also disappeared. It turns out that this guy got it. Everyone suddenly realized that they seemed to understand something. Obviously, this time the dangerous weapon was hidden in such a box. It was definitely not a coincidence. After all, if there was really something strange hidden in it, then they would if the operation succeeds again, it is not certain. Since this time he really has the ability to completely release the power inside, then the white-haired seniors will use their so-called most powerful hebao, and then combine it into their most terrifying power. The terrifying hebang has always been on those monsters. I didn't expect to pull it out like this. What kind of power does this contain? It can be done just like this. Advertisement Yaman was very surprised. He clenched his fist tightly. He was just standing on the chair next to him, so he could clearly see the assistant that was just stretched out from the box. He didn't expect that such a move could really touch the whole world, and it was not that simple to hide this so-called power as the part he needed most, but he didn't expect that this would actually happen. It's a dangerous thing. I have discovered that this thing is strange before, but I didn't expect that this time you would actually think of hiding this power. And if they want to get this so-called hebao again, they must first this life is gone. The Waiwa fellow laughed heartily, and he silently picked up the black box. The tentacles inside the black box were still vibrating, and the whole box seemed to be shouting, calling for help. What is he saying? He's asking for help. After saying this, everyone thanked them and felt that the white-haired old man in front of them was extremely scary. After all, during this research process, the weapons they obtained were not just those in their own hands. After all, this if the attack range of one time is open to the mines again, it is not completely possible to rely solely on the weapons in their hands, so they still have to pray to the so-called peaceful generals if there is any failure in the attack range again this time. If so, then the weapons in their hands will disappear instantly and they will be able to make progress in one go. There have been different changes before. I just didn't expect that this time it would be so grand. Let's take a look at what kind of situation this is. In society, if something unexpected happens this time, we are here. There is nothing more than a damaged cucumber in front of such an accident. I hope you can carefully consider the causes and consequences of these 10 things. Thinking that it would finally turn into a sigh of relief, he was very surprised. This time the attack range was expanded again. After all, in this attack range, if there were any problems again, it was only in his own hands at the beginning. There is no way to get those weapons, and they belong to the so-called terrifying monsters. If you want to have complete control, you must first be a monster. We cannot rely on the weapons in these monsters' bodies to defeat them, and these weapons. Some people disagreed. After all, these are just some words, and if there is any instability this time, it cannot be done just by relying on these things. They thought about it again and again, and thought I thought about whether this matter had any so-called value, but I didn't expect that this time it would be so complicated. Since we have locked the 9th and 12th areas, we can only attack these areas and put them in the areas ourselves. When he said this, the ordinary Ah Liang TV smiled slightly, and he thought of a few interesting things. After all, within the scope of this attack, if he really wanted to decompose, then the next step would be easy. Well, after all, within the attack range of this level, if you want to force yourself to think that your share needs to be shown to the market again, teacher, you can do it this year. Wu Zhao. So they are so calm. If there are any weird thoughts in the attack range this time, then what I said next is just a copy of Gai Gai. You have to think about the fact that such a terrorist crisis has occurred this time. If this terrorist crisis is really as simple as we think, then how long will the next general terrorist crisis last? Those stone lions, how long will the ghosts continue to torture us? The white-haired wolf senior looked at Ah Liang on the side and then looked at Yamen. Yamen was extremely silent. After all, the solution this time was to get the hebao from the so-called monster bodies. Attacking them again is just an unintentional talk. If it can really succeed this time, it has been like this in the past few years, but they are powerless. Chapter 59. Cut off hebao. I'm telling you, how can this guy be so simple? I didn't expect you to actually pull out those bastards from their bodies. Ah Liang started laughing loudly when he talked about the TV. Everyone had understood a little bit in the second they saw it, but they didn't expect that the young man in front of them could actually say it so easily. It's simply cruel and miserable. Everyone is so calm, but it is really not that simple to completely get the most important part of their power during this period. If there is any trouble, in the end, there is really no way to solve it. After all, in this fire, if any problems arise again, in the end, I will be able to solve them, not just the things I said above. In this case, you can joke about what is going on. After all, the dangerous substances inside are all different. If you can really get it and use it for yourself, then the following the things on your hands will undergo some of the biggest changes. I hope you can imagine it carefully, since we already have a plan this time. What kind of stupid plan is this? Do you want to enumerate the power of the hebang in their bodies? It's great to be able to get close to them and accept it. You also want to cut off the hebang in their bodies, and pull it out. I had no intention of agreeing with you, old guy, from the beginning. I just said it unintentionally. I just didn't expect that you would be so bold and want to punish those heckles in their bodies. I heard that in this area there was also a terrifying ghoul among them, but I didn't expect him to be able to protect those ghouls. Now we are hesitating here on the 3rd floor. We are not hesitating. We don't have a good solution. If we can really get a good solution this time, then we don't have to take their bodies. If you don't have the power inside, you can come up with your own plan. As he spoke, the white-haired old man became even more angry. No one could understand what he said, so would the collections in his hands have no value? This is simply ridiculous. There can only be one person in this world. The weak eat the strong. Take a look, BDBE, at what kind of world this is. Since we are all capable of doing it this time, then the range of the attack this time will be determined by me, and it will all be determined by me. The commander-in-chief sent me to this place because he trusted me. The white-haired old man snorted a few times, walked up to Yaman, patted him on the shoulder, and indirectly told Yaman that all this is based on ability, as long as he has the ability this time. Advertisement. Then when the attack range is expanded again, he will be able to take the initiative first. Can only be. Everyone was speechless when they saw this, and the whole scene fell silent instantly. Moreover, since the attack range this time has been given, they had no choice. After all, everyone was shocked this time. Standing here, they're so brave. If it can really be solved, they would have solved it long ago. They didn't expect that this matter would be left alone for so long. At the beginning of the fight, the attack ranges in their hands had been changed one after another. They just didn't expect that the salary range this time was so ridiculous. In the attack range this time, if any trouble occurs again, in the end, there is really no way to solve it. If there is really a way to solve it, then the only way is to pull out the weapons in the body of the real society. Those weapons are all different. I hope you can master them well. Is it just because these weapons are different? If you can really imagine where those wuxi started, they're all different. They all found it a bit unbelievable, just because this matter was not as simple as they expected. But at this critical moment, if there was any trouble again, Shan Danchong would tell them to order him to go. Can that kind of force really solve the problem? Isn't it conceivable that so many phenomena happen in the market? And under Yuan Banue, the power in my body has begun to accumulate points, but I didn't expect that so many disasters would happen during this period, and it will be difficult for you to solve these things. If a solution is given, we will still be able to solve it ourselves, but we didn't expect that the solution this time would be too stupid. After seeing that this plan could provide a good solution, how to deal with peace of mind, put the big stone down instantly. It was true that in the process of solving the financial problem this time, he did not get half of the information. Together with this time in this area of the collection, it's nothing more than guesswork. The Conqueror's Haki and the three marine styles in the body have begun to change to varying degrees. It is the varying degrees of changes that lead to the current results. If you really have some incredible changes in the results this time, then they have no way of saying how long such general changes will last. That's true. During this period of time, we can only take a look at what kind of turmoil they have. If there are really some different changes this time, then we can give it a try then. That's it. Control the power in their hands. They had tried to release the wish inside them completely, but they didn't expect that this power would still change so much. If the change in power this time was really beyond their imagination, if so, then this force will be released instantly as the most powerful price in the body, so they will still prepare in advance. Tatara instantly unfolded the wings of her favorite red side, and then flew away. In the sky in front of her, she was wearing a rabbit mask, and her cold green eyes were as bloody as this feedback consciousness. Bright light, witness the aura of the entire city. Chapter 60. Strengthening the Death Eye. This time they have targeted our area and launched a comprehensive attack, so we cannot continue to wait like this. This is undoubtedly just sitting back and waiting for death. The information Yuan and Uexia received this time is undoubtedly some of the most critical information they can get in this area. If these most critical information are leaked, then what they will face next, the difficulties are not just in front of you, this area will be affected. Dong Shang Sudong must have a certain understanding of the situation, and this time he also very much agreed with Yuan and Uexia's opinion. He nodded and continued without continuing. Tatara continued to prepare. In the past few days, need those coffees. Now that you have decided to launch an attack, and it is a defense for yourself, you must also strengthen your defense. The abilities of Conqueror's Haki and Navy 3 styles in your body are not enough, and you still need a little more strength to support. Let's first take a look at what kind of situation it is. If the situation this time is really beyond our ability to take the lead, if we continue to persist in this way, it will undoubtedly be a dating na. Yuan Banue swallowed and frowned, and the result this time was not just to comply with what he thought. If something unexpected happened this time, then what facts would he have to face next? It's not just about solving it yourself. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. If this crisis really involves several regions, then we can only attack the cities in several regions of Daxia Unicom together. The old man inside walked forward, and this time it was smooth. He said that he wanted to do that. If the Hebao in his body really couldn't protect this area, then the entire ending district would not be able to protect this area. Any use. Each Hebao in the body has different levels, and after receiving different levels of training, they become more and more powerful. Just using such a power is already a bit overwhelming. If the inner voice and sigh of weakness are about to explode, then the damage caused by this force will make Shi Gao the leader of such an area. Since the investigators have reason to investigate and attack this area, then this area will inevitably be implicated to a certain extent, so they must make relevant preparations. Forget it, if that's the case, then the whole plot will take a big turn. When Yuan and Uexia was preparing to kill Jingdong, Mu's tool, he didn't expect that the other party had already detected that the 9th area was already the 3rd one, District 12. Although there is some truth in what the old man said, they are somewhat reluctant. After all, within the scope of this investigation, if the other party launches comprehensive things, why should they? Every current affairs meeting you do as a soldier here is just for your own disadvantage. As a member of the stable area, there is no need for them to continue to avoid those investigators. Advertisement: the old comrade's role in this is undoubtedly the calmest, but if the user's teachings he gave can really be kept secret, why should such an area be considered? This is undoubtedly the best strategy. What's left between killing and killing is just cruelty and blood. Why do you find that your world is not so unfair to us? We didn't kill anyone at all, but they just killed us emotionally. Dong Shang gritted his teeth and began to discuss the unfairness of the world. Ordinary Yuan Ban Yuexia just listened quietly because he did not complain to the end. And Yuan Ban Yuexia is also very much looking forward to what will happen in this massacre. If it is really what you think, their next massacre will undoubtedly be a nonsense, or it means that he is also preparing to try it, to see what kind of warning such an area has for him. Dong Zhang's younger brother is quite powerful, and the Hebao in his body is also very powerful. Although he is a half-sister, his power is even more powerful than Dong Zhang's. Please give me flowers. Everyone's body has different power and energy. I hope you can carefully measure what you need, and the hexagrams in your body are unstable to each other. I have already warned us about the implementation in the 9th area, and this time their area continues to expand. That is, they gradually hear that in an area like ours, some unexpected prospects will definitely happen. How should we go about it? What about stopping it? Or maybe we can't stop it at all. When they saw this, everyone took a breath of cold air. He was also very puzzled as to why the attack range this time was ridiculous to such a place. And it was implemented within the attack range this time. It appeared again. If there is any so-called accident, then the unexpected result this time will be beyond one's imagination. According to such a scope, then the mysterious organization you used should appear, and that is the so-called deity of Dongshang. There is not only a transaction between the ghouls and the ghouls, but also the parts of the areas they agree on change with each other. If you just rely on the common place in your area, you want it would be a fantasy to have the entire place in your own hands. You can only trade with each other and take out weapons that you can protect. This attack is not limited to our area. I hope you can carefully consider what is going on. If an explanation can be given, then the attack range of the next sentence will definitely involve in other areas, and in such a brief focus, I hope you can think carefully about what this is related to. The mask is ready. We can launch an attack this time, and if we compete with them, they won't let us go so easily. Chapter 61. Kamui. This time they have begun investigating the 9th and 12th areas, which means that our area is inevitable. Saying that, Yuan Ban Yuexia was a breath of cold air from the thieves. This time's incident in the attack range had indirectly told them that this kind of thing was not as simple as they thought, so that this problem may have arisen now. Forget it, since this time it is really possible to use all the power of the party inside to open up the market. The power inside is unstable. After all, within the scope of this attack, if it can be done, these few years will be the best, but if it cannot be done, then the power that will be used next will be unstable. At this moment, the cylinder was faintly 013, and one after another astigmatism appeared. To them, these shadows and the shadows on the printed copy were all due to attacks or simply. It's hard to see what kind of power there is, and if you can attack them with all your strength just by relying on the Conqueror's Haki and the 3 navy styles you have, there will always be something slipping through the net of fish. Yuan Ban Yuexia stretched out her hand slightly, standing on such a building, and under such a building, all the scenes were reflected in her own eyes, although she couldn't completely he fully stretched out the death eye in his hand, but within the scope of this attack, if he could really fully break out and be aggressive, then there would still be some results. First of all, take a look at what is going on in such an area. If you look at the results of the area where such an area exists, then the area where you are going to be will be destroyed every minute. A force crushed. Dong Shang looked at Tatara who was standing aside. He had stolen a piece of his conscience and was actually irritated inside. If he could launch a certain attack on them, why would he sit here and wait for death? For them, this is undoubtedly nonsense. After talking about it, the last word was to decide whether to search for the mattress of a single horse in a certain area. Do you want to go to Area 9? Yuan Ban Yuexia seems to have understood the meaning of Dong Zhang's words and is very urgent. This time, he cannot fight so violently, because there is a terrorist organization that has not yet appeared. Although this terrorist organization among them is Dong Zhang's younger brother, but the relationship between the two is not good. This is just a test, and he is also very worried. If you want to understand the power of the world in Kaneki Ken's body, what are the things that he cannot control until now? Or what kind of elements are there that he cannot control? Can be obtained completely. The power in Li Shi's body is very desirable for ordinary ghouls, but it was deprived of it overnight. Isn't it because of that mysterious operation? Although the operation went very smoothly this time, it felt like a bit of a coincidence. This is Nishio Nishiki. This makes sense, but Area 9 is not easy to attack. Advertisement Yuan Ban Yuexia took a breath of cool air and quickly walked forward. Moreover, the attack range this time was that although the investigators had already determined it, in the 9th and 12th areas, there were interconnected areas, they simply did not find a correct connection point. Jin Muyan was very excited. When he received the news about his ghost, he seemed to think of something. He remembered that he still had a friend, but he seemed helpless. After all, he didn't know whether the person he used to be would come back or not, will be back. However, if there is a sense of crisis again within the range of power control this time, Then such a crisis scene will make people feel a little bit sad that this time the attack range only relies on their bodies. Spread out such a large attacker. 4.0 will come as it should, but I didn't expect that the avatar would actually come to my door. Then Yuanban Uexia made an appointment with Kaneki Ken, and discussed with Kaneki Ken what proposals he had for this tank attack. Before Yuanban Uexia could speak, there was a strong breeze, and in a flash, a mysterious figure appeared in front of the two of them. They took a breath and seemed to realize that something, or they seemed to understand something. How could anyone have missed this thing? Moreover, this operation happened to be an exchange between a human and a ghost. The exchange between kidneys is undoubtedly the handover of fate. I really don't understand this action, and according to the power in our bodies, I have no way to control the whole scene. Why do you still have to rely on me? Is it because I turned into a half-man and half-snake? Is it a ghost? And in this terrorist attack, the investigators have obtained the most complete weapons. Only relying on the most complete weapons on that side can kill them all. Kaneki Ken stood aside, as if he were a theatergoer. Generally, Yuan Banyue was somewhat interested in the world-saving power in his body this time. When the time comes, if the siblings meet and fall in love and kill each other, how should we deal with it? After all, in this time of scope control, if there is any problem, just rely on your own strength. Methods explained and solved. The key thing is that the methods used by their mobile phones this time are different from the previous ones, so the scope of the attack this time is very different from the previous one. If Investigator Tang adopts a different attack this time, then what they want to deal with that method will be different from before. Yuanban Uexia also tried to change this phenomenon in the past, but to him it was all nonsense. Is this God's will or man-made? When Yuanban Uexia thought of this and said it was unintentional, he thought of a voice in the darkness of the night before. That voice caused the incident to proceed this time. Could it be that is this really an inevitable problem? Chapter 62. District 9 and District 12. The most important thing is that there is really no central point between these three areas, so they are like this. If they can only rely on the materials in their hands to launch attacks, they will not be so melancholy. The training methods for Conqueror's Hockey and the three Navy styles are different from before. This District 9 and District 12 are different from before. Why the huge changes have occurred? Only you will know this. Dong Shang nodded silently, and Tatara on the side continued to introduce. They had come from this 9th year and address before, but they didn't expect such a big change to happen in such an area. The first one to bear the brunt is the mysterious organization in District 9, which moved inexplicably. Some people say it has been destroyed, but some people say it has been eliminated by others. The most important thing is that in this secret organization, the boss of the original party is the younger brother Dong Shang said, but 13 did not expect that the scope of the solution this time would be so large. So this was one of the reasons why they were very surprised. Forget it, let's take a look at what the situation is. If we can really give a satisfactory answer this time, we can still plan for the long term. After all, within the scope of this attack, the place we want to reach is each area is different. Do we have to follow such a range and then give an unexpected answer? This is simply ridiculous. Let's take a look at what's going on first, and then talk about it. Tatara looked at the old man's TV and was silent for a while. The old man originally wanted to move the area. After all, the stable area was no longer stable. If he helped the other ghouls again, that won't be long. In the past few days, first of all, the layer of air they spread has caused great damage to us. This time again, if we encounter any danger, should we launch a patient attack? What does it mean for me to take on the role? Let's see what preparations they have first. After all, in such a range, we are not omnipotent. Kaneki pursed his lips and walked forward. Over the past few days, he had also watched them grow on their axis, and this time the attack range expanded again, so that if they reached a state where they could not flow, then what would happen next? What I did next can not only be described as dangerous. Dong Shang walked up to Kaneki Ken, cocking his head with a provocative look on his face. If he already possesses a supreme power this time, why should he wait any longer? After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he cannot do this again. Continue to sit back and wait for death. Come with me. Advertisement this time, every word became clear from the eyes to the mouth. When he said those words, we just told him that this time he wanted to give such a different view of the world. Views, and he must also pay attention to the unfairness of such a world to himself. If it can be completely solved this time, then you can come down and we don't have to be so melancholy. But within the scope of this attack, if there is any trouble again, then what we want to do next is to deal with Dandan. If these few words can solve it successfully, we can only force their guns and hit them. Dong Shang gritted his teeth and looked at Kaneki Ken. Yuan Banyue stood aside and it was just like watching a movie. It was still the same now. Every time he saw Dong Shang in front of him, he praised him so affectionately. Anyway, these few I just can't provoke him, so I don't dare to go up to help intercede or anything like that. Seeing such a scene, Tatara sighed. He had been told this over and over again by Dong Shang, so for him, such a scene was very familiar to him, but Kaneki Ken was a little unfamiliar. The old man didn't look back or walk forward when he came back, but it was sad in the middle. Since we all have the ability to enter such a world this time, why do we still need to study and rebirth here? And after all these comings and goings, I hope you can carefully consider the background for me. Try again, it's Wadong Road, and this time the scope of capabilities depends not only on our area. I hope you can think clearly about the difference in this matter. Everyone felt cold in their hearts, so they started to walk forward, and this time the control ranges were inconsistent. This time again, they were really able to completely control it in their own hands, and if they could control the scope of this attack, the investigators would be in a lot of trouble. The scope of this attack is only in our area, it is already difficult enough. Why should we include other areas? Can those other areas really be completely in our own hands? This is simply ridiculous. It must be the attack range this time. The city management and other areas are really 907 competing with each other, and they cannot give a perfect one, but for a while. The other ghouls lit up their eyes and walked forward to stare at Kaneki Ken, who was on the phone. Kaneki Ken was still a human being and they couldn't tolerate it. Originally, our relationship is between food and prey. Why have you integrated into our big family this time? It's just like a wolf market with 10 episodes. Tatara spat and clenched his teeth. His eyes suddenly bloomed with blood-red bulges. The bulges spread from her back again and again. Incitement makes people look fearful. Suddenly a sonorous and powerful voice triggered the hebao behind his body and rushed in the direction of Yuanban Uexia. Yuanban Uexia stretched out his big hand and stopped the movement in front of him. A temporary killing. Now is not the time for your own people to fight against your own people. It's time to see clearly what is going on before making a decision. Yuanban Uexia gritted his teeth, and his palms instantly touched the death eye in his body. The power of the death eye was tightly bound, and Tatara's inner body controlled her. Chapter 63. Turf War. This power doesn't look like hebao's at all. This is more like. Dense beads of sweat were already overflowing on Tatara's forehead. She had no idea what the V*** in her body had touched just now. It was as if she was starved and her throat felt uncomfortable. Since the 9th area has been implicated this time, we can discuss with the ghouls inside what to do next. Wasn't there a secret organization before? It seems that this secret organization is about to appear again. As they talked about watching TV, they felt chilly in their hearts. They didn't know what was going on. Although there was a chance to solve it this time, they just wondered what kind of instability would happen with such power. The phenomenon actually made them look a little frightened. And the power in their hands is different. Since they can use the power in their hands this time, it will be somewhat useful next time. After all, in this war, the 44 kings and the others have no way of talking about it. Immediately afterwards, Yuanban Uexia slightly vibrated the palm energy on the surface of his hand, and the movement of the long breath instantly knocked out the power in his body. He didn't know what is going on, or that he once tried to give him this power, but it seems that there is really no way. This time I want to see what kind of effect my enhanced death eye has on my body. If it can be condensed successfully this time, it will be a beautiful thing, but in the next step what will happen during this period of time? Forget it, let's take a look at what kind of behavior it is and what the strongest war is all about. Then, if there is any sense of crisis in this war again, then this time we will not be rational. After all, within the scope of this time, they all have their own decisions, so it is easy to explain. Yuanban Uexia stole conscience. I don't know who the director is. What do you want to continue to say? Since the old comrade has already reached the point this time, there is no point in continuing to do so. Reason. Although this world is different from the other world, the longing you feel has never diminished, or has become more intense. But after all these things have happened, on the one hand, such a balanced design has brought you not only it's just the result of the hypnosis inside. Advertisement. When he picked up Jin Dongshang before, Yuanban Uexia had already discovered such a different place, but he did not expect that he would cause such a major injury this time. If the contusion this time was really related to him, if so, then he would have no way to avoid this birth in such a process, or he could only sit back and wait for death. If there were any problems again this time, in the end, I said that there would be some unstable phenomena, or that the problems that I would have would be just like the things I had to use before. The old man was so angry before that he didn't expect it to be so huge this time. Anyway, just relying on a few of us is like a gamble. But within the scope of the gamble this time, if it happens again, if there is a large-scale killing, then this time the central enterprises will not only be responsible for themselves. Does hebao still need to rely on certain passive skills to be used? I have never seen it before. Is it because of the fragrance? The most important thing is that the power they have does not want to be stable, so they want to measure it again. During such a crisis, they also have to determine what the survival rate is in this war. Although their ghoul bodies can maintain survival within a certain range, they will also have death among them. Today I just saw a man walking forward while talking about rushing forward, or it may be that he simply didn't have time to apply such power to his body. How? Which led to this result, and in this case if the scope is used properly again, can they really tell what the situation will be like this time? He can only follow the long-term trend in his hand, and then look at it. Check the opposite direction of movement and use your most powerful force. And within the scope of their actions this time, if there is another crisis, it will not be easy for them to control such a situation again. Yuanban Uexia, you didn't continue to tell. He left here and came to an empty ground. He also wanted to know what kind of situation was in the empty ding-ding this time, so that it would lead to this now. A result will happen. Immediately after an outline, even if it is displayed, or he simply has no way to control it, in the process of such a long-term development, he can vaguely feel this power. It's different, or in other words, they can only forcibly inject such power into their bodies, and then continue to study the difference between Conqueror's Haki and Navy 3 styles. Finally, they once again deployed the most supreme power in their bodies, but in the process of using such a power, if any problems arise again, it will not be easy for them to solve them in the end. The power in the palm of my hand is not only brought by me into such a strange parallel world. If I want to completely control my power, then in such a balanced world among them, the power it wanted to capture was inconsistent, or it could be said that he simply had no way to control it, which led to the current power. The trees on the side instantly cracked a few points, and then fell to the ground. The breeze blew through his dark hair and instantly stirred up the thoughts he once had, the lover he said he missed. Forget it, if that's the case, he wants to continue to try to see what kind of realm this is. This time again, if there are some unstable phenomena, in the end, it's all your fault. Chapter 64. Mutually Exclusive Forces. Then he exerted such a force again, and then forcibly exerted the power in his body again, but within the scope of the blow, there was no way as he expected. That was so beautiful. Forget it, if that's the case, then in the end, he still has a meaning, or his power is growing again. It seems that he is the only one who has discovered the difference. What does he want to do with himself? There really isn't any way. If we want to talk about the previous news about the mysterious organizations, Yuanban Uexia can actually know the causes and consequences of these things from his own conjectures. Before such a thing becomes a mess, he already has what he needs. That part of the investigation. The whole world is in such a balance, but it tends to be different, or it is not possible this time. Right next to this divine wing was a purple-black figure flashing past. His purple hair was somewhat swollen, but during this period, it made people feel a bit mysterious. Everything seems to be destined, but during this period it is indeed difficult for people to doubt it. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Banyue was slapped with a big palm, and the pelvic cavities of the rows of big trees behind were broken one after another. BDBJ burst out powerfully, and dots of thunder light flashed across the sky. It's really annoying. I've wanted to meet you before, but I didn't expect. Could this be Dong Shantidi? Advertisement. Seeing that I was so open and honest in front of me, I was not scared by myself at all. The young man in front of me was indeed a little scared. He came to him during the lecture, and then stretched out his hand to pinch me. Yuan Ban Uexia's neck, but Yuan Ban Uexia ducked out of the way as if passively, instantly touching the heavy dead eye in his body. But this time within the scope of control, they have vaguely noticed that there is something different, but this time their scope is different, that's why they are so delayed. If there is really something unstable this time, if factors lead to different changes, then I really have no way to explain this phenomenon, because of what things will happen. It's my fault that in such a balanced world, I haven't found anything that is connected to each other because of the direct death eyes in my body. Could it be that you are so passive? Am I really looking for the wrong thing? You actually have such power, why don't you join our organization? Yuan Ban Uexia walked forward as if he were meeting an old acquaintance and said hello. He also wanted to see the mystery in this legend and what kind of excitement the boss of the organization had, and he himself. All the power coming out of hypnosis is inconsistent. If you can survive just by relying on such a power, then what is the use of this next power? They simply don't have it. What Fang Fang expected, or in other words, within the scope of this time, if they wanted to use this power forcefully, it would not be as simple as they thought. However, the 960 Marine 3 styles and Conqueror's Haki that I used are not as weak as once. It can be believed that if such a force is given to the market, then the next force there will be a change that is as big as the sky, or they simply cannot show this power brightly. Yuan Ban Uexia smiled slightly as he said that. He wanted to find the boss of this so-called mysterious organization. He didn't expect that when he saw the boss, he would be so blind, or that all this was obviously not ordinary. Just an accident. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki in his body? Or maybe it has already participated in other magazines. It really has no way, and there is no way to guess what it will find next. You can only follow the trend and see where the power you have developed reaches. Ghouls are all bloody, but within this bloody range, if something goes wrong again, in the end, I can use it again, or in other words, when my power appears again, I will be able to use it again. Something different has happened. Then when Zheng Gang reacted, he realized that an inch of land in the middle had flown up, the ground shook slightly, and the place where he was standing had cracked outward. Yuan Banyue lowered his voice, and like a roaring beast, he suddenly opened his threatening wildcat and opened his hands. Chapter 65. The King of District 9. Since there is still a chance to go to the market this time, he would like to give it a try. After all, it is impossible to rise to such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there is another crisis this time, then I think to solve it, it is indeed not that simple. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Ban Uexia stretched out his big palm, but the opponent had already launched a full-scale attack. You must have been the leader of the mysterious organization before, but I didn't expect to meet so soon. Yuan Ban had a good opportunity to turn into a black man under the moon, and smiled. For him, it was actually full of expectations after he dispersed the attack, but he didn't expect to see him so quickly this time. His name is Xuandu, but within the scope of this attack, if the investigator really wants to bring negative consequences to the entire organization, then what will happen to such an organization next? Not only they're going to guess, that's all. Let's first take a look at what the situation is. Just relying on the power of these organizations, we simply can't carry it out. If the investment power this time is used to open up the transportation volume again, then what will happen next? If we just rely on such an organizational force, we will be able to collapse our good situation. Forget it, if that's the case, there will be no results if they continue to bear this. So when Yuan Ban Uexia was waiting here for San, he had already reminded them that they could not continue to act rashly. The investigators have already started their elimination, and the weapons in Area 9 and Area 12 are fully ready. I was asking you just now, why didn't you answer me, and why does the smell on your body look so similar to my sister? What Xuandu said was that he closed his eyes tightly, and then in a flash, he came to Yuan Ban Yuexia's side at a crazy time. Yuan Ban Yuexia raised his palms in a flourishing way and pulled away from him, a distance of 10 meters. But in this scope, when he wants to pull again and attack the things on his hands, what will happen in the next period of time? Does he really know? Or is it? They just feel that there are a few people who are not willing to do what they are doing, and they need to see what the situation is before making a decision. Since this time we are all able to do our best, do we really know what kind of things will appear next? Or you can give a good explanation. At that time, we were already able to give us a very good thing. When the system and system funds are connected to each other, one's attack speed has been increased, but there is also a person's blind spot during the attack bonus period, which is a person's weakness. Yuanban Yuexia smiled slightly, but she didn't think of this danger. She went to this ending district alone. Is there really something in the ending district that attracts them? She hasn't gotten the rise in Kaneki Ken's body yet. That, the total strength cannot act rashly before. Advertisement immediately afterwards, they took a breath of cold air and walked forward. During this period of time, if any problem occurred again, it would be extremely difficult for them to explain it in the end. After all, this is no longer simple. Please give me flowers. Although he was able to come to this stable area this time, the power contained in it is still unstoppable. The chief seems to have no idea what this power is, but in the next paragraph in time, he must find a place for immortality, otherwise it will work. However, continuing to wait is undoubtedly nonsense. Yuan Banuexia's classroom was now the same as it was a year ago. He danced and started talking about his great principles to the so-called little brother in front of him, but what he said did not make the other party happy. It is an ear that refuses to listen. Coupled with the fact that he had just touched the power in the demon eye, he could vaguely feel that this guy was extraordinary, or that he could grasp it in an instant, and he had discovered the most powerful thing at the same time. The difference is that if there is a sense of crisis again, it is already impossible to use the power in his body again, so he will be in the bloody world of socialism next. If it goes rampant again, then this power will undergo skyrocketing changes. I have discovered before that there are powerful people in this area, but I didn't expect you to be with them. Why are you with my sister? This guy's ideas are completely different from ours. Different places, why? I have noticed the difference before, but I didn't expect it to be so different. It seems that it is not easy for those guys to find their own place of survival here. This guy is not easy to deal with. Although he looks small, the power of Yibao inside his body is higher than that of Dongshang. He cannot be underestimated. If there is a zombie this time and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then if you continue to talk like this, it will just be a quarrel. It will be of no use to quarrel at any time, so this time they have to quantify it carefully. How many points are the same and similar? He had expected this outcome for a long time, but it was just the remaining hope. He wanted to see what he could endure this time. After all, within the scope of this time, if it happened again as for any problem, it is already a rare thing that you can solve it in the end, or if you want to solve it, this method cannot really give a good explanation. As he spoke, Zan became furious in front of him. His purple-red hair flew up instantly, and his whole body seemed to be floating. However, he could vaguely feel the existence of Shungu and the 3 types of Navy soldiers, which had seriously hindered him own development. Now that this dangerous thing has happened, then when Jin Junkong and others start killing, where should we go? Can we just sit back and wait for death? This is simply ridiculous. As the people of this world, we the prey of that party should have become the leader. What they do all makes sense. It's just that the ideas they organize are different. It's like the 3 nerves that everyone worships are different. Why should we pray that others are the same as ourselves? Xuandu gritted his teeth and opened his huge arms. Chapter 66, Crime and Punishment. This is how the world of the weak should be. Because of what happened before, it was inevitable for Xuandu and he could accept it calmly. But before all these things have been decided, if they can explain it once again, it would be the best on the ground, but they do seem to be insufficiently motivated. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Banue Shah had to stretch out his powerful power. Conqueror's Haki and the 3 marine styles instantly raised the dust on the ground and traveled 10,000 meters. He only knew that he didn't say all this to himself and wanted to waste your time. I just didn't think about how to decide and solve this matter. If the scope is expanded again this time and expanded to the maximum scope, then in this 340 situation, what I will get is not only the power within this scope, but also the power that I can achieve within this scope. That's all. Forget it. In that case, in the end, it was a blessing among misfortunes that I could give an explanation, but I didn't expect that what I encountered this time was just a little baby. Each attack range is a destination, but in such a destination, if we can set out in detail, this place will be different. Let's first take a look at what the situation is, and then give me an explanation. After all, the investigators are also preparing for everything we have done. As he said that, the Xuandu in front of him instantly disappeared into the void, and the next person who came to this land was Dongshang. I didn't expect that this guy would come here so quickly, but relying only on the inherited memories from the past, he turned into a ghost. Although he didn't want to accept it, Dongshang was still very worried about his safety. The 2 of them had separated a few years ago, but they didn't expect to meet again this time. Is this God's will or man-made? Forget it. Although the power this time can touch the entire area, during the period when Area 9 and Area 112 were combined, they had already felt the power of the area inside. Should we continue to seek help from Area 9? Haven't we already rushed forward with such a gun? This time when we rush forward again, shouldn't we think about what will happen? If there is no result, all we have done is just in vain. When they imagined what would happen next, they took a breath of cold air. After all, they seemed to have guessed that if any problems occurred again, in the end, they themselves seemed to be more than capable. Insufficient, or in other words, simply don't know what the situation is. Advertisement. The bloody pupils bloomed like roses in Dong Zhang's eyes. It stretched out the pair of breasts that it was covered with a few steps away, and its blood-red wings descended like Shinigami. This time was undoubtedly a sleepless night. He wanted to see who had trampled on his territory, and this time he would never let go of those who had hurt him. This is just a massacre between prey and prey. Who is in charge is such a matter. It seems that only the strong have the right to speak. Yuan Ban Yuexia walked forward and patted Dong Shang on the shoulder, and then a numb feeling filled them instantly. The whole boss, he didn't know that such a force overlapped, but he still vaguely could feeling that your own power fills your heart has already caused huge harm to your own power. He also wanted to clearly understand what would happen when he tried hard to touch here, but he did not expect that this kind of power would bloom in an instant, like a strong moonlight, but during this period he can completely control it. Why did this happen? He really couldn't explain it, or he couldn't give a perfect answer at all. If this time is really an adventure, then how will you measure this so-called adventure in the next period of time? Then he stepped forward and walked forward. After all, there would indeed be a first-level obstacle in the attack range this time. In other words, when the attack range appeared again this time, they had already discovered something was different. After all, they have already struck the most powerful blow. Will the policeman wave his hand to use Conqueror's Haki and the power of the three navy styles that were vaguely triggered in his body just now? Hidden science again. He also wants to control it well, but in an instant, the moment it saw Dong Shang, it had discovered that this force had been triggered again. Is this the so-called passivity? But this phenomenon has never happened before. Forget it, this is just a general discussion between the flesh and the flesh. I will first take a look at how they make decisions and put them into context. Let's talk about the killings as the most necessary part of ourselves. Immediately after Yuan Ban Yu Sha, there are benefits from Yuan Ban Yu Sha. He knows that if any problems arise during this period, then what he has contained will be hid by others. This is just his rebirth. It's just guilt. If the guilt this time is really related to them, then what kind of things does it revolve around in the year of the dog? The power of suicide is undoubtedly the most powerful existence in this world. The main reason is that if we cannot fully show this force to the market this time, it will undoubtedly be a lot of trouble for us to exist here again. Such a thing only exists for newborn 4.4. Tatara, who was standing aside, gritted her teeth and looked at Kaneki Ken beside her intentionally or unintentionally. Kaneki Ken, since he has the power of rise this time, he can become the leader of the power here. Let's take a look at the weapons in the hands of the investigators first. Let's talk about it. Didn't we say earlier that a white-haired old man pervert had a black box in his hand? There is nothing in this box to hunt us. Yuan Banyue showed a calm look, and continued to suffer setbacks. The scope of this time depends not only on his own place. If there is any crisis situation again, he wants to go there. The solution cannot be solved in just 1 or 2 sentences. Chapter 67. Meeting Xuandu. Did you see someone just now? Dong Shang finally reacted this time. He showed off his nose and walked in the direction of Yuan Ban Yuexia. There was a familiar smell that instantly aroused his anger. It must have been your relative just now. Yuan Ban Yuexia seems to want to hide something, but he knows that he can't hide it. After all, they are all a family, and the most important thing is that the number 2 person loves and kills each other. The most important thing is that within the scope of this operation, if this secret organization of mine can join my big family, then it will not be easy for me to perform it again. Then they used the power in their hands again, because they were the ones responsible for the reward this time. If they knew that the power in their bodies would change differently, then what they did would undoubtedly be in vain. Looking at the squeaking Yuan Ban Yu 13 in front of him, Dong Shang frowned and gave a big slap, and instantly unfolded his blood-red fur. Since it was so rude, forget it, since he didn't want to say anything more to such a little girl at the moment, Yuan Ban Yuexia took a few steps back instantly, but the dead eyes in his body were aroused again. Sure enough, such passivity is of some use to him, but I didn't expect that such a little girl could have such a powerful force. When they thought of this, they once again deployed the power they had on the upper level of their hands, but they did not expect that the power possessed by Yuan Ban Yuexia would actually cause such a big change. If something like this happens this time, if the accident can really fall into your hands, then if you want to control it, it can be solved in the past 3 years. A long time ago, Yuan Ban Yuexia had already stretched out the most powerful power in his hand, but when he traveled to such a balanced world, he had to find a good connection if he wanted to temper it again. Advertisement at this point, it is no longer easy for Tiandao people to find a connection to such a place, or they have already found it. When I used it on myself again, what happened next? Did they really know? After all, what I did next was not just medicine to induce their true bodies to appear. Dong Shang angrily raised the wings behind him. In an instant, he gave the power in his hand to the joy of the market, or in other words, they had no way to follow their own rules. The power of sharing, here can be that we just happened to have appeared after all. Then the 2 people started to use the power in their hands again, but they couldn't use it again. When they used it, different changes had already occurred. While he was still thinking, Dong Shang from the side had already rushed up. With his big wings, he came to Yuan Ban Yuexia's side in an instant and launched a full-scale attack on him. The investigator had already launched a different kind of killing in this area before, but he didn't expect the scope of the killing this time. Mine Director 57 actually came to this time. Yuan Banyue started to move, and the heat on the tabletop in his palm instantly made him see clearly Dong Zhang's tendency to attack him, and he seemed to be able to predict the other party's next behavior. Let's first take a look at the area that the investigators and others have chosen this time. It seems that the entire army in Area 9 has been wiped out. Yuan Banyuexia began to feel complacent, but when he wanted to carry out the next attack, he realized that the attack speed of Dong Shang in front of him was already 3 times faster than before, but it was his own direct death demon eye that was blocked. He was touched and could understand the attack range and attack speed of He Bao in front of him. What on earth is going on? God help me. It's so flawed. Could it be that this Dong Shang is different? Are we going to continue this gunfight this time? Advertisement. But within this scope, when they want to cause huge damage, it will be different if they want to use it again. But in this attack range, it is already different. But in this range, if there is another huge crisis, then they will have a huge difference, because the investigators and the others have determined at that distance, we were already in contact with them. Even with the whole army, there are still some people who have slipped through the net. Yuan Banyuexia smiled slightly and raised the hot air on the palm of his hand. The hot air spread instantly and said that he had discovered the secret to the magic eye of death. I see, what comes out of contact is such a passivity. I haven't thought of it before, but I haven't. But in the next period of time, if they are exposed to a different crisis again, the investigators will definitely pack them up in the black box and then unload them into 8 pieces. Yuan Banyuexia's 2 fists already caused different blows during the demon-subduing eruption, but when they struck differently, they already caused different damage to themselves, or in other words, their hands the injuries suffered are all different. This is not a joke. After all, in Changsha this time, the huge damage they caused was different. After all, the scope of Changsha this time, if you really have to use a few words to decide, then there are not some. If there is no external rescue, then the investigator will face the annihilation of the entire army. As long as this attack range and attack speed cause a certain attack, then the next step will be different. After all, within this level of attack range, each of them will cause huge damage. As the scope of Area 9 and Area 12 continues to expand, the power within them is different. The powerful vibrations on the ground caused Kaneki Ken to hold his fist tightly. He stood there and did not continue to talk. After all, when he was touched by such a powerful force, it had already caused huge damage to himself. Harm. The power of the fist burst out with a powerful breath, but at the same time as such a breath burst out, they could vaguely feel that the damage they caused in this range was different. Chapter 68. The genes obtained by Tohsaka Tsukishita. Since we have obtained this part of the power now, then it will be an ordinary adventure for us to continue to move forward into the 13th district. After saying that, they quickly took a few steps back, and this matter was already several times better than before. Immediately afterwards, Nishio Nishiki noticed a strange aura from the side. She rushed forward and realized that there was a blood mark on the palm of her hand. The bloody traces made him feel even more disgusted, giving him an indescribable feeling in his heart. There must have been some violent fighting here before, otherwise how could something like this happen this time? After saying that, Yuan Banyuexia held the ball with a calm look, and then the leader instantly remembered the dead demonic Eye's king in his body. At the beginning, the power of the Death Eye was 10 points unstable, but if you make good use of it during such a period of time, then such a strange power can help you. In the following days, as long as they wait for the news about Flamulina and the others to develop a round of Hebao, then they can absorb the Hebao and strengthen their power of the Death Eye. Do you think we should stay here now? After saying that, Yuan Banyuexia swallowed and nodded, looking at Dong Shang beside him. I see that you are hesitant now, and you have no interest in it. How about we make the next step first? Advertisement. Dong Shang shook his head, with a calm look on his face. Obviously, all these things seem to have been part of District 13's plan. In this case, we can only move to another area, because I heard that there is a mysterious organization in the Earth area. Otherwise, we can join this mysterious organization and develop the most powerful power He Bao. Backquote. After saying these words, Dong Shang shook the sun, looking like he wanted to eat someone, gritted his teeth and looked at the rice cooker talking next to him. That's true, but that mysterious organization. The boss didn't continue when he said this. For him, this was related to Dong Zhang's identity, and the leader of the mysterious organization had already appeared. The mysterious person at this time is not Dong Zhang's younger brother. At this time, sooner or later, we have to tell you. Otherwise, you can introduce the so-called mysterious smuggling to everyone in detail. After saying that, Yuan Banyuexia took a breath of cold air. For him, these two things can be solved. If he comes from such a city, he will meet Dong Zhang's younger brother in advance now. Good, this matter started a few years ago when major regions were fighting with each other. The overall picture between us was not unified at all, so we have been in a fighting mode. I don't know how to solve it, I can only watch as the mobile phone on my hand has the power to kill him. As Dong Shang turned into insulting my own mind, dense beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead, and he gradually revealed the matter. In fact, for him, this was something he never wanted to recall. Advertisement. What he was most concerned about was that the person he had a relationship with was actually his younger brother. He really couldn't accept it. In addition, the plans he had gotten in his hands during the past few days were already several times bigger than before. He is extremely weak. If he uses it to change the battle plan at this time, the consequences will be great. We cannot continue with the current mood, and the forces in our hands are simply unstable and can only continue to grow. The boss of the 13th district sighed. When he talked about this mysterious theme, he also had some grounded praise and stabs in his heart. Could it be that being together like this is just letting him develop freely? This is obviously a wrong choice, so he could only follow the trend and go take a look at this so-called mysterious ancestor. Yuan Ban Yuexia stood aside as if nothing was wrong, but in such a matter, we have already heard about it, and the so-called leader of the mystics has not fought against him. Since if the power of the direct death demon eye in his body resonates with Dongshang, it means that he still has a combined power. As long as the two unbalanced forces he carries are coordinated with each other, then his role will definitely be much greater. After all, in such a long situation, if something major or something happens, then what will he think next? It's not easy to solve it. Look at what kind of situation it is. Situations like the Huxia Empire have happened before, but I never thought that directly down the road, they would be so big in Africa, and this kind of action would happen again. If the trouble really gets there, then the power we need will be even stronger. It seems that Yuan Ban Yuexia will have to express his views sooner or later when he is serious. It is better to say it directly at this time. First of all, he wants to stabilize the power of Flamulina Inoki. He has always lived in the so-called mysterious place where the mine manager has been, organized. So is it an enemy or a friend? The rice cooker asked a crucial question at this time. This is also true. They have no way to say whether the other party does have it. If they arrived at this time, they would have written this so-called thing. Is it a person or not? Is the answer to repeated tiles, good Zhao Zhao. Immediately afterwards, the general boss of District 13 was tested. He took out several cups of coffee and placed them in front of such people. He looked like nothing was wrong. Obviously this matter could not escape the boss's eyes. Sooner or later this matter will have to be resolved, but if this kind of discrimination continues, I hope you can move forward with this matter quickly. Otherwise, in the end, what we have done it's all in vain. I hope Dongshang can think clearly. After all, this matter is inseparable from Dong Zhang's decision, and Yuan Ban Yuexia is very clear why the 13th district said such words, but as the power of the Central Plains side continues, then the situation we face is undoubtedly one of death and destruction. Chapter 69. Join the mysterious organization. This mysterious organization has a nice name called the Bronze Organization. Dongshang said it with an absent-minded look. Bronze Organization. This so-called mysterious organization existed a long time ago, but the person behind it has always maintained a mysterious identity and has not been discovered. And if the identity of this so-called mysterious organization is announced at this time, and they are together, they will face a lot more troubles first, so they can only be cautious and explore when this mysterious organization will disappear. This so-called mysterious town has appeared before, but I never thought that this so-called mysterious tribe could be so powerful. If it follows the trend for so long, then this kind of power will expand again. What do we accept? Yes, the danger on that side is much greater. Since the level of danger continues to increase, their overall interests in the future are to say that they cannot go to school. If they follow this procedure, in the end, if I say it myself, mastering the power will make people feel a bit unfathomable. Today, 230 was playing next to them step by step, but the wind was calm and calm. It seemed that if all this power expanded again, in the end, he just couldn't bear it and walked away. Why should he endure such ordinary suffering? Well, this is simply ridiculous. At this moment, one after another light and shadow appeared on the round table. The distant moon shook the sun, and when I walked forward, I realized that all these were just ordinary phantoms. If it were so ordinary, if you look at it, then he himself said that it will become more and more realistic to get that power, and the 10 presidents will disappear. Judging from the correct model of the system, then the next step is either to take a deceptive route or to continue to become stronger. But according to such a route, when will it end? Otherwise, he would have walked forward involuntarily at this time. He saw the glorious growth of the National People's Congress in the distance, but at this time Dongshang had been silent for a few minutes, because he really couldn't accept all these things. Instead of doing this, it is better to strike preemptively. It's this mysterious organization again. If BDCC can't help but lend a hand, we don't have to hurt Africa so much. Do you think what we said is fungus? Because this kind of power is not at all on our surface. As much as you can get. When they continued to have the power they wanted, they had already discovered a drawback. In addition, this so-called mysterious organization did not have such strong expectations of being caught. Advertisement mysteries always exist in the realm, hiding the secrets from you and them, and this bronze organization is the most powerful in the entire region. Even in the Earth region, the Inoki mushrooms in the Earth region have also tried to catch them, but there is no result. It is because of the existence of this so-called mysterious organization that they have no way to explore it. Those advanced Inoki mushrooms have tried to solve it and organize legal societies one after another, but they have never thought of the hecklers inside. It is so unique and weird that it cannot be shaken at all. Look at the power in their bodies. After all, the emotions of this class have been put here, indirectly telling us that this is a kind of information that is hard to come by, and before such a piece of information is mastered, if they get it again, then they will have a lot of strength next. Shouldn't we give it a try? Or maybe we are here now to solicit the hope of others. Some people have already been at a stage where the headquarters was just the ancient tea production line, but in the face of such an industrial transformation, can they do it? After all, before such a force comes, they want to master this kind of formidable power. The energy they need is much more problematic, but when such a power arrives, if they get another power again, in the end you will still have a favorite connection. Since the powers he had in hand at this time were all complementary to each other, Yuanban Uexia wanted to give it a try and use these powers again as the powers he thought were destined, but he did not expect it to be this time. The Death Eye in his hand and the several Conqueror's Haki in his body collided with each other in terms of kitten power. In fact, Qian has already discovered that there is something wrong with having hands. I just didn't expect that such a powerful force would have such a weird collision. If this method continues, I think the power will act as if it takes so long. It is an obstacle of its own and cannot be used. At this time, the system should have remembered again. This time it was a reminder, reminding Yuanban Uexia that he wanted to extract his own power, and if he synthesized it, he could only absorb some more evil Hebo and absorb it into his body. You mean Yuanban Uexia can have this synthetic power? Speaking of the income here, he still didn't know, and he was very surprised when he wrote a sigh of relief. There are other ways at this time. If the power in the United States can really be used for itself, he doesn't have to use the African generals to plunder other people's power, and in this period of time, he has discovered a lot of destiny. Yes, congratulations to Host for his own strength. The only condition for being able to sign this contract is that others are stronger than him and are several times greater than him. He can forcefully hunt to death and survive. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Do you need me to deliver the goods? This is just not worth it. If you switch from one side to the other and there is no result in the end, then what you have done is just that. Is it all in vain? This system is a scam. The fish under the distant moon looked unhappy, and then he continued to walk forward and look back and forth at such an area of District 13, and for him, since he came to District 13, he found there are even more secret interviews. If you look at it from such a strange emotion, then the power you will master next will be much more powerful than what you have now. The system reminded me again, and announced another mission under Yuanban Yu. This mission was to join the mysterious organization, but at this juncture, I actually had to find the mysterious organization myself.